Okay, the graduation assessment is over. Those who pass the assessment can attend the graduation ceremony a week later, and those who do not pass the assessment will work hard next year. On the podium, the teacher announced indifferently. Some of the students in the audience were happy, some were sad. Alas, forget it, let's wait for next year. Xingchen sighed secretly, packed his bag, and prepared to go back. While at this moment, there was a commotion throughout the classroom, and almost everyone made a stunning sound. Without looking up, Xingchen glanced towards the classroom door. Tsunade. At the door, a woman stood. The women's double decade, the face is beautiful, the figure is even more hot, even this group of pure love teenagers can't help but reverie. Senju Tsunade, granddaughter of the original Hokage, can be called the Princess of Konoha. Her reputation in Konoha is naturally very loud. Miss Tsunade. When the very serious male teacher in the class saw Tsunade, he immediately showed a flattering smile and saluted respectfully. Teacher Mui, I'm here to find the stars, your assessment should be over, right? Tsunade asked politely. Under everyone's envious and jealous gaze, Hoshi-chan picked up his school bag and walked towards Tsunade. Xingchen, I will come back to see you immediately after completing the task, aren't you very moved? Tsunade showed a gentle smile, which made people feel like spring breeze. Xingchen then noticed that Tsunade was still wearing a cultivation suit, and apparently came to him as soon as he returned from the mission. Tsunade, thank you, syllable. Tsunade's attitude changed sharply, and a violent chestnut buckled on the door of Xingchen's head, put his hands in his waist, and said indignantly, how many times have I told you, I am your sister, don't call me by my name. Xingchen touched his nose and said with a wry smile, got it, Sister Tsunade. Hoshi and Tsunade, of course, are not brothers and sisters. When Xingchen was 1 year old, his parents died in the mission. And Hoshido's parents and Tsunade's parents were once comrades on the same team, and after Hoshido's parents died, Tsunade's parents took Hoshi-chan over and raised him as their own child. So, Tsunade became Hoshido's older sister. Xingchen is a traverser, has adult thinking, and although he lacks in cultivation talent, he is very clever in ordinary life, and he has often been amused by him since he was a child. Therefore, Tsunade, who was 8 years older than him, used to be very sticky to him. Now that Tsunade is 20 years old, he has become an excellent ninja who can stand alone, and has grown up in countless trials, and naturally is no longer so easy to tease. But the relationship between her and Xingchen is getting better and better, and there is no substitute for each other. Then again, tomorrow is your 12th birthday, how do you want to celebrate? Tsunade softened again. Xingchen was slightly stunned, birthday? By the way, it has been 12 years since he crossed into the Hokage world, and tomorrow is his 12th birthday. However, as a traverser, instead of obtaining the heaven-defying golden finger like others, he seemed to be rejected by this world. He thinks he is not stupid and has practiced hard, but he entered the ninja school at the age of 7, and now he has not successfully graduated at the age of 12. You know, in the 30th year of Konoha, the ninja world is in a stormy situation, and there are constant frictions between countries, and the situation is very serious. So Konoha at this time, unlike the Naruto period in the original book, the normal graduation age of ninja school is about 10 years old. It is also common for those under the age of 10 to graduate. Sister, at this moment, a sturdy little boy ran over excitedly, and when he saw Tsunade, he was very excited. Xingchen naturally knew this little boy as well. Tsunade's real younger brother, Senju Rope Tree. Rope Tree, why are you here? Tsunade was surprised. Orochimaru-sensei told me that you are back, and I came to find you. Rope Tree said, pouted again, and said dissatisfied, who is your own brother, every time you come back, you come to find Brother Chen. Xingchen smiled and patted the head of the Rope Tree, little slippery head, even you eat my vinegar. Xingchen can get Tsunade, how can he not get the Rope Tree that is 2 years younger than him? When he was a child, he was stickier than Tsunade, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he worshipped the stars. Tsunade also knew that Naoki was just joking and didn't care about it, but she noticed something else. Rope Tree, your name is Orochimaru-sensei. At the mention of this, the Rope Tree raised his eyebrows again, and his expression soared. Aha, I've graduated from ninja school, and Uncle Orochimaru said he would be my instructor. You've graduated. Tsunade gave a thumbs up and praised, not bad. Rope Tree scratched his head cheekily, seemingly embarrassed. Immediately, he looked at the stars again. Brother Chen, you. Xingchen smiled bitterly, the 10-year-old Rope Tree also graduated, where is this to put himself? Xingchen, don't be discouraged, you are so smart, as long as you work a little harder, next year will definitely be fine. Tsunade glared at Rope Tree and changed the subject, let's go back first. Tomorrow is the birthday of the stars, and Tsunade and Naoki are discussing how to celebrate, but the party of the stars lacks interest. Hey, congratulations to the host on his 12th birthday, activate the God-level lottery system. The inexplicable programmed voice in his mind made the stars who were in a daze shake. God-level lottery system, what the hell? Hey, the God-level lottery system is being bound, please later SHHH, bind successful, host information is being logged. Name, Xingchen. Gender, male. Age, 12 points. 0 level, ninja school. Ungraduated. Current task, none. Sweepstakes permissions, normal lottery area, none. Intermediate lottery area, none. Advanced lottery area, none. A series of information flashed in his mind, and in addition to the final lottery permission could not understand, Xingchen gradually understood what this so-called God-level lottery system was. After 12 years of silence, 12 years late, the gold finger that was exclusive to him finally arrived today. Tsunade noticed that Xingchen's expression was wrong, and couldn't help but ask strangely, Xingchen, what's wrong with you? Xingchen coughed solemnly and said, Tsunade, don't celebrate anything for me. How to live tomorrow, I have already figured it out. Let's hear it. I'll tell you tomorrow. I'm a little tired today, let's go back and rest. Xingchen yawned and walked into his room. Tsunade and Ropaki looked at each other, both shrugging their shoulders, expressing helplessness. With space alone, Xingchen immediately began to study this infinite lottery system. This system also doesn't have an elf assistant or anything, and it is very troublesome for Xingchen to communicate with it, and it took a long time to vaguely figure it out. The construction of the lottery system is actually very simple, and you can draw prizes by consuming points. The draw area is divided into 3 sections, normal, intermediate, and advanced. As the name suggests, the props drawn in the ordinary lottery area are ordinary levels. Items drawn in the intermediate draw area are rare. As for the high-level lottery area, it goes without saying that it must be a top-level prop treasure. Normal lottery area, which consumes 500 points at a time. Intermediate draw area, which consumes 5,000 points at a time. Advanced lottery area, which consumes 50,000 points at a time. Seeing this price, Xingchen wanted to curse people. Although he still has no concept of points, 50,000 points must be an astronomical amount, and I don't know how many tasks to accumulate. What made him even more helpless was that the lottery permissions in his 3 regions all showed none. This means that even if he has points, he cannot conduct a lottery. Isn't this a pit, man? Hey, since the host uses the God-level lottery system for the first time, will it be used immediately by giving away a forced draw opportunity? Xingchen was slightly startled and asked, what is forced extraction? Forced extraction is to ignore points, ignore the permission to draw, forcibly break the rules, and forcibly draw an item arbitrarily in all time and space. The stars were startled, and then their eyes lit up. Use it now, SHH, the host is using force extraction and the system is scanning, after waiting for half a minute. Hey, the forced extraction was successful, congratulations on obtaining the God-level prop Broken Jade. Xingchen thought he had misheard. Bangyu, the Hongyu owned by Lan Dai and the Grim Reaper. That super plugin that can evolve infinitely and is equal to a wishing machine? By the way, this can also be pumped out. Hey, please ask if the host immediately fuses the jade. This time, Xingchen didn't even think about it, and gave the order, merge immediately. Xingchen, who has seen the original work of the Grim Reaper, knows that Hongyu has a will. In the Grim Reaper, only Lan Ran can control the jade. If he doesn't have a system to help fuse, I'm afraid it will be difficult to control Bangyu. Hey, it's fusing Bangyu, please. Later, the stars could clearly feel that a living thing was guided into his body under an inexplicable force. At first, this baby-like life is restless and seems to want to resist. But gradually, it quieted down again, inhaling the breath of the stars. The 2 minds are integrated, exist as one, and are closely related. This is Bangyu. The stars feel that the body is changing and the world is changing. The reason why he was slow to graduate from ninja school was not because he didn't work hard, or had poor talent, but that the Naruto world seemed to reject him. And after fusing with Bangyu, that sense of repulsion completely disappeared. At this moment, he could clearly feel the faint chakra in his body boiling, and there seemed to be a faint tendency to break through the lower patience. This is the ability of Hongyu. Bangyu can guide the owner according to what he thinks and help the owner break the boundary. Xingchen knew that he was developed, and just one jade collapse would doom him to be able to gallop through the ninja realm in the future and embark on the road to the top. Of course, Bangyu is not a direct wish machine, and wishes can be fulfilled immediately. Its role is only to guide, and if the stars are too negative, or their own potential is limited, they cannot meet the requirements, and it is futile. Hey, due to the forced extraction of Broken Jade, breaking the limit, you have obtained the Death God Time and Space lottery permission, please check it in the lottery area. Xingchen adjusted the system panel to the lottery area, and sure enough, he found that it was different. Normal draw area, Reaper Time and Space. Intermediate draw area, Reaper Time. Advanced draw area, Reaper Space Time. Behind the 3 lottery areas is not nothing, but has become Death Time and Space. After a little thought, Xingchen understood. The props obtained by the lottery must have their source. In the beginning, Xingchen did not have any extraction permissions. And now that the Grim Reaper Time and Space are opened, it means that the props he draws will come from the Grim Reaper Time and Space. Moreover, the stars understand. Reaper Spacetime is just one of them, and there will definitely be other spacetimes open in the future, such as Pirates, Inuyasha, Dragon Ball, and so on. Even once in time and space, breaking through the sky, Kinkan, coiling dragon, and perfect world have a chance to open. At that time, the props he gets in the lottery will be diversified. Whew, it seems that it is necessary to accumulate more points, and with this god-level lottery system, it is only a matter of time before you conquer the ninja world. The stars have a bold heart, he has been bored and decadent for too long in the past 12 years, and finally it is his turn to rise. Hey, you have a new task, check it out in the taskbar. Sing-chan opened the taskbar, and suddenly a task information jumped out. Beginner trial mission, graduate from ninja school and become a shinobi. Task difficulty, easy mission reward, 500 points. I still have to eat the meal bite by bite, but for me now, the graduation assessment is no longer difficult, right? Sing-chan thought, just in the room, he practiced several basic ninjutsu for the graduation assessment one by one. Early the next morning, Hoshi-chan found Tsunade. You said you were going to retake the assessment. Tsunade reached out and touched Xingchan's forehead, his expression strange. Yesterday, she also saw the stars listless, obviously hit and lost confidence in herself. Why is it so abnormal today? Although the assessment is over now, with your face, it should be no problem to open a back door for me, right? Hoshi-chan smiled at Tsunade and smiled heartily. Are you really confident? Tsunade didn't know what medicine was sold in the star gourd. Yesterday's assessment failed, today I am confident that I can pass? In the end, Tsunade came to school with the stars. Students are basically on holiday, and only teachers remain in school. The graduation examination has just ended, and the teachers are also sorting out the materials and preparing to report to the Hokage. When he saw Xingchan's teacher, Mui, he was coming out of the office with a pile of papers. Miss Tsunade. Mui greeted Tsunade respectfully. Is there something wrong with you? Teacher Mui, it's like this. Tsunade elaborates on the meaning of the stars. Mui pushed his glasses, glanced at Sing-chan, and hesitated. Miss Tsunade, the list of graduates who passed the graduation examination this time has come out, and I was about to report to Naruto-sama. When Tsunade heard this, he immediately straightened his face and said slightly angrily, haven't you reported this yet? If Sing-chan passes the assessment, just add his name. This seems non-compliant, right? Mui was embarrassed. The rule of the ninja school is to cultivate students into talents. As long as Sing-chan has this ability, why can't he give him a chance? Mui thought to himself, but what ability does this kid have? Yesterday's assessment was personally supervised by me, and his several basic ninjutsu simply could not meet the standard. However, he also knew the relationship between Sing-chan and Tsunade, and hesitated slightly, and responded, since Miss Tsunade spoke, then give him another chance. However, when I assessed him, Tsunade-san could not be present. Why is that? Are you still afraid that I will help him cheat? Tsunade was furious. Mui thought to himself, I'm really worried about this. Tsunade, you can wait here first, I'm fine alone. Sing-chan knew that Mui was a relatively honest person. It was not difficult to see that he admired Tsunade. But the duties of a teacher, even if they are masters, should not be excessive. Okay then, the stars all spoke, and Tsunade didn't say more, just encouraged, come on, don't waste this opportunity. After Sing-chan finished speaking, he walked with Mui into the school on the other side, while Tsunade waited in place. After waiting for about half an hour, Sing-chan and Mui walked back. Tsunade immediately greeted him and asked eagerly, how is it? Seeing Tsunade's appearance, Sing-chan just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Tsunade was puzzled, and looked at Mui, but it was even more strange to see that the latter looked panicked and absent-minded. Teacher Mui, what's wrong with you? Mui suddenly woke up, no, nothing, the stars have already passed the assessment and can attend the graduation ceremony in a week's time. It's true? Tsunade was pleasantly surprised, and hugged the stars. Although for this kind of intimate action, the stars have already experienced many times. But I have to say that Tsunade's figure is too hot, especially the two soft places in front of him, directly pressing on his face. Raw is that no matter how high his determination is, he almost bleeds from his nose. I still have to report to the third generation of Hokage, so I will leave first. Mui didn't know whether he couldn't stand the stimulation of this picture, or if he had his thoughts in his heart and left in a hurry. Why is he weird? Tsunade thought it strange. Who knows? Sing-chan was in a good mood and said with a sigh of relief, let's go, leave him alone, let's go back. You go back first, I have something to go to the teacher. Tsunade's teacher is naturally the third generation of Hokage. Okay, then I'll go first. Although Sing-chan felt abrupt, he didn't think much about it, just because he also needed an independent space. In the Hokage office, Mui handed the Chinese to the three generations of Hokage for review, and briefly reported the information of this graduate. Well, the grades of this batch of graduates are not bad. The three generations of Hokage sighed meaningfully, they are all new shoots of Konoha, and they will grow into the pillars of Konoha in the future. Mui hesitated, but finally said, Lord Hokage, there is a special matter that needs to be reported to you. Say, it's about the stars. Oh, the three generations of Hokage looked surprised. he naturally paid attention to the stars. First, his parents died fighting for Konoha and were heroic martyrs. Second, Tsunade is his apprentice, and Shin-chan has a close relationship with Tsunade. How could he not know? The third generation of Hokage glanced at the roster in his hand again, and suddenly saw the name of the star in the last line. Has this kid finally got the hang of it? Wrong. Muai, you just added his name, right? The three generations of Hokage saw the. Muyi Kanyan said, Lord Hokage is really as wise as a torch. What about your explanation? Shin-chan did not meet the standard in yesterday's assessment. But just now, Miss Tsunade came to me with the stars and said that she wanted the stars to be evaluated separately. The third generation's face loosened, but he didn't know whether he was happy or angry, and said calmly, since it was Tsunade who spoke, you definitely can't refuse. And now you add his name to show that he passed your assessment. Not only that. Muyi pushed his glasses and said, because Xingqian's assessment this time is non-compliant and unfair to other students, I deliberately increased the difficulty of the assessment, but when the three generations heard this, they were surprised he still passed. I can only say that his use of several basic ninjutsu is not inferior to the lower ninja who graduated for a few years, and can even reach the level of middle ninja. After the three generations of Hokage listened, they fell silent. Of course he knew what Muyi was thinking. It is clear that yesterday's people who did not meet the standards of all the foundations, after a night, they have undergone tremendous changes, not only passing the lower ninja assessment, but even the proficiency in the use of basic ninjutsu is no less than that of ordinary middle ninjutsu. This is indeed worth pursuing. Could it be that Tsunade did it? Pang! The office door was slapped open, and the domineering force almost shook the entire building several times, and Muyi and the three generations of Hokage were frightened. Teacher, I seem to hear you saying bad things about me. But he saw Tsunade walk in angrily, without giving the three generations face at all. Ahem, the third generation of Hokage's face turned red. How could he not have imagined that Tsunade was actually outside? He couldn't help but cough dryly, and then said majestically, Tsunade, just forget about messing around, be serious here. However, Tsunade didn't buy it at all, and hummed, Shin-chan passed the assessment based on his own strength, don't be suspicious, cross out his name. You think too much, since Shin-chan has this ability, how can I deliberately make it difficult for him? The third generation of Hokage said helplessly, you really care about this kid, and you don't really like that for the rope tree, right? The rope tree is the same as the stars, they are both my younger brothers, and there is no difference. Whether there is a difference or not, you yourself know. The third Hokage asked, are you here for this? One more thing. Tsunade suddenly smiled mysteriously, I want to become a guide shinobi. Huh? The third Hokage was stunned for a moment. Why, the big snake pill can bring disciples, can't I bring it? It's not impossible, it's just that I thought that someone as impatient as you would definitely not ask for this. The three generations were indeed surprised, and if he could, he certainly hoped that all three of his disciples could become instructors. It's just that he is also idle, Tsunade is hot-tempered and impatient, only the big snake pill is more suitable. So Tsunade offered to become a guide to Shinobu, to his surprise. But after thinking about it, he seemed to understand again. Could it be you? That's right, Shin-chan must be one of my students. Hey, congratulations on completing the newbie mission and rewarding you with 500 points. Hey, congratulations on completing the system task for the first time, and an additional 300 points will be rewarded. An additional 300 points were awarded, which was unexpected by the stars. But at the moment, what he was most excited about was not these 300 points, but that after having more than 500 points, he was eligible for a general district lottery. Although it is only a regular district lottery, it is still worth looking forward to. Ordinary lottery. The stars gave instructions to the system. Hey, consume 500 points, I'm drawing items for you. The source is the Grim Reaper time and space, please later. I waited about half a minute. Hey, congratulations on obtaining the ice and snow slashing knife sleeve white snow, do you bind it immediately? Sleeve white snow. Xingqian's eyes lit up, he thought that he would draw the slashing knife, but he didn't expect to draw the sleeve white snow directly. Sleeve white snow may not be the strongest slashing knife in the ice and snow series, but it is the most beautiful slashing knife in the entire Corpse Soul world. Bind now. SHHH, binding successful. The moment the system prompt was completed, Shin-chan felt a force merge into his heart. At the moment when sleeve white snow is bound, sleeve white snow is equivalent to fusing with the stars, and the stars become the only owner of sleeve white snow. I saw Shin-chan open his hand, his heart echoed, and a blade with endless chill appeared in his hand. The blade is cold, the blade is crystal clear, and it is as smooth as snow. At this moment, the stars only feel the most beautiful thing in the world, and that's all. Unable to put it down, he gently stroked the blade, and the sleeve white snow seemed to sense it, responding to him with soul fluctuations. Let's fight side by side in the future, sleeve white snow. In an instant, the frost spread, and within a radius, a layer of silver white was laid out. Although it is cold and slaughtering, it is beautiful to the extreme. When Hoshi-chan returns home, he finds Tsunade back and waiting for him with rope tree. What did you talk about with Hokage so quickly? Tsunade wanted to stop talking, but finally decided not to tell Xingchen for the time being, casually perfunctory, and asked rhetorically, where did you go just now? Before Xingchen could answer, the rope tree on the side suddenly jumped over in shock. Brother Chen, did you really pass the graduation assessment? Hoshi Chen knew that Tsunade had already told the rope tree, and smiled slightly. Only you are allowed to graduate, but I am not allowed to graduate. Of course not. Rope tree hurriedly said, I'm just happy to graduate with Brother Chen. In this way, we can practice and do tasks together in the future. Xingchen's expression moved. You mean, after graduation, every 3 people form a small class, led by a mentor shinobu. I'll talk to Orochimaru-sensei and ask him to divide you. Well, Xingchen hesitated. For him, who has read the original book, he knows very well what kind of person the big snake pill is. Although the great snake pill had not rebelled at this time, his heart had not changed dramatically, and he was the most trusted disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage. But sooner or later, the big snake pill will take a dark step, and he does not dare to worship this kind of person as a teacher, so as not to make it difficult to do it later. Just as he was pondering how to refuse, Tsunade suddenly shouted, no, Xingchen can't go to Orochimaru. This sound frightened both the stars and the rope tree. The two looked at each other, both of them were unclear. I don't know, I thought that Tsunade and Orochimaru had some deep hatred. A few days before the graduation ceremony, Xingchen and Rope Tree were together to discuss with each other. As for Tsunade, as an elite shinobu of Konoha, she could not accompany them all the time, and many tasks required her to take over. Pang! In the courtyard, the Rope Tree was defeated by a move and was punched by the stars. After stumbling to the ground, the Rope Tree was not annoyed, but showed even more surprise and adoration. Brother Chen, you are so powerful. Rope Tree is by no means his grades are at the top of the class, and among all the graduates this time, he can at least enter the top 5. However, when he practiced against the stars, although both of them used the techniques he had learned in school, he found that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the stars at all, and always slowed down a beat. He never knew that the stars were so strong. At this level, how could yesterday's assessment not pass? Xingchen smiled casually, and with the Rope Tree, he would naturally have a reserved hand. For 12 years, his strength could not improve, not because he did not work hard, but because the Hokage world rejected him. After fusing with Bangyu, that repulsive force disappeared without a trace, and the results of his years of hard work were revealed. The strength he now possessed was not directly given to him by Bangyu, but it was something he should have possessed. Rope Tree, haven't you learned some special ninjutsu with Orochimaru? Xingchen knew that the Rope Tree must also have a hand. He is the grandson of the original Hokage, and he worships Orochimaru as a teacher, and he has learned more than that. Of course there is learning, but this is my secret weapon. The Rope Tree is very mysterious and has a bad smile. Xingchen could see that this guy probably thought that as soon as the secret weapon came out, he would not be his opponent. Well, since it's a secret weapon, you keep it to deal with the enemy. Xingchen patted his head and laughed. At this moment, a heavy footstep came, but he saw Tsunade go and return, his expression with a sadness that could not be concealed. Sister, what's wrong with you? Rope Tree asked, didn't you say that you went out on a mission? Why did you come back? Hoshi-chan also felt unusual. Tsunade's personality rarely showed such a negative look. Xingchen, Rope Tree, come with me to the hospital, Grandma Shi. No more. Rope Tree's face suddenly turned pale, and he couldn't help but cry. Xingchen's eyebrows froze. Tsunade's grandmother is Uzumaki Mito. Although Hoshi-chan lives with Tsunade Rope Tree, he has only seen Uzumaki Mito a few times. Ever since Senjukuma's death, Uzumaki Mito has been seriously ill. In recent years, because of old age, the limit is approaching, and the body is getting worse day by day. Of course, it is not that Xingchen is not close to people and does not go to the hospital to see her, but because the 3 generations of Hokage and Konoha's high-ranking people are forbidden to contact others. Even Tsunade and Rope Tree can only visit once or twice. Of course the stars know why. Uzumaki Mito is the first 9 tails of Konoha. The Uzumaki Mito limit is approaching, the 9 tails must be passed on, and Konoha must be looking for a new human pillar force to carry out the 9 tails handover. Sister, although Grandma has always been in poor health, but the last time I went to see her, wasn't she okay? Why suddenly Rope Tree couldn't accept this reality? I don't know, Grandma wants to see you guys for the last time, let's go. Tsunade is no longer as lively as before, and his mood is very low. The Rope Tree did not say more, but directly snatched the door and ran out. When the 3 of them rushed to the hospital, they saw some familiar faces. 3 generations of Hokage, Shinura Danzo, Sleeping Koharu, Mito Manita, Konoha High-Rise, almost all arrived. However, as a Uzumaki Mito, he can also afford this treatment. Grandma, the Rope Tree threw himself in front of the hospital bed and cried. He was still young, and he couldn't bear the parting of life and death for his loved ones. Although the stars did not cry out like the Rope Tree, their hearts were equally heavy. Birth, old age, sickness and death, although natural, but how cruel. The death of a person is not just a personal matter, and all those who care about him are saddened and depressed because of it. When sighing, Xingqian's gaze swept around the room again, and suddenly he was slightly startled, and his gaze was fixed on the 5 or 6-year-old girl next to Xiaochun. This little girl is very beautiful, her skin is pink and snow white, like a delicate porcelain doll. What is more striking is her long bright red hair, which looks special. Uzumaki Jushine. Xingqian immediately guessed the identity of the little girl. The Vortex clan is born with a huge amount of chakra and has an innate advantage in suppressing tailed beasts. Uzumaki Kusina is the inheritor of Uzumaki Nito, the next 9-tailed man pillar force. It's just that this matter, I'm afraid only the high level of Konoha knows, not even Tsunade Rope Tree. Jushina was brought over from the war-torn Uzumaki country, and although she did not have much contact with the Uzumaki Nito of the same race, her eyes were still red at this time, and she couldn't bear to leave. Just as she turned her head, she accidentally found a pair of straight eyes watching her. To be honest, Xingqian thought for a while, and it was indeed rude to keep staring at Uzumaki Juzine like this. Therefore, after Juzine found out, his face turned unnaturally red, but he was a little annoyed in his heart. This person looks handsome, but on this occasion, he is so rude and presumptuous. Xingqian came back to his senses and found that Juzine was staring at him with a pair of round eyes, and he couldn't help but be embarrassed. He didn't know what to say, so he could only smile in return and ease the atmosphere. However, it's good not to smile. The smile made Juzine think that Xingqian was deliberately teasing her, and the impression was extremely poor. Juzine turned her head away, and could still hear her slight humming nonchalantly. Xingqian shrugged helplessly. It was really an unpleasant first meeting. In the end, Uzumaki Nito left. Although she is also approaching, it is obviously more important to inherit the 9 tails and consume the last bit of life force. Otherwise, with Konoha's medical level, he would definitely be able to live for a while. Before Uzumaki Nito died, she only glanced at the stars a few times, but she couldn't speak. She mainly told the rope tree something, and everyone in the room was silent. As blood relatives, Ropaki and Tsunade are to keep a spiritual watch for Uzumaki Nito for 3 days. Xingqian is not a member of the Senju family, and even if he has a heart, he is not qualified to guard the spirit with the rope tree Tsunade. Moreover, he and Uzumaki Nito had only met 2 or 3 times, and indeed they did not have too deep feelings, too contrived, and were not necessary. So in the past few days, Xingqian still focused on cultivation. He now has a god-level lottery system, with Bang Jade and Sleeve White Snow. No matter which aspect, it can be said that a qualitative change has occurred. However, this does not mean that he can slack. On the contrary, he must work harder. With such good conditions, how can it be abandoned? The road of the strong is not taken. Once you set foot on it, you have to stand at the top. Rope Tree, have you seen the stars? Relieved from her sadness, Tsunade realized that the stars seemed to have disappeared from her sight for days. In the past few days, I have been busy running for my grandmother's affairs, and I have ignored the stars for a while. However, speaking of which, the stars also seem to have become mysterious, and seem to be deliberately avoiding her and the Rope Tree. Rope Tree shook his head blankly and said, "No, these days, Brother Chen leaves early and returns late every day. His whereabouts are mysterious, and he seems to be very tired every day." Tired? Did he go to the mountains again to practice? In his memory, when Xingqian was a child, he liked to sneak up to the mountains alone to practice weight training, physical training, endurance training, showing tenacity far beyond his peers. It was then that she saw an indescribable charm in the stars. Brother Chen is so powerful, and he is still working so hard. Rope Tree said bitterly, "It seems that I can't relax in the future, otherwise even if I have the ninjutsu taught by Orochimaru, I am afraid that I will lose to Brother Chen." Rope Tree, what ninjutsu did Orochimaru teach you? Tsunade asked curiously. Very powerful ninjutsu. The Rope Tree is still very mysterious, and he refuses to reveal it to Tsunade. Tsunade rolled his eyes. What ninjutsu will Orochimaru order? I still don't know. Pretend to be mysterious in front of me. When the two talked like this, the melancholy in their hearts was also reduced a lot. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a black shadow fall into the courtyard and saluted Tsunade respectfully. People from the Dark Division? Tsunade immediately recognized the identity of the person and asked with a frown, "What happened?" The dark part, as a rule, is naturally hidden in the dark. You will not show up unless necessary. Miss Tsunade, the sealing scroll of the original Hokage was stolen by San Shinobu, and the 3rd generation ordered all ninjas to pursue San Shinobu with all their might. What? Tsunade exclaimed, how could something as important as the seal scroll be stolen so easily? The village not only infiltrated Shinobu, but even stole important sealing scrolls, which was like a fantasy. This, because of the funeral of Mito-sama, the guards could not concentrate, and even the 3 generations of adults neglected it. Moreover, the other party obviously had a premeditated plan and found out the location of the sealing scroll very clearly. Tsunade suddenly realized that in the past few days, almost all the attention of the village was focused on the funeral of his grandmother, and he relaxed his vigilance, which was exploited. Have you found out their whereabouts? How many are there? There are only 2 people who have infiltrated the village, and they are just ordinary Zongnin. However, there must be strong hands outside, and once they meet, I am afraid that things will be difficult to handle. Infiltrating a village and stealing the seal scroll is undoubtedly a mortal sin. Therefore, the people sent by Sand Ninja must be 2 small characters who do not have much representation. If it succeeds, better; if it fails, Shinobu will definitely sacrifice these 2 people, as if they don't know about it. Konoha and Shinobu will not go to war because of this incident. This is the dark means of politics. Whew, let's get here today, sleeve white snow, let's go back. In the dimly lit forest, Xingchen exhaled wearily and put away his sleeves of white snow. Although the practice has been very tiring in the past few days, he has gained a lot, and he has been able to make good use of the ability of Bai Shui. The slashing knife pays attention to the unity of mind and spirit, and the cultivation of the state of mind. This kind of cultivation is not at all easier than physical training, but more tiring. Is there anyone over there? The stars are strange, he often practices in this area, and there are few people here except him, but today, it seems very lively. Xingchen walked over and found that there were 2 teams of people and horses in front of him, and the 2 sides were tense, and it seemed that they were about to fight if they didn't agree with each other. Of course, to exaggerate, it is actually just a group of children in their teens. The oldest person is estimated to be as old as the stars. The stars swept over these 7 or 8 little boys, and suddenly smiled inexplicably, feeling interesting, because these 2 groups of people are people from the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family. The costumes of the Uchiha family are easy to identify, while the Hinata family is all white eyes, which is better recognizable. Uchiha Fugaku, you kind of repeat the words of the day. On Hinata's side, a teenager in white clothes with an angry questioning look on his face, and the members of the Hyuga family behind him were all dominated by him. The Uchiha family is also led by an 11-12-year-old boy, but this young man, untamed, with a contemptuous demeanor, looked down on the Hyuga family. What about it again? Hinata Fiio, I'm not targeting you, I'm just saying that the people of your Hyuga family are all waste. You, Uchiha Fugaku, I'm going to duel you. The boy named Hinata's face turned red and angry. The children of the Hyuga family behind him also felt insulted and clenched their fists one after another, and the atmosphere became even more tense. Not to mention the people of the Hyuga family, even Xingchen couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. It turned out that Uchiha Fugaku was so arrogant when he was a child, and at the age of 11 or 12, he seemed to be the leader of Uchiha's generation, and everyone was headed by him. As for Hinata Fiiu, Xingchen has never heard of it, and it is estimated that he is a soy sauce character. Hinata, I heard you right, you want to duel me? Uchiha Fugaku chuckled, have you forgotten that you were beaten to your knees by me a few days ago and begged for mercy? You, Hinata, don't talk about those hypocrites. If you wanted to fight with me alone, you wouldn't have called so many people to come with you. Uchiha Fugaku clasped his hands to his chest in a playful gesture, but if you want to win with more, I'm afraid it's also difficult. Not much to say, our people from the Uchiha family, one hit the 2 of you is still more than enough. The Uchiha boys, who stood behind Uchiha Fugaku, all showed a playful look, obviously agreeing with Uchiha Fugaku's words. Only after beating will you know. Hinata looked unconvinced. But at this moment, a teenager behind Hinata walked up, showing a different calmness and composure than everyone. With outsiders present, you are not afraid of being seen as a joke? Hayashi, what are you talking about? Hinata wondered. When Uchiha Fugaku heard this, his expression moved, and after scanning the surroundings for a moment, he suddenly looked towards the place where the stars were hiding. Who is it? Come out. Uchiha Fugaku's drink immediately focused everyone's attention. I really didn't expect that a small fight would hide 2 generations of big people. Seeing that Xingchen's whereabouts were exposed, he no longer concealed it and walked out directly. He really didn't expect that a few years later, the patriarchs of the 2 major families of Uchiha and Hinata would have a gambling fight here today. Stars? As soon as the stars appeared, both the Uchiha family and the Hinata family recognized the stars. These 2 people are classmates with Xingchen, and even if Xingchen has not performed well, they still have some impressions of Xingchen. Urju, do you know him? Uchiha Fugaku asked the boy who recognized the stars. Well, he is from our class, but he failed the graduation examination, and his strength is very poor. This way. Uchiha Fugaku set his gaze on the stars again, and asked in a haughty tone, it's so late, what are you doing here? Could it be that Hinata invited helper? Uchiha Fugaku, what are you talking nonsense, I don't know him. Hinata Fiio denied, besides, he can't even pass the graduation exam, and I won't find him if I want to find someone. Xingchen shrugged and said, I just passed by with soy sauce, and saw that you guys were lively here, and watched on the side for a while. What's there to see? Go away, otherwise even if you are not Hineda's helper, I will even fight you together. Sing-chan raised his eyebrows and said lightly, even fight with me, do you have that ability? Yo, boy, you dare to talk to Brother Fuya like that? The boy named Urja became upset. Although he and Sing-chan are classmates, they have no friendship at all. Sing-chan this kind of crane tail, he also despised it. Am I wrong? Sing-chan glanced at Urju and said, do you think your Fuya brother is very powerful? But it seems that he was not the first to find me just now. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Fugaku's arrogant demeanor immediately converged a little, and his eyes stared at the white boy beside Hinata Fuyu. What's your name? Hinata. The teenager is neither humble nor promiscuous. Very good, it seems that the strongest in the Hayaga family is not Hinata, but you. Uchiha Fumo rubbed his fists and said, I think it's up to the two of us to fight. The teacher said that they are also Konoha ninjas, and they can't fight privately. If you want to compare, you can go to the battlefield to compare later. Hinata Hayashi shook her head and rejected Uchiha Fugaku. Hinata, you were scared to say that, right? Afraid? Hinata Fuya sneered, although Hinata is low-key, his strength is definitely stronger than yours. Yes, that makes me even more interested, I have to compete with you today. Uchiha Fugaku was obstinate and very domineering, and he actually raised his hand, and two shurikens shot towards Hinata. Even though Hinata Hayashi was calm, he couldn't imagine that Uchiha Fugaku suddenly struck, and he threw shuriken directly. What if this really hurts someone? However, at this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Hinata Hayashi, taking down the two shurikens. The eyes of everyone present widened. Receiving shuriken with bare hands is also too exaggerated, right? Sing-chan, Uchiha Urju feels that his head is not enough, this guy is really the crane tail that can't pass the graduation assessment? Uchiha Fugaku froze for a moment, and then stared at the stars with dead eyes. If Hinata Hayashi made him interested, then the current stars made him jealous. He was the first graduate of this class, how could anyone catch the shuriken he threw with his bare hands? SHH. Facing everyone's shock, Sing-chan just made a silent gesture and reminded, someone is coming. Little ghost, it's pretty good, can you actually find us? As soon as Sing-chan's words fell, two figures suddenly jumped down from the tree, with playful looks on their faces. You're not Konoha's ninjas? When Sing-chan saw the two, his eyes froze slightly, and his heart became cautious. Although it has not yet reached the period of the Second Shinobi War, the ninja villages are constantly in conflict with each other, and there are many precautions against each other. Without permission, the ninja of his village entered the village privately, and for whatever reason, it was a capital offense. And the stars also found that one of them was carrying a huge scroll. In the original book, Naruto was instigated by Mizuki to steal the scroll of the original Hokage seal. Could it be that this scroll is the one? If this is the case, Konoha is probably already pursuing these two people with all his strength now. The rabbit is in a hurry and bites, and if these two are forced to be urgent, it is difficult to say what they will do. When Sing-chan said this, the teenagers of Uchiha and Hinata also became nervous. They were not fools, and they could see that these two people were not good. Uchiha Fugaku shouted, if you don't leave quickly, if you are found by the other ninjas of Konoha, you will surely die. The two middle-aged ninjas smiled darkly, we also want to leave, but unfortunately we were chased too hard by your Konoha ninjas, so we can only come here temporarily to hide. As long as you are within the range of Konoha, you can't hide, it's better to turn yourself in obediently. It's really hard to hide if you expose your whereabouts, but if you have hostages on your hands, it is estimated that it will be much better. What do you think? The two showed a conspiratorial sneer. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. You guys, you are all graduates of this class, and you all look like you have good potential. If you are arrested, Konoha will not dare to act rashly. These two ninjas may be just small characters that can be sacrificed at any time for the Sand Ninja Village, but after all, they are also two battle-hardened Naka shinobi. And the group of teenagers such as Uchiha and Hinata are just students who have just graduated from school, and the flowers in the greenhouse have never seen a real battle between life and death. Therefore, several people immediately trembled with fright and subconsciously wanted to retreat. None of them can run. The two Naka shinobi sneered and sealed at the same time. Tudun, the art of 1,000 prisons. A cage of earth rises flat, trapping everyone in it, unable to move freely. It's over, there's no place to run. Mom and Dad, I'm going home. Some simply howled. Shut up for me. Uchiha Fugaku scolded angrily, causing the man to stop crying, but he still choked a few times. Yo, you little devil is quite daring, right? The two shinobi stared at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was gloomy, and he seemed to be measuring something in his heart. Hayashi, what should I do? Hinata looked at Hinata with an uneasy expression. Hinata Hayashi did not speak, but looked at the stars. Sing-Chen touched his chin, took 2 steps forward, faced the 2 shinobi, and asked, "You guys use the earth to hide and lock yourself in, is this preparing to catch turtles in the urn? What do you think?" Even though the stars behaved a little uniquely, the 2 shinobi did not pay attention to it. In their opinion, no matter how special the stars are, they are just a little ghost. "I think it's indeed a turtle caught in an urn, but who is the turtle has yet to be determined." Hoshi-chan suddenly turned his words and said to Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata, "You two, are you really ready to sit still? Give it your best, and maybe there will be a chance." Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata Hayashi hadn't spoken yet, but the 2 shinobu laughed heartily. "Little ghost, are you so carried away, just you still want to fight? Although you are Zongnin, but there are many of us, who says that we will definitely lose when we fight?" Sing-Chen was calm and said lightly, "Look down on the Konoha ninja, but you will suffer." "Yes, then I'll kill you first and see who will suffer." The Sand Shinobu who was carrying the scroll smiled cruelly, and suddenly rushed towards the stars without warning. "There are so many hostages here, it doesn't matter if you kill 1 or 2. Shinobu's speed was very fast, and coupled with the sudden movement, it was almost unresponsive. However, at this moment, a figure in white appeared in front of the stars, with a cold, calm, and unyielding face. "I'll repeat the words of the stars, look down on the Konoha ninja, but you will suffer." Shinobu looked at Hinata Hayashi who suddenly appeared in shock. How could this little ghost's speed be so fast? White eyes. Hinata's white eyes opened instantly, and the blue chakra condensed in his palms, slapped out at great speed. Soft fist Bagwa 64 palms. "How is it possible to get your wish?" Shinobu panicked and resisted. Pang! However, after half a beat slowly, Hinata slammed both palms on Shinobu's abdomen, sending it flying. "It's a pity," Hinata sighed secretly. He knew that although he hit Shinobu, he still avoided the acupuncture path and the key point by him. Otherwise, this move would be enough to make him lose his combat power. The teenagers of the Uchiha family and the Hayaga family were dumbfounded. Hayaga Hayashi was actually so powerful that he knocked out a Naka shinobi? This strength will definitely not be weaker than Uchiha Fugaku. "Uchiha Fugaku, didn't you want to compete with me just now? How about us 1 against 1? Hinata Hayashi seems to be provoking and seems to be motivating. "Why not? The one who was injured by you will be given to you, and the other one will be handed over to me." Uchiha Fugaku immediately agreed. Hinata Hayashi smiled and said, "Then you have to hold out for a long time, and when I solve my one, I will help you." "Fart, I need your help?" Uchiha Fugaku shouted angrily, and then rushed towards the shinobu. Hinata was also not slow and faced another opponent. Uchiha and the people of the Hayaga family both pinched a cold sweat in their hearts. 2 shinobi singled out 2 Naka shinobi. How could this win? The stars are clear. Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku themselves are very clear. Even if their strength is not bad, against the previous Naka shinobu alone, there is not much chance of winning at all. But the situation is critical now, and as representatives of Uchiha and Hinata, they can't back down, and they only want to delay the battle as much as they can and wait for the rescue of Konoha ninjas. "It seems that we should also make a move." The stars forced down the fatigue after a day of training, calmed down and meditated. Ling Wu, sleeve white snow. The 2 shinobi were shocked for a while at Hinata's sudden threat. However, they were Naka ninja after all, and when they came back to their senses, they couldn't help but laugh angrily when they saw that Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku actually wanted to single them out 1-on-1. "Big brother, we seem to have been underestimated by 2 imps? That's true, then come up with some means for them to see." Naka Shinobu, who was carrying the scroll, licked his lips and stared at Hinata coldly. "Little ghost, dare to do something to me, I will let you know what the consequences are. If you want to fight, hit it, so much nonsense." Hinata snorted coldly, and the soft fist posture was straight, not afraid at all. "Well, as you wish." Shinobu waved both hands in the scroll at the same time. 2 sharp kunao appeared in his hands, an arrow stepped out, and in the blink of an eye he came to Hinata's body. Yikes! Kuu's blade slashed out, as if it were 2 arrows slashed by the wind, and almost the sound of breaking through the sky could be heard. Although Hinata Hayashi has white eyes, his physical strength and body movements are limited, and it is very difficult to keep up with the movements of the other party. Laugh at. After the instant confrontation, Hinata had already left a blood stain on his body, and his clothes were torn in several places. "Hee, little ghost, where did the ruthlessness that sneaked up on me just now? Is it only the power to parry?" Endure sarcasm in the scroll. Hinata Hayashi was silent, cold-eyed, slowly looking for opportunities. "It's now." After wrestling with Shinobu in the scroll for a moment, Hinata suddenly exerted his strength again, his left foot sinking, and his body spinning slightly. Soft fist Bagwa Zang. The seemingly weak fist once again burst out with amazing force, bombarding Shinobu. So naive. However, at this moment, Scroll Shinobu smiled disdainfully, and his hands quickly sealed. Earth escape, earth flow vortex. Under Hinata's feet, the ground instantly turned into a swamp of dirt, flowing rapidly. Hinata was so deeply immersed in it that she couldn't move, and her body slowly sank, as if she was about to be swallowed in. This, Hinata was shocked. Sure enough, there was still too much gap between him and Nakashinobu. It's over, go die, little ghost. The scroll laughed cruelly, his hands were bitter, and he delivered a fatal blow. At this moment, a drop of crystalline snowflakes fell, dripped on his face, and quickly melted. Although the snowflakes were small, they caused him to raise a chill, even creepy, and flash to the side in horror. Snow? You seem to have forgotten my existence? Suddenly, the cold voice rose, and the cold edge appeared. The star didn't know when he had already appeared behind Shinobu and the scroll, jumped high, and slashed down with a slash. Although Shinobu in the scroll was momentarily stunned, his reaction was extremely fast, and his hands were struggling to block upward. Clang! Xingqian's knife was caught by two bitter deaths, unable to move. Humph, after all, it's a little ghost, and you almost took the opportunity. But your strength is too weak, even if you sneak attack, you can't help me. Yes? Xingqian sneered, look at my knife. The scroll couldn't help but be surprised, and subconsciously stared at the star's knife, as if falling into an empty world. The whole body of this knife is snow white and crystal clear, extremely beautiful, and the snow white ribbon floating at the handle seems to dance in the air, intertwining the most beautiful and splendid scenery in the world. Suddenly, I saw Xingqian take a step back, holding the sleeve white snow in his right hand, and the fingers of his left hand lightly touching the blade, intertwined with each other. First dance, moon white. In an instant, a huge icicle surrounded Shinobu and the scroll, and then soared into the sky, freezing that piece of time and space. Click! Immediately, the icicles broke, and Shinobu's body immediately shattered into pieces. This, Hinata Hayashi's eyes widened, this Naka Shinobu died like this? That icicle, what kind of ninjutsu, how could it be so powerful? Whew, it's really expectedly difficult. Although he killed San Shinobu, Xingqian felt that his body began to be overwhelmed, and he was a little dizzy. After all, he had been practicing here for a day, and he was already very tired, and at this time, he had a lot of workload. How are you? Hinata asked. I'm fine, you go help Uchiha Fugaku. Xingqian waved his hand. Hinata nodded, and then ran towards the two who were fighting on the side. The battle on Uchiha Fugaku's side has entered a white heat, and at first Uchiha Fugaku was almost completely suppressed, but he actually fought more and more courageously and reached a stalemate with the other party. Hinata's sudden addition made San Shinobu even more confused, and he could almost parry. Xingqian knew that the victory was decided, and while breathing a sigh of relief, he bent down and picked up the scroll in front of him. It is worthy of being the sealing scroll of the original Hokage, even if it is wrapped in moonwhite icicles, it cannot be destroyed. Tsunade rushed outside the forest, and when he saw the Konoha ninja surrounding the forest but not entering, he couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Miss Tsunade, I've confirmed that those two shinobi entered this forest, it's just what? It's just that they may have hostages in their hands, and we dare not enter it rashly. When Tsunade heard this, his face suddenly changed. Xingqian liked this activity when he was a child. Could it be that San Shinobu held Xingqian hostage? Abominable. Tsunade couldn't hold back any longer, got up and rushed towards the woods. However, at this moment, a figure blocked her way. Tsunade, don't be reckless. Kato broke, get out of the way. Tsunade's tone was irrefutable. Before this, she and Kato also had a relationship and had a certain affection for this calm man. But right now, the safety of the stars is at stake, and she doesn't allow anyone to stop it. Miss Tsunade, for the safety of the hostages inside, please, you see, what is that? Before Kato finished speaking, a snow-white and crystalline icicle suddenly rose up in the forest, crossing the sky, intertwining into a unique landscape of this hot summer. This is ice. Tsunade and Kato were shocked at the same time. What's going on? Where is my family Fugaku? At the same time, two figures appeared in an instant, coming to everyone's eyes. It's the head of the Uchiha and Hinata families. Kato recognized the two and walked over to salute. The two, Uchiha and Hinata, there are many people in the forest. I am afraid that they have been held hostage by Shinobu, and we are discussing how to rescue them. What? Damn Shinobu, if something happens to my family Fuyu, I won't be able to spare them. Tsunade glanced at the two, and then with a movement in his heart, he broke through the Konoha guard and rushed into the forest. Miss Tsunade, don't. Kato was desperate to stop it, but it was too late. When Uchiha Ryo saw that Tsunade had entered, his heart was fierce, and he also rushed in after him. Your Excellency Raiwachi, Kato didn't know what to do. If the other party only takes one hostage, it is nothing to rush in, because the other party does not dare to kill at will. But there are so many hostages inside, they can hold a lot of chips. What if they provoke them and kill a few at will? Since they are all in, it is useless to get tangled, see the opportunity to act. Maki Hinata said to Kato and rushed in as well. Kato sighed helplessly, and could only follow with the Konoha ninja. When Tsunade, Katotake, and Raiwachi Uchiha, and Maki Hinata rushed in, they were undoubtedly shocked to see the scene here. There are more than 10 teenagers here, and none of them seem to be in any big deal, while Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku are teaming up against a shinobi. San Shinobu was already afraid, and at this time, seeing the Konoha ninja coming in large numbers, all thoughts were in ashes, and they were even more defeated. Pang! Hinata Hayashi punches the shinobi, knocking it away, and the Konoha ninja quickly subdues it. Hayashi, well done. Hayaga Maki greatly appreciated, and Hinata Hayashi's defeat of Shinobu must bring great fame to his Hayaga family. What to be proud of, if it weren't for the assistance of my family Fugaku, Hinata Hayashi would not have been able to touch Shinobu no matter what. Uchiha Raiwachi was upset. Having said that, it was still Hinata who defeated Shinobu after all. Maki Hinata said proudly. As far as I know, there are 2 shinobi, this is only one, and the other must have been defeated by my family Fugaku. Maki Hinata hesitated slightly, walked up to Hinata Hayashi, and asked, Hinata, what about a shinobu? Hinata Hayashi did not speak, but looked at the stars on the side. Shin-chan, you have nothing to do, scare me to death. Tsunade was half bent over, with an urgent look on his face, carefully examining his body for the stars. Shin-chan shook his head helplessly. Tsunade, it's not like this. It's good that I'm also a graduate now, I can't cope with this kind of battle, how to go to the battlefield in the future. Tsunade reached out and flicked on Xingqian's head, and said, if you want to go to battle, of course, you have to accompany me, otherwise I can't worry. That's not okay, you can't follow me all your life. Xingqian said, in 2 days of the graduation ceremony, I will have my own team, and I will definitely follow my advisor. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then smiled mysteriously, that's right, then you have to follow your teacher well. Xingqian looked at Tsunade, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. With his knowledge of Tsunade, this smile is definitely conspiratorial. In a valley not far from Konoha village, a group of men and horses who hide their faces are waiting in secret. Suddenly, a signal came, and the leader took the signal and looked at it, and his expression changed. Mission failed, withdraw. The theft of the sealing scroll caused a lot of storms in Konoha village. Fortunately, the sealing scroll was eventually recovered intact, and the thieves were caught. What makes people even more talked about is that the defeat of the 2 Naka shinobu and the recapture of the seal scroll turned out to be a group of students who had just graduated. Among them, Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata Hayashi showed their limelight, adding a lot of prestige to the Uchiha family and the Hinata family, and both Raiwachi Uchiha and Maki Hinata were very happy. Hoshi-chen killed a shinobi, as if to be attributed to Uchiha Fugaku's head. But Xing-chen doesn't care, being famous means trouble, and if he is held accountable for by Shui, he doesn't know how to explain it. As for the relationship between Konoha and Shinobu, just as Hashina expected, Shinobu did not admit that the 2 ninjas were their command. After the negotiations between the 2 sides, the matter was settled. Fast forward 2 days, and the graduation ceremony came. Rope Tree is still sad about his grandmother's death, but it has also weakened a lot, and he still attended the graduation ceremony with Xing-chen. In the classroom, more than 40 graduates gathered together. Today is the day that all of you here officially graduate. Congratulations to you. After graduation, you will be Konoha's shinobi, and the 3 of you will form a class, and an instructor will take you on a mission. On the stage, Yi was serious, and then took out a list. Next, I began to assign. The first shift, Taeki Kato, Hidokazu Akimichi, and Raiko Mi. Second class, Mikato Uchiha, Hisatsu Nara, Yanta the oil girl. Hearing Yi read Uchiha Mikato, Xing-chen immediately paused, and then looked towards the beautiful girl with long black hair in the front row. Hey, Brother Chen, you won't fancy people, will you? The rope tree next to him smiled wickedly. Mikato used to be in our class, I know her, do you want me to help you? Don't speak, no one treats you as a dumb. Before he finished speaking, Xing-chen gave him a violent chestnut. 5th class, Senja Rope Tree, Yamanaka Hawkeye, Flagwood Wing. Hearing his name, Rope Tree sighed, Brother Chen, we are not together. Xing-chen shrugged and said, your instructor is Orochimaru, and I don't want to follow him. Why? Rope Tree asked suspiciously. 9th class, Uchiha, Michiko, Shichi Xing-chen. Brother Chen, you are the 9th class, the Rope Tree shouted from the sidelines. Xing-chen nodded casually, he didn't know Uchiha and Michiko, this result was better. Shichi is his surname in this life, and originally Tsunade asked him to follow the surname Senju, but he did not agree. Although he has been taken care of by the Senju family for a long time, he is not a member of the Senju family after all. Okay, so the assignment is complete, and the teachers from each of your classes will come in to meet you later, good luck. After Yi finished speaking, he walked out. As soon as Yi left, the classroom became lively, and everyone was talking, either looking for their opponents or discussing who their future instructor was. I don't know who my instructor will be, the stars couldn't help but be curious. As for the walking relationship, the rope tree, who had already known the result, was idle and bored, lying on the table and saying, no matter who your instructor is, it is not comparable to Orochimaru's teacher. Orochimaru-sensei is the most proud disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage, and Konoha's elite shinobi. Even his sister is not his opponent. Although it is true, I do not envy you. Xingqian shook his head. Why? Sister, Rope Tree was about to ask why again, but suddenly glanced at the door of the classroom. The beauty who walked in and surprised all the little boys in the classroom was not her sister Tsunade? What is she doing at this time? Even the stars are a little unclear. After Tsunade walked into the classroom, he swept past all the graduates, and then landed on the stars and rope trees in the back row, smiling proudly. Well, I'm the instructor of the 9th class, Uchiha, Michiko, and Xingqian, come with me to the schoolyard to assemble. Aha! Both Xingqian and Rope Tree were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Whew, Brother Chen, you are not kind, you actually united with my sister to lie to me. The Rope Tree has the heart to cry to death. Although he admitted that his sister Tsunade's strength was not as good as that of Orochimaru, if his sister was willing to teach him, he would definitely be willing to follow his sister. The problem was that he had tried it several times before, and his sister said that he didn't have the heart to teach them such little farts, and he couldn't teach them well. As soon as he thought about it, his sister's violent temper was indeed not suitable for being an instructor, so he gave up and went to find the big snake pill instead. Who knows, not long after this, my sister actually became an instructor and personally taught Xingqian. How could he not be envious and jealous? Xingqian was stunned for a long time, and said with a bitter smile, I don't know anything about this matter. Tsunade must have made his own claims. When Rope Tree heard this, he became even more angry. Whew, who is the real brother? No, I'm jealous. There's no way to be jealous, your sister's energy is so big, it's not something I can influence. Xingqian shrugged innocently. Tsunade became his instructor, completely unexpected. But at this point, he had to accept it. Wow, I didn't expect our instructor to be Tsunade-sama, so happy. In the classroom, a boy and a girl couldn't help but cheer. Hoshi-chen knows that these two are his future teammates, Uchiha and Michiko. Rope Tree, you wait slowly, I'm going to assemble. Arriving at the school grounds, Hoshi-chen meets Uchiha and Michiko, but Tsunade does not immediately appear. Uchiha and Michiko are both 10 years old, and Uchiha inherits the consistent style of the Uchiha family, arrogant and complacent, and looks like a megalomaniac. Hoshi-chen took a closer look at Uchiha a few times and found that he had no impression of him, and he was not present when Uchiha Fugaku and Hineda's family clashed 2 days ago. In contrast, Michiko seems to be much more docile and restrained, but her delicate little face is full of cheerful and sunny smiles, which makes people feel like a spring breeze. Hello, I'm Michiko, we will be a team in the future, please take care of me. Uchiha seemed to love to show it, and said with a chest, I am Uchiha Birthday, since I have formed a team, I will cover you. If you get into trouble in the future, or if someone bullies you, just let me know. Xingqian rolled his eyes, this guy's tone was so crazy, he didn't know that he thought he was the first in the Uchiha family. Michiko seemed to admire it. I heard that Uchiha is the most powerful family in Konoha, and the people of the Uchiha family are all very geniuses. Birthday, are you the same? Of course, my graduation grade is 4th, Uchiha said proudly. Ah, it's true? Michiko adored even more, blushing a little, I seem to be 20 away. Saying that, Michiko blinked her eyes again and glanced at the stars. You are Shichi Xingqian, why don't you speak? Xingqian touched his chin and said, since you know the name, there is no need to introduce yourself. Michiko looked a little embarrassed. Humph, rude guy. Uchiha snorted contemptuously. Little brat. Xingqian was speechless, and he was expecting that it would be a good experience for the three to team up like the original. Now that he experienced it for himself, he realized that it was bad. It would be nice if the teammate was like Hinata Hayashi, but it's a pity that this Uchiha Birthday. What did you say? Uchiha glared angrily and said sarcastically, you didn't graduate until you were 12 years old, and you also have the face to show off here. When Michiko saw that the situation was wrong, she immediately said, don't be like this, if you want to work together in the future, you should work together. This kind of guy will only drag his feet. Uchiha was disdainful. Xingqian was too lazy to calculate with him, and went to the side steps alone and sat down. Swish! At this time, a figure flashed and landed not far away. Tsunade-sensei. Michiko and Uchiha saw Tsunade and immediately saluted respectfully. Uchiha, who was on his toes in front of the stars, behaved harmlessly in front of Tsunade, and how docile he was. Tsunade nodded casually, looked directly at the stars on the side, and smiled slyly. Xingqian, is there anything you want to say? Naruto Class Lottery Chapter 012 MTL Books. Hearing Tsunade's playful tone, Hoshi-chan only felt a headache. As Naoki said, Tsunade had never been interested in the position of instructor shinobu, and her temper was not at all suitable for teaching students. But this time, she became a mentor. The purpose is almost self-evident, it is aimed at him. Seeing that Sing-chen didn't speak, he was still rolling his eyes there. Tsunade crossed his hands at his waist, and said angrily, "Didn't you tell me before, to follow your instructor well, now see me, what is this attitude? Tsunade, wouldn't you be too childish like this? Child's play." Tsunade said angrily, "Do you think I can't take you with me?" Sing-chen shook his head and said, "I didn't mean that." Sing-chen understood that Tsunade's intention was not to drink, and she became an instructor just for herself. It may be fun, it may be that you really want to protect yourself. But the two people, Uchiha and Michiko, look very pitiful, and in Tsunade's eyes, their sense of existence is pitifully weak. Tsunade's strength, it is more than enough to become a guide to shinobi. However, to become a teacher, strength alone is not enough. Strong people do not necessarily teach people. Forget it, this is the end of the matter, so be it. Hoshi-chen stood up and walked over to Uchiha and Michiko. The gazes of Uchiha and Michiko looking at the stars seemed to be different. They didn't expect that Sing-chen actually knew Tsunade-sensei, and even listened to the conversation between the two. It seemed that the relationship was not ordinary. What's great, but it's a relationship. Uchiha was unconvinced. "I will prove myself with my strength and make Tsunade-sensei impress me." Tsunade looked at Uchiha and Michiko again, and said in a wrenched voice, "Today is the first time to meet. In order to better guide you in the future, I need to know something about your strength." After thinking about it, Tsunade said again, "In this way, the three of you join forces to attack me and let me see your strength. Let's do it with the teacher." Michiko hesitated. Tsunade smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? Despite all your strength, any scheme, are you afraid that you can hurt me? I'm in charge of the feint, you two wait for the opportunity." While Uchiha and Michiko were still hesitating, Hoshi had already begun to give orders, and immediately rushed towards Tsunade. "Who are you and why should I listen to you?" Uchiha was unconvinced, followed the stars, did not give in, and seemed to intend to fight. Michiko stood in place, a little overwhelmed. Seeing this, Tsunade shook his head in amusement. Both Sing-chen and Uchiha are not slow, but the attack route is too straightforward, but they are all flaws. I saw Tsunade casually waved his hand, lightly blocking Uchiha's fist, and then a side kick hit Sing-chen's abdomen. Sing-chen's look of astonishment flashed. "Tsunade, you." Tsunade showed a devilish smile. "Sing-chen, although you are my lovely younger brother, I won't release water when I really train, and your good days are still to come." Sing-chen was stunned for a moment, and then laughed as well. "So it seems, my worries are superfluous, but that's just right." Tsunade was so sensitive that he immediately noticed that something was wrong. Click! I saw that the stars and the kick under my feet were directly shattered into pieces. Tsunade's eyes widened. Just as he was wondering, suddenly a pair of hands came from behind his back, tightly trapping Tsunade's fiery body. "Tsunade, I caught it so easily, you teacher is not competent." The stars rubbed in Tsunade's ears, and his voice carried a little magic, which actually made Tsunade's ears blush inexplicably. "Bastard, let me go." Tsunade wriggled restlessly in Hoshido's arms. She didn't dare to push too hard, it would definitely hurt the stars. This slight twist greatly stimulated Sing-chen's sense of touch, and he was so frightened that he quickly let go of Tsunade. Ahem. Sing-chen touched his nose and thought that he was lucky that he didn't have a nosebleed. Tsunade glared at Sing-chen. She didn't expect to be embarrassed in front of the students on her first day as a teacher. And before these two moves, she was actually restrained by the stars, and she was simply humiliated and lost home. But then again, what's going on with that weird doppelganger? Doppelganger? No, the doppelganger technique has no entity, she doesn't need to be tempted at all, she can recognize it at a glance. Could it be a shadow avatar that can create entities? Tsunade stepped forward and touched the pool of water on the ground, his expression changing again. The water body. How can it be? The water body is already a ninjutsu with a change in nature, and the level is still above the shadow avatar, and there are extremely high requirements for the amount and control of chakra, and it is difficult for ordinary middle ninja to learn. How could Sing-chen, a student who had just graduated, use this level of ninjutsu? Moreover, the water body is not Konoha's ninjutsu. Where did Sing-chen learn it? Sensei. Both Uchiha and Michiko looked at Tsunade, unsure. Based on their knowledge, they only thought that the stars were just using basic avatar techniques, so they were not surprised. To say surprised, it is also surprising why Tsunade can't see through the doppelganger. "Well, birthday, you and the stars work well together." Tsunade praised calmly. Uchiha said that what kind of cooperation did I have with him? Tsunade smiled and said, "Sing-chen deliberately gave orders in front of you to make you listen to him, he fainted, and you waited for the opportunity. But he knew that you would definitely not be convinced, and would inevitably raise the bar with him, so he secretly did it again. As a result, you become a feint that attracts my attention, and it is he who really attacks." "So it is." When Michiko heard this, her eyes lit up. "Sing-chen, you are too smart." Sing-chen shrugged and said, "It's okay, I have to thank this Uchiha classmate for being stupid and cute, otherwise I wouldn't be able to provoke him." "Poof." Michiko burst out laughing. Uchiha was furious. "Well, you guys did well today. In 3 days we will leave the village and go out on our first mission, and you will each get ready and disperse. Without waiting for Uchiha and Michiko to have an opinion, Tsunade grabbed the stars that had not yet reacted and disappeared into the school grounds. In an unoccupied corner, Tsunade asked the stars seriously, "How did you learn to be hydrated?" Xingchen emphasized to be correct, "That's called an ice doppelganger." Ice doppelganger. Tsunade looked puzzled. She had never heard of this kind of ninjutsu. Xingchen knew that Tsunade had not yet encountered the ice ninja, and did not know that ice escape was a blood succession limit. Of course, what he uses is only similar to the ice escape ability, not the real ice escape. The so-called ice avatar was actually created by him with his own chakra, fusing the power of sleeve white snow. The true attribute avatar requires a huge amount of chakra and physical strength. But his ice doppelganger requires very little from chakra, and he doesn't even need to be sealed. Xingchen, where did you learn this strange ninjutsu? How come I have never seen it before? Well, can't tell you. What? Tsunade became angry when he heard this, and reached out to grab Xingchen's ears. Are your wings hardened now? Is there anything that even I have to hide? It hurts. I've hidden a lot from you, not bad this one. Xingchen was still hard-mouthed. You let go, or I'm going to make a trick. Huh, still a trick? Tsunade snorted. Even if you can ice doppelganger, I was too surprised. Now that you have a precaution, do you think your little trick can still fool me? Tsunade's words are definitely not stubborn. Although the ice doppelganger is rare, with her ability, if she is really vigilant, it is absolutely impossible for the stars to take advantage of it. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Yes, my trick is not an ice doppelganger, but Xingchen said, and suddenly grabbed a handful with lightning speed. Tsunade listened to Xingchen's words, and his heart was wondering, could he have a stronger trick? Who knows this brief shaking god? It feels good. The stars commented on it, and then ran away with a puff of smoke. Although he has always had a very close relationship with Tsunade, this kind of joke is the first time, so Xingchen is still a little weak in his heart. But then again, that momentary feeling is really wonderful. Soon after, from the corner of the alley, there was a deafening burst of drinking. Bastard, stop for me. For the next 2 days, the stars with a weak heart did not dare to meet Tsunade. However, fortunately, Tsunade is very busy, and he has to go to the 3rd generation Hokage to report the situation and accept tasks and other related matters, and he basically can't see anyone in normal times. Tsunade is not there. I'll practice the new ninjutsu. Just cultivating sleeve white snow made Xingchen feel bored and monotonous, and he thought that since he was in the Hokage world, the cultivation of ninjutsu could not be ignored. He had read the original book in his previous life, so the first ninjutsu that came to mind was Orochimaru. Spiral Pill is a ninjutsu pioneered by the 4th generation of Wei Feng Shuman, but now Wei Feng Shui Men is only about 5 or 6 years old. If he practiced the Spiral Pill, he would become the first person. The principle of the Spiral Pill is actually very simple, nothing more than the height rotation of chakra, which only belongs to the change of form, but there is no change in nature. Xingchen calmed down and concentrated all the chakra in the palm of his right hand. Immediately, a circle of blue chakra condensed in the palm of the palm, and with the control of the stars, it rotated. However, these chakras are so faint that they are barely visible, and rotate so slowly that they cannot form spiral pills at all. It's easy to say, but it takes a lot of effort to actually do it. Xingchen shook his head, thinking that he was still too ambitious. At this moment, a burning sensation suddenly surged up in his heart, which made him shake all over. This is, bang you, it's like a volcanic eruption, it's like a flood breaking its banks. Xingchen only felt that a shackle in his body was broken, and boundless power surged up. Laugh at. In his hand, the faint blue chakra suddenly soared several times, and the speed of rotation became even more sharp. In an instant, a seemingly similar spiral pill was already condensing and forming. Eileen. The unexpected turn made Xingchen stunned for a long time, and then became ecstatic again. Broken jade is worthy of being a god-level prop. The success of the spiral pill represents the chakra of the stars, and the quality and quantity have been raised by a level, which has exceeded the level of ordinary lower ninja and approached the level of middle ninja. Xingchen held the spiral pill and felt the urge to punch it out and try the power. But this is his own yard, and he didn't want to destroy it, so he finally held back. Just as he dissipated the spiral pill, his heart suddenly moved. Brother Chen, look at the move. Behind, the sound of the rope tree, and the sound of the shuriken breaking through the sky, came over. On the side of Xingchen's body, he cleverly dodged 2 shurikens. Rope tree, are you trying to murder? Xingchen said with a straight face. Rope tree scratched his head and said, I want to try your strength, Brother Chen. Yesterday my sister told me that you are much more powerful than me, and I am not convinced. Oh, did your sister say that? Hoshitaka thought Tsunade would be angry. It seemed that worrying was superfluous. Aha, my sister praised you vigorously, and it was all blown into the sky. The rope tree smells of vinegar. Xingchen smiled and said, aren't we comparing? You are not my opponent at all. Fist and foot kung fu, I can't compare to you, but I didn't use ninjutsu that time. Rope Tree pouted. It seems that Orikimura really taught you some amazing ninjutsu to make you so confident. Shin-chan became more and more curious. Why don't you show me? I've already cast it. Rope Tree smiled mysteriously. Huh? Shin-chan was startled, and looked at the wall on the side of the courtyard, but saw that a shuriken was embedded in the wall. Only one. Shin-chan remembered that he had just dodged 2 shurikens. Where was the other one? Could it be Shadow Doppelganger Shuriken? Depend, Brother Chen, you even know the Shadow Doppelganger Shuriken. The Rope Tree is not calm, and the big snake pill teacher clearly said that this is a very advanced ninjutsu, which ordinary people have never seen? Of course, the stars have seen it, but in a previous life. The Shadow Avatar Shuriken is created by 3 generations of Hokage, a shuriken that can infinitely create a physical shuriken avatar, forming a shuriken sword rain, and the attack power is very considerable. Especially when fighting against group enemies, the effective lethality is simply explosive. Rope Tree can learn this level of ninjutsu, which shows that the talent is not ordinary. 2 shurikens, the stars can easily dodge. But if the Rope Tree had divided dozens or even hundreds of shurikens just now, the stars might have a headache. Receiving Xingchen's praise, the Rope Tree pulled up. Brother Chen, I can defeat you with this move, right? Xingchen reached out and clicked on the head of the Rope Tree. Think beautiful. Huh? The Shadow Doppelganger Shuriken is indeed extraordinary, but do you think your Brother Chen has no killer skills? Use this trick to defeat me, it's hard. Brother Chen, you're bragging again. The Rope Tree did not believe it at all. If you don't believe me, don't hesitate to attack me with all your might. Xingchen hugged his chest with both hands, with a look of contemptation. No, this shuriken is sharp. In case it hurts Brother Chen, it is not a joke. Come on, you still want to hurt me? Xingchen asked, how many shurikens can you divide now? Shadow Avatar Shuriken, theoretically can be infinitely separated, but to really do it, it still depends on personal ability. The Rope Tree and the 3 generations of Hokage, the shuriken doppelgangers that can be separated, there must be a quantitative gap. The Rope Tree thought for a while and said, split into 8. Split into 8, not bad. But even if you throw 8 shurikens at the same time, you can only divide 64, and you won't hurt me at all. Rope Tree's eyes widened. Can you block 64 shurikens at the same time? Of course. The stars are unfathomable. It's impossible. This kind of thing can't even be done by Zhong Shinobi. You are also too underestimated to endure. They can block it with a random dirt escape. Rope Tree was stunned. Then what are the advantages of this ninjutsu? Thinking that he cultivated painstakingly, the Shadow Doppelganger Shuriken that was regarded as a killer weapon could actually be blocked by any earth escape. What was the point of his cultivation? The Shadow Avatar Shuriken focuses on the killing range, and its lethality against a single target is limited and cannot penetrate walls. In order to deal with a defensive ninja like Tudan, it is necessary to strike before he makes tutu. When Rope Tree heard this, he suddenly said, it's the printing speed. By the way, the same Shadow Doppelganger Shuriken. If the 3rd generation of Hokage and Orikimura make a move, feel free to kill Nakazitashi. But when you shoot, you will be blocked, because your shot speed is much slower than theirs. Therefore, while you can divide how many doppelgangers you can divide in cultivation, you must pay more attention to the practice of techniques. Practice makes perfect. Well, I see. Rope Tree nodded solemnly. Brother Chen, I just realized now that you are really much more powerful than me. Just know. The next day, Hoshi-chan arrives at the school grounds, where Uchiha and Michiko are already waiting. Hashito, where is Tsunade-sensei? Michiko was the first to greet the stars. Since the last time she saw Hashitaki's hand, Michiko has been impressed by Hashito. After all, even Tsunade-sensei has caught his way. Tsunade will arrive later, wait first. Michiko nodded, and then asked gossipy Hashito, what is your relationship with Tsunade-sensei? How can you directly call her name? Is that not polite? Get used to it, she doesn't mind. Oh, what's so great? Uchiha still had that annoying look. Tsunade-sensei must have released water last time, a doppelganger, how could she not see it? Xingchen glanced at Uchiha and didn't bother to take care of it. Michiko defended the stars and said, birthday, how can you say that? At least you didn't see it at the time, right? That's I didn't open the chakra eye. Sherry-nan. Michiko was stunned. Uchiha smiled proudly, and then his eyes changed, adding a hint of blood red, and a guyu appeared, which was very peculiar. This is the Sherry-nan eye of our Uchiha family, a low-level ninjutsu such as doppelganger technique. In front of these eyes, there is nothing to hide. Xingchen was slightly surprised. He didn't think that this Uchiha still had some skills, and he opened the chakra eye at the age of 10. But it's just a jade. To see through the ice doppelganger he made with sleeve white snow, it's simply delusional. Swish! A figure landed and appeared in front of the 3. Well, seeing that you are in good spirits, I am relieved. Tsunade-sensei. Uchiha immediately removed the chakra eye and saluted Tsunade. Teacher, are we leaving the village today to do a mission? Michiko asked. Tsunade smiled and said, that's right, this is our first travel mission, and the level is C. Wow, the first task is C level. It's good that it's a C level mission, which is much better than a D level mission. Xingchen let out a breath. C level and D level tasks are suitable for forbearance, but D level tasks are very trivial, such as picking up garbage, helping others find lost pets, etc., which are boring. C level tasks are to guard a person, or to guard a document, an item, or the like. C level missions are defined as the absence of ninja intervention. However, in this era of chaos and turmoil in the ninja world, C level missions may become B level missions at any time. Tsunade, tell us the specific mission content. When Tsunade heard this, he stared at the stars with a smile and said, "This student, do you know what it means to respect a teacher?" Ahem. You don't have to see me like this, huh? Seeing Tsunade's fierce light coming, Xingchen's neck shrank, but his mouth did not let go. Tsunade was helpless, he couldn't take advantage of this guy at all. His sister refused to call, and the teacher refused to call. Well, we are on an escort mission this time, escorting a person to the country of vortexes to get something, and then return. Vortex country. When Xingchen heard this, he was surprised. Tsunade, if you want to escort, shouldn't it be Juzine, come out and say hello? As Tsunade's words fell, a cute girl with red hair walked over from the side. It's really you. Xingchen smiled at Juzine and squeezed his eyebrows. Juzine immediately thought of the last time he met with Xingchen, and couldn't help but be annoyed and glanced sideways at him. Tsunade looked at the stars, then at Juzine, and wondered, have you seen it before? Well, I went to see your grandma before, and she was also there. When Tsunade heard this, he huffed, you pay attention to the skills of girls, you are really powerful. The first time you were so impressed by people. Xingchen glanced at Tsunade and shrugged his shoulders, that's no way, who makes people have such obvious characteristics, this bright red hair is very attractive to me. After a pause, Xingchen looked at Juzine again, what's more, she is also so beautiful. Juzine was slightly startled, and then his face turned red, and he lowered his head shyly, muttering in his heart, how is this guy getting thicker and thicker? In front of so many people, he actually said such things. But somehow, compared to last time, she doesn't seem to hate the stars very much. This red-haired woman received countless eyes of discrimination and ridicule when she first came to Konoha. But Xingchen actually said that her hair was good-looking? Syllable. Just as Xingchen was performing his sister flirting technique, Tsunade slapped him on the head and said angrily, converge a little, ready to go. The people of the country of whirlpools, born with fat chakras, are good at mysterious sealing techniques, are feared by all countries, and are attacked by groups in the war, resulting in destruction. Today's country of vortexes has long been a place of exile and chaos. When the group approached the area of the country of whirlpool, what they saw was devastated, the war was raging, and countless wandering ninjas. These hungry and cold ninjas, when their eyes came at them, all carried strange colors. This is not a C-level mission at all, I'm afraid it is not an exaggeration to classify it as a B-level mission, right? Xingchen was a little more vigilant in his heart. Tsunade also instructed solemnly, everyone be careful, protect Juzine. Uchiha glanced around, and saw that most of them were remnants of the defeated soldiers, many of whom were not even ninjas, and he didn't think so. Sister Juzine, what are you here for? Although Uchiha's birthday is not as direct as Xingchen, he also thinks that Jushina is quite cute. It was something left to me by my grandmother, my home was destroyed, and I didn't know if those things were still there. Juzine looked a little sad. When Konoha discovered Kushina, the country of Vortex was in the midst of war. It was in a hurry and nothing was taken away. After the demise of the Vortex country, only Kushina entered Konoha, and the rest of the Uzumaki family were scattered in various villages in various countries. For example, Nagato's parents, and Kakato's parents. Sister Juzine, don't worry, as long as those things are still there, I will definitely help you get them back. Uchiha swore by his promise. Thank you. Juzine thanked him very perfunctorily and glanced back at Xingchen. But seeing that the stars did not say anything at all, they couldn't help but be disappointed. Why doesn't this guy know how to please girls at all? Be careful, someone noticed us. At this time, Tsunade suddenly cautiously reminded everyone. Uchiha and Michiko both made a defensive posture, and Xingchen's eyes swept over the hill in front of him, and said solemnly, it's not just that simple, there is an ambush ahead. Ah, what level of ninja is it to fight someone else so soon? Michiko was uneasy. This time I didn't talk to my classmates at school. From now on, if you are not careful, you will die. One middle shinobi, for lower shinobi, the same number as us. Tsunade frowned. Although with her strength, give her time, it is not a problem to deal with these 5 people alone. But the other party will definitely find their weaknesses and take advantage of the void. Xingchen, Uchiha, Michiko, Jushine, as long as one of the 4 people encounters danger, he is very passive. Earth escape, the art of dust lifting. Just as Tsunade and Hoshi-chan were thinking about countermeasures, the other party was decisive and decisive, without saying a word, and directly unleashed a ninjutsu attack. Suddenly, the dust was all over the sky, not only obscuring everyone's sight, but also making it difficult to breathe. Ahem. Stars, you leave with Jousune, and I will break it for you. Tsunade knew that the opponent's lineup was not bad, and it was very unwise to cooperate tacitly and fight hard with them. After all, the difficulty of the task with the participation of the middle ninja has even exceeded the B level, and it is not suitable for the participation of the lower ninja who has just graduated. Remember, it is your task to protect Jousune, and as a ninja, always put the task first. Sensei, Uchiha and Michiko wanted to stay and help Tsunade despite their timidity. However, without saying a word, Xingchen directly picked up Juzune's thin body and galloped in another direction. Xingchen originally thought that Juzune would be somewhat willful and resistant, but he didn't expect her to be surprisingly quiet and very well behaved and sensible. You two go catch that little ghost, don't let him run. Xingchen glanced back and saw two masked shinobi coming towards him, letting out a disdainful sneer. After running for more than 10 minutes, the speed of the stars slowed down a little, and one of the shinobi who was chasing closely saw the opportunity coming, jumped and stopped in front of the stars. Two ninjas, one in front of the other, blocked the stars. Little ghost, now it depends on where you run. Give that little girl to me, or else your target is her. Xingchen pointed to Uzumaki Juzune in surprise. Originally, he thought that these ninjas were just exiled robbers, robbing people everywhere, and he didn't want to come for Juzune. The people of the Vortex clan deserve to die. The two subordinates said viciously, if you hand her over to us, we can spare your life. Then dare to be kind, I don't want her to die, I'll hand her over to you, Xingchen said, as if he really wanted to send Juzune out. Ah, you bastard. When Juzune heard that Xingchen was actually going to hand her over to save her life, her eyes widened in fright, and then she angrily bit Xingchen's shoulder. Hiss, a woman like you who belongs to a dog, Lao Tzu does not serve. Xingchen was in pain, and actually threw Juzune directly towards the ninja in front. The ninja hadn't reacted to what was going on, but subconsciously went to catch Juzune. However, at this moment, the stars of greedy for life and afraid of death suddenly burst out, and a spiral chakra had condensed in his hand. What? You dare? That ninja was terrified. How could he use this kind of ninjutsu? Idiot. Xingchen cursed, and the spiral pill slammed into his abdomen without mercy. At that moment, Juzune really hated the stars. This guy who was greedy for life and afraid of death, in order to save his life, actually threw himself out. This kind of conduct, let alone a ninja, is not even as good as an ordinary person, it is simply frustrating. However, just when she was in despair and thought that she would definitely die, Xingchen suddenly rushed up again, holding her with one hand, and holding the spiral pill in the other, instantly killing the ninja who could not dodge in front of her. So it is. Juzune understood that all this was a scheme of the stars. Depend, you bite this bite, it really hurts, this tooth mark is estimated to be retained for a lifetime. Xingchen grinned and rubbed the shoulder that had been bitten by Juzune. Juzune was originally ready to apologize, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly turned his head and snorted coldly, you deserve it, who told you to mess around, don't tell me in advance. If it weren't for saving you, how could it be so troublesome? Xingchen is confident, even if he faces two shinobi alone, he will be very relaxed. It's just that Juzune is completely cumbersome and must be solved quickly. So he thought of this method and killed one by surprise first. Now that there is only one left, it should be much easier to deal with. Bastard, you dare to play yin, I want you to pay for it. The other ninja also reacted at this time, showing a sharp kunao, and rushed towards the stars. The spiral pill that Xingchen had just used was very powerful, but he knew that this level of ninjutsu would consume a lot. Moreover, Xingchen is obviously winning with a sneak attack, and if he clashes head-on, he thinks he is fully capable of dodging the spiral pill. There is one left. Can you? Juzune hid behind the stars, a little nervous. Talk less, back off. Oh, Juzune hurriedly took more than a dozen steps back and hid aside. Little ghost, take your life. At this time, the bitter blade had already arrived in front of him, almost slicing against the cheek of the stars. Cut, good luck. Is it just luck? Xingchen sneered, jumped up, and his hands were empty. Suddenly, a snow-white and crystalline katana suddenly appeared, and it slashed down. Huh? The ninja looked at the knife in Hoshi's hand in disbelief. Where did he take such a long knife from? Ring the bell. In an instant, Kuwu and Sleeve White Snow collided one after another, creating blazing sparks. Although it looks like an artifact, it is weak and useless in your hands. How about giving it to me? Shinobu seems to be hooked on Shirayuki. Yes, but there is no guarantee that you will have a life. Xingchen's mind was calm and calm. Ring the bell. Sleeve White Snow and Kuwu clashed again. However, this time, after the blades collided, they did not separate again. Ling Wu, Sleeve White Snow. With the cold drink of the stars, the cold breath of the Sleeve White Snow was intimidating, and the frost spread along the blade, actually freezing Kuwu and the ninja's hand there. What is this? Shimotobu's pupils contracted sharply. Taking advantage of the opponent's inability to move, Xing took out a kunai with his backhand, and the blade quickly slashed through his neck. Laugh at. Blood spraying, accompanied by falling ice flowers, beautiful and poignant. Whew, solved. Xing pushed away the ninja corpse that was still wide-eyed, wiped the bloodstains of Ku Sushang, and then put away both Ku Wu and sleeve by Shui. Liar, you killed 2 ninjas like that. Zhu Xinei walked over, and the strength of the stars was really unexpectedly strong. How can it not be surprising that a student who has just graduated from a ninja school has killed 2 experienced ninjas who have been on the battlefield for a long time in a short period of time? What about your knife? It's so beautiful, show it to me. Xing gave her a blank look and said, that's for the enemy, not a toy. What's so beautiful? Let's go back and help. Petty, Zhu Xinei muttered, followed the stars, and returned the same way. The 2 quickly arrived at the previous location, only to find that there was no one here except for traces of fighting. Nobody. What to do? Zhu Xinei became worried. Don't worry, with Tsunade's strength, there will be no danger. Maybe they repelled the enemy and went to us. Xing is not worried about Tsunade's safety, but at this time, he doesn't know where to find Tsunade. Moreover, there may be outlaw ninjas around, and this place is not suitable for long. Kushina, let's go complete the mission first, and then join Tsunade and them. What? Didn't you come here to get something? Oh, Zhu Xinei reacted to this, but scratched his head again, a little hesitant. Xing was speechless. You shouldn't even forget where your home is, right? This place has changed so much, I can't recognize it for a while, so I can only look for it slowly. I won't know until I get to my neighborhood. I serve. Xing gave a thumbs up. There is no way. Xing can only take Zhu Xinei to run around in the chaotic vortex country and try his luck. But speaking of it, Jushina is only 6 years old, and the country of whirlpools has changed greatly after the war, and it is normal that she does not remember the road. Half a day later, the 2 walked into a small town. This town has no appearance of a small town at all the buildings are ruins and ruins, almost no intact place, only the original outline can be faintly seen. At this time, Zhu Xinei was pleasantly surprised. This is it, my home is in front. Finally found it, then hurry up. Returning to his hometown, Zhu Xinei seemed a little anxious, and his steps quickened. Suddenly, Xingchen's expression moved, and he said vigilantly, there is a sound of fighting ahead. Someone is fighting, is it Tsunade-sama? Let's see. Xingchen grabbed Zhu Xinei, jumped onto the roof, and walked forward cautiously. Soon, they saw the battle not far away, a middle-aged man under siege by 4 ninjas. The strength of the middle-aged man was obviously higher than that of those 4 subordinates. But there are many people on the other side, and under the consumption of the stalemate between the 2 sides, the middle-aged man has completely fallen into the downside, and I am afraid that he will admit it in a moment. It's not Tsunade them, it's none of our business, get out of here. Xingchen pulled Zhu Xinei to leave. No matter what the situation, he didn't want to get involved in this battle that had nothing to do with him. Wait, that's Uncle Kangma. Zhu Xinei looked at it for a while, but he recognized the middle-aged man and refused to leave. Xingchen patted his forehead wordlessly. He knew that trouble was coming. It's really Uncle Kangma, shall we help him? Zhu Xinei looked at the stars with a pleading expression. Do you know him well? Uncle Kangma was my former neighbor and treated me well. There is also Xiao Ai, my only friend. Xingchen glanced at the battlefield and shook his head. No, we have a problem with self-preservation now, and we don't have the ability to provoke right and wrong. How come? Uncle Kangma is only slightly down. You are so powerful, if you join, you can turn the situation around. Xingchen was speechless. You and I are robots. When I kill those 2 subordinates, I consume most of my physical strength. After that, I ran with you for half a day without stopping, and now I only have the strength to stand, and I can't fight at all. It's not that Xingchen is not close to people, it's just that his current state is not very good. His task is to protect Zhu Xinei, and the rest of the things, as few as possible. One link. Although this Kama is also a member of the Uzumaki family, it has nothing to do with him. Let's go, let's get out of here right away. No, if you don't save it, I'll save it myself. Zhu Xinei broke free from Xingchen's hand and was about to rush forward. However, at this time, they were standing on the high roof, and Zhu Xinei did not have the ability to jump at all, and he couldn't help but be stunned again. You can't even jump off the roof, and you still want to save people. Xingchen rolled his eyes. Brother Xingchen, you save Uncle Kangma, I know you will definitely be able to. Zhu Xinei changed his normal attitude and actually coquettishly looked at the stars, and even shouted out brother. The stars were covered with goosebumps, and Zhu Xinei's numb voice really made him uncomfortable. Okay, I can't stand you, but you have to stay here, I don't have time to protect you when I save people. Aha, brother Xingchen, you're so good. Zhu Xinei gazed at the stars gratefully, his eyes shining with a strange brilliance, and it seemed that his impression of the stars had changed greatly. The stars jumped, and the sleeve white snow appeared in his hand again, and around him, countless ice flowers condensed, as if they could freeze space. It's beautiful. Juzine was dumbfounded, the star holding a sleeve of white snow, jumping into the air, just like a dream prince, handsome. First dance, moon white. As soon as he drank, he saw that in the field, a huge icicle rose up from the sky, instantly freezing a ninja. Click! The icicle shattered, and the ninja's bones were instantly gone. The whirlpool horse was besieged by 4 people, and he was defeated step by step, and he was originally almost desperate. However, the stars appeared, killing 1 person instantly, and immediately turned the situation around. Thank you. Uzumaki Goma was grateful. Sing-chan nodded and said, let's solve the enemy first. Uzumaki Soma and Hoshi-chan joined forces to deal with the 3 shinobi. Although the whirlpool horse and the star were a little exhausted at this time, the other 3 seemed even more timid, and they completely lost the courage to resist. However, when victory was in sight, things suddenly changed. A black shadow jumped from the side at a speed that was unbelievably fast. Pang! With a powerful side kick, the whirlpool Kangma was injured in the heart, and it was blasted out like a lightning strike. Burst! A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whirlpool horse immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Elite Shinobi. Rao is a star, and he couldn't help but jump his eyelids at this time. This kind of strength is definitely among the elite shinobi. I don't know how many times more powerful than the 2 shinobi who sneaked into Kanao last time to steal the scroll. There is a ninja of this level lurking in the secret? I thought I wouldn't need to make a move, but I didn't expect to catch a small fish. The elite couldn't help but look at the stars condescendingly, with contempt in their eyes. Little ghost, there was nothing wrong with you, but you yourself are seeking your own death. The stars are dark. The reason why he came to help the whirlpool Kama was naturally because he was sure to deal with these 4 subordinates. Otherwise, no matter how much Juzine begged him, he would not be able to risk his life. It's just that what he didn't expect was that in addition to the 4 lower shinobi, there was also such an elite middle shinobi secretly hidden. What a misstep. Sing-chan held his sleeve white snow tightly in his hand, forcing himself to calm down. In this situation, if you are not careful, I am afraid that everything will be doomed. Still want to resist? The elite sneered and stretched out his hand. Kill him. There was a leader who pressed the formation, and the 3 subordinates doubled their confidence, held the kunao in their hands, and surrounded together. Although Sing-chan is still able to fight against 1 or 2, because he has to pay attention to the elite who is watching the tiger, he is unable to concentrate, resulting in the rapid loss of his remaining physical strength and reaching the limit. At the extreme moment, the elite shinobu saw the opportunity and made a move. Fire, the art of phoenix dance. A huge flame, like a phoenix flying in the air, rushed towards the stars. Sleeve white snow. Sing-chan tried his best to resist with his sleeve snow. Pang! The ice power of the sleeve white snow neutralized the fire dance, but the stars were still shaken out by the huge impact. Your knife seems to have some mysterious power, but that's the end of it. The elite sneered, casually threw a handful of kunao, and shot the stars. Brother Sing-chan, don't. Juzine, who was hiding on the roof, could no longer hold back and shouted hysterically. At this moment, she was extremely remorseful. If it weren't for her, how could Sing-chan be in trouble? The elite Zongnin turned his head and looked in the direction of Juzine, and suddenly the corners of his mouth hooked. It turns out that there is also a person from the Uzumaki family. Jumping forward, the elite Zongnin suddenly rushed towards the direction where Juzine was, with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. However, at this moment, an evil black shadow appeared out of thin air and straddled in front of him. Shinobi's pupils shrank among the elites, revealing an incredible look. Although after discovering Juzine, he didn't pay attention to him, but exhausted, he can't dodge his own bitter talent. Why did he appear here? Also, why did he recover his strength and speed up faster than himself? What's more terrifying is that his laughter actually makes him feel creepy. Incomprehensible. The stars smiled evilly, and the whole person exuded an aura that was completely different from before, faintly revealing a trace of evilness. I want to thank you for pushing me to the limit, and Bangyu understood my will and helped me break through the limit. Did you break through the middle ninja? The elite shinobu widened his eyes in horror. He had never seen anyone able to break through when he was on the verge of desperation. Was this kid a monster? This time, it's really over. The stars held their sleeves of white snow, and several times more powerful ice power condensed around them and burst out. Second Dance, by Lien. Second Dance, by Lien. The power of ice and snow condensed at the tip of the sleeve white snow knife, and suddenly shot away. In an instant, the frozen world swept through the 4 wilds. Emo said that the elite shinobi, even the 3 lower shinobi who were more than 10 meters away, were all affected by the ice and became ice sculptures. Hey, congratulations on your promotion to Zongnin, and the reward is 2,000 points. Hey, the time and space of the breaking sky are open, please check it in the lottery area. Hey, kill the elite middle ninja, and reward 200 points. Hey, kill the shinobi, reward 50 points. Hey, kill the shinobi, reward 50 points. Hey, kill the shinobi, reward 50 points. A series of prompts sounded in the system, making Xingchen's brain feel like paste for a while, and it couldn't be opened. But soon, he was ecstatic. Promoting Zhongnan, getting 2,000 points, is still just a trifle. The most important thing is that the system actually opened up the breaking the sky time and space for him. This means that he will draw prizes in the future, and the prizes will not only come from the time and space of the god of death, but also at the time and space of breaking the firmament. Compared with the Grim Reaper time and space, the items that break through the sky time and space are more diverse. Elixirs, fighting techniques, exercises, and heaven and earth are all fascinating. View personal information. The command was issued, and the personal information bar popped out in my mind. Name: Xingchen. Gender: male. Age: 12 points, 2900 level, beginner shinobi. Current mission: escort mission. Difficulty: A sweepstakes permissions. Ordinary lottery area: Shinigami, Daobao. Intermediate lottery area: Shinigami, Daobao. Advanced lottery area: Shinigami, Daobao. The task of escorting Juzine was originally only C level, but because of the emergence of elite middle ninja in the process, it has now been defined by the system as A level difficulty. As for the lottery permission, they all joined the fight to break through time and space. Now I have 2900 points and can run 5 general draws. Xingchen was a little entangled. He wanted to save the points for intermediate and advanced lottery, and he couldn't help but want to try his current luck. No matter, Dopo time and space has just opened, let's smoke it first. Xingchen couldn't help but give instructions. Hey, consume 500 points, conduct a normal lottery, source to break the sky time and space, please later. Congratulations on your character bursting and obtaining the Heaven and Earth Fire, Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Groove. Xingchen thought he had misheard. Qinglian Earth Heart Fire? Isn't this the 19th Heaven and Earth Fire on the Breaking Fire list? Breaking through time and space, the Heaven and Earth Fire should be the top kind of treasure, and it should be an item that belongs to the high-level lottery area. Ordinary lottery can also draw treasures in the high-level area? It seems that it is really explosive character. As soon as Xingchen was excited, he hurriedly conducted another lottery. Hey, congratulations on obtaining the Xian rank intermediate fighting skill explosive step. This time the lottery was decent, and there was no character explosion. Explosive steps, it seems to be good. Strictly speaking, explosive steps belong to a kind of body fighting technique, and in a short moment, their speed is increased to the extreme, forming a powerful explosive force. When facing the enemy, it can play a surprising effect. Xingchen was satisfied, consumed 1,000 points, and now there are 1,009 left. Brother Xingchen, catch me. At this time, Juzine shouted and jumped off the roof. Xingchen's figure moved, jumped up to catch her, and said speechlessly, "Can't you settle down?" "Brother Xingchen, it's great that you're okay, woo-woo." Juzine was unusually not embarrassed with Xingchen, looking remorseful and wanting to cry. Okay, I'm not that easy to die." Xingchen patted her head to comfort. "Let's go see your uncle first." "Ah, Uncle Kangma." Juzine only remembered that Uzumaki Kangma had just suffered a blow from the elite shinobi, and he didn't know what the situation was. The two came to the Whirlpool Kangma, and Xingchen crouched down to check his condition. "Brother Xingchen, how is Uncle Kangma?" And gas, but he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. So what to do? Xingchen shook his head, indicating that he could not do anything, and he could not heal ninjutsu. The stars. At this moment, a familiar voice came. Yikes! 3 figures landed. It was Tsunade, Michiko, and Uchiha. "Xingchen, are you and Juzine okay?" Tsunade asked eagerly. "Fortunately, there is no danger, and I insist on meeting you." Xingchen breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Immediately, he glanced at Michiko and Uchiha and found that they were intact and unharmed. This doesn't mean Tsunade is easy. On the contrary, to protect these 2 oil bottles, Tsunade must have done her best, as can be seen from her tired demeanor. "I didn't expect this mission to be so thrilling, I knew it earlier." Tsunade stopped talking. Xingchen glanced at her and couldn't help but shake his head. In this world, he is the one who knows Tsunade best. At this age, Tsunade is inevitably a little arrogant. She thinks that with her own strength, it is easy to become a mentor. This mission to protect Yoshina is not suitable for the newly graduated ninja team at all. I am afraid that she herself insisted on taking over this task by force. "Tsunade, do you still have strength? There is a person from the Uzumaki clan here, only your medical ninjutsu can save it." Xingchen pointed to the whirlpool horse lying on the ground. Only then did Yoshina remember that Tsunade was a medical ninja, and immediately pleaded, "Tsunade-sama, please save Uncle Soma." "Well, I'll take a look." Tsunade quickly examined Uzumaki Soma's injuries, then pressed her hands to his chest and healed him with medical ninjutsu. After a moment, Tsunade stopped, and Uzumaki Soma miraculously opened his eyes. The stars are shocked. This Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is really not covered, obviously a person who is about to die, less than 10 minutes to get him out of danger. "Uncle Kangma," Juzine shouted happily. "Is it Juzine?" Uzumaki Soma showed a knowing smile, and then his gaze swept over the stars, Tsunade, and the others. It turned out to be the ninjas of Konoha. Thank you. Konoha and the Uzumaki clan have always maintained friendly relations, but unfortunately, the Uzumaki country was attacked by groups, and it was too sudden for Konoha to help. Sing-Chen interrupted Uzumaki Soma and said, "Don't talk about the old days, find a place to settle down, I'm afraid there are enemy ninjas around here." Under the guidance of Juzine, the stars came to a ruined house that had become ruined. "This is my old home, and now it's all like this." Juzine was very sad and touched the scene. Seeing this, Uchiha offered his courtesy again. "Sister Juzine, Konoha will be your home in the future, and I can protect you." Who knew that Juzine glanced at him and struck intentionally or unintentionally, "Brother Sing-Chen will protect me, without you." Uchiha couldn't help but be embarrassed and stared at the stars resentfully. He was very unconvinced, and even more unwilling. He thought that if he had protected Juzine from leaving, Juzine would definitely be impressed by him now. It's just that he didn't think about whether he was the opponent of those two subordinates. Tsunade glanced at Juzine, and then asked Sing-Chen, "You took Juzine, how did you avoid those two subordinates?" Tsunade was really worried. Sing-Chen alone, it may be possible to escape from the hands of the two shinobi. But with Juzine, who had not yet entered a ninja school, she felt that there was little hope. When Sing-Chen heard this, he smiled lightly. "Why hide, just kill it directly." Tsunade looked startled and surprised. "You killed those two shinobi?" Uchiha clenched his fists and looked incredulous, thinking that the stars were bragging. Previously, he and Michiko had a hard time fighting against the upper and lower ones. If it hadn't been for Tsunade's rescue, their lives might have been lost. Can Sing-Chen alone kill two of those inferior ninjas? "Tsunade-sama, brother Sing-Chen killed even Naka shinobi just now. What are two shinobi?" Kushina puffed out, seemingly holding on to Tsunade's underestimation of the stars. "What, you met Naka shinobu and killed Naka shinobu?" Tsunade was messy, and it felt a little fanciful. How could the strength of the stars be so strong? "It's just a fluke, that Zongnin didn't see through my ice doppelganger, and landed." The stars are talking nonsense. The secret of sleeve white snow can be kept as long as possible. Wait until you really can't hide it. Anyway, Tsunade is also his own person and can be trusted. But Juzine, her attitude towards herself seems to be completely different. This mouthful of a brother, called smoothly. Of course, the stars are comfortable to listen to. Is that so? Tsunade was still puzzled. Okay, it's all gone, we're all safe and sound, so why bother with this? Sing-Chen put aside the topic and said, "Juzine, what are you looking for? Hurry up. Get the stuff and we'll go back to Konoha." Oh, Juzine listened to Sing-Chen's words very much and walked into the abandoned house. This place has apparently been ransacked by exiled ninjas, and anything of value has probably already been taken. However, after rummaging through the cabinets for a while, Juzine found a crystal necklace on the mezzanine of a tattered wooden box. Great, it's still there. Juzine was overjoyed. "This is..." Both Hoshi-chan and Tsunade stared at the necklace, their eyes shining. Hoshi-chan knew that Tsunade also had such a necklace, very similar. On his 10th birthday, Tsunade was going to give him the necklace as a birthday present, but he didn't ask for it. It was a relic of the original Hokage, which contained the chakra of the original Hokage, which had a certain inhibitory effect on the tailed beast. "This is a relic of my grandmother, she told me on her deathbed that the necklace was placed here, fortunately it was not lost." "Show me," Sing-Chen said. Juzine handed the necklace to Sing-Chen. As soon as the necklace is started, the stars can feel a cool power spreading in the palm of the hand, which is very comfortable. The Uzumaki clan are good at sealing. Apparently this chain is unusual, sealed with some mysterious power. Maybe it is the same as Tsunade's necklace. Since it is your grandmother's relic, then you must keep it well and carry it with you in the future. Sing-Chen personally put the necklace on Juzine's neck. Juzine was stunned for a moment, a trace of shyness flashed on his face, and nodded. "Well, I will always wear it." Tsunade saw everything in his eyes and sighed in his heart. The stars are really the same as when they were children, and they are very good at coaxing. Before leaving, Juzine still looked very annoying to the stars. But now that the mission is complete, it's time for us to go back to the village. It's too chaotic to stay. Tsunade did not dare to be careless, and his expression was serious. Kushina glanced at Uzumaki Soma and said to Tsunade, "Tsunade-sama, can you let Uncle Soma go back with us?" Of course, as long as it is a member of the Uzumaki clan, they can go to Konoha to settle unconditionally. "Great, Uncle Kangma." However, at this time, Uzumaki Soma shook his head and said, "Juzine, I'm not going back to Konoha with you, I'm going to find Xiaoai and her mother." Juzine asked, "By the way, where is Xiaoai now?" "We were attacked before, I led away the enemy, she and her mother hid." Uzumaki said, "Uncle Kangma, you still have injuries on your body, and if you go to them alone, it's easy to get into trouble." Juzine said, looking at the stars again. "Look what I'm doing, you won't let me help again, will you?" With such a troublesome little loli, Sing-Chen said that his body was tired and his mind was more tired. Kushina also seemed embarrassed to trouble the stars anymore, and turned to look at Tsunade. Tsunade groaned slightly and said, I'm afraid this matter will have to go back to Konoha first, and then consider it in the long run. We don't have enough manpower. After the previous encounter, Tsunade no longer dared to be arrogant. She dared to charge alone, without worries, bringing a few stars, but she had a lot of scruples. No, the country of whirlpools needs at least a day to travel from Konoha. This time, I was afraid that Xiaoai's mother and daughter could not afford to wait, and I had to go to them immediately. The whirlpool canopy horse does not care about the injury, and will leave immediately. Just when Tsunade didn't know what to do, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming. Miss Tsunade, I can count as having found you. Yikes! 4 figures landed, looking at the costumes and forward guards, all of them were Konoha ninjas. Kato broken. Tsunade recognized the young ninja who took the lead. It was Kato Takashi, who had met once not long ago. Singchen also knew Kato, but he just glanced at it casually, and his more attention was on the 3 people behind Kato's broken body. Kato is also apparently the instructor Shinobu, and the class he leads is the second class, consisting of Mikoto Uchiha, Hisatsu Nara, and Yanta the oil girl. What Singchen is concerned about is naturally Mikoto Uchiha. However, Uchiha is more eager to achieve success than Singchen, and he and Uchiha Mikoto seem to have known each other for a long time. Sister Mikoto, I didn't expect to see you here so coincidentally. Every girl that Uchiha sees likes to call her sister. Mikoto Uchiha is a gentle and virtuous type who is very friendly to everyone. It's not a coincidence, my teacher and I came to pick you up, Uchiha Mikoto said softly. Tsunade heard this and looked at Kato. Broken, what's going on? Kato said with a broken smile, this is a special mission personally given to us by the 3rd generation of Hokage. He said that the mission you took over is too dangerous, let us support you. The stars suddenly seemed to have guessed correctly. Although Juzine's task is defined as sea level, I am afraid that at least 3 or more Zongnin are required to complete it, which is not suitable for them at all. Tsunade probably didn't think so at first and forcibly took over the task. The 3 generations of Hokage were not at ease, so they sent Kato to support them. Sarutobi-sensei, this is redundant, we have already helped Yoshina complete the task, and we can leave for Konoha immediately, and we don't need your support at all. Tsunade naturally refused to show weakness in front of others, and said, but you have come just in time, we can go together to save people. Kato glanced at Uzumaki Soma and hesitated, do you want to report to Naruto-sama first? Saving people is like fighting a fire, and there is no delay. If you and I join forces, no one should be able to stop it. The stars can also help somewhat. Juzine has no reason to lie, Singchen can kill Zongnin, and it is already not a weak combat power. Well, let's give it a try. Kato also knows Konoha's attitude towards the Uzumaki clan, and if he has the opportunity, he will do his best to help the Uzumaki clan no matter what. Thank you. Uzumaki Goma was grateful. Without further ado, please lead the way. I have to say it's a coincidence, the timing is just right. By the time they find Uzumaki Soma's daughter and wife, the mother and daughter have revealed their whereabouts and are being hunted by a group of ninjas of unknown origin. Xiaoai, seeing that his daughter was about to be besieged by several ninjas, Uzumaki Kangma rushed out directly without caring about the injury. Singchen, your task is to protect the 3 of them. These ninjas, hand them over to me and break. Tsunade instructed the stars. Mikoto, so are you. Tsunade and Kato rushed towards the group of ninjas together, fighting, and they were about to break out. In the chaos, a ninja who looked like the leader said viciously, abominable Konoha ninja, want to be enemies of all of us. It's actually Shangnin. Tsunade and Kato looked at each other, shocked. 1 upper shinobi, plus 7 or 8 middle shinobi, and more than 10 lower shinobi. This kind of lineup is really not to be underestimated. Who are you and why are you targeting the Vortex clan like this? I'm not afraid to tell you that our ninjas here come from major powers and belong to the combined army. The power of the Vortex clan is too evil and must be eliminated. You Konoha dare to openly make enemies of all major powers, waiting to be denounced. Tsunade said angrily, nonsense, the Vortex clan is only good at sealing, why is the evil power to say? Tsunade, it's useless to reason with them. They have already wiped out the whirlpool, and now they must cut the grass and remove the roots. It's better to evacuate people and fight them to the death, it's not wise. The fierce ninja sneered, is it so simple to save people? With a wave of his big hand, 7 or 8 Naka shinobi instantly surrounded Tsunade and Kato. Even though the 2 are not afraid, they cannot solve it in the face of this siege. The rest of the subordinates, kill those 3 sinners of the Vortex clan for me. Suddenly, more than 10 subordinate shinobi all rushed towards the whirlpool Kanoma, as well as his wife and daughter. Although Uzumaki Kangma was barely a middle ninja, he had been seriously injured before, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. In the face of the attack of more than 10 subordinate shinobi, it was simply difficult to support it alone. Secretly, Singchen was ready to strike. Although Tsunade asks him to protect Kushina, he is not a wood and wants to act at the opportunity. However, to his surprise, someone seemed more calm than him, and took the lead in speaking. It seems that we are also going to help. Kyujin, Yantai, prepare to fight. Good. Nara Kyuzu and the oil girl Yanta nodded in unison, extremely convinced by Uchiha Mikato, who gave the order. Sing-chen was surprised that their team was actually headed by Mikato Uchiha, and whether it is team tacit understanding or cohesion, it is far better than him and Uchiha and Michiko. Uchiha Mikato said, glanced at the stars again, and said, the stars, birthday, we may also have more than enough and lack strength. If the situation is critical, please break it for us. Without waiting for Sing-chen to answer, Uchiha Mikato, Nara Kyuzu, and Yasu Yanta rushed out together, extremely fast and coordinated. Occult parasite. The oil girl Yantai was the first to strike, casting the insect secret technique of the oil woman clan. Ah, what is it? The black pressure was pressed, and a dense and terrifying parasite shrouded out, so frightened that the group of shinobi immediately gave up attacking the whirlpool Kangma and changed to guard against the oil girl Yantai. Yikes! Uchiha Mikato threw 3 kunao, then charged alone, choosing melee combat. Don't look at her usual weakness, but when she fights, she is heroic, skillful in her movements, and has a lot of combat experience. Fight fiercely with 2 shinobi without falling behind in the slightest. This kind of basic skill is not known to be many times stronger than Yusaibo. Shadow mimicry. Nara Kyuzu secretly sneaked and performed the shadow secret technique of the Nara clan, immediately restraining one person. The subordinate could not move, and before he could panic, Uchiha Mikato's hand had already slit his throat, causing him to die on the spot. Well, that's awesome. Michiko and Uchiha looked at the 3 of them and were shocked. It's really good, but we can't be looked down upon, can we? Although the 3 of Uchiha Mikato won the first battle, they were actually more nervous in their hearts, because they knew that this was just a surprise effect, and it was only one person killed, and the other party had 9 subordinates. Can't be careless. At this moment, a figure rushed up from the rear, unexpectedly without any plan, and without saying a word, rushed towards the 9 ninjas. Hey, you! Uchiha Mikato was stunned. Ninja fighting, pay attention to strength, but also pay attention to strategy. When our own strength is not as good as that of the other side, we should focus on strategic cooperation and seek breakthroughs. Such a disorderly rampage, not to mention that it will not be effective, but will completely disrupt the good start. Damn, is this guy looking for death? Nara Kyuzu and Yasu Yanta both clenched their hands in anger, and the little opportunity they had won was also destroyed. At the same time, the 9 ninjas on the opposite side let out disdainful and grim smiles after being slightly stunned. Before, he was careless and lost a companion. Now that you are ready, how can you get your wish again? Little ghost, I see that you are tired of living, dare to rush up like this. A ninja took a step forward, extremely fast, sharp ku-woo, directly penetrating the heart of the stars. Click! A crisp sound. The body that was pierced by the hole in front of him was like ice cubes, shattered inch by inch. You are also tired of living, dare to use a knife on me. Suddenly, a large hand penetrated and pressed directly on the ninja's face. How is it possible, you Peng? Without waiting for the ninja's terrified words to shout, the powerful momentum almost crushed his face, and dragged it along the ground, marking a terrifying trajectory. Under the impact of the huge force, Xia Shinobu was already blurred with blood and flesh, paralyzed at the feet of his companions, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Ling Wu, sleeve white snow. The stars did not give the enemy any time to breathe, and took advantage of their consternation to step out of the air with their sleeves in hand. In an instant, a frozen cold aura spread across the 4 fields. Whoosh! With both hands waving the knife, the 4 people sealed their throats in an instant, and blood splashed everywhere. This Uchiha Mikato was shocked and shocked. In the blink of an eye, Sing-chen alone actually killed 5 shinobi. Strategy is indeed important for teamwork, but if you have absolute strength, you can crush the other party. Strategy, it seems redundant. How can he be so powerful? Is he really a graduate of the same class as us? Nara Kyuzu and Yao Nuyan were equally stunned. The 3 of them worked together perfectly to kill one. As soon as the people waved their knives, they destroyed 4 people. How can this efficiency be compared? Are the stars so powerful? Michiko and Uchiha never imagined that their teammates would be such a powerful character. Brother Sing-chen is so great. The only one who was not surprised was Juzine. After all, she had witnessed the stars kill an elite shinobi. Sing-chen stood in the middle of the field with his sleeve in hand, and there seemed to be ice and snow currents lingering around his body, making his whole person look like he had a mysterious and unfathomable temperament. That's the only way. It's too disappointing, isn't it? The stars walked slowly, and wherever they went, the land would condense a layer of frost. There were still 4 shinobi left on the opposite side, but they were all scared by the stars. Are you a shinobi? Only as an opponent can you know the horror of the power of the stars and ice. They believe that this is a ninjutsu unique to the stars, and that to be able to use ninjutsu to this extent, only the upper ninjutsu can do it. But the 12-year-old Shangnin is also too devilish, right? You don't need to know. After the stars finished speaking, their eyes froze, and Bai Shui swung his knife again. Second dance, by Lien. The souls of the four subordinates all risked and fled. However, their speed was not as fast as the cover of ice and snow, and they directly turned into four ice sculptures. Xingchen took the knife and turned around. Click! The ice sculpture shattered, and the four ninjas seemed to have evaporated, and there were no bones left. Is this also ninjutsu? Uchiha Mikato looked at the extremely beautiful snow in front of her and muttered to herself. The scuffle between the upper shinobi is large and intense. Therefore, Tsunade and Kato were unable to distract themselves from paying attention to the situation on the star side and went all out to meet the enemy. Fortunately, the two are not general, and their strength is also strong in the upper patience, although the other party has many people, but they do not take advantage of it at all. Abominable, withdraw. The leader of the upper ninja seemed to have found that the lower ninja on his side had been completely destroyed, and this side could not attack for a long time, and he was angry and corrupted, so he could only order a retreat. The other party retreated, and Tsunade and the two did not intend to chase, they cared more about their students. Mikato, are you all right? Kato came to the three of Uchiha Mikato, asked, and then glanced around. You guys won. Win. Uchiha Mikato had already come to his senses and revealed a shy smile, but we didn't do much, it was all the credit of the stars alone. Kato glanced in the direction of the stars, only thinking that Uchiha Mikato was a modest statement, and did not think much about it. Juzine and Uzumaki Soma's daughter Uzumaki Zaioi are playmates, and the two have stood together and chatted with each other. People were saved, and there was no damage on our side, which was considered complete. Tsunade said to Uzumaki Soma, do you want to go back to Konoha with us? Our home is also destroyed, so we would naturally be happy to settle in Konoha. Well, then let's start your journey right away, so as not to dream too much at night. A day later, they returned to Konoha. Tsunade let out a long sigh of relief and said to Xingchen, I will hand over the task with Shuogo, and report the affairs of the Vortex country to Sarutobi-sensei. You will go back first. Got it. Xingchen nodded. Brother Xingchen, goodbye. Kushina waved at the stars and left with Tsunade. Xingchen, I'll go too. Michiko said hello and ran towards the house. Immediately, the oil girl Yanta and Nara Kyuza left one after another. Uchiha and Uchiha Mikato are of the same race, and originally wanted to invite Mikato together, but at this moment, a majestic middle-aged man walked over. Mikato, father. When Mikato saw the middle-aged man, she immediately greeted him cheerfully. Xingchen originally wanted to say hello to Mikato, but when her father came, she gave up and turned away. Mikato, did your first trip go well? Well, it's pretty smooth, it's dangerous. Mikato replied, looking back a few more times, only to see the back of the stars disappear from sight. Mikato, what are you looking at? It's nothing. Then shall we go back? Good. Naruto-sama, that's all I know. Hokage's office, Kato reported a series of situations about the mission to the third generation of Hokage. Well, I didn't expect those people to be so ruthless. The Vortex clan has already perished, and they still have to kill them all, and they don't let some survivors go. The voice of the three generations of Hokage was both angry and helpless. Although Konoha is friendly to the Uzumaki clan, it is impossible to openly contradict several major powers for the sake of a Uzumaki clan that has perished. All they can do is protect the survivors of the Vortex clan. Break, you can settle the Uzumaki Soma family on my behalf and let them settle in Konoha. Yes, Kato had a new task and quit. Tsunade, how's it going? How was the experience of this mission? Hokage narrowed his eyes again and looked at Tsunade with a smile. At this time, the three generations of Hokage are in their prime years in peak state. People are not so rigid, and there is no lack of heroism and courage. He usually indulges Tsunade and makes little jokes with Tsunade. What, didn't I complete the task? Tsunade said a little weakly. Although it seems that you have successfully completed the task, you must have suffered a lot of losses. The three generations of Hokage look like they were in control. It's not the same to do a task alone and to do a task with a student. Nonsense, although this mission has some twists and turns, it is quite easy to complete. Tsunade didn't let go. Yes, that's fine, I'm glad that you can be a guide to Shinobu. The third generation of Hokage said with a smile, let's change the topic and talk about Shichi Xingchen. Stars, well, I've already investigated. Last time, those two shinobi, Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku teamed up to defeat one and were captured alive by us. The other person died at the hands of the stars. Tsunade was shocked, wasn't Uchiha Fugaku killed? The third generation shook his head and said, Uchiha Fugaku is indeed the leader of the new generation of Uchiha, and I have always paid close attention. But with his strength, it was not enough to kill a Zongnin. Tsunade pondered for a moment, thinking that Xingchen seemed to have killed Naka Shinobu in this mission. This guy, how is it becoming more and more mysterious? Even I am in the dark. The third Hokage glanced at Tsunade and asked, Tsunade, you and I seem to have underestimated the stars. With his strength, he has long exceeded the level of graduates of the same level, and it is probably not appropriate to follow you on a freshman mission. Teacher, what are you going to do? Tsunade heard an unusual taste. Don't look so vigilant, I just want him to join the dark department. 3 generations smiled bitterly. Nope, Tsunade subconsciously refused. She became a guide because of the stars. What would she do if the stars left her and joined the dark department? Xingchen has been with me since he was a child. If he joins the dark department, I won't see him for a long time. No, I refuse. When the 3rd generation heard this, he sighed and said, Tsunade, I know your relationship with Xingchen. It's just that people who are close again will not have to get tired of being together every day, and it is not impossible to be separated for a period of time. Xingchen is a good seedling, he joins the dark department, he will get some experience, enter a higher level, you should think about his future. Tsunade was silent, still a little unconvinced in his heart. Can't the stars become stronger with themselves? However, the 3 generations have talked about the future of the stars, and she does not dare to joke really and be angry. After thinking about it again, she spoke, whether to join the dark department, you have to ask Xingchen's own opinion. Then of course, if he doesn't want to, how can I force him? When Xingchen returns home, he finds that the rope tree is also there. Brother Chen, you're finally back, I'm so bored. Didn't you go on a mission with Orochimaru? The stars are strange. Go, but that task is too boring, it's actually catching cats for others. My god, Rope Tree asked Kangtian speechlessly. Xingchen couldn't help but smile and said, be content, it's also an opportunity to exercise. Then again, the big snake pill in this period is really patient, and this kind of task is also accepted. Exercise a hair, exhaustion, can't learn anything. Rope Tree complained and asked again, Brother Chen, what is your mission with your sister? Xingchen just smiled and didn't answer. Although his mission is more dangerous, for ninjas, danger is always more exciting and attractive than catching cats. If he said it, Rope Tree is estimated to be even more depressed. The task is a little tired, I will go to rest first. At night, Hoshi woke up vaguely and found Tsunade walking in with a quilt in his hand. This can frighten him, is Tsunade going to push him backwards? Tsunade, why is it so sudden, I'm not mentally prepared. The stars pondered whether to obey or shout for help. Tsunade was slightly stunned and asked, you're so obvious, can you still not know? Tsunade thought that the stars were sleeping after returning, and it was impossible to know about it. At this time, seeing his eyes staring, he immediately understood something, and said angrily and funny, what are you thinking about? I have something to talk to you about. Anyway, you've slept enough, talk to me tonight. Even if Xingchen is reluctant, in the face of the strong Tsunade, there is no way, can only sit up and accompany her. Great time, not used to do things, but to chat, what a waste. Xingchen muttered, what are you going to talk about? Tsunade gave the stars a blank look and said, Sarutobi-sensei asked me to ask you if you have any intention of joining the Dark Division. Join the Dark Ministry. Xingchen was startled, and then fell into deep thought. He is now a Naka shinobi, and it seems a little inappropriate to continue doing novice tasks with Tsunade, Uchiha, and Michiko. I am afraid that the 3 generations also discovered something, and decided to let him join the Dark Department. Although life in the dark part is boring, it has to be said that it is indeed a good place to exercise. Xingchen, if you don't want to, I'll refuse it for you. Xingchen shook his head and said, I'll go talk to Naruto-sama myself, and then decide whether or not to join the Dark Ministry. Tsunade seemed to have guessed that Hoshi would choose to join the Dark Division, and insisted that he not sleep all night, but had to chat with him. In fact, Xingchen feels that the more familiar the person, the less topic to talk about at this time. After all, he is not a person who can incite/feel. Besides, even if he joins the Dark Division, he won't leave Konoha, so it's the same as parting with life and death? The next day, Hoshi-chen went alone to meet the 3 generations of Hokage. After a long conversation, Xingchen finally decided to join the Dark Department. The 3rd generation of Hokage learned about his killing of Shinobu Naka, and was impressed by him, and seemed to be cultivating intentionally. When he entered the Dark Department, he was not a low-level member, but directly the captain of the detachment. In a dark but spacious underground passage, the stars followed a member of the Dark Division wearing a mask and carrying a ninja sword. Captain, in front of you is the base of the 7th Detachment of the Dark Department. I have informed them in advance that members of the 7th Force will be waiting for you there. Even though Xingchen was very young, he was the captain of the dark part directly appointed by the 3 generations of Hokage, and this dark member did not dare to snub, and his tone was very respectful and polite. Xingchen nodded, and then asked, how many organizations and troops are there in total in the Dark Department? I don't know. The stars groaned, maybe the other party was not hiding it, but really didn't know. Even their own people don't know how many branches there are in the dark part, which shows the mystery of the dark part. You're also from Team 7, what's your name? Captain, just call me Kawamoto. Kawamoto. The stars wrote down the name. At the age of 12, he joined the Dark Department and directly became the captain, and I am afraid that he needs to go through some training to be able to serve the public. Captain Dark, it's not so good. Under Kawamoto's leadership, the stars walked into the empty cave. Although it is lit, it still looks dark. Inside the cave, there were already 3 people waiting. Ahem. Guys, our new captain is here, let's get to know each other. Kawamoto shouted as he moistened his throat. When the 3 people who were originally chatting heard this, they immediately walked over, looked at Kawamoto, and then at the stars, and asked, Kawamoto, who is he, this place, how can you bring children in casually? Wait, Kawamoto, you don't mean to say that this kid is our new captain? All 3 showed incredible looks. Kawamoto said seriously, that's right, Your Excellency Hoshi-chan was personally appointed by Lord Hokage, the captain of our 7th detachment. What a joke. Immediately, someone couldn't help but be furious. Is the 3rd generation confused? Judging by his age, I'm afraid it hasn't been long since he graduated from ninja school, right? Kawamoto said coldly. Nakata, you dare to be disrespectful to Naruto-sama. The man named Nakata replied, I didn't mean that, it's just that he is what qualifies to be our captain. Kawamoto also wanted to defend the stars, but was stopped by the stars. What do you think qualifies? Shin-chan stared at Nakata lightly. The captain of the Dark Department has extraordinary significance and decisive status. Strength, wisdom, strategy, and morality are indispensable. Shin-chan still said calmly, then which of these 4 do you think I am missing? Nakata was slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect Shin-chan to ask this. If nothing else, it's your strength, at least better than all of us here, otherwise how to lead us? You mean, compare yourself to me? Shin-chan said very simply, then I'll give you a chance. In an instant, the feet of the stars suddenly sank, and an amazing force caused the ground to collapse. Boom, rumble. With a boom, the body of the star also jumped out. The speed was extremely fast, and almost a black shadow could be seen. Nakata's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat, but it was simply too late. Because of the stars in front of him, the hand knife was already on his neck. Wow! The blade flashed, and a kunao appeared out of thin air in Xingqian's hand, and the blade almost rubbed against Nakata's neck. You should be glad that I am not your enemy, otherwise it would have been enough for you to go to the prefecture to report several times just now. Shin-chan put away the bitterness casually, and turned around and retreated to the same place. Nakata's eyes were filled with horror, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and the cold sweat soaked through the juniors. Just now, what's going on? The other 2 gasped, and their gazes towards the stars had become different. Although Shin-chan had some unexpected elements, Nakata was a solid elite shinobi, and he didn't even have time to react. When it comes to not having time to react, why aren't they? Kawamoto was originally very convinced of the stars, and when he saw his feared strength at this time, there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. He is only 12 years old, and he has such strength. How scary will it be to grow up in the future? Naruto-sama is really still as wise as a torch, and he will not let a child serve as the captain of the Dark Army for no reason. How about it? Who still has an opinion, just put it forward. Shin-chan said in a stern tone, today is my first day in office, and you are allowed to be presumptuous. You may indeed be not weaker than me, but among us, there is one more person who can beat you. Nakata still seemed unconvinced, turned his head and shouted in one direction, Yuna, are you not here to meet the new captain? Shin-chan was slightly startled and followed Nakata's gaze. But I saw that on the huge stone statue in the corner, there was a woman leaning back. It's actually Shangnin. Shin-chan never expected that there was also a member of the 7th detachment. Where the woman was, the light was very weak, so the stars did not pay attention when they came in. But what made Shin-chan speechless was that this woman was leaning there, actually reading. Pretending, definitely pretending. Although this forced pretense is tacky, seeing that she is a female stream, Shin-chan does not think about her. Hearing Nakata's words, Yuna closed the book in her hand, glanced at the stars casually, and said lightly, since it was personally appointed by Lord Naruto, then I also recognize you. My name is Yuna, please take care of me in the future. When Nakata heard this answer, he couldn't help but be disappointed. He had hoped that Yuna would resist the stars. Shin-chan smiled faintly, since no one opposes anymore, then everyone must follow my instructions from now on. If there are more troublemakers and disturbing the military's heart, it will not be as simple as just now. On the Konoha school field, the 9th class assembled. Birthday, Michiko, this time we have a long-term mission and may not return to Konoha for more than a month. Understand, we have already notified the family, ready to go. By the way, teacher, what about Shin-chan, why didn't you see him together? Michiko asked. When Tsunade heard this, he seemed a little stunned. Shin-chan was promoted to the Dark Department because of his excellent performance. Stars joined the Dark Division. Michiko's eyes widened, both in amazement and envy. What an honor it is for a recent graduate to be eligible to join the Dark Ministry. Uchiha looked a little ugly, and the excellence of the stars was destroying his pride to pieces. Placed with the stars, he can only be a foil forever. Not even a foil. You don't need to be discouraged, as long as you work hard, sooner or later you can catch up with him, and you will also have the opportunity to join the dark department. The departure of the stars made Tsunade happy, but since she has become a mentor, she also needs to be responsible for the two students of Uchiha and Michiko. Listen, next, I will use the most rigorous training to urge your practice. In the future, if you don't have a little achievement, don't call me a teacher. When Michiko and Uchiha heard this, their expressions immediately became extremely serious. They could hear that Tsunade was saying this very seriously. This means that Tsunade will go to great lengths to teach them ninjutsu. The Hokage conference room is where the three generations of Hokage, Shimura Danzo and other high-ranking Konoha leaders gather here for a very serious meeting. Recently, Shinobu has been making frequent disturbances on the border of the Land of Fire. The daimyo has asked us Konoha for help, hoping that we can come forward to calm the trouble. What do you think? The three generations of Hokage asked everyone. Mito Manyan snorted coldly. The last time the sealing scroll was stolen, it must have been deliberately instigated by Shinobu. Now they are making trouble on the border of the Fire Country, which is undoubtedly a provocation. Do they want to start a war? Shimura Danzo said indifferently, I'm afraid that San Shinobu village really has this idea. Although war is cruel, it is also a means to seek benefits. The third generation of Hokage shook his head and said, coming into the San Ninja village is indeed getting stronger and stronger, and the war between the two major ninja villages is not trivial. You can't wait to ignore it, you must be cautious. Mito Minion said again, if you don't want to fight, no one wants to fight. However, you can't let Shinobu provoke and weaken Konoha's reputation. And we can't ignore the daimyo's request for help, but who should we send? Let Tsunade, Orochimaru and Jiraiya go. They are Sarutobi's students, and they are the elite of Konoha, enough to deal with this kind of battle. Koharu suggested. I agree. Mito nodded. However, the third generation of Hokage denied they are not suitable. Why? First, Tsunade and Orochimaru have just become mentors to Shinobu, and there are still a few new students to bring. Second, because the three of them are too representative to let them go, this matter must be handled in a low-key manner. What about Kima Shuumao? His ability is no worse than your three disciples. The third generation of Hokage pondered a little and said, I think it's better to let the people in the dark department deal with it, and assassinate those troublemakers without revealing their identities. Tuanzang suddenly spoke at this time, it seems that you have a candidate for a long time, so why bother to convene this meeting? The third generation of Hokage smiled and said, say it, let's discuss it. I wonder which team of the dark department you recommend. The third generation Hokage said lightly, 7th detachment. As a special organization in the dark department, the leader of the route, Tuanzang is naturally more clear about the situation in the dark department. So when the third generation of Hokage said the 7th detachment, he immediately frowned. I remember that the captain of the 7th detachment died in the mission not long ago, right? Rest assured, I have appointed a new captain. They are very suitable for this mission. New captain. Tuanzang wondered in his heart. Without certain qualifications and strength, he cannot become a dark captain. Who will this newly appointed detachment leader be? This new captain is a bit young and underqualified. However, the 7th detachment has Yuna here. I believe it is enough to guarantee the mission. What do you think? Since you've decided, what can we do? At the stronghold of the 7th detachment, Kawamoto, Nakata and others were bored practicing shuriken throwing. The captain has just died, and the new captain is young. I'm afraid we won't be able to take on any big tasks for a long time. A big mission means risking your life. Staying in the village, dealing with some small conflicts on a daily basis, patrolling, is quite relaxed. Fart, it's so boring and boring, it's better to go to the front line to do a fight. I still admire the original captain. I also feel that the new captain is not qualified enough and has important tasks in the future, and our 7th team must be the first to be ignored and have no chance to show. Just as a few people complained, Xingchen walked in from outside. Captain. Several people immediately stood up solemnly and greeted the stars. Although except for Kawamoto, the other three people were somewhat concerned about Xingchen's age in their hearts, but the matter had come to this, and no one really dared to offend Xingchen in person. Xingchen glanced at the four and asked, what about Yuna? Kawamoto replied, Yuna is not there, she is often haunted. She was also often absent when our former captain called meetings. The stars are speechless. Is this the privilege of Shangnan? Captain, suddenly summoned us, is there something wrong? Nakata asked, we still have night patrols at night. What is the patrol? Captain, the task of our dark department is to protect the Hokage, defend against foreign invasions, maintain the stability of the village, solve some violent disputes, and so on. Every week it is the various detachments that alternate patrolling the village, and this week it is our turn. Yes, Xingchen said lightly, then no need, give you a day off and rest, and set out with me the day after tomorrow to carry out the mission. The four of them were all stunned. Captain, what task to perform? Assassination mission. In fact, even if Xingchen didn't say what kind of task it was, the four of them had already begun to get excited. Their dark department, as long as it is a task out of the village, is definitely a very important task. Either scout the enemy or assassinate important people. It's just that this kind of task must be given to a team that is strong enough to make Naruto-sama trust. I thought that after the former captain died and Sing-chan took over as the captain, their detachment would be left out in the cold for a long time. Unexpectedly, within a few days of Sing-chan taking over, the assassination mission was immediately handed over to them. To say that there is no trick in this, no one will believe it. Sing-chan handed a document in his hand to the 4 people and said, "Here is an overview and information about this mission, you should read it carefully. I don't want our first collaboration to fail." "Yes, Captain, we will definitely not slack." The 4 spoke in unison, and the morale was very strong. Tread. Just then, a footstep sounded, and a ninja, also wearing a mask, came out of the shadows. "Who is Shichi Sing-chan?" The masked ninja spoke indifferently and his attitude was even a little arrogant. Kawamoto was about to answer "Find our captain something," but was stopped by Sing-chan. "Who are you?" Sing-chan stared at the ninja and asked coldly. "I'm a member of the route, under the regiment." The masked ninja glanced at Sing-chan, with a little surprise in his eyes, and then said, "You are Shichi Sing-chan. Come with me, Danzo-sama wants to see you." "Didn't you see that we were in a meeting?" Sing-chan said coldly, "Go back and tell Tuan-zang that I don't have time." "You?" The masked ninja was immediately stunned. He had never seen anyone who dared to refuse Danzo's summons like this. The captain of the dark part is really awesome for ordinary people. But in front of Lord Tuan-zang, what is it? "Captain." The 4 of Kawamoto were also anxious, thinking that this captain was enough to drag. "But offending Lord Danzo, even if there is Hokage to back up, I'm afraid I can't eat it, right?" "Shichi Sing-chan, do you really want to disobey Master Tuan-zang?" Xingchan's face did not change color. "For impolite guys, I never disdain, don't forget, this is my place. If Tenzo really wants to see me, please come to someone who can speak human language." "Presumptuous." The masked ninja was furious, and Sing-chan was clearly scolding him, saying that he was rude and did not speak human language. Immediately, he pulled out the ninja knife behind his back. "The order of Lord Tuan-zang will tie you up even if you are tied." Seeing this, Sing-chan smiled coldly. In an instant, without waiting for the other party's action, the stars still stepped out. This simple step, but directly crossed the distance of several jang, and instantly arrived in front of the masked ninja. "Just because you dare to say such a thing." Sing-chan lightly touched the blade with his left hand, clenched his fist with his right hand, and slammed into the masked ninja's abdomen. Pang! As if struck by lightning, the masked ninja immediately flew out and hit the stone wall. "Damn it, you, get out." Sing-chan drank heavily. An invisible pressure rushed to his face, making the masked ninja feel fear from the bottom of his heart and his body trembling. At that moment, he did not dare to say more, turned around and ran. "Captain, you are too impulsive, something big will happen like this." Kawamoto is both admired and worried about the stars. "I have my own measure, you don't need to worry, study this information. Also, if you see Yuna, ask her to come to me, I have something to talk to her about." Did he really say that? Listening to the report from his subordinates, Tuan-zang couldn't help but frown. After getting the news from Ape Flying Sunko, he was naturally very interested in Sing-chan, the newly appointed captain of the detachment, so he let people summon him. If he is really a genius, he also plans to woo and see if he can use it for himself. But what I didn't expect was that the person he sent turned out to be fruitless, and it seems that he was beaten. "Master Tuan-zang, this Shichi Sing-chan is only 12 years old, but he is backed by the Hokage, his attitude is extremely bad, and he even speaks ill of you." Humiliated from the stars, the masked ninja naturally added oil and vinegar to completely blacken the image of the stars. However, Tuan-zang is not a fool, he believes that people who can be valued by Ape Fari, even if they are arrogant, they cannot contradict themselves for no reason, most of them are offended by their subordinates first. "Okay, you go down." Tenzo waved his hand. The masked ninja wondered in his heart why Danzo was not angry, but did not dare to ask more, and respectfully retreated. "Master Tenzo, why don't you let me go?" At this time, a ninja appeared silently, knelt down on one knee in front of Danzo, and said, "For whatever reason, it is his unwise to refuse the summons of Danzo-sama." Tuan-zang groaned slightly, shook his head and said, "No, I don't have to be so anxious to see him, wait until he can come back alive from this mission." The ninja knew that Danzo-sama's interest in this Shiki star was still in the wait-and-see period. "You let Yuna come to see me first." "Yes." The ninja disappeared in a flash. A moment later, a plump woman walked into the hall. It was the only upper shinobu of the 7th detachment, Yuna. "Master Tenzo, what are you looking for me for? It's rare to ask you, I thought I would be rejected twice in a day." Even if Tuan-zang joked, his tone was cold. Yuna was slightly startled. "Does anyone dare to refuse the summons of Lord Tenzo? It's your new captain, I sent someone to ask him, and he threw my people out." Huh? Even Yuna's temperament couldn't help but show surprise. She was indifferent on the surface, but naturally had some concern for Sing-chan, the new captain. but he didn't expect that this young boy was not only strong, but also terrifying. The mission sent to you by the Hokage, presumably you already know. Well, although it is surprising that Hokage will give such a tricky task to our team, I will assist the new captain to complete this mission. It's not just about assisting, Danzo said, pausing in his tone before continuing. Keep an eye on his mission for me, and I want to hear the most detailed report when I return. Are you asking me to spy on him? Yuna hesitated. Forget it, I already have the preliminary information of this person in my hand. But the information shows that he is just a graduate of a ninja school, and it is very intriguing why he suddenly has the strength of the elite shinobi. Well, I'll keep an eye out. Yuna could only agree. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. I am afraid that he is also looking for me now. After a day of rest and relaxation, the stars gathered the party again and prepared to leave for the border of the Land of Fire. This mission is dangerous, and you must be mentally prepared. Xingqian's gaze swept over the 5 people, and finally landed on Yuna. Captain, if you look at me with such sharp eyes, people will be shy. Yuna quipped. Hoshichen rolled his eyes. He didn't know what happened to this woman. It seemed that there was no mention of such a Shangnan, probably a character who hung up before the Naruto period. Yuna, in view of your performance in the past few days, I need to solemnly remind you, this mission is under my command, and we must not act without authorization. A team, if unable to condense together, can reveal fatal flaws to the enemy at any time. Yuna ruffled the hair hanging down her forehead and said nonchalantly, Captain, tell you something. Even when the previous captain was around, I was the strongest in our team. When Xingqian heard this, he was not moved, and asked rhetorically, so, should you be allowed to command? That's not necessary, I can only fight, not strategically, so it's up to you to command. To illustrate this, just wanted to tell the captain. I bear the brunt of any danger, and I don't joke with my life. Seeing that the atmosphere was awkward, Kawamoto said in a harmonious voice, Captain, Yuna is just pretending to be a hanger. In fact, she is more shrewd and thorough in her heart than anyone, and she will never make a move in the overall situation. And every mission, she is almost always a great contribution. Kawamoto meant to say good things for Yuna, but Yuna listened and was very angry. Kawamoto, the skin is itchy, right? Who said that the hanger was the hanger? Ahem. Yuna, your temper really should be changed. Change what to change, the old lady will have this temper, and if she is not happy, she will die on the side. It's okay if I die on the side. Do you let the captain die too? Depends, are you helping me talk, or are you going to fall into the hole and provoke the relationship between me and the captain? Yuna crossed her hands at the waist, full of shrew. Xingqian saw it in his eyes and suddenly smiled. It seems that this detachment is not as many as he imagined. In fact, the members have quite deep feelings for each other. Okay, don't quarrel over some small things. If there is no problem, let's go right away. Xingqian's group secretly traveled and left Konoha. 2 days later, they arrived in a small town on the border of the Land of Fire. In the town, they meet the Fire Nation army stationed here. According to the information, the general guarding the border town is called Dirk. He should also know that we are coming to help him. Do you want to go and say hello to him? Kawamoto asked. Nope, one word, but it was both Xingqian and Yuna who said it at the same time. The two looked at each other. Yuna turned to look away again, and said on her mouth, You are the captain, you say? The captain and Yuna still have a tacit understanding. Kawamoto chuckled. Xingqian asked, Yuna, with your ability, it is not difficult to become the captain of the Dark Army, why has it not been reused? It's not blocked by your aura. If you don't appear, this captain's position, maybe it's really mine. Yuna pouted. Older than Tsunade, she made this expression, and she didn't know if it was suitable for the adjective cute. Is it my predatory beauty? Xingqian touched his nose, indicating that he was very innocent. However, he actually knew that Yuna was complaining, but in fact he didn't take the position of captain to heart at all. I'm afraid this is a woman with a story. Okay, now is not the time to discuss this. Yuna asked, focus on the mission. Xingqian nodded and said, our mission is assassination, so it is not suitable to show up, even if it is our own people, so as not to make mistakes. Please don't show where the disguised shinobi base is, we can only wait for the snake to come out of the hole. Well, first observe secretly for a few days. Stealth lurking is the most basic skill in the dark part. Sometimes in order to crouch and wait for a target, lurk in one place for days and nights, unable to move, very boring. But this time they were lucky, as soon as it got dark, there was movement. Several ninjas of unknown origin burst into the town, smashed some buildings and looted some finances. When the army tracked them over, they immediately ran away again. The army is just ordinary samurai, how can it be compared with ninjas? Why don't we shoot? Kawamoto was puzzled. These are obviously small fur thieves, and they must know how to put a long line to catch big fish. Yuna laughed in a low voice, Captain, at first I was afraid that you were young and impulsive. Now seeing you so calm, I am relieved. Naruto-sama's vision is really unique. If it's an exaggeration, wait until the task is completed. Xingqian said, it's time to catch up. In the dark night, several figures galloped away in the direction where the troublesome ninja left before, and disappeared in a flash. On the wilderness trail, several ninjas took off their disguised coats and revealed their true colors. It's boring to repeat the same thing every day. Burning and looting, it's already very exciting, you actually feel bored. If it can be done quickly, of course it is exciting. But the leader ordered us not to confront the Fire Nation army head-on, causing chaos and fleeing immediately. It's like when you are about to shoot, you are excited, suddenly you stop. Don't you hold it uncomfortable? Mistress, your metaphor is really obscene. A skinny man scolded with a smile, and then said thoughtfully but seriously, with our strength, it is easy to deal with those ordinary troops. I don't know why the leader didn't let us do it. SHH, it's almost time to reach the camp. There are some things we talk about in private, we must not let the leader hear. Don't worry, we still have this measure. Ahead, brightly lit tents have been lined up, and it seems that many people are stationed. Several people adjusted and prepared to return to the camp. However, at this moment, the cold killing intent suddenly descended, and the black shadow, sword light and sword shadow flickered. Whoops! In an instant, blood splattered. Before several ninjas could react to what was going on, they became night ghosts. After the killing, the black shadows gathered in the jungle again, talking in low voices. Cut, it's all garbage, it's not difficult at all. Stupid, the captain said that it's just small shrimp, and the big fish are in the camp ahead. There are a lot of people in this camp. Maybe there is a presence of Shangnin, we need to plan a strategy. This Shinobu really wants to make trouble, send so many ninjas to station here. San Shinobu really doesn't have a face, as a ninja, he actually came to harass ordinary people, and his behavior was bad. They are still somewhat restrained, otherwise with the samurai army, how can they be controlled? Yes, with their ability, they can completely destroy an army, but they never clash head-on with the army, and they still have some scruples and are afraid of falling into reality. So every time they make trouble, they are also disguised. Even if they guessed that they were shinobi, there was little evidence. Whatever the purpose of Shinobu, stop them. Xingchen mused, there must be at least one leader on the enemy side, our target is this leader, and the rest of the ninjas can kill if they can, and it doesn't matter if they can't be killed. Yuna glanced ahead and said, I'm afraid it's not easy to find this leader, it's better to kill them all, saving time and trouble. Xingchen was speechless, don't be so careless, the other party may have a ninja who is not weaker than you. Captain, you think too much, Yuna's level of upper ninja is definitely a mainstay in Sand Ninja Village, how could he be sent to do such a thing? It's better to be careful in everything, or to observe secretly for a while. Yuna said disapprovingly, Captain, it's good to be careful, but it's not necessary to be too cautious. It is better to let me infiltrate the enemy camp to investigate, with my concealment methods, even the superior ninja of the same level will not be able to detect me. Nope, the stars refused. He always felt that the purpose of Shinobu's trip was not simple, and he should not be careless. After all, this period is approaching the Second Ninja World War. In the original work, the main reason for the Second Shinobi War was the uneven economic development of various countries, and the armed forces hoped to seek benefits through the war. The last sealing scroll, as well as this provocation, may have been preparations made by the Land of Wind or the Sand Shinobi village to provoke a war. If this is the case, then it is not surprising that no matter how many masters the Sand Ninja Village faction comes out, they act rashly, and if they are not careful, the whole army will be destroyed. So what are your good solutions? Yuna seemed a little upset. Observe for 2 days first. Observe for 2 days. Not only Yuna, but the rest of the people also showed surprised expressions. I don't have any patience for this, how did you become the Dark Ministry? But, there is nothing to do, I am the captain, and any action must be under my command. Xingchen said extremely seriously, everyone hides their location and observes. It is forbidden to act without my orders. Okay, listen to you. Yuna was a little distracted, but she still obeyed the arrangement of the stars. Reconnaissance of the enemy situation is very boring and extremely testing patience. After all, it is necessary to stay in one place continuously, but also to hide it well and not be noticed. For 2 days, the enemy camp was quiet and peaceful, with several shinobi guards patrolling alternately, and ninjas often coming and going. However, the ninja who came in and out in 2 days, the strongest was only an elite middle ninja, and they did not find the existence of upper ninja. Captain, obviously you are overhearted, the other party does not have any powerful roles at all. Yuna asked, 2 days have passed, can we start the mission now? That is, if I don't make a move, my fighting spirit will be polished. It always feels like something is wrong. Xingchen shook his head, I think we should abandon this mission. What? When several people heard this, their eyes widened at the same time. After 2 days of hard work, but in the end they have to give up the task, who will be willing? Captain, Naruto-sama values you so much, I give you the task. But now that the task has not started, you want to give up the task, can't you say it? What the hell are you worried about? Yuna looked at the stars puzzled. Xingchen glanced at a few people and said, don't care what I worry about, you have to listen to my orders anyway. Although you are the captain, we also have basic thinking and judgment skills. I can't agree with your approach, Yuna said, and a handful of kunao had appeared in her hand. Xingchen raised his eyebrows. What are you going to do? Since there is no Shangnan here, then what if I kill it directly? Yuna, we're with you. With the strength of several of us, it is not difficult to destroy this camp, and these 2 days have been wasted in vain. Xingchen's expression sank. Are you looking for death? Are you greedy and afraid of death? Nakata sneered. Kawamoto wanted to say and stopped, but he didn't know what to say. Well, it seems that you will never give up if you don't push yourself into danger, then I'll do it. Although Xingchen felt helpless, since he became the captain, he had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Yuna asked, are you alone? Well, but you must be prepared, and when you hear my instructions, you will retreat immediately. Without waiting for Yuna and the others to be stunned, the stars had already jumped up and rushed out. Yikes! Several shurikens broke through the air, and the few shinobi guarding the perimeter of the camp could not react and died immediately. There is an enemy attack, be on guard. In the enemy camp, there were many lower and middle shinobi, and 2 elite middle shinobi. Sleeve white snow. With a big move, a crystal clear cold front appeared in his hand, and the surrounding air condensed. Second Dance, by Lien. The ultimate ice and snow appeared across the sky, turning into a dragon, swallowing the lives of several people in an instant. Secretly, Yuna and the others were dumbfounded. In a short time, a field of ice and snow was created. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The captain is so powerful, let's go help. However, at this time, Yuna suddenly reached out and stopped several people. Wait, there's a problem. Kawamoto asked Yuna, what do you mean? Without waiting for Yuna to answer, something suddenly happened. Messing with things, how can you be presumptuous? Inside the tent, 3 extremely fast figures rushed out. 2 done, 10 miles of wild sand. The 3 joined hands to seal the seal, and the powerful chakra was almost condensed into substance, setting off a huge sandstorm within a square circle, as if it could overturn the heavens and the earth. Although the ice and snow of the stars are extremely strong, their attributes are comparable, and in this huge sandstorm, they also lose for a while, and they are shattered by inches. It's not good, it's 3 upper shinobi. Yuna was immediately shocked. In this camp, there are actually 3 upper shinobi hidden? In 2 days, these 3 upper shinobi have not appeared. Did they already know that they were lurking in the secret, had already laid traps, and waited for them to go in and send them to death? If you really break into it just now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sure enough, seeing these 3 Shangnan, Xingchen knew that his hunch was right. 2 days ago, the few shinobi they killed may not be important people, but in terms of shinobi, at least show some movement, right? In the past 2 days of observation, I found that the other party was frighteningly calm, and everything was as usual. It is impossible not to make the stars suspicious. And the other party did not make any warning, indicating that the seemingly calm camp was actually hiding a murderous plot, waiting for them to enter the net. Everyone, retreat immediately. Xingchen turned around and shouted at Yuna and the others. 3 upper shinobi, plus dozens of middle shinobi and lower shinobi, are not at all something that a single team can wipe out. The difficulty of this task is definitely S-level. Captain, after I break for you, don't talk nonsense, go quickly. The stars waved their sleeves of white snow, once again creating a sky full of ice and snow, competing with the wild sand. Although except for Kawamoto, the rest of the team was somewhat unconvinced by him. But since you have become the captain, you have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Captain, no, Kawamoto was flabbergasted. After a person stays and breaks, there is no difference between sending it to death. Yuna, you have already misjudged once just now, and now you still want to disobey my orders. Xingchen shouted, take them away immediately. Yuna was slightly startled. If it weren't for the stars just now, I'm afraid she would have stupidly rushed in and sent her to death. The trap set by the 3 upper shinobi, no matter how powerful she is, it is difficult for her to retreat with her whole body. I can't imagine that the first time I went on a mission with you, I was saved by you. Yuna sighed in her heart. In fact, Xingchen is the captain, she does not care on the surface, but she still has some feelings in her heart. So before Xingchen's order, she listened to it when she was in a good mood, and naturally ignored it when she was in a bad mood. Otherwise, Xingchen called everyone to a meeting, and she would not be absent. But now, is she still qualified to disobey his orders? Kawamoto, Nakata, retreat with me. Yuna, I repeat, retreat. For the first time, Yuna showed a tough tone that could not be refuted. Compared with the stars, Yuna, who has this expression, is obviously more deterrent. Yikes! Under Yuna's leadership, several people fled into the distance like galloping arrows. Damn, after waiting for you guys for 2 days, you want to leave so easily? Sato, take your people to chase, we solved this kid and rushed over immediately. Yes, an elite Naka shinobu took the lead and chased Yuna and them with dozens of people. At this time, Xingchen faced the 3 Shangnan alone. Little ghost, I can't think of this team, you are actually the captain. Is Konoha a person who has nothing to use? Shinobu stared at the stars with a sneer. Third man, don't be careless, this little ghost's knife is strange, it can release ice and snow, and it doesn't need to be sealed. It's just the left side of the door, what a foot, besides, our wind and earth can restrain him. The stars were calm, thinking in their hearts. With the strength of Yuna's several people, if there is no Shangnin pursuit, it can be completely unimpeded. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned around and fled in the other direction. Want to run? The three Shangnin sneered and chased after them, but soon, their faces became a little ugly. I thought that with their footsteps, the stars would not be able to escape no matter what, but in fact, the speed of the stars is not slower than theirs, and even slightly better. In half an hour's work, they have a tendency to lose it. It's really fucking eye-catching. How old is this kid? Just so perverted, no wonder he can become the captain of Konoha's dark army. Hee, if you can kill him, Konoha must have been distressed for a long time. What I said is that this guy doesn't have enough brains, and if he runs forward, the immortals can't save him. Then are we still chasing? The head of the three people had a deep groan on his face and said, Old San, you stay and continue to chase, and you don't really have to catch up, just drive him forward. My second husband and I went to chase that minions, and it was best to catch them all. Leave it to me, this kid can't run away anyway. Xingchen fled away while paying attention to the situation behind. He wasn't sure that he could go head-to-head with the three kami shinobi, so he bought time for Yuna and them to be on the safe side, so he chose to run in the opposite direction to Yuna and them. But soon, he realized that something was wrong, and the pursuit behind seemed to be getting slower and slower. He carefully tried to slow down, only to find that the people behind him had also slowed down and did not catch up at all. There is a problem, Xingchen had to ponder. Running out of the border of the land of fire, I should be in the land of Kawano by now. The country of Kawa is between the country of fire and the country of wind, so what is ahead? Xingchen broke out in a cold sweat. He actually ran in the direction of the country of wind. Isn't this looking for death? After calming down, Xingchen stopped. Suddenly, he changed direction again and turned back, extremely fast. Although the tracking Shinobu had been paying attention to the situation of the stars, he did not expect such an abnormal scene, and the two immediately bumped into each other. Shinobu looked at the stars stunnedly. I'm not that stupid yet, run to your house. San Ren was abrupt, and then said with a smile, it turns out that I figured it out, and it is rare that I can calm down at this moment. Xingchen looked at Shinobu and asked, why are you alone? Your two companions, they're chasing your men. I think your guys might all be wiped out. What do you think? Shinobu smiled sinisterly, but don't be sad, because you will die at my hands before they do. It's a pity. San Shinobu smiled and said, it's really a pity that you are a good seedling. I'm not saying that. Xingchen said lightly, if the three of you work together and let me solve it all at once, it will save me a lot of trouble. What did you say? Shinobu thought he had misheard. To be honest, I haven't been able to control this trick yet, and it's extremely taxing on the body, so I can't perform it easily. But right now, let's give it a try, Xingchen said, and suddenly held the handle of the sleeve-white snow knife with both hands, and then fell down. Light ribbon, dancing without wind, lingers around the sleeve snow. Ice flowers, floating in the sky and earth, seem to make both of them fall into a dreamy world. Suddenly, on the body of the stars, boundless spiritual power surged and merged into the white snow of the sleeve. Suddenly, the time was overflowing. In the ultimate light, a continuous sound sounded, gentle and magical. Shinobu was dumbfounded, and at this time, the stars had condensed a layer of ice armor on their bodies. The knife in his hand, the hilt had disappeared, as if it had merged with his arm. And the blade is not metal at all, but a knife made of ice. Rich and vigorous power surged from the depths of his body, and the stars opened their eyes, clear and sharp, looking directly at Shinobu. As an enemy, if you see this trick, you have no chance of survival. Xingchen said coldly, are you ready? San Shinobu inexplicably felt a trace of fear in his heart, but then he forced it down and shouted, pretend to be a ghost, I am a dignified upper ninja, how can I be afraid of you like this? You are not ninjutsu at all. It's not really ninjutsu, but it's too easy to defeat you. Xingchen didn't say much at all, his footsteps moved lightly, and his figure disappeared directly from the place. And almost at the same time, he had already crossed the distance of 3 or 4 jong and appeared directly in front of Shinobu San Shinobu. The skate blade is raised high and slashed down. What? Shinobu's pupils contracted sharply, and the bitterness in his hand appeared, trying to resist. After all, at this distance, it is almost impossible to retreat, and you can only fight. However, Xingchen only said with a mocking face, the state of swastika has 10 times the power of the state of initial solution, can you block it? The ice blade fell, and the Sand Ninja's coup just touched it, and it was actually a click, which directly shattered into ice powder and turned into dust. It can't be. You monster! Shinobu let out a desperate and terrified shout. What kind of oppressive force is this? However, no matter what, the blade of the star broke through all obstacles and fell directly above his head. One cut, two cuts. In the wilderness woodland, a group of sand ninja is rushing forward. Everyone pay attention, according to intelligence and time, the enemy is near this area. A leader of the upper ninja said solemnly, the other party is the leader of the dark army, the upper ninja level, don't be careless. No matter what kind of captain he is, what kind of forbearance, run into our encirclement, and die 100 deaths. Another Shangnin said disdainfully. At first glance, there are 4 Shangnin in this 8-person squad, and the other 4 are also elite shinobi. This kind of battle can be called a terrifying level. It turned out that this team had received intelligence that a captain of Konoha's dark department had escaped in this direction, and asked them to come and intercept and attack back and forth. Their goal is the stars. This Konoha ninja is also stupid enough to run to our territory. Dispatching so many of our elites, he should be proud to die, haha. The leader also only symbolically mentioned that everyone was careful, but he himself did not show that he cared very much, thinking that it was difficult for the target to fly. However, at this moment, an icy cold struck, catching me off guard. It's so cold, what's going on? Look ahead, someone shouted in horror. Everyone looked, but they did not slow down, and they happened to see a shocking scene. A teenager who seemed to be wrapped in ice clothes was falling with a knife, splitting the person in front of him, but there was no bloody scene, because even the blood froze in an instant and became ice cubes. Oh, it's coming so fast. Xingchen slowly turned around, and his gaze swept over the 8 people, but it is also a coincidence, without your foil, my understanding also seems to be a little worthless. You are Captain Konoha Dark, go to hell and ask. The stars once again exerted terrifying speed and moved sideways, and everywhere it passes, covered with ice and snow, any substance, even molecules, will freeze at this moment. This is the ability to relieve by Xia's punishment. Absolute zero. In the face of absolute zero, the molecules are stationary, how to resist? Boom! Shangnin, or elite shinobi, makes no difference at this moment. They only felt the white light flash in front of them, and then they completely lost consciousness and turned into 8 ice sculptures. Yuna took Kawamoto and Nakata to gallop, feeling regret in her heart. If you follow the advice of the stars and retreat early in the morning, how can there be the current crisis? At this time, they are fleeing to the hinterland of the Fire Nation, and if they can inform the village in time, they may be able to get support and escape pursuit. But the stars are in a desperate situation, with little life to speak of. No, Yuna, we can't just run away, at least inform Naruto-sama and ask for support, otherwise the captain will definitely die, Kawamoto Q said. I'm afraid it's too late, no matter what, always give it a try. Yuna heard this and stopped. You are right, no matter how faint hope is, you should not give up, I will ask for help immediately. Saying that, she bit her finger, condensed the blood print, and pressed it to the ground. Psychic. Pang! A white rabbit was summoned. Although it looks like a white rabbit, it is obviously a ninja beast, not an ordinary rabbit. Yuna, are you in danger? The rabbit opened his mouth and spat human words. Well, please return to Konoha as quickly as possible and inform Hokage about the captain's situation. In the Hokage office, the 3 generations were checking the documents, when suddenly the rabbit who had been sturdy jumped in from the window. Huh? The 3rd generation frowned slightly. Are you Yuna's psychic beast? Yes, I'm here to deliver Yuna's message. Rabbit truthfully stated what Yuna was going to convey. What? The 3 generations immediately changed their expressions. This is bad, I didn't expect San Shinobu to be so insidious, and it was clear that he set a trap and waited for our people to die. Hokage, Yuna asked you to send someone to rescue her captain. As for them, you can get out on your own. In this case, I'm afraid the 3 generations of Hokage hesitated, fell into this trap, and died 9 times. San Shinobu is carefully arranged, it is not trivial, and sending people over again is likely to be sent to death, and it will even cause a war between the 2 countries. In politics, it is normal to sacrifice 1 or 2 people to save the overall situation. If he were to change to another person, he might really have the idea of giving up. But the stars cannot die. If he died, Tsunade didn't know what he would do. Come man. The 3 generations of Hokage drank in a deep voice. Swish. A masked dark ninja appeared out of thin air and knelt down on one knee. What are Naruto-sama's orders? You go and let Kimu Shuumao come. The message was transmitted, but Yuna and the others did not have any bottom in their hearts. Not to mention whether Hokage will send someone to support. Even if someone comes, I am afraid it will be difficult to have any effect. With unease, their speed slowed down a lot. Now that he has entered the realm of the Land of Fire, Shinobu should not have the guts to chase after him. However, it turns out that they take something for granted. Half a day later, when they settled in a town, they happen to be caught by the pursuing Shinobu. In this team, there are 3 elite Naka Shinobi, and the rest of the Naka Shinobi and Shimo Shinobu have more than 10 people, led by a middle-aged man named Sato. Oh, let our guard down so quickly. Do you really think that we have no plan for this operation? It is all accidental. Sato leads Shinobu and besieges Yuna and several people on a street corner. This town is almost full of ordinary people, even if there are a few sporadic ninjas, they are not in the stream. When you see this kind of battle, don't hide as far as you can. Yuna, what should I do? The stars are not there, and several people are centered on Yuna. Yuna calmed down, glanced at these dozen people, and suddenly said coldly, kill them all. Just wait for your words. Nakata said angrily, it's ridiculous that when we are soft persimmons, sending such a few people to want to kill us. Although there are only 5 of them, Yuna is Kaminobi, Nakata and Kawamoto are the elite Naka shinobi, and the other 2 are also Naka shinobi. If you really fight, the odds of victory are also 5-5. Ha, kill us, what a big breath. However, at this moment, something suddenly changed, and 2 extremely fast figures flashed down and appeared in front of Sato, looking at Yuna and them with contempt. Why are you here? Yuna's heart froze. Aren't these 2 upper shinobi besieging the captain? Could it be? Obviously, your captain has already gone to Immortal Mountain. Impossible. Yuna vetoed, with the strength of the captain, even if you are not able to defeat the 3 of you, you will not be able to lose in a short time. After seeing the ice and snow power of the stars, Yuna knew that the strength of the stars would only be above her. And if she faces these 3 upper ninjas, she will definitely be invincible, but under the maneuver, she can delay a lot of time. After the stars have a broken heart, how can they fight hard with each other? They will inevitably try their best to maneuver. Obviously a little ghost, you trust him very much. Kiwaze-Face-san couldn't help but sneered, speaking of that little devil really has some ability, but after all, he is too young, has insufficient experience, and may be a road idiot. What do you mean? Yuna questioned. Quite simply, after he broke off for you, he wanted to lure us away, and naturally ran in the opposite direction to you. What? Yuna immediately reacted, and the stars ran in the direction of the land of wind. Then they only need to send a message to the shinobi village, and immediately a bunch of people will block the front. Don't worry, you guys will end up the same, you just don't know who comes first. I think he'll probably hold out for a while, and you're going to die here. We're not going to sit still. Yuna and the others understood that this was a desperate moment, only to put life and death aside and fight hard. Even if you really die, you can at least pull a few cushions. Kill. Yuna drank suddenly, and the rest of the people also had a very tacit understanding, breaking through in different directions. Find death. Kiwaze-Face-san couldn't bear it, and then intercepted Yuna alone. He could see that Yuna was the strongest in this team and the backbone of the team. If she can be killed, the rest of the people will not be worried, and their morale will definitely be greatly reduced. It just so happens that my target is also you. Yuna's eyes were quick, holding Kuwu in her left hand, and her right hand was actually sealed with one hand. Tudun, torrential rain and sand. Suddenly, the ground under the feet of the national character face Shinobu turned into mud, making it sink deep in it and unable to move. At the same time, the surrounding sand and dust flew out of thin air, and the fine sand, like a steel bullet, shot towards the national character face sand. Konoha ninja, actually use earth escape, there are still appearances. Although the scene was very spectacular, the national character face sneered again and again, and did not put it in his eyes at all. But using the earth done in front of me, I chose the wrong target. Tudun, earth flow wall. As he made a seal, a huge wall rose, shooting the dust and steel bullets in the moment. But oral. Is it? What about this trick? Yuna made a seal with one hand again, and an ice blade appeared in her hand, crystal clear. This is, Shinobu was shocked for a moment. Thousands of miles frozen. Yuna's ice blade in her hand was raised, and the sky turned into ice and snow, freezing everything in the surrounding space. You have the same abilities as that imp. San Shinobu sinks. This ice and snow ability is very tricky, and must be dealt with carefully. But soon, he was startled again, as if he sensed something. No, this is an illusion, dare to fool me. Kiwaze-Face-san endured the rage, regained control of his chakra flow, sealed his hands, and shouted, solution. The wind and sand disappeared, the ice and snow disappeared, everything returned to its original state, and the heavens and the earth were clear. It's really an illusion. The national character Face-san ninja looked at Yuna, who stood in place without moving, and sneered contemptuously, I almost caught your Deo, but it's just a small trick of carving insects. Yes, the attack was recognized, and instead of being in a hurry, Yuna showed a meaningful smile and threw her left hand out bitterly. Kiwaze-Face Shinobu subconsciously dodged, but Kuwu suddenly turned into a small, invisible needle prick that shot into his head. Secret art, Phantom God Destruction. The national character Face-san ninja only felt that his mind exploded, and then it turned into a chaotic blank, and the whole person became demented and seemed to be delirium. My secret art belongs to illusion, and it is different from ordinary illusion. If you treat it as just ordinary illusion, this is the end. After Yuna finished speaking, her face turned a little pale. Casting secret techniques is also extremely draining on her spirit. It's too late, it's fast. Yuna had not yet tasted the joy of victory, when a cold front suddenly hit behind her, but it was another Shinobu. Damn woman, died. The weak Yuna couldn't resist at all, knowing that she couldn't dodge the attack anyway. This is the disadvantage of performing secret arts. First, it consumes a lot, severely damaging enemies, and even turning enemies into idiots, but they themselves will also become weak. Second, it is definitely not suitable for group battles. In case the enemy still has a sneak attack, it is almost equivalent to suicide. Yuna didn't expect to die in this mission, but she didn't have much fear in her heart. At least let her pull a kami ninja to be buried. The only regret is not being sure that the stars are still alive at this critical moment. Suddenly a figure rushed over with lightning speed and blocked Yuna's body. When Shinobu saw the person coming, he was shocked for a moment, and his movements slowed down a little. Surprised, right? The star who suddenly appeared sneered, and the spiral pill that had already condensed in his hand immediately blasted out, hitting Shinobu's abdomen. Pang! Shinobu vomited blood and flew upside down, smashed it to the ground, tried to get up several times, but finally lost his strength and could not move. Captain. Yuna's consternation was no less than that of Shinobu. How's it going? Are you okay? Shin-chan asked with a smile. I'm fine, I'm just a little weak, but I'm in the same situation as you, a little better than you. Although it can gain great power, it is extremely taxing on the body. And after using the swastika solution, he rushed all the way over, and he was already very tired at this time. A spiral pill is almost the last trick he can make. Fortunately, Shinobu hesitated and let him succeed. The captain is back. During the battle, Kawamoto and Nakata also noticed the return of the stars, and their morale was immediately boosted. On the other hand, on the side of Shinobi, the two leaders, one became in a trance, the other fell to the ground, and lost their combat power, so that they had no intention of fighting again. After a few false moves, everyone dispersed. Kawamoto and they naturally didn't mean to chase, and they all gathered around the stars. Captain, fortunately you arrived in time, otherwise we would have finished playing. Captain, I used to have no eyes, from now on, my life is yours, only your life is followed. Nakata patted his chest and swore an oath. Yes, although you are the same age as my brother, I will obey you. The rest of the people also followed the stars. Who would not respect a captain who is willing to fight for his subordinates and put himself to death? Shin-chan joked, now is not the time for sensationalism, clean up and prepare to go back. That's right. Yuna said seriously, Shinobu's pursuers may catch up at any time. Don't worry about this, I think Shinobu has no more chasing soldiers. Shin-chan said easily. Yuna was stunned. In terms of Sand Ninja, isn't there another upper ninja? Also, Sand Shinobu must have informed the village, maybe Sand Ninja village will send more Shangnin, how could there be no chasing soldiers? Yuna didn't know that all the ninjas who came out to pursue Shinobu had all died at the hands of the stars. At this moment, a man galloped from afar, and in an instant. The man was burly and kind-faced, wearing a Konoha ninja forward guard in uniform. Gentlemen, I am relieved to see that you are safe and sound. Kimu Shuumao. Yuna, who apparently knew the man, called out the name. Shin-chan didn't know this person, but had definitely heard of the name. Kiki Shuumo, Kakashi's father, is known as the White Fang of Konoha. This is a legendary ninja who is not inferior to the three shinobi. Naruto-sama sent you, Yuna asked Kiki Shuumao. Well, when Hokage received your message, he immediately sent me to receive it. I thought I would have to fight hard, but I didn't expect. Kimushuuma glanced around, and saw the two miserable sand shinobi, and the Zongnin, who had suffered a lot of casualties, and couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. This squad is actually so strong in combat. Immediately, his gaze fell on Shin-chan, this, presumably the captain, Shichi Shin-chan, really young and promising. My achievement, compared to yours, is not worth mentioning. There is no need to say more about this mutual compliment. Hokage said that this mission has been completed, you guys go back with me. Whew, it's a thrilling and exciting mission, I don't know if there is a chance. You have a lot of life, if it weren't for the captain, we would all be dead. Next time will not be reckless, eat a long and wise, people always grow in such trials. When he saw the stars, the three generations of Hokage were visibly relieved. He originally thought that this mission would not be too difficult with Yuna, but he didn't expect that this was a trap set by Shinobu. Shuumao, it's hard for you this time. Kiki Shuumao shook his head and said, Naruto-sama, I just ran my legs. When I arrived, Shinobu had already routed, and they were safe and sound. San Shinobu rout. The three generations were surprised. Didn't you say that there are 3 upper shinobi, and a dozen middle and lower shinobi ambush you? That's true, so Naruto-sama, you need to be prepared. Shinobu suffered heavy losses this time, and I'm afraid he will ask you for an explanation. Shin-chan said meaningfully. They still dare to ask me for explanations. The third generation said in a deep voice, it's good that I didn't ask them to settle the account. That's okay, I hope you stick to your bottom line. Longing for peace is a good thing, but blindly tolerating will only increase the arrogance of others. Captain Yuna glanced at the stars in shock, talking to Hokage, how could it be in such a tone? The rest of the people also beat drums in their hearts. The captain is the captain, the summoning of the group, the birds are not birds, and now they still have the posture of teaching Hokage to do things. However, the third generation of Hokage didn't seem to think so much, and nodded and said, if Shinobu really dares to find it, let's talk about it. As for you, take 2 days off and give you a holiday. Walking out of Hokage's office and saying goodbye to Kiki Shiwashige, Hoshitaka is also ready to go back to meet Tsunade and Rope Tree. Originally, after joining the Dark Department, there was no rest time, but this time it was an exception for the holiday. Captain, I have something to say to you. When parting, Yuna suddenly called out to the stars. What's the matter? Let's say, it's all my own people, what are you afraid of? Before I set off, Danzo summoned me and asked me, Yuna, stop talking. Tunzo summoned you. Xingchen hesitated slightly and asked, let you spy on me, how do you know? Yuna was surprised. I know much better than you who Tunzo is. Besides, you're not the only one who wants to spy on me. Xingchen's gaze turned and fell on Chuan itself. Kawamoto, what do you think? Kawamoto knew that Xingchen also knew his own affairs, and couldn't help but be ashamed. Naruto-sama has indeed ordered me to pay attention to your actions, Captain. I am afraid that I will be summoned alone later. Xingchen smiled indifferently. You guys just say it casually, it doesn't matter if you want to shrink or exaggerate or report truthfully, the two of them are boring enough. Previous Hoshi-chan returns home, but finds that Rope Tree and Tsunade are not there, and he can't help but wonder, is it so unfortunate that both of them went out on a mission? In fact, most of the people who joined the dark part were just because he was more curious about the dark part and wanted to experience it. According to the original book, the Second Ninja World War will soon break out, and he will definitely go to the battlefield at that time, and joining the Dark Department is also a preparation. Since there was no one at home, Xingchen was not interested in staying, so he walked around the village at will. Stars. While walking down the street, a familiar voice sounded. The stars followed the prestige and saw 5 or 6 teenagers in uniform and a young girl slowly walking over. Among these people, Xingchen also saw many familiar faces. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikato, and Uchiha Birthday. And it was Uchiha who shouted out to him. Although he and Uchiha are a little incompatible, after all, they are both Tsunade's disciples, and they know each other a little. Birthday, you came just in time. Do you know where Tsunade went? Since Uchiha is still in the village, Tsunade should be there. Uchiha Mikato seemed to know something, and was just about to speak, but was stopped by Uchiha Fugaku on the side. If you want to know, beat me. Without saying a word, Uchiha directly challenged the stars. Xingchen was slightly stunned, thinking that this guy's brain was clamped by the door, and he pretended to be forced if he didn't agree? Although this guy can open the Sharingan, his strength is simply unbearable, and he is just a subordinate. I know, you are very disdainful, but I can tell you that I am different today. Uchiha was determined and seemed to think he would win. Xingchen said with interest, Shibutsu 3 days should be impressed. Are you saying that you have made a huge breakthrough in the past half a month? Of course, I would like to thank you. After you were gone, Tsunade-sensei spared no effort to teach me and Michiko ninjutsu, and our strength grew by leaps and bounds. Yes, then I'm interested in seeing it. Hoshi-chen was not interested in Uchiha's strength, but in what Tsunade had done after he left. Don't disgrace us, Uchiha. Yes, give this arrogant brat a good beating. After Uchiha's birthday, Uchiha boy shouted at Neville. Uchiha Fugaku clasped his hands to his chest and watched quietly. His interest in the stars is stronger than that of Uchiha. In his opinion, among the younger generation of Konoha village, only Hinata Hayashi and Hoshi are his opponents. Brother Fuyu, which of the two do you think will win? Uchiha Mikato suddenly asked. Mikato, what do you think? Uchiha Mikato replied seriously, Shin's strength seems to have improved a lot, but he will definitely lose. Uchiha Fugaku was slightly surprised. Why are you so sure? Uchiha Mikato's little face blushed. It's just intuition, he's very strong. Uchiha Fugaku looked at her deeply, then turned his head to look at the stars, and his expression became a little cold. Uchiha Mikato didn't know why. I don't know if she said the wrong thing and upset him. Too lazy to run elsewhere, just try it here, it won't be long anyway. Xingchen stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture. Just shoot, let me see your changes. Uchiha was calm, he knew that Xingchen was not an ordinary opponent, and he had to go all out from the beginning. Sharingan, open. A jade writing wheel eye appeared impressively, and around the pupils, a trace of blood appeared. What I want to see is not your chakra eye, what can be used for a single tick of jade. Hoshi-chan said contemptuously, Tsunade taught you something, just show it. As you wish. Uchiha didn't talk nonsense, drank deeply, stepped out. The steps were deep and powerful. With the help of the recoil force of kicking the ground, the speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he rushed to the star and punched out. Tsunade's stunt is strange power, and it seems that Uchiha learned from Tsunade is a type of physical skill. This explosive power has indeed improved a lot compared to him before. It's okay, but it's still too naive. Xingchen stood still in place, directly stretched out his hand, and seemed to be about to receive Uchiha's punch head-on. Yes, Uchiha sneered. Swish. Suddenly, his figure disappeared from front of him. After a flash, he appeared behind the stars out of thin air, jumped up in the air, and swept out with a side kick. Such an unexpected and extremely fast physical technique made Uchiha Fugaku on the side slightly moved. Okay, win. The teenagers of the Uchiha clan seemed ready to cheer for victory. However, at this moment, it was clear that his back was to the stars of Uchiha's birthday, but he suddenly backhanded and grabbed Uchiha's side kick steadily. In an instant, Uchiha almost stopped in mid-air, but all kinds of power seemed to have encountered an impenetrable wall, and life was cut off. Looking at the stars, he stood firmly like a pine and did not move at all. Uchiha couldn't believe it. Sing-chen saw through his attack, and even caught his sweeping leg with one random hand that was enough to kick off a large tree. What is this power? I said, you're naive. Sing-chen turned around and shook his head. If you only learned this trick from Tsunade, then you better admit defeat. Damn, since physical skills are not good, let's try ninjutsu. After Sing-chen let go, Uchiha jumped back, and then his hands quickly froze, and a huge flame spit out from Uchiha's mouth. How fireball technique. Sing-chen knew that the Uchiha family was good at fire, and the most commonly used and basic ninjutsu was how fireball. That's not right. Immediately, Sing-chen noticed that this flame was changing shape, and it was faintly in the form of a dragon. Dragon fire art. The chakra that Uchiha had accumulated in his body was released at this moment, and that flame also completely changed into the form of a dragon, and the heat was more than double that of before. Be careful, back off. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. He never expected that Uchiha could make a fire of this scale. Sing-chen was also stunned for a moment. He remembered that this fire ninjutsu belonged to the B level, which Suzuki had used when he fought against Uchiha Itaki, and it was an evolved version of the dragon fire art. Although Uchiha reluctantly used this trick, it was indeed rare for him. However, at this level, is it useful to deal with the stars? Just as the dragon fire devoured the stars, he saw the stars rushing forward, flashed in an instant, and disappeared from the place. Pang! With a loud noise, Sing-chen seemed to ignore the spatial distance, and appeared directly in front of Uchiha, reaching out into a palm knife against his neck. Very good, in the past half a month, you have improved a lot, but that's all. Sing-chen said lightly, you lost. At this time, Uchiha looked tired and unwilling. Tiredness is because casting the dragon fire technique is extremely consuming to him. Unwilling because he made a trick at the bottom of the box, the dragon fire technique, still can't win the stars. No, it's not that you can't win, it's not at all at one level. He is only now truly aware of the gap between him and the stars, and throughout the battle, his chakra eye did not work at all. The speed of the stars has exceeded the limit that a hook of jade can detect. The teenagers of the surrounding Uchiha clan were all silent at this time. Although Uchiha was not as good as Uchiha Fugaku, but he was also a little famous in the Uchiha clan, but he didn't want to lose so crisply. Uchiha Fugaku glanced solemnly at the ground where the stars had stood before, and there was actually a recessed piece there, obviously caused by the recoil force when the stars moved. What a great force is required. However, he was also curious, did Sing-chen focus on physical cultivation? There are also strong physical skills, but after all, they are a minority. The mainstream of ninja is still ninjutsu. Sing-chen, this is just a small competition. Give me face and don't embarrass him. Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Am I looking like I'm going to embarrass him? Hoshi-chen glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and asked Uchiha again, okay, can you tell me where Tsunade is? Before Uchiha could speak, Uchiha Mikato took the lead and said, Hashito, we just came over there and saw Tsunade-sama and Rope Tree eating ramen. Ramen. Sing-chen thought to himself, now is not the time to eat, right? Well, there is a new Ichiraku ramen restaurant in the east of the village, and many people go to try it, and it is said that it is delicious, and I will try it when I have time. Ichiraku ramen restaurant. When Sing-chen heard this familiar store name, he couldn't wait. Uncle Ichiraku in this period must have been very young. Miss Mikato, thank you. The stars said goodbye and then walked towards the east. About 6 or 7 minutes later, Hoshi-chen saw the ramen restaurant, as well as Tsunade and Rope Tree, who were eating. Inside the store, a handsome young man in his 20s is busy, but he is also happy. After all, the business is good, and no matter how tired you are happy. Rope Tree and Tsunade were originally sitting side by side, but Hoshi-chen forced himself to brutally insert it, squeezed out a position, and shouted at the top of his voice, boss, a bowl of seafood ramen. Tsunade was chatting with Rope Tree, but suddenly someone squeezed in, and he was angry in his heart. Which thing that does not open the eyes, cannot be tired of living? But when she turned around and saw the smiling stars, her anger turned into endless joy. Sing-chen, why are you here? Tsunade knows the rules of the dark part, and he must wear a mask all year round, hide his identity, and have no vacation time. I thought that Sing-chen would not be seen for at least several months when he joined the dark department. Just completed a task, 3 generations were considerate of us and gave us a holiday, so let's come and see you and the Rope Tree. Sarutobi-sensei is very enlightened this time, but it should be related to the task you are doing, a very dangerous task. Hoshi-chan knew that if he told Tsunade about it, Tsunade would probably run to Hokage and make a fuss, so he still didn't tell the truth. A slightly more difficult task, but for me, it's a piece of cake. Brother Chen, you have been in the dark department for a few days, and this bragging ability has increased a lot, the rope tree muttered from the sidelines. Say what? Xing Chen glared at him. Are you entertaining today? I didn't bring any money. It's okay for me to treat you today, but next month it's my birthday. What are you going to do? Xing Chen was slightly stunned. Yes, there are still 20 days left, and you will have your 10th birthday. But I'm in the dark section, I'm afraid I won't be able to come out at that time. Brother Chen, you are too unkind, the 10th birthday is very commemorative, you don't come to celebrate for me. Rope Tree pouted, then you can give me a birthday present in advance. Xing Chen smacked him, you're worried about birthday gifts, aren't you? But then again, this gift is really going to be given, just what is it about sending something to the Rope Tree? Opening the system panel, Xing Chen saw that 6,800 was displayed on his points column, which he obtained by killing 6 upper shinobi and sand shinobi, as well as many middle shinobi. 6,800 points, you can do an intermediate lottery, right? Although 5,000 points are not easy to get, both Rope Tree and Tsunade are very important people to him, and there is nothing to be reluctant about. Conduct an intermediate lottery, and the goal is to break through time and space. Hey, it's drawing for you, please wait a minute. Hey, congratulations on obtaining the 7-pin pill Yin Yang Xianlong pill. Yin Yang Xianlong pill. Hearing the prize won, the stars breathed sluggishly. This is the ultimate elixir, although the level may not be the highest, but the effect is amazing, and it has the miraculous effect of reversing the reincarnation of Yin and Yang. In the original book, Rope Tree fell into a trap during the Second Shinobi World War and unfortunately died. From the first day of crossing, the stars have been pondering how to change the ending of the Rope Tree in the future. This Yin Yang Xianlong pill can only be effective when the person taking it is about to die, and it can be said to be tailor-made for him. Xing Chen was a little excited. Compared to the life of the Rope Tree, the points consumed were not worth mentioning. After all, it was just a bunch of data. Rope Tree, I have a gift for you, but I'll talk about it when I get home. The 7-pin pill is already an extraordinary thing. Of course, it is impossible for the people of the Hokage world to understand the elixir, but the 7-pin pill will emit a strong medicinal fragrance, and anyone who can see it will know that it is a treasure. In order to avoid trouble, it is naturally impossible to take it out in public. Hearing that there was a gift, Rope Tree's eyes suddenly lit up, and the ramen was not in the mood to eat, urging Hoshi-chan and Tsunade to hurry up and finish eating and go home. Xing Chen was helpless, and after only 2 bites of a bowl of seafood ramen, he returned with the Rope Tree. Xing Chen, look at your mysterious nature, is it a good thing? Tsunade was also more curious about what the stars were going to give, and he couldn't be seen by outsiders. Xing Chen didn't say much, and took out the Yin Yang Xianlong pill from his personal space. No, that's it. The palm is spread, and the pure milky white elixir lies in the palm of the hand, exuding a rich and intoxicating fragrance. Wow, something, it feels amazing. Rope Tree was surprised, but then muttered, Brother Chen, are you candy? Xing Chen didn't know how to explain it, but fortunately said, you can eat it as candy. What a treat, the Rope Tree is a little weird. Give a birthday gift and give a candy. Brother Chen is also the first person. But looking at it, it seemed to be quite delicious, and the Rope Tree took it without thinking. Brother Chen, 1 is too little, it's not enough for me to stuff my teeth, another 180. When Xing Chen heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just this Yin Yang Xianlong pill also cost him almost all of his points, and 180? Don't be satisfied, I can't bear to eat this thing myself, specially left for you, a priceless treasure in the world. Isn't it just a candy? It's so mysterious. Rope Tree disagreed, and casually swallowed the elixir. Don't bite it, swallow it directly. Xing Chen emphasized. The Rope Tree choked for a while, but obediently swallowed it directly, and then choked. If you didn't say it earlier, you almost didn't choke to death. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed again, and there seemed to be a hot fire in his body, impacting his internal organs. Ah, it's so hot, Brother Chen, what are you? The Rope Tree pulled his clothes uncomfortably. Don't worry, I was a little uncomfortable at first. The stars stretched out their hands, condensed the power of ice and snow, and pressed on the Rope Tree to help it relieve the heat in its body. Yin Yang Xianlong pill is a 7-pin pill. The medicinal properties are naturally very strong, and some symptoms will inevitably occur. However, Yin Yang Xianlong pill is a latent elixir. Its effect will not be immediately apparent. Only when it is on the verge of death can it reverse yin and yang and break and stand. After a while, the Rope Tree felt much better before he breathed a sigh of relief. Xing Chen, what exactly did you give the Rope Tree to eat, and why is this happening? Tsunade looked at it the whole time, and the more he looked at it, the more strange he felt. Don't worry, I'm serious, this thing is very important, and it will help the Rope Tree a lot in the future. Rope Tree was dissatisfied. In this world, the word future is the most unreliable thing, because no one can say for sure. You little ghost, it's quite philosophical to talk. Xingchen scolded with a smile, but for others, the future is very unreliable. For me, many things are actually preordained. As Xingchen said, San Shinobu village was really angry because of this incident, and his tone was very tough, demanding that Konoha apologize and hand over the murderer of San Shinobu. When 8 Flying Sun Chopper heard this news, he was almost angry. It is clear that the other party provoked first, and deliberately set a trap to ambush the Konoha ninja. Now that the Konoha ninja have killed it back, they still have the face to confess? Sometimes, for the sake of the big picture, you have to make some concessions. But giving in for a while does not mean weakness and bullying. The theft of the seal scroll, the border provocation, have all angered his bottom line. This time, he won't compromise again. There was a fierce conflict between Konoha and San Shinobu village, but at this time, Iwa Shinobu village of Tsuchinoku suddenly intervened and proposed a meeting of the 5 cages, and everyone met in person. Although 8 Flying Sun Chopper felt puzzled, he did not shirk. 2 days later, the 5 Shadows Conference was officially launched, bringing together the contemporary 5 Shadows for the first time. This meeting lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. After returning from the meeting, Sarutobi immediately summoned the stars. Naruto-sama, looking at your appearance, it seems that there is something to worry about, Xingchen asked aloud. Regarding this meeting of the 5 Shadows, he was unexpected, but reasonable. The second ninja war is about to begin, and this meeting is probably hidden and all the ninja villages are watching. Xingchen, tell me honestly, how many people did you kill in this mission? Sarutobi asked very seriously. He thought that he had learned all the details from Kawamoto, but he never expected that the news he received from Shinobi village would be so shocking. Xingchen's face did not change color. About a dozen people. Do these dozen people include 6 Shangnin? I don't know. Xingchen shrugged. Sarutobi knew that the stars must be vague, and there was a strict boundary between upper shinobi and middle shinobi, and as long as he made a move, he knew whether it was the upper shinobi level. But is the ambiguity of the stars tantamount to acquiescence? Did he really kill 6 kami shinobi alone? How did you do it? 8 Flying Sun Chopper found that he couldn't see through this 12-year-old boy at all. Does it matter? Hoshi-chen said, no matter what, I'm part of Konoha, and I won't do anything to harm the village. And you, as the Hokage, should pay more attention to the next ninja realm pattern. 8 Fei Ri was slightly stunned. What do you mean? I don't believe you have no premonition at all. Xingchen said solemnly, any war will not break out for no reason. It is caused by the accumulation and precipitation of countless contradictions, or the expansion of the ambitions of some people. 8 Fei Ri's expression changed. You said war. Yes, an inevitable war is about to break out. Now it's time to plan ahead and prepare early. 8 Fei Ri was very solemn. War is not a child's play, but San Shinobu is indeed too arrogant and presumptuous. If there is really a war, Konoha will not be afraid of it. For the ninja world war mentioned by Xingchen, the 3 generations of Hokage are obviously conservative and ready to wait and see. Although during this time, the impression given to him by the stars was extremely special and mysterious. But the ninja world war is not trivial, and he can't listen to the words of the stars and move the crowd. Of course, in the current situation, it is always right to do some basic precautions. Xingchen doesn't care if the 3 generations believe it or not. Anyway, his words have been picked out, and what to do next, you can only go with the flow. Saying goodbye to Rope Tree and Tsunade, Hoshi returns to the Dark Division. Captain, Tenzo asked me to invite you over. Yuna has apparently seen Tenzo again, but she doesn't know how she reported to Tenzo. Xingchen glanced at Yuna and asked, you seem to have a very close relationship with Tuan Zhang. Not really, it's just that he is the creator of Root, and his power in the dark part is second only to Hokage. I dare not offend. Then forget it, you tell him, I'm not available for the time being. Yuna, the last time she refused Tuan Zhang, Yuna already felt that the stars were too dragging, and this second time she refused, which is equivalent to directly slap Tuan Zhang? Xingchen does have a deliberately perfunctory meaning. He is a little straight, influenced by the original work, and he has a very bad impression of Tuan Zhang. It's good not to see Tuan Zhang. If you really see it, I'm afraid it will be even more unpleasant. During this time, I will retreat. You will solve some small tasks by yourself, and don't bother me if there are no major things. Retreat. Kawamoto and Nakata also gathered around. Captain, do you want to practice new ninjutsu? Captain, who did you learn your ninjutsu from? And that perfect ninja knife, which can create an ice and snow world with a light wave, it's amazing. Yuna said seriously, the ninjutsu of the ice and snow attribute is naturally a secret art. Since it is a secret technique, how can I tell you casually? Yes, we're just curious, Captain. It's okay. As the captain, Xingchen also has some permissions, and he doesn't have to do a lot of things himself, and he has a lot of free time. In this retreat, he was ready to study the Qinglian Earth Heartfire and hit the level of elite patience. By the way, don't look at his ability to kill Shangnin, but the quality of chakra in his body is only at the ordinary shinobi level. Tuanzang was rejected for the second time, and he didn't seem angry, still patient, and didn't come to trouble Xingchen. And just like that, 3 months passed calmly on the surface. In 3 months, Xingchen's chakra made a qualitative breakthrough and successfully promoted to the level of elite middle patience, which was only one opportunity away from upper patience. On this day, Xingchen was in a good mood and walked out of the secret room. Yuna and the others are getting ready to go, and it seems that there is some task. Captain, are you out of customs? Well, what are you doing? Naruto-sama said that it has been an eventful time lately, and ordered the village to strengthen its defenses. Previously, one dark squad was responsible for patrolling the village every week, but this time increased to 3. Captain, it's just a patrol, I don't need you to go, you better rest. Xingchen stretched his waist and said, I'm the captain, it's not good to always be serious, this time I'll join me. Several people looked at each other, and they all felt that the sun was coming out in the west. Xingchen also changed into a costume, put on a mask, and began to go to his post. Dark patrols, in fact, are a bit similar to the urban management troops in modern society, so that the stars are not awkward. After going around the village a few times, and not noticing anything unusual, Xingchen already felt a little sleepy. However, at this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded from the south of the village. Without saying a word, Xingchen immediately took people with him. The alarm was raised by a hot spring spot. When Xingchen arrived, the owner of the hot spring immediately complained, recently, people often come to our place to spy on women bathing, which has seriously affected our business and reputation here. I ask you to catch the thief and punish him severely. Xingchen has a groove in his heart, it won't be Ji Lei, right? But he soon asked as usual, did you see where the man was running? Over there, the boss pointed in the direction of the trail to the east. Yuna, let's chase, Captain. Yuna hesitated, really chasing? Yuna apparently knew it was Jiraiya as well. Who is Jiraiya? He peeped at others to take a bath not once or twice, every time the dark part, even if he caught a square, he could only turn a blind eye and do superficial work. Who dared to really catch him? Duty is in hand, how can you not chase? Follow me. The stars quickly caught up. Yuna and the others had no choice but to follow. Although he got a little carried away when he peeped and exposed his whereabouts, he still seemed very leisurely, strolling leisurely all the way. The first time he did this kind of thing, he was still a little cautious, but slowly found that no one seemed to care about him, so he became more and more bold, so that now he is not red at all, his heart is not beating, and he is unscrupulous. Hey, wait, someone chased you. Zai also heard the noise behind him, and immediately left an eye. The people in the dark department can't be chasing me, right? Zai also panicked, which team is this? Why don't you play cards according to common sense? He didn't dare to let the dark part catch it, otherwise his reputation in this life would be ruined. So, he began to run away quickly. However, the people behind were obviously determined to catch him, let him run wherever he went, and still chased after him. Brother did, this won't be specially trained by teacher Ape Fei to deal with me, why are you so dead-eyed? Ji Lai was also panicked. As he was running, he suddenly saw a familiar figure coming towards him, which made him think badly. Big Snake Pill, you're still running, I caught you. Jiraiya suddenly shouted. The Big Snake Pill looked at Jiraiya, who rushed over inexplicably, and said speechlessly, Jiraiya, do you want to fight with me? Zai also grabbed the Big Snake Pill's clothes, you still have garlic, I saw it all just now. What do you see? Orochimaru was full of question marks. At this moment, Xingchen, Yuna and several people also followed, and when they saw Jiraiya and Orochimaru, they couldn't help but look at each other. A few little brothers, you are here to catch that voyeur. Come on, I'll catch it for you. Jiraiya smiled. Orochimaru looked at a few people in the dark part of the stars, and thought about Jiraiya's usual behavior, and probably figured out what was going on. This kid actually dares to let himself back the black pot? But then again, these little ghosts in the dark department are really powerful, and they dare to chase after Zilla and run all over the place. With a movement in his heart, the Big Snake Pill suddenly smiled evilly. Yes, I did it, do you want to arrest me? The Big Snake Pill is evil, does not care what others think, and does not mind carrying this black pot for Jiraiya. Compared with those insignificant things, he was more interested in whether the stars really dared to arrest him. Captain, this Yuna was convulsed, what can I do about this? You can't catch it, and the Big Snake Pill can't be touched, that's no different from looking for death. Xingchen looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, thinking that when these two were young, the relationship was really good. However, he pretended to be serious and said, Big Snake Pill, although you admit that you did it, but I followed you and saw both of you, which means you are both suspicious. To be on the safe side, both of you are going to come with me. Xingchen's words cannot be described as amazing. Even if Jiraiya and Orochimaru are not yet the legendary 3 shinobi, their reputation in Konoha is still very loud and respected by everyone. People like the stars, who openly fight with them, will definitely not find a second one. Zai also plays drums in his heart, this kid is really a ruthless character, oil and salt do not enter, soft and hard do not eat. But then again, Orochimaru is not a character to mess with, there are good dramas to watch. You're going to get me. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, and there seemed to be a wistful smile at the corner of his mouth. It's just that this smile is intriguing. According to the Konoha law, you will not be punished for what you have done, but you must apologize to the hot spring owner. If the boss asks for it, you must also compensate for the damage. The stars are word by word, with boards and eyes. Do you think it's possible for me to apologize to a village name? Orochimaru said lightly, no one can afford my apology yet. You refuse, of course, obvious, then you are now guilty of obstructing official duties, and I will arrest you according to law. The big snake pill stared at the stars for a long time, and suddenly stretched out his right hand. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. A giant snake several meters long flew out of the big snake pill's hand at an extremely fast speed, and instantly entangled the stars. Captain, Yuna and the others were shocked. They also did not expect that the big snake pill would suddenly make a move. You guys back off, let me learn his tricks. Even if the stars were trapped, their voices were very calm, as if they were confident. Good courage, let me see who is under your mask. The big snake pill rushed forward, and grabbed the mask of the stars with his left hand. He was really curious about what kind of divine this little devil was. However, seeing that the mask was about to be lifted, he only heard a click, and the person in front of him turned into ice cubes and shattered in response. Orochimaru was startled. Ice doppelganger. The self next to him was also shocked. He had seen the water body, but the ice doppelganger had never heard of it. Konoha's dark part, although it has always been mysterious, but how many masters there are, he also knows some. Why has he not heard of this figure? Be careful. The voice of the reminder sounded from behind, and when Orochimaru turned around, he saw 4 shurikens shooting from the air. Insect tricks. Orochimaru's snake hand can attack and defend, block in front of him, and intercept all the shurikens. It's not over yet. The figure of the star appeared out of thin air, and his hands quickly froze. Seeing this familiar sealing method, Orochimaru was shocked. Shadow Doppelganger Shuriken. Immediately, 4 shurikens, 4.8, 8.16, 16.32, 32.64. 64 shurikens, forming a rain of shurikens, densely packed. Rao is a big snake pill. Without psychological preparation, he did not dare to hard connect, and was temporarily retreated dozens of steps. Big snake pill, against a junior, you actually have to hide, it's too shameful. Zi Lai also laughed mockingly on the side. Orochimaru snorted coldly, ignoring Jiraiya, and just stared at the stars with a frown. Who taught you this shadow doppelganger shuriken? Zi Lai was also surprised. Shouldn't it be another secret disciple of teacher 8 Fate? Not really. Xingqian shook his head. He had seen the rope tree knotted print, and when he was in retreat, he accidentally figured it out. It's just that you can't tell the big snake pill for the time being, otherwise your identity will be revealed immediately. Whether you are or not, you managed to pique my interest. Orochimaru smiled evilly again. Next, it's time to move the real thing. I hope you don't just have this level. Seriously, the stars seemed to be equally excited, and their feet sank, suddenly moving like the wind. Pang! As his body swept by, the ground tumbled everywhere he passed, leaving terrifying traces. What a strong explosive power. Zi Lai also looked a little amazed, a little dignified. This kid is not only powerful in ninjutsu, it seems that physical skills are also pure. The big snake pill's gaze froze, and his hands were sealed. Tudun, Tulia wall. A thick wall rising out of thin air blocked the stars. Do you want to intercept me with this level of Tudun? The speed of the stars did not decrease, but a blue spiral chakra condensed in his hand. Spiral pill. Rumble. No matter how thick the wall in front of you is, it is still shattered in an instant. Bombarding through the wall, the spiral pill did not abate, and directly bombarded the big snake pill. Nice ninjutsu, but you were careless. The big snake pill admired the subtlety of the spiral pill, but the body hit by the spiral pill turned into a puddle of mud and sand. Earth doppelganger. Xingqian knew that the big snake pill would not be so easy to hit. That's right, so it's time for me to make a move, right? The body of the big snake pill appeared from behind the stars, and both hands came out together. Destroy the snake dance. In an instant, countless giant snakes were channeled out, swirling and dancing, and launched a fierce attack on the stars. The terrifying offensive is invulnerable and seems irresistible. Captain, be careful. Yuna and several people were shocked to see it, for fear that something would happen to the stars. Xingqian took a few steps back, thinking that the big snake pill really had something unique. He was only in the elite ninja now, but the big snake pill was already an elite upper ninja level. But that doesn't mean you're going to lose. After taking a few steps back, seeing that there was no way to retreat, Xingqian paused and resisted this move. Stupid. The big snake pill snorted disdainfully, thinking that Xingqian was begging for his own suffering. His move belongs to a powerful attack ninjutsu. Even if he changes to Jiraiya and Tsunade, he does not dare to resist head-on. Xingchen is a middle forbearance, dare to be so big? Young and vigorous, reckless, Jiraiya sighed, wondering if he wanted to call an ambulance. Yikes! The dense group of snakes instantly engulfed the stars, as if there were no bones left to eat them. Big snake pill, it's almost okay, are you really ready to kill him? Jiraiya spoke. No, anyone who dares to deliberately provoke me should have some skills, see how long he can carry it. The big snake pill was calm, staring at the stars drowning in the snakes. At this moment, only to hear a sudden sound, a huge cyan lotus rose from the snake group. This is everyone present changes color at the same time. The cyan lotus seemed to be in the form of flames again, extremely destructive, and anything that touched it turned into ashes. What is this? The big snake pill was shocked. The cyan lotus seemed to have a devastating devouring power, and his group of snakes did not even have the slightest strength to resist. It seems to be a flame. Is it some kind of special fire? Zi Lai also looked solemn. The stars are strong, and the tricks used by the key are strange, and even they have never seen it. This is true of the ice avatar, and so is the current lotus flame. Orochimaru, do you want to continue? In the field, the stars were shining with blue light, and the cyan lotus flowers were like a guardian spirit, guarding beside him, and the gods and ghosts were incomprehensible. After the big snake pill was in a state of mind, he showed a smile again. He is always excited about the unknown. Since you are so strong, then I will do my best. The big snake pill said, biting his finger. He was about to make a psychic seal. However, at this moment, an angry shout sounded. Orochimaru, what are you doing? If the second person dared to reprimand him in such a tone, he would definitely be furious, even if the 8 flying sun slashed. But this person, Zi Lai next to him also shrunk his neck, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Yikes! 2 figures landed, one large and one small, one male and one female. Tsunade, why are you here? Orochimaru asked. I haven't asked you yet, why did you get started? Tsunade's tone was questioning. However, this questioning was completely aimed at the big snake pill, and it seemed that in her opinion, Xingchen was the victim. You know this little ghost. Orochimaru pointed to the stars. Uncle Orochimaru, he's Brother Chen. Rope Tree reminded. Brother Chen. The big snake pill was slightly stunned. It seems that my mask is redundant so that you can recognize it. Xingchen knew that his identity was revealed, and there was no way to hide it, so he simply took off the mask. Hee, of course, Brother Chen's aura can't be imitated by others, the Rope Tree ghostly said. Count you as a. Xingchen gave him an approving look. Are you? Orochimaru looked at the stars in amazement. It turned out to be my own family. Zi Lai also jumped over, put his arm around Xingchen's neck, and looked very good. You kid is not kind, chasing me all over the street. Do you know that I even hugged you and peed when I was a child? When Xingchen heard this, he rolled his eyes. He and Jiraiya and Orochimaru have met several times because of Tsunade, but they are definitely not very familiar. I'm afraid that in the eyes of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, he has always been just a dispensable little character. Jiraiya, you admit that I am running after you, which is equivalent to admitting that you are peeping in the hot spring. Xingchen looked at Jiraiya with a smile. Oops, it's leaking. Zi Lai also quickly covered his mouth. Pang! Without waiting for him to come and go, a fierce fist slammed into his face, instantly causing him to fly out like a cannonball. Zilei, you do such a dirty thing again, give me death. The furious Tsunade was still not relieved, and chased after him and beat him again. Xingchen felt funny, and his strength was definitely above Tsunade, but it was a pity that he didn't dare to fight back at all. Brother Chen, you actually made a move with Uncle Orochimaru, it's too messy. Rope Tree protested dissatisfiedly. You know, he made the stars a target to catch up. The big snake pill is now his instructor, and the duel between Xingchen and the big snake pill does not seem to fall behind, so isn't he several dimensions worse than Brother Chen? It's just a whim. Xingchen naturally didn't really want to catch Zilla and the big snake pill back, but because he had been in retreat for a long time, he needed to find someone to practice his moves and verify what he had comprehended in the retreat. I have to say that the big snake pill is indeed a good opponent. In this battle, he still has one last new trick that he has not used, and he has not fully enjoyed it. So it is, you are very good. Today's battle has no result, he will definitely have a chance in the future, look forward to it. Orochimaru said something intriguing to the stars and turned away. Xingchen's heart moved. Shouldn't the big snake pill be interested in him? Most of the people who were targeted by the big snake pill became experimental specimens, and it was chilling to think about. Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya like an eagle carrying a chicken and asked, Xingchen, you can dispose of this guy at will, I will support you, don't be afraid. Xingchen Guan said with a smile, forget it, I'm in a good mood today, just turn a blind eye. As soon as Zi Lai heard this, he immediately became lively again, grabbed Xingchen's shoulder, and said gratefully, young man, I am optimistic about you, you have a very promising future. Xingchen slapped his hand away and said, you better restrain yourself in the future, voyeurism this kind of thing, after all, it is very dirty. Ahem, Jilai obviously didn't want to talk more about this topic, and asked instead, Sing-chen, what is the chakra pill you just used to deal with the great snake pill? Looking at Jiraiya gesturing clumsily, Sing-chen knew that he was asking about Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, he didn't pay attention to Qinglian Earth Heartfire, but paid more attention to the spiral pill. But yes, after all, the spiral pill is formed by chakra rotation condensation, and he can probably understand some of it, and he can't touch the fur at all in Qinglian Earth Heartfire. Do you mean this? Sing-chen stretched out his right hand, and the palm of his hand quickly condensed a spiral pill. Yes, this is it. Jiraiya stared at the spiral pill carefully and seriously, thoughtfully. Brother Chen, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It looks so powerful, can you teach me? The eyes of the rope tree glowed with essence. Of course, it's not difficult to learn. The rope tree is willing to learn, and the stars naturally will not hide, but they have suffered for 4 generations of Hokage. 2 months passed quietly, the pattern of the ninja world became more and more turbulent, and the ambitions of the 3 major ninja villages of Yan'an Village, San Ninja Village, and Yunnan Village changed from light to dark, and began to recklessly stir up beacons in various places. On this day, the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly summoned the stars. Here you go. After the star came, the 3 generations directly gave him a scroll without saying a word. After the results of the stars, he was slightly stunned. This is the ninjutsu seal scroll. Yes, it is the sealing scroll of the 1st and 2nd generations, which records many essence ninjutsu and Konoha. You take it back for reference. Sing-chen thought to himself that there was such a good thing? Seeing that Sing-chen looked puzzled, the 3rd generation of Hokage explained, as you said, war is inevitable. From now on, Konoha will enter the 1st level of alert and prepare for the 2nd Shinobi World War. It's not too late to realize now. This battle will surely be ruined again, which is really not what I want. The 3rd generation of Hokage said seriously, but since war is inevitable, in order to reduce Konoha's sacrifice, Konoha should also do his best to fight. Therefore, top-notch combat power is essential. Sing-chen touched his nose. Naruto-sama, I'm not 13 years old yet, so you treat me as a top combat power and let me fight. Although the 3 generations did not say it explicitly, now that this sealing scroll is sent, the meaning is obvious. Don't be presumptuous, judging by your performance in recent times, it is enough to be a big task. The battlefield in the future will be the place where you will make a name. My hopes for you are no less than the 3 of Orochimaru. Okay, then I'll take this thing. Sing-chen was also quite curious about the sealing scroll. As for going to the battlefield, instead of refusing, he couldn't ask for it. Back at the residence, the stars immediately began to open the sealing scroll. None of the records in the scroll are ordinary ninjutsu, not to mention powerful, at least they have their own unique advantages. The art of multiple shadow doppelgangers. Flying Thunder God's art. Multiply the detonator. 5 elements sealing. Blood contract psychic. The stars swept down at a glance, and he knew several legendary ninjutsu, but there were also many unfamiliar ninjutsu. However, forbidden techniques such as Dirt Rebirth and 8 Gates Dungeon do not exist in the scroll. The Shadow Doppelganger and the sealing technique are not attractive to the stars now. Flying Thunder God and Psychic Stars were both somewhat interested, but in comparison, he cares more about Psychic. Although the Flying Thunder God is powerful, the stars think that their speed is fast enough, and learning to fly the Thunder God is just the icing on the cake. And Psychic, he still doesn't know anything at all, which belongs to the shortboard. Psychic art can almost be said to be basic ninjutsu in the Naruto world, but it is also an extremely important ninjutsu, and there is a Psychic Beast bonus in battle, and the combat power is doubled. Blood Contract Psychic, as the name suggests, is a psychic technique that uses blood as a medium to summon a contract with oneself to assist in battle. Hi, Jiao, Yu, Shen, Wei. Sing-chen bit his finger and drew a blood bar in the palm of his hand, according to the scroll, not very skillfully forming a handprint. Psychic. The palm landed on the ground, the blood spirit turned into a rune seal, spreading around, and the stars could clearly feel a mysterious force of time and space surging. However, after a long time, nothing happened. The stars are not surprising, psychic arts need to contract psychic beasts first, and then summon. He still doesn't have any blood contract psychic beasts, and casting psychic techniques will naturally have no effect. At the moment, he performed the spell just to familiarize himself with the seal and experiment with it. However, just as the seal was removed, Sing-chen suddenly heard a woo-woo shout, which seemed to be the cry of a child, and it seemed to be the moan/groan of some kind of small beast. Is it an illusion, or the stars are strange? That kind of voice is definitely not the voice in reality, as if it comes from infinite time and space, calling him. Captain, I just met Miss Tsunade, and she said that she had something important to find you and let you go home to meet her. Yuna's voice came from outside, which made Sing-chen suppress the surprise in her heart. Okay, I see. Hoshitaka returned home. Tsunade had been waiting for him, and Rope Tree seemed to be absent. Tsunade, what's the matter with me, so urgent? Sing-chen, I heard that the 3 major ninja villages of San Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu, and Yun Shinobu have been very restless recently, and it seems that they want to provoke a war. You should be careful. Xing Chen wondered, what does this have to do with me? Why should I be careful? Of course it matters. The current situation, if you are not careful, may turn into a ninja war at any time. At that time, Sarutobi teacher will personally go to battle, and you, as the Dark Ministry, will also follow him to the battlefield. The Ninja World War affects everyone, and it has nothing to do with whether one am a dark part or not. Even if I'm not in the shadows, I'm going to fight. So be more careful. Tsunade said seriously, I form a team with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and I have very important tasks to do. I'm afraid I won't be able to be with you at that time. I know, don't worry, I'll take care of myself, and you have to be careful. Hearing this, Tsunade seemed to be sweeter than eating honey, and said with a smile, it's rare to hear a caring word from your mouth. Xing Chen was embarrassed, and then changed his tone and asked, Tsunade, can you psychic slugs now? Tsunade practiced this area. Xing Chen did not know much, so she was not sure if she had signed a contract with the slug. When Tsunade heard this, his eyes widened and he was surprised. How do you know about slugs? Since the contract with the slug, she has never shown it in front of people, and it stands to reason that apart from her and Sarutobi-sensei, no one knows about it. Not only do I know slugs, but I also know about wet bone forests. Xing Chen smiled mysteriously, but don't care how I know, I'm learning psychic arts, and I don't have a blood contract psychic beast yet, so I want you to build a line and let me sign a blood contract with the slug. For Tsunade, Hoshi Chen has always trusted unreservedly. This is simple, follow me. When Tsunade heard this, he came to the courtyard with the stars. Psychic. Tsunade performed psychic magic, and a slug, more than a meter tall, was summoned. Unlike the toad in Niama Mountain, there is only one slug, and any psychic slug, the psychic is just a doppelganger of the wet bone forest slug, and the size of this avatar is determined by the ability of the psychic. At this moment, Tsunade was obviously not skilled, and the slug summoned was only more than a meter tall, not much bigger than an ordinary person. Tsunade-sama, suddenly summoned me out, is there something wrong? The slugs looked at the surroundings and looked a little unclear. This is my brother Xing Chen, you take out the contract book of the wet bone forest. The slugs glanced at Xing Chen and were stunned. Is he also a member of the Thousand Hands clan? I'm not from the Senju clan, and Tsunade and I are not brothers and sisters. Xing Chen answered truthfully. Slug, the wet bone forest doesn't stipulate that only people from the Thousand Hands clan can become contractors, right? It's not, the person recommended by Tsunade-sama, I can naturally trust it, but he's still too young, right? Tsunade smiled and said, don't worry, Xing Chen's strength is definitely not superficial, and now he is enough to learn psychic. That, all right. The slug, half convinced, glanced at the stars again, and then spit out a scroll from his mouth. Tsunade took the scroll over and unfolded it in front of the stars. The scroll is divided into countless columns, each of which represents the name of a contractor. At this time, there were already 4 people's names on the scroll, and the rest were blank. These 4 contractors are Senju Tsunade, and Tsunade's parents, all of whom are members of the Senju clan. Xing Chen, you just need to write your name on the scroll with blood. I understand that. The stars didn't say much, condensed their own blood, and wrote their names on the scroll. Now, I can use psychic, right? The stars jumped to the side, their hands sealed. This is the second seal, and he is already very proficient. Both Tsunade and slugs looked expectant, wanting to see how talented the stars were. Hi, Jiao, Yu, Shen, Wei. Psychic, Peng. With a loud bang, the slug, which had been huge, appeared out of thin air. So big. Tsunade looked at the huge slug, which was 3 or 4 meters tall, and was shocked in his heart. Xing Chen has just learned the art of channeling, and the slug summoned is actually several times larger than hers, which is also too exaggerated, right? Could it be that his strength is above himself? Tsunade shook her head. She thought it was impossible. It should just be that Xing Chen was better at psychic than herself. So it is. The stars standing on the giant slug's body had almost completely mastered the skills of psychic art through this summoning. Tsunade, this younger brother of yours is extremely talented, and his future is limitless. The slugs were also sighing. Even the original Hokage was not as stunning as the stars. Tsunade listened and smiled a little proudly. Of course, he is a true genius, and he may be able to surpass his grandfather in the future. Maybe it's worth looking forward to. The slug said, and asked, it seems that war is about to break out again in the ninja world recently. Well, the second ninja world war is unavoidable. It may break out at any time, and one am afraid that one will need your help at that time. Happy to serve. The psychic experiment was successful, and the stars let the slugs go back. The slug's combat power is not strong. It belongs to the healing psychic beast. It is not suitable for him. This time it is just an attempt. What he needs is a psychic beast of the combat department. The psychic technique came to an end, and Xing Chen began to study the other ninjutsu on the sealing scroll. However, he does not want to learn everything. Many ninjutsu only need to be understood, and he still understands the truth of greedy and chewy. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Xingchen felt that it was almost the same, so he returned the sealing scroll to the 3 generations of Hokage. In just 3 months, even if you are a genius, you can comprehend 1 or 2 ninjutsu at most, right? The 3 generations of Hokage were strange, and Xingchen actually took the initiative to return the sealing scroll. Hokage, you overestimate me. I only learned the psychic art of the ninjutsu above, and the rest of the ninjutsu is esoteric, and it is not very suitable for me, and it is useless to learn strongly. Psychic. The 3rd generation of Hokage frowned slightly. Although the psychic art is stored in the sealing scroll, it is actually a very popular ninjutsu, and many people understand it. Xingchen had only learned this ninjutsu, and it didn't make much sense to borrow the sealing scroll for his reference. It's better than not learning, and there really isn't much time for you to refer to it in detail right now. Xingchen was slightly startled and asked, is there any situation? Well, after deliberation, the Konoha high level unanimously decided that it was better to strike preemptively than to sit still. The 3 generations of Hokage said, if there is to be a war, the battlefield will inevitably be chosen in the Land of Rain at the junction of the 3 countries. The fighting has not yet broken out, but we need to send an advance force over first and prepare accordingly. Xingchen thought that sure enough, the small country has no human rights, and the country of Rain is really inexplicably victimized, and it is no wonder that Uzumaki Nagato is so hostile to Konoha. Naruto-sama specifically mentioned this to me. It seems that our 7th detachment is one of the candidates this time. Xingchen knew that an advance force, relying on a few of them alone was useless, and they definitely needed assistance. Yes, you are the most suitable person. Of course, there were also the 3rd, 9th, and 14th teams. Xingchen nodded secretly, and then asked, is there still someone missing? 4 detachments together form the advance force, but the 4 detachments are independent. Xingchen is the captain of the 7th team, he can manage Yuna's subordinates, but the rest of the team will not listen to him. Such a force together, without a unified commander, will only be a dispersal. So, there must be a supreme leader. The 3rd generation of Hokage smiled, you are really smart. At this moment, the door of the office was opened, and a heroic middle-aged male walked in, saw Xingchen, stretched out his hand, and said in good faith, Captain Xingchen, you and I have finally met, I hope this cooperation is happy. Seeing this person, Xingchen's whole person suddenly became bad. This person is no one else, but the group Zhou he least wants to see. Xingchen was speechless, he didn't want to see Tuanzang, but he didn't expect that now Tuanzang became his direct boss. When you go to the Land of Rain, do you have to follow his instructions? But now, if he suddenly proposed to Hokage and did not carry out this mission, I am afraid that he would be suspicious. As soon as you heard that Tuanzang led the team, you didn't go. Isn't this clear and unpleasant to the eyes of Tuanzang? What would Tenzo think? Captain Star, don't you seem to be happy? Tuanzang's eyes were sharp, staring straight at the stars. Xingchen shrugged and said, the nature of the advance force and the death squad is the same, and it is also the most dangerous. It's strange that you can be happy about this errand. Captain Star's words are bad, although our trip will be risky, but as a ninja, it is also a great honor. Hokage trusts you to let you travel on missions. Okay, then when to go, I'll get ready. The stars had no choice but to accept. 3 days later. This trip to the Land of Rain will probably last until the outbreak of war and will not be able to return for a long time. However, he was not ready to say goodbye to Tsunade Ropetree, because Tsunade and Ropetree would also go to the battlefield, and they would just meet on the battlefield when the time came. The task of the advance force is also confidential, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. Of course, Xingchen is not because he doesn't say goodbye to Tsunade, but because he is afraid that Tsunade will make a fuss and make a life and death parting incitement/love words. He can't stand it. After informing Yuna of the mission details, several people looked particularly excited. For them, the battlefield is not a battlefield, but an amusement park. 3 days later, late at night, the advance troops, summoned by Tuanzang, gathered at the entrance of the village. The 4th, 3rd, 7th, 9th, and 14th squads, plus the supreme leader Tuanzang and his 2 entourage, totaled 27 people. Rushing late at night, I really picked the time, Xingchen said with a yawn. In front of Tuanzang, I am afraid that only he dares to speak like this. The rest of the people, even the detachment leader, were equally obedient to Tuanzang. Be bold, dare to be rude in front of Lord Tenzo. The 2 attendants behind the regiment's hiding reprimand. However, Tuanzang waved his hand, signaled them to retreat, and said to Xingchen calmly, Captain Xingchen, the Dark Department has always acted secretively, and our mission is confidential. Walking late at night, it is inevitable, you should take more responsibility. When Xingchen heard this, he was surprised in his heart. He didn't know that Tuanzang was so easy to talk to. I just said casually, you don't have to take it seriously, hurry. Although the group's whereabouts were secret, they were fast, there was almost no rest on the road, and they had already reached the Rainland before sunrise. However, as soon as they crossed the border, a group of masked ninjas immediately appeared and surrounded them. Before, no matter who you are, no matter what purpose you have in coming to the Land of Rain, please leave immediately, otherwise you can't wait for me. The group stopped and looked at Tuan Zhang, waiting for his instructions. They have been extremely careful in their actions, but they don't want to be discovered, and the guards of this rain country are really not ordinarily powerful. Danzo-sama, it seems to be a ninja of the land of rain, what should I do? Tuan Zhang's eyes were deep, and then said coldly, a group of rabble, not regular ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village, directly broke through and killed. Yes, with Tuan Zhang's order, the three dark teams did not say a word, cooperated seamlessly, and broke forward, only the stars did not move. The stars don't move, and Yuna and Kawamoto naturally don't move. Captain Star, although Hokage values you very much, since you are here, it is best to listen to my unified command. If you ignore my orders, I am afraid that you will shake the hearts of the military. Tuan Zhang's tone was calm, without a trace of emotion. No, you said it all, this is just a group of rabble. With the excellence of the Konoha Dark Department, one detachment is enough to deal with, not to mention 3 dark teams. I can't make a move. Tuan Zhang took a deep look at the stars and did not say more. As Danzo said, these ninjas who stopped in front were not regular ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village, but mercenaries of the Rain Country, or patriotic ninjas who spontaneously organized. At the moment of turmoil in the ninja world, strategists can see the situation clearly and guess that the country of Rain will become a place of war. So countless patriots spontaneously organized rebels to try to stop the chaos from the door. However, this is tantamount to a mantis as a car. How can the spontaneously organized scattered ninjas withstand the regular elite members of the Dark Department of Konoha? Therefore, there is no suspense, even if there are many people on the other side, they are defeated in a very short time, and the obstacles are cleared. Xingchen didn't want to make a move, in fact, he was a little unbearable. On the battlefield, he can treat San Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu, and Yun Shinobu as enemies, and he will not feel guilty as much as he kills. But the country of Rain is indeed innocent, and these ninjas in front of them are weak in strength, but they are full of patriotism and resist to the death, which is worthy of admiration. Of course, he is not a savior, and even if he sympathizes with them, he cannot change the fact that the fire of the Ninja World War will ignite in the Land of Rain. It seems that Konoha is the first to settle in the Land of Rain, which may give us a head start. Tuan Zhang's eyes were deep, and he seemed to have some calculations in his heart. As an advance force, what they have to do is to collect intelligence, survey the terrain, lay traps at key locations, and so on. The stars camped in a dangerous valley in the Land of Rain, and they usually had a division of labor, each with their own work. The work of the Star Detachment is mainly to survey the terrain, so it has to travel around almost within the territory of the Land of Rain to draw the most detailed maps. After dozens of days, each had its first results and returned to the camp. After Xingchen returned, he was about to talk to Tuan Zhang, but found that Tuan Zhang was not there. After asking others, I heard that Tuan Zhang had been missing for 3 days. What the hell is this Tuan Zhang? As a leader, but not guarding the camp, disappearing for 3 days, no trace of it, obviously there is a problem. With Tuan Zhang's strength, there will be no accident, only it is possible that he himself has hidden his whereabouts, which is inconvenient for people to know. But in the territory of the Land of Rain where war is about to break out, where can he, as an aggressor, go? Can't see Tuan Zhang, Xingchen is too lazy to go to him, this person hides his head and shows his tail, I don't know if this will be planning something shady again. Yuna, you send this information back to Konoha and give it to Hokage. Xingchen handed over the intelligence information to Yuna. They have a lot of information, it is a detailed map that took dozens of days to draw, accurate to every terrain and mountain COL in the Land of Rain, which will have a huge effect on future wars. Well, I understand. Yuna nodded and prepared to summon the psychic beast. Hey, from the 7th detachment, Master Tuanzang is not there, you dare to make a claim. At this time, several ninjas walked over in a bad tone. Although they wore masks and couldn't see each other's faces, Xingchen still recognized them. These people were from the 3rd detachment, and the captain was called Yamauchi Ryaki. Danzo is not there, I sent the intelligence back to Konoha, what's the problem? Xingchen asked rhetorically. Of course not, we are traveling, and the Tuanzang master is our only leader. Before doing anything, you need to get instructions from Master Danzo. Making arbitrary claims will only confuse the morale of the military. This is not disrespectful to Naruto-sama, but uniting to complete the mission is the biggest reward for Hokage, isn't it? Yamauchi Ryaki's sharp gaze shone through the mask, looking directly at the stars, flashing with a strange light. Maybe others didn't know, but he knew that the leader of the 7th team in front of him was just a 12-year-old boy who had recently graduated from a ninja school. Not only that, but this boy also seems to be very valued by Hokage, and intends to cultivate vigorously. So Yamauchi Ryaki is very unfair in his heart, a teenager, even if he is a demon, how can he let him ride unscrupulously on the heads of these veterans who have been working hard for Konoha for more than 10 years, is it fair? Tuanzang disappeared for so long without a word, who knows when he will return? If you wait and delay the fighter, will you be responsible? Xingchen could also see that Yamauchi Longhui was not targeting him because of this matter, but deliberately making it difficult for him. You have to figure out where you are, you're just a squad leader, not a decision maker. In the overall situation, with the masters of the group and the Hokage, you and I only need to do our part. What I'm doing now is also my part. Xingchen was too lazy to take care of Yamauchi Longhui, turned around and said, Yuna, let's go. Want to go? Yamauchi Longhui's gaze froze, and he instantly shot out and grabbed Xingchen's shoulder. Ignorant boy, don't think that with the relationship of Miss Tsunade, you can do whatever you want. The dark part is highly disciplined, and it is not a place like you who can cover the sky with one hand by nepotism. Oh, you know a lot of information. Xingchen had to doubt. I am afraid that it would not be simple to investigate his details so clearly. Perhaps, it is not necessarily Tuanzang's henchman. Although Tuanzang is the leader of the route, does he have no power at all in the rest of the branches of the Dark Department? A person as ambitious as him must have dark cards everywhere. You answered correctly, I know a lot about you. Are you sure you all know? Xingchen's words turned around, and suddenly he turned around, and pinched Yamauchi Longhui's hand that fell on his shoulder with one hand. Click! Only a crisp sound was heard, and Yamauchi Longhui's hand bone seemed to be directly crushed. Yamauchi Longhui didn't react at all. Xingchen's strike speed was too fast, and this strength was also amazingly large. He deliberately provoked the stars, indeed to test the strength of the stars. But of course, he was preparing for a ninjutsu duel. Why would he have thought that Xingchen was actually a practitioner of physical arts? Darn! Several members of the 3rd detachment saw that the captain was suffering, and immediately became furious, and they rushed up together. Stop! At this moment, a majestic cheer sounded. But it was Tuanzang who walked in slowly from outside with his 2 entourage. Master Tenzo, you can be counted as back. Yamauchi Ryaki's expression was a little hideous, but the hand bones were shattered, and for the ninja, it was actually not too serious an injury. As long as there is a medical ninja supplemented by medical ninjutsu, the bones can easily heal or grow back. What's going on? Tuanzang had a calm face, and it seemed that he was not in a very good mood. Shichi Xingchen, he is good at making claims, and he does not regard you as disrespectful at all, Lord Tuanzang. I just said 2 words to him, and he did something to me, and his attitude was very bad and arrogant. Tuanzang looked at the stars. What do you say? Xingchen took the intelligence map back from Yuna's hand, threw it casually to Tuanzang, and said, I have nothing to say, this is the map drawn by our team, and I handed it to you. Yuna, let's go. It wasn't until Xingchen turned around that Yuna woke up from her stunned look and quickly followed. Yamauchi Ryaki and the people of the 3rd detachment were stunned. This kid is too bold, right? Danzo-sama, look at him. Okay, don't conflict with him for the time being, go down and heal your injuries yourself. Tuanzang's icy tone could not be refuted, making Yamauchi Longhui dare not say more. But in his heart, he was even more resentful. Shichi Xingchen, I will definitely repay this hatred. Captain, why do I feel that Tenzo is very conniving at you? No matter how presumptuous you are in front of him, he will not say a word about you. Yuna found it unusual. Hokage indulges the stars, which is understandable, because Hokage has always been kind and generous. But Danzo is different. This person is much more unscrupulous than Hokage. That's what the old traitor is. It's not that he condones me, it's just that he has other plans. If you don't target me now, when you really want to target me, I'm afraid it will be a storm. Xingchen knows Tuanzang too well. Tuanzang is unscrupulous, but he is not a calculating person. Once he makes a move, it will definitely not be a small fight, it will definitely be earth-shattering and stormy. So, Captain, your situation is not very dangerous. How do I feel that you are deliberately provoking Tuanzang? No way, some consciousness is already ingrained, and when you see him, you get angry. This is no joke. Influenced by the original work, when Xingchen saw Tuanzang, he felt that his whole person was full of the smell of conspiracy, and he would subconsciously be wary. Okay, no more talking. Let's rest well these days. In a few days, San Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu will also enter the Land of Rain, and the first shot of the Second Ninja World War will probably be fired first by us. Inside the tent, the regiment was strategizing and calculating. Report to the regiment, Lord Zhang, the news has come from the 14th detachment that the San Shinobi and Iwa Shinobi troops have been found on the border of the Land of Rain. Konoha could think of taking the lead and sending advance troops into the Land of Rain, and San Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu could naturally think of it. Well, I see, you let the captains of the 3rd, 7th, and 9th detachments come over. I have a task assignment. Yes. Soon, Xingchen, Yamauchi Ryaki and Yamashi, the captain of the 9th detachment, gathered in the camp tent. Master Tenzo, is there something to summon us? Yamauchi asked. According to the information of the 14th detachment, the San Shinobu and Iwa Shinobi forces have entered the territory of the Land of Rain, and we are going to start guarding them. The mountain agent asked, do you want to act separately? Good. Tuanzang nodded. The 7th detachment went to the western town to keep an eye on the anti-San Ninja, and if there was any movement in the San Ninja, they would immediately report it. The 9th Detachment went to the south to keep an eye on IWA Shinobu, and it was the same. I see. What about you, Captain Star? But what questions do you have? Tuan Zhang asked Xinchen intentionally or unintentionally. What about the 3rd Detachment? Don't they have a mission? Xinchen glanced at Yamauchi Ryaki. The 3rd Detachment, together with me, has more important tasks. More important tasks? Xinchen frowned. Shichi Xinchen, pay attention to who you are talking to. Yamauchi Ryaki drank low. Tuan Zhang waved his hand and said indifferently, since it is an important task, it is not convenient to say more here, you can each do your own thing. I'm too lazy to worry about it. Xinchen shrugged and walked out of the tent. Captain, you have killed so many Sand Ninja elites, and Sand Shinobu has a high hatred value for you. Let's not reveal our whereabouts, or I'm afraid Shinobu will retaliate madly against us. Kawamoto worried. Don't worry, our identities are very hidden, unless someone deliberately reveals it, otherwise Sand Shinobu will not guess that it was us who performed the mission last time. That's right, our mission this time is only to investigate and keep an eye on them, and there is no need to clash with them head-on. Half a day later, they arrived in the western town, but they did not notice the Sand Ninja team for a while. Presumably the other party was also very careful and hidden. At this time, it is time to start testing the patience of both sides, and see who can't help but show the flaws first. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the stars wandered around the town every day, but they still didn't notice any movement in Shinobu. Something is wrong. Is the intelligence of the 14th Detachment wrong? Yuna was suspicious. Xinchen also looked thoughtful. It is indeed unusual. It seems that I want to contact Tuan Zhang. Just when Yuna was about to contact Tuan Zhang with a psychic beast, she suddenly saw a puppy jumping over, and it was actually spitting human language. Shichi Xinchen, Master Tuan Zhang ordered you to rush to the south quickly. Xinchen knew that this little dog had also been a psychic beast, and couldn't help but ask, isn't the 9th Detachment in charge of the south? What's going on? Shinobu and IWA Shinobu appeared in the south at the same time, and clashed with the 9th Detachment. The 9th Detachment was seriously killed and wounded, and the Captain Yamakeku was killed. What? The expressions of everyone changed greatly. Unexpectedly, the first shot of this war had been fired unknowingly, and Konoha almost lost a dark team. Go! Xinchen didn't have time to figure out what was going on, and he had to leave immediately to support. When I arrived at the stone bridge where the incident occurred in the south in the shortest possible time, there was no figure here except for traces of fighting. Soon, the 3rd Detachment of Danzo and Yamauchi Ryaki also rushed over. Shichi Xinchen, you did a good job. Yamauchi Ryaki couldn't help but say, and directly accused the stars Sand Shinobu as being guarded by you. How could they appear here, and also join with IWA Shinobu to attack us? Konoha? Yuna said indignantly, we followed the instructions to the western town, but we didn't see the shadow of Shinobu there. If we want to blame, the intelligence of the 14th Detachment is wrong, and we have no knowledge of it in advance. Humph, quibbles, the death of the captain of the mountain intermediary, you can't get rid of it anyway. Xingchen's expression sank. Yamauchi Ryaki is an insignificant little character in his eyes, and many times he is too lazy to calculate with him, but the other party's repeated vexatious and provocative attacks annoyed him. Yamauchi Longhui, don't you just disobey me, thinking that the last time I pinched your hand bone, it was a sneak attack? Xinchen said coldly, it's better for us to try again. I'll give you the opportunity to perform ninjutsu. Okay, I'm just trying to teach you a good lesson. Yamauchi Ryaki really looked down on the stars in his heart. If he were to prepare to fight the stars again, he would think he was in good hands. Have you had enough? Tuan Zhang shouted angrily, your teammates have just died in battle, and you are still fighting each other here, draining your own strength and letting the enemy see the joke. Xinchen glanced at Yamauchi Longhui and said, then change the competition method. Since the captain of Yamaki died at the hands of Sand Shinobu and IWA Shinobu, how about we compare who to avenge him first? Revenge. Yamauchi Longhui was slightly startled, he had never thought about this. The combination of Shinobu and IWA Shinobu was originally stronger than Konoha. Now Konoha has lost another dark squad, and the situation is bad. In such a situation, it is natural to try to avoid Sand Shinobu and IWA Shinobu, waiting for the support of Konoha's army. Is it necessary to clash head-on with Sand Shinobu IWA Shinobu? Captain Star, what are you going to do? Tenzo looked at the stars suspiciously. Although the official troops of the 3 shinobi village have not yet entered the Land of Rain, the war has officially broken out. Since you are on the battlefield and can kill the enemy, why connivance? So, you think we should fight back against Shinobu and IWA Shinobu? Of course. Xinchen said, now that we are weak, the enemy will definitely not think that we will fight back. At this time, maybe it was just right to surprise them and catch them off guard. The idea is good, but the world may not be satisfactory. This kind of action is too risky. If there is any accident, who will be responsible? Yamauchi Longhui sneered, I really don't know whether to say that you are young and frivolous, or that you are young and ignorant. This is not child's play. If we are not careful, we will wipe out the whole army. Xingqian's face did not change color. Since it is a sneak attack, it is not good to act if there are many people, and it can be completed independently by our 7th detachment. What? Yamauchi Ryuki was shocked. You are a detachment going to sneak attack the combined forces of Sand Shinobu and IWA Shinobi. Yamauchi Ryuki, if you are interested, you can also do it with us. We split up to see who defeated the combined forces of Shinobu and IWA Shinobu first. Xingqian said lightly. Yamauchi Longhui snorted coldly. I don't accompany you to go crazy, you are looking for death. It doesn't matter if you die, your gang will also die with you. Since you have entered the battlefield, you must have the consciousness to sacrifice at any time. Moreover, according to my method, Sand Shinobi was vulnerable. What a big breath. Yamauchi Ryuki sneered. If you can defeat Sand Shinobu and IWA Shinobu, Yamauchi Ryuki will immediately apologize to you, and I will see you take a detour in the future. This bet is too light, right? I'm working hard outside, and you just make a worthless promise? Xingqian glanced at Yamauchi Ryuki and said instead, but forget it, originally I was just fighting for Konoha, and nothing else. Tuan Zhang was silent for a while and said, Captain Xingqian, do you really plan to do this? You have to think clearly, this matter is too risky. If you insist on leaving the 7th detachment to carry out the mission alone, I will not give you any assistance. No need, wait for me to hear back, Xingqian said and turned to leave. Damn, who is this little ghost? He is too self-righteous, he will kill everyone in the 7th detachment. Yamauchi Ryuki said viciously, Danzo-sama, you. Before he finished speaking, Tuan Zhang stretched out his hand to stop him. Why don't you let him try? On the battlefield, it is inevitable to sacrifice a few people, but in case he succeeds, impossible. Wait and see. Tuan Zhang's expression was indifferent, but there was a measure in his heart. Shichi Xingqian, are you arrogant, or do you really have this kind of ability? In the south, near the border between the land of earth and the land of rain, a celebratory banquet is being held in a camp. Yatokan, this time our Sand Ninja Village and IWA Ninja Village have a very pleasant cooperation, and easily destroyed a dark team in Konoha. Indeed, although this battle is a small test, it also plays with momentum, which is a good sign. Yang Tujun, since we have been so happy with our first cooperation, how about continuing to cooperate? Yang Tu hesitated and said, Your Excellency Yunin means, have been cooperating in the future, first destroy Konoha. The cooperation between Shinobu and Shinobu was completely accidental, on a whim, and there was no planned contract in advance. Yang Tu understood that the Ninja World War was extraordinary. After entering the battlefield of the Land of Rain, they will be divided into camps and fight in 3 ways. After all, driven by interests, allies appear too unreliable. However, Shinobu proposed at this time that he had been cooperating on the battlefield and destroying Konoha first. Was there any other attempt? Well, I'm just a pioneer, I can't be the Lord. If Your Excellency Yunin or Your Excellency Windshadow has a heart, just talk to us about tying. Yang Tu did not dare to make a good claim, and secondly, he did not trust Sand Shinobu very much, and he was afraid that Sand Shinobu would have other plans. Then let's talk about it. I and Yang Tujun have seen each other as before, and I really don't want to meet on the battlefield in the future. Yunin sighed. When Yang Tu heard this, he just smiled, but he had other ideas in his heart. He didn't believe that Yunin really saw him like this. Looking at Yunin's demeanor, it seemed that he was very aimed at Konoha, and he had a feud with Konoha. Well, no matter what the future holds, at least for today we are still allies. For this small victory, let's raise a glass to celebrate. Brother Yang Tu said so. As the leaders Yang Tu and Yunin laughed heartily, Sand Shinobu and Yun Shinobu under the table also toasted each other to celebrate. However, at this moment, a cold wind suddenly hit, and the green grass ground quickly condensed a layer of white frost. There are oddities, everyone be careful. Yunin drank loudly, and Sand Shinobu and Yun Shinobu were on guard at the same time. Wow! With a flash of light, a cold wind whistled in the distance, fell into the crowd, and plunged into the ground. Shinobu formed a circle and stared warily at the knife that suddenly flew in. This knife is extremely beautiful, crystal clear, like a cast of ice and snow. But this knife is extremely dangerous, and the icy chill is obviously emanating from this knife. Who pretends to be a ghost? Come out. Yang Tu looked around and drank. As you wish. When the words fell, a figure floated down from the air and landed smoothly on the handle of the knife in the field. Although the man wore a mask, he was obviously not old and a teenager. He stepped on the hilt of the sword and stood in the encirclement of Shinobu and IWA Shinobu, people from the dark side of Konoha. Yunin and Yang Tu's expressions changed. This young man's costume was so obvious, how could they not recognize it? Is there an enemy attack? Shinobu raised his guard everywhere. No need to look for it, it's just me. The stars stood on the white snow of their sleeves, standing with their hands in their hands, their tone indifferent, looking down on everyone. Alone. Yang Tu frowned. At this time, a sensing ninja of IWA Shinobu spoke. Chief, there is indeed no chakra reaction from others nearby. Good boy, what is the purpose of a person who dares to break into our place? Xingqian entered the camp alone, but it made everyone even more afraid to act rashly, for fear of fraud. Isn't that obvious? Shin-chan said lightly, I represent Konoha, and you represent Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu. We are now in a hostile relationship, and I came here to kill you. Yang Tu and Yunin were stunned at the same time, and then sneered, little ghost, do you know what you are talking about? They are the vanguard force, and there are indeed not many ninjas, but San Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu combined, there are at least more than 10 upper shinobi. If a shadow-level powerhouse comes over, he is still qualified to say this. But a teenager, why should he? I don't know that there is a peerless demon in the dark part of Konoha, and he is already a shadow-level powerhouse at a young age. Of course, this is ironic, no one will believe that Shin-chan will be a shadow-level powerhouse. You're a shinobi, aren't you? Shin-chan looked at Yunin and said, Yan Shinobu doesn't know me, even you don't know me, or do you have so many ninjas dying at my hands that you don't care at all? When Yunin heard this, his expression suddenly changed, it's you, that's right, it's me. Shin-chan took a deep breath, and then his gaze froze, triggering the power of ice and snow around him. Suddenly, behind it, a pair of ice and snow wings stretched out, which was eye-popping. But before it was over, Xingqian's right palm stretched out, and the blue chakra instantly condensed into a spiral pill. I've been in retreat for a long time, and I've learned a new technique. I didn't show it last time I fought against the big snake pill, so I tried it with you this time. Saying that, the stars once again urged the power of ice and snow and forcibly merged into the spiral pill. Spiral pills have no attributes, but if they are integrated with the power of ice and snow, their properties will change. Ice Dome Shuriken. Ice Dome Shuriken. The power of ice and snow gathered invisibly and was incorporated into the spiral pill. Suddenly, the spiral pill expanded violently, becoming several times larger, and became the chakra shuriken form. This is, what a scary chakra. San Ninja Yan Shinobu was all terrified. They couldn't imagine that a teenager could actually condense such a huge chakra. If you are hit by this, the shadow-level powerhouse will also be in danger. But this must be a one-time ninjutsu, as long as he is not hit, he is finished. Yang Tu's mind flew around, and he shouted at everyone, all back off, retreat. Shin-chan smiled sarcastically, if this can make you retreat, I might as well find a piece of tofu to kill me. As the words fell, only a boom sound was heard, and the ice and snow in the sky were like a waterfall, pouring down from the shuriken of Orochimaru. Ah, can't move, help. Countless people became frightened, at this moment, as if the space was frozen, not to mention their feet, even any part of the body, could not move, any struggle was in vain. How is it possible to get your wish? Yang Tu and Yunin are elite middle ninjas, and they have never seen any battles. Although the art of the stars is terrifying, it is not enough to make them despair and sit still. The two were very decisive, and the chakra in the body continued to gush out, but it was not a ninjutsu, just using chakra to create endless heat, which looked like burning chakra. Fighting ice and snow with heat is the most normal logical thinking. They need to melt the snow and ice to get a chance to escape. No, as long as you can move freely, maybe it is not difficult to kill the stars. Still dying, your desire to survive is very strong, Shin-chan said, his palms suddenly clenched, and the shuriken in Orochimaru's hand shattered in an instant. Click, click, click. The sand ninja rock that turned into an ice sculpture at the scene endured several times, and as the ice sculpture shattered, its body exploded. Some people were only frozen hands and feet, so their hands and feet exploded, and their bodies were still unharmed. However, their hands and feet were broken, and they had completely become wasted people, and they could only lie on the ground, watching in horror as their companions withered one by one in the extremely beautiful ice flowers. This is a bloodless massacre. With just one move, 20 or 30 in shinobi and sand shinobi were almost killed and injured. How terrifying. Yang Tu and Yunin also screamed. Compared to the others, they used chakra to dissolve a lot of ice, but the ice on their feet still had time to unravel. At this time, their feet also shattered with the ice and shattered, and they could no longer stand up. Even if you guys are a little capable, but it's about the same, right? The star jumped out from the handle of the sleeve white snow knife and landed in front of the two people. With a light move, the sleeve white snow automatically flew into the hand. Here is the battlefield. Killing, there is no need to say more. Laugh at. The sleeve white snow waved, two blood flowers splashed, Yang Tu and Yunin widened their eyes at the same time, and fell into the liquid mixed with melting ice and snow and blood. After killing the two, Shin-chan suddenly frowned. He walked over and kicked Yunin's body away, where there was a very obvious hole in the ground. So that's the case, but it's careless. Shin-chan knew that Yunin summoned a retreat-type psychic beast before he died, and I was afraid that the news would get out. But it doesn't matter, he has already killed so many ninjas in the Sand Ninja Village, and the hatred of the Sand Ninja Village for him has probably accumulated to the highest point. Captain. With a shout, 5 figures quickly flickered. It was Yuna and several people. What happened here? Yuna looked in disbelief at the stump and severed arm all over the ground, and several ninjas who were not completely dead, but only their bodies and heads remained. At the beginning, when Hoshi-chan told them about the mission to attack Shinobu and IWA Shinobu, they were still very bottomless in their hearts, thinking that Sing-chan was indeed a little too presumptuous. However, when they acted just now, Sing-chan let them stay 3 miles away and went to the enemy camp alone to investigate. They waited for a long time, afraid that something would happen to the stars, so they came to take a look. Unexpectedly, Sing-chan didn't come to explore at all. He directly with Sand Ninja Rock Shinobu alone, and completely destroyed the Sand Ninja Rock Shinobi troops. Although Yuna knew that Xingqian's strength was above her, it was not so strong, right? Captain, you destroyed them all by yourself. Sing-chan nodded and said, well, after thinking about it, I still think it's good to fight quickly. You are involved, but you are in a hurry. The ice-done spiral pill shuriken can be said to have incorporated the power of the sleeve white snow liberation into the spiral pill. To say that in the original work, Naruto's Kazedon spiral pill shuriken is not worth mentioning compared to this technique. Yuna and the others all took a breath and looked at each other. What kind of evil captain are they with? Okay, clean up here, bring the people who are still alive back to Tuanzang, it can be regarded as a task. Sing-chan said, and paused again, but if Tuanzang asks, you can answer that the 6 of us can complete the task together. I'm afraid that even if the 6 of us did it together, Tuanzang would be shocked. When Yuna reported to Tenzo with several corpses and news, Tenzo was shocked for the first time, just as Yuna thought. He carefully examined the corpses again and again, still not seeming to be convinced. Did you really wipe out the vanguard forces of Shinobu and IWA Shinobu? Yes, none of the people present escaped and were all destroyed by us. Yuna acted calmly, because she had already made sufficient mental preparations. No way, I don't believe it's true. Yamauchi Ryuki couldn't accept it. Regarding the contradiction between Yamauchi Ryuki and Sing-chan, Yuna also knew it, so she couldn't help but laugh. Captain Yamauchi, what you can't do yourself, do you think others must not be able to do it? Our captain is not like you. Bastard, what are you, dare to talk to me like that? Yamauchi Ryuki was furious. You are just a superior ninja, except for the identity of the Dark Captain. In other aspects, you may not be as strong as me. Yuna said without pretense, but I don't fight with you either, but this time you lost to our captain, don't forget your promise. Konoha, Hokage's office. The 3 generations of Hokage held the news from the land of rain in their hands, and after carefully studying it, they showed a thoughtful expression. In the office, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were listed at the same time. What's wrong, Sarutobi-sensei? Tsunade asked, is there any news from the stars? Jiraiya smiled and said, Tsunade, you're too nervous about that little ghost. This letter is a battlefield message from Tuanzang, and it will not specifically mention him. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, but couldn't refute his words. Jiraiya, you're wrong. The 3rd generation of Hokage suddenly said, this letter also happens to be about Shichi Sing-chan. Jiraiya, what's wrong with the stars? Tsunade looked impatient. Although with Xingqian's current strength, she should also have the power to protect herself on the battlefield, she still couldn't help but worry. After all, no matter what, Sing-chan is too young, he has only graduated from the ninja school for about a year, and his qualifications are insufficient. The 4 dark teams led by Tenzo clashed with IWA Shinobu at the first time. IWA Shinobu and Sand Shinobu joined forces and unexpectedly destroyed one of our detachments. Ha! Tsunade exclaimed. The 3rd generation Hokage immediately explained, don't worry, Shichi Sing-chen is fine, it is Yamauchi Longwei's 9th detachment that was destroyed. When Tsunade heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's interesting that Shinobu and IWA Shinobu can actually unite. The big snake pill skin smiled and did not smile, and it looked a little gloomy. There should be quite a lot of contradictions between Sand Shinobu and IWA Shinobu, and they can also unite on the battlefield, which is indeed abnormal. Zi Lai also became solemn, but what about Shichi Sing-chan? Yes, Mr. Ape Fei, don't sell the lawsuit, hurry up, Tsunade urged. The 3rd generation of Hokage did not have time, but asked, what if you were on the battlefield and encountered the union of Shinobu and IWA Shinobu? Although reluctant, it seems that I can only temporarily avoid the front and wait for support. Orochimaru replied. Even the big snake pill you said so, it seems to be a normal person's logical thinking, but do you know how Shichi Sing-chen did? The 3rd generation of Hokage paused and said, he led the 7th detachment and went directly to attack Shinobu and IWA Shinobu. Orochimaru touched his chin and thought, do you do the opposite? But it is an unexpected artist who is bold. And the result, Tsunade now only cares about the safety of the stars. See for yourself. The 3rd Hokage passed the letter in his hand to Tsunade. Tsunade immediately took it, swept it with a glance, and saw the end directly. Sand Shinobu and IWA Shinobu vanguard troops, all destroyed. Tsunade thought he had read it wrong, and looked at it carefully. However, the letter clearly states that Hoshi-chan led the 7th detachment to annihilate all the IWA Shinobi and Sand Shinobi forces, including 9 Kami Shinobi and 2 elite Kami Shinobi. This kid is getting more and more interesting. After reading it, Orochimaru showed a playful smile. Big Snake Pill, it seems that the last time he fought you, he didn't use his full strength. Zi Lai also said even if you lead a dark team, you may not be sure that you can destroy so many people, right? If it is unexpected, the time and place are favorable, and there should still be some opportunities. The Big Snake Pill is also not presumptuous and comments very objectively, but he knew that if Xin Chen could do this, he would at least be no worse than him. You three have to come on, as my disciple, you can't be compared to someone so much younger than you, can you? Tsunade smiled and said, Xin Chen is not an ordinary person, his future achievements will definitely be higher than Sarutobi-sensei, and it is not a shame to be compared to him. Ahem, the third generation Hokage coughed lightly, thinking that this Tsunade was too faceless for himself. Although he was also happy to see Konoha produce a peerless genius, he still wanted this face. Well, since the war has already fired the first shot, you should rush to the battlefield in advance. The third generation of Hokage said solemnly, after this battle, San Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu may truly ally, and we Konoha may be very passive. Yes, the three responded in unison. The Konoha ninja army officially flooded into the Land of Rain on a large scale. At the same time, Shinobu was furious when he learned that the vanguard troops were completely destroyed, and the same whole army was dispatched to the country of Rain. The Second Ninja World War, the fire of war was completely ignited, and it was about to break out. On this day, Tuan Zhang received a letter, and after reading it, his expression changed several times, and then he called Xin Chen and everyone from the 7th detachment over. Tuan Zhang, this will come to us, what's the matter? Hoshi Chen asked. Konoha should have sent an army to the Land of Rain, is it to join them? Nope. Danzo shook his head and said, we in the army of Konoha are not the same way, each has its own tasks. They are responsible for charging and killing the enemy, and we are biased towards intelligence work. So, Xin Chen nodded, then what are you looking for us for? Come with me to meet someone. Huh? Xin Chen was sensitive and asked, what people? You know when you see it, come with me. Tuan Zhang didn't want to say more. The stars groaned. Looking at Tuan Zhang's mysterious appearance, this person's identity must be unusual, but if he wants to see such a person, he should bring his own henchmen, why should he let himself follow? And his intuition told him that the person Tuan Zhang wanted to see must be related to the last few days of his disappearance. Who will it be? With doubts, Xin Chen did not refuse, took Yuna and a few people, and followed Tenzo towards the center of the Land of Rain. Walking on the road, Xin Chen thought about it repeatedly, and suddenly seemed to have guessed something, and quietly whispered to Yuna and the others, this time I am afraid of fraud, be careful. Yuna was puzzled, Tenzo wouldn't have deliberately harmed them, right? However, with an attitude of trust in the stars, several people still left a heart. Half a day later, the group came to a dense forest, and Tuan Zhang stopped. Here, presumably, it must be the agreed place of the mysterious person and the group. After waiting for a long time, Tuan Zhang seemed a little impatient, and said indifferently, Hanzo, since you are here, why don't you show up? When Xin Chen heard this, he raised his eyebrows. In the original work, it is mentioned that Danzo and Hanzo colluded against the original Xiao organization, resulting in Yahiko's death, and the mentality of Uzumaki Nagato and Konan changed dramatically. However, that was something that happened many years later, but I don't know Danzo and Hanzo. It turns out that there was contact in the Second Shinobi World War. Ha ha, Your Excellency Tuan Zhang is really punctual. With a loud laugh, a man wearing a gas mask strode out. Hanzo the Pepperfish, the leader of the Land of Rain. Say, what's the matter with looking for me this time? Tuan Zhang also felt that something was strange. The last time I talked to Hanzo about cooperation, he refused. This time, he suddenly wrote that he had figured it out, met and talked, and said that he would take Shichi Xingchen's 7th detachment. The two of them talked about things. What did they have to bring with a Shichi Xingchen for? However, suspicion aside, Danzo did so, because even if Hanzo had another purpose, he would not dare to ambush him. Besides, he's not a vegetarian. With his shadow-level strength, to keep him, unless the Land of Rain pours out, it is delusional. Your Excellency Tuan Zhang, the purpose of this time has already been stated in my heart, so I don't need to repeat it more, right? Hanzo said with a squint. Tuan Zhang frowned, did you sincerely decide to cooperate? How else? What are the conditions? Tuan Zhang knew that if Hanzo really agreed to cooperate, it would have its purpose and conditions. Your Excellency Tuan Zhang is really quick to talk, Hanzo said, suddenly looked at the stars behind the group and said with a smile, this must be the genius who annihilated San Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu in one fell swoop a few days ago, and he really has a young age. Xin Chen said indifferently, Hanzo, if you have any purpose, just say it, I am not afraid that you will target me. Hanzo stared at Hanzo, it's really surprisingly smart and calm, do you know that my target is you this time? What do you want to do? When Yuna, Kawamoto, and the others heard this, they immediately made a vigilant look and guarded around the stars. The Pepperfish let out a mocking laugh, if you enter my game, can resistance be useful? Hanzo. Tuan Zhang couldn't hold back any longer, and shouted, anyway, Shichi Xingchen is also my person, I can't watch you move him. Moreover, what position do you have to move him? At first, Tuanzang had a heart for the stars, but through several trials, he figured out the character of Xin Chen. This kind of person, without bending his waist for the powerful, is impossible to submit to him, so he gradually dismissed this idea. At this time, he has a little appreciation for the stars and is also a little guarded. Although he covets the position of Hokage, he also hopes that Konoha will rise to the top. As long as the stars are not completely on the opposite side of him, he will not take the initiative to target the stars. After all, this is indeed a good seedling. What position? Let me tell you, what position? At this moment, with an angry roar, several figures appeared out of thin air, and the branch surrounded the group of people in the dense forest. Beside the half-hidden, 3 figures also appeared, led by a man wearing a white cloak. 3 generations of Mikazakage. Hanzo's expression changed suddenly, staring at the man in the white cape. This person is none other than the master of the Sand Ninja village today, who is called the 3 generations of Mikaze Shadow by later generations as the strongest wind shadow. Hanzo, you actually colluded with Shinobu? Tuanzang drank and reprimanded. The 3rd generation of Mikazakage said coldly, Danzo, you and Hanzo are called cooperation, and I and Hanzo are called collusion, right? Hanzo said, Danzo, compared to Wind Shadow, your chips are really not worth mentioning. Your Excellency Wind Shadow is determined to get rid of this talent under you this time, don't blame me. Tenzo understood that Sand Shinobi village paid a very big price in order to kill Shichi Xinchen and cooperated with Hanzo. And this kind of price is something Konoha can't afford. Or in other words, even if Konoha could afford it, he was not willing to exchange it for a Shiki star. At this moment, even Xinchen couldn't help frowning. At present, he has no bottom in his heart for this dilemma. Hanzo is the one who has joined forces with the 3 shinobi, and the 3 generations of Mikazakage are known as the strongest wind shadows in history. The strength of the 2 of them is above Tuanzang and himself. There are also dozens of upper shinobi in the surrounding area of Yu Ninja Village and Sand Ninja Village. More importantly, there is a man and a woman next to the 3 generations of Mikaze Shadow. They seem to be the attendants of the 3 generations of Mikaze Shadow, and the lower limit of strength is at the elite level of patience. Protect Master Tenzo. Danzo also has 2 entourage, elite ninjas from the root, who are loyal to Danzo. Captain, what should I do? In this case, compared to Tuanzang, Yuna and the others are obviously more focused on the stars. This time is different, you can't fall in love with war, any of you have any chance, break through immediately, don't look ahead, save your life is the most important. It's not that the stars teach them to be selfish, it's just here and now. Tuanzang, I'm here for this little ghost. If you don't want to die here together, leave immediately, and I won't stop you. The 3rd generation of Mikaze Ying was condescending and said to Tuanzang indifferently. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to kill Tenzo, but with Tuanzang's strength, if he sincerely wants to escape, even if he joins forces with Hanzo, it will be difficult to keep him. If even Shichi Xinchen slipped away because of the difficult group, then he would have suffered a big loss. For now, the value of Shichi Xinchen is greater than that of Tuanzang. Tuanzang's expression had regained his composure, and he said indifferently, I brought the people, if I let you kill like this, what face will I have? Oh, the 3rd generation of Mikaze raised his eyebrows. So, you are going to give your subordinates a burial? It's really not like your style. Why bother with nonsense, just do it. Tenzo lifted chakra, making a seal gesture with both hands, as if preparing for a mortal battle. Hanzo and the 3 generations of Mikazakage froze, and their hearts were guarded. Although Tuanzang may not be able to win any of them, after all, he is also a shadow level, and if they really want to fight to the death, they dare not underestimate it. However, at this moment, Tuanzang and the 2 entourage exchanged a look, and the 3 of them understood and united to seal the seal. Transient transfer technique. Wow! In a flash of light, the 3 disappeared directly from the spot, and actually used space ninjutsu directly to escape. Listening to Tuanzang's words before, everyone thought that he really wanted to fight to the death with Hanzo and the 3 generations of Wind Shadow. But apparently, Tuanzang was just a delaying measure. The 3 generations of Wind Shadows said that they only targeted the stars, and they were not embarrassed. However, Tuanzang was so cautious that he did not believe it at all. He was afraid that the 3 generations of Wind Shadow deliberately said this, which made him relax his vigilance and suddenly sneak up on him. After all, now is in the battlefield, as a high-ranking member of Konoha, he can kill him. It is a very heavy blow to Konoha, and the 3 generations of Wind Shadow should not give up such a good opportunity. And he was the same, deliberately making a fighting posture, so that the 3 generations of Kazekage and Hanzo were on guard for a while, and did not dare to attack rashly. At this moment, he suddenly used the teleportation technique with 2 of his subordinates to escape, unexpectedly, and it was completely too late for Wind Shadow to chase. This Tenzo, after the 3 generations of Feng Ying were stunned, they laughed playfully. Ben had no intention of leaving Tuanzang, so Tuanzang fled, and he didn't care at all. Little ghost, your end has come. The 3 generations of Wind Shadows stared viciously at the stars. Without Tuan Zhang's interference, he didn't believe that the stars could still run away. Bastard Tuan Zhang, sold us all. Yuna was indignant. Captain, let's kill it, we can't sit still. Kawamoto and several people know that death is approaching, and they have consciousness. The only person present who was the calmest was the stars. In the beginning, he did not expect the old traitor Tuanzang to stay and fight with him. Tuanzang never puts himself in a disadvantageous position. In order to save his life, sacrifice a few people, what is it? Everyone leans together. Xingchen suddenly gave the order very seriously. Everyone trusted the stars very much, and without saying a word, they leaned shoulder to shoulder and circled in a circle. In this way, it seems that it is possible to guard against enemies on all sides. The three generations of Wind Shadow and Tuan Zhang sneered at the same time. Foolishness, with a few of you, do you still want to resist? You can't just grab it, at least give it a try. Xingchen said, and suddenly made a spell with one hand, and gently pressed Yuna's shoulder with the other hand. This is, the three generations of Wind Shadow's expression changed, and he shouted, stop him quickly. However, it was simply too late. I saw a flash of white light in place, and Xingchen and the others disappeared without a trace like Tuan Zhang. The same instantaneous technique as Danzo. Hanzo's tone was tinged with surprise. No, this is not an instantaneous technique, but a time-space ninjutsu. The third generation of Wind Shadow said solemnly, it was invented and created by the second generation of Hokage, and it is called Flying Thunder God. Flying Thor. Good, don't compare Tuan Zhang's instantaneous technique with this technique, the two are not the same level at all. Tuan Zhang's instantaneous technique, if you and I have the intention, it is still possible to stop it. But the Flying Thunder God, once cast, there is no trace at all. The three generations of Wind Shadow murmured, but what? That little devil is so young, his attainment in the Flying Thunder God should be limited. Moreover, the three of Tuan Zhang joined forces to perform the spell, and only then did they transfer in an instant. He performed the spell alone, but escaped with 6 people, and the distance was definitely not too far. That is, they are still nearby? The three generations of Wind Shadow shouted to everyone present, pass on the order, block a radius of 30 miles, and never let Shiqi Xingchen and them escape. In order to snipe Shiqi Xingchen, they spent such a big price, how could they miss it? Your Excellency Wind Shadow, since I have received your benefits, then my Ninja village should also do a little bit. Hanzo said, my people will cooperate with your actions, knowing that this rain country is my territory. Then thank you. Yuna and the others only felt that in the blink of an eye, the surrounding spatial environment changed. Just now, it was still a trapped beast, put to death. And now, there is a clear surrounding area, and there is no half of a figure. This is the road we just passed? Yuna was shocked. In the blink of an eye, how did we get here? The place where they were now was at least 7 or 8 miles away from where they were a second ago. In the blink of an eye, 6 people teleported 7 or 8 miles together. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Captain, what did you do? Xingchen said, I didn't feel right on the way here, so I left the mark of the Flying Thunder God, which just came in handy. Xingchen thought to himself that it was really thanks to keeping an eye, otherwise I am afraid that I would really suffer a loss this time. Even if he is not afraid, Yuna and Kawamoto are also burdensome. Flying Thunder God, it seems to be the trick of the second generation Hokage. The captain actually knows this move. To be honest, I didn't seriously learn to fly Thor, so I wasn't very proficient. Flying so far with you is already the limit. During the period of obtaining the Seal Scroll, Xingchen mainly learned psychic arts. As for the powerful ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder Gods and mutual detonation charms, he only roughly involved in them, and did not really put in the effort to comprehend them. This time, he barely used the Flying Thunder God technique, which was the first attempt. However, the effect seems to be good, and there are no mistakes. Perhaps, it's the help of Bangyu. Xingchen touched his heart. He doesn't think he's stupid, but he's not a peerless genius either. However, since he fused with Hong Yu, he learned anything. He felt that he could achieve twice the result with half the effort, and if he roughly touched it once, he could have extraordinary achievements. Captain, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid our 7th detachment would have been wiped out several times. Yuna sighed. Yes, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow personally dispatched and set up a siege to kill us, 2 Shadow level and dozens of upper shinobi, so they were all escaped by us, and Wind Shadow is estimated to be angry to death. After getting out of the predicament, several people relaxed a lot, talking and laughing. However, Xingchen said seriously, now is not the time to relax. The 3rd generation of Wind Shadows is not an ordinary character. I am afraid that he guessed that we did not escape too far, and he would send people to hunt us down. Then let's leave quickly. Several people tensed up again. Yuna, it's still the same as last time. I'm going to act separately from you, so be careful. Captain, you're going to. Yuna knew that Xingchen acted alone, and he definitely wanted to interfere with Shinobu's pursuit of them and create a better chance for them to escape. My ability, I think you should know it well by now. Rest assured, even if you can't beat it, self-protection is still no problem. Xingchen said, and then emphasized, if the breakthrough is successful, don't go to Tuanzang. Go and join the army of Konoha. Tsunade should already be in the land of rain by now. In this world, if you really want Xingchen to pick out the person you trust the most, only Tsunade. Yuna pondered a little, then nodded solemnly. Yuna and the others broke through from the bright road, while the stars were invisible in the dark and escorted them. Several times they encountered several waves of sieges from Shinobu, but they were all small characters, and Xingchen used thunder to clear the way, allowing Yuna and them to escape safely. Next, it's time for us to maneuver. The star's eyes shimmered. San Shinobu set up an ambush against him, and if he really escaped like this, he would not be Shichi Xingchen. Revenge is his basic principle of being a man. Swish! The white light flashed, and the stars turned around and returned in the original direction. It's really a shame, this company hunted for 2 days, it was our squad that ran into that little ghost, and as a result, it couldn't wait for our support, and the detachment was destroyed. Yes, that little devil is very good at analyzing the situation and has been breaking through to our weakest position, which is really infuriating. I'm afraid they have already left our search range. If Lord Windshadow knows, I don't know how to be angry. This time we have a big loss. Inside the dense forest, a 7-man sand ninja force was discussing around a fire. Is it, so you guys are the elite troops of shinobi? At this moment, a cold and unruly voice sounded, causing the 7 people to be on alert at the same time. Who pretends to be a ghost? Come out. Swish! A figure landed and stood face to face in front of them, unscrupulous. Are you? All 7 looked at the stars in shock, and their brains couldn't turn around. Shouldn't this kid escape their encirclement now? Why did he run here again and take the initiative to show up? Me? Xingchen was not in a hurry, and said indifferently, I heard that you are complaining that I didn't run into you, otherwise you can take me. Now, I'm giving you that chance. What an arrogant little ghost, you are looking for death. A man wrapped in an overcoat stood up, his eyes shining coldly, approaching the stars. Another woman in a windbreaker stood close to the man, a little further back. Xingchen scanned the two and found that they were the 2 people who had followed the 3 generations of Wind Shadow 2 days ago, and they were most likely Wind Shadow's attendants. And looking at the demeanor and small movements of these 2 people, they are obviously very good partners. Even, it could be a couple. Oh, it seems that my luck is really good. If you die, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow are afraid that the flesh will hurt for a long time. So that's the case, you took the initiative to show up, you came to kill us. Of course, is it possible to come out and surrender? Xingchen smiled and said, I have a bad problem, and I will report it. The woman in the trench coat said coldly, young people don't know the height of the sky, if you want to kill us, you also want you to have that ability. I've killed so many elites of your sand shinobi, isn't that enough to prove my skills? The trench coat woman was stunned, but she couldn't refute it. He is indeed not an ordinary opponent, but as long as everyone is careful, it is not difficult to take his life. The man in the coat said, it is up to me and Yami to attack, and you wait for the opportunity. Both sides already know that it is redundant to continue the dispute, and it is better to speak by strength. The winner lives, the loser dies. Secret puppet raid. Suddenly, the man in the coat moved first, but his hands were crossed, and 10 chakra threads gushed out of his 10 fingers, controlling the 2 puppets who had long been buried underground. Rumble. The 2 puppets broke through the ground, facing the stars, staggering left and right to kill each other. This sudden move made Xingchen a little unexpected. If you are generally tolerant, under this kind of sudden attack, I am afraid that it will be impossible to prevent. Even if it does not kill you, at least you will fall into a passive situation. Fortunately, the star body skill is extremely high, and he easily avoided the attack of the 2 puppets. The stars leapt up the treetops and stared at the men and women. Are you? A man and a woman who use puppet techniques are still so clever. Could it be the parents of the red sand scorpion? If so, that's a coincidence. In the original work, the parents of the Red Sand Scorpion died at the hands of Kikishuo Shigeru, creating the legend of Konoha White Fang, which is not inferior to the 3 shinobi. Now, these 2 people appeared in front of him and were listed as targets for him to kill. Very good reaction and speed, but you are so surprised, can you not recognize us? The man in the coat asked strangely. I guess I recognize it. Xingchen nodded and played with the taste, but don't think about making friends with me, knowing who you are, but it has aroused my determination to kill you. Xingchen's words completely angered the 2. Secret Golem Windblade. The 2 puppets were manipulated, and they were actually sealed in unison, performing the wind escape ninjutsu, and they had already attacked the stars with the blade of the wind. The puppet casts ninjutsu, it's not bad. Xingchen was just surprised at first that these 2 were the parents of the scorpion, but now that he was on guard, the attacks of these puppets were not a threat to him. With a jump, the stars bypassed the puppet and instantly came to the rear of the 2 scorpion parents. Oops, everyone be careful. However, this force, except for the 2 scorpion parents who were very strong, the other 5 are only elite shinobi. Although the stars talk about chakra, it is only the elite ninja level, but the real elite was completely vulnerable in front of him. Whoosh! The stars cast explosive moves, crisscrossing between the 5 people, and the sharp Kuwu brought out a series of blood flowers in an instant. Before the 5 elite Zongnin could react, they could only cover their throats and unwillingly fall in a pool of blood. You, damn it! The scorpion parents were furious. If you want to kill me, you should be enlightened. In a team battle, it is common sense to solve the weak first. Xing Chen said, his tone suddenly turned cold, but don't worry, your fate will be the same next. Then try it. The father of the scorpion was obviously furious to the extreme. He no longer had the patience to touch the stars, and he planned to fight quickly. Mia, understood. The two cooperate very tacitly, and they can understand each other's thoughts with just one look. Next, comprehend our tricks, and hope that we will continue to be tough later. Are you going to score the victory in one move, stupid act? But if you insist on it, it is not impossible to fulfill you. Battles between ninjas are strategic and adaptable. Ninjutsu is ever-changing, and if you are not careful, if you hit the tricks of the upper ninja, you may also be killed in an instant. The so-called lower patience, middle tolerance, and upper patience are only a distinction of hard power, and it does not mean that upper patience can win middle patience with closed eyes. Therefore, the scorpion parents directly make a big move, the stars can completely dodge, do not hard connect head-on, and then wait for the opportunity, but just like that, the battle may drag on for a long time. The scorpion's parents cooperate seamlessly and use strong moves, intending to win with one move and kill the stars. Secret Puppet 10 Steps Hell. As the scorpion father drank loudly, 10 puppets broke out from the ground, forming an encirclement and besieging the stars. 10 Steps of Hell, it's really the name of the wind. Xing Chen glanced at the 10 puppets, but he was a little unimpressed in his heart. 10 fingers connected, 10 puppets seem to be the largest number that the puppeteer can control. But Xing Chen knew that the future genius Red Sand Scorpion would be able to perform 100 maneuvers at the same time, which was enough to destroy a country. Compared with the 100 machine exercise, the small 10 puppets are insignificant. 10 steps to hell, as the name suggests, within 10 steps, take your life. The scorpion father shouted, so far, no one has been able to survive in the 10-step hell. Yes, it looks like this record is going to be broken today. Xing Chen smiled coldly and jumped out in one step. He did not use ninjutsu, but simply relied on his physical strength to slam a punch on a puppet. Pang! Bombarded by huge forces, the puppet could not bear it and immediately fell apart. Oh, that's not right. However, at this time, Xing Chen felt that something was wrong, and his expression couldn't help but change. Very good power, but that's the end of it. The scorpion father's eyes narrowed, as if he saw the tragic situation of the corpse of the stars. Rumble! The fragmented puppet was not scrapped, but it became a powerful explosive bomb that exploded directly. The brilliant aurora makes it impossible to open your eyes. It's a surprise, 10 steps of hell, 10 puppets are all super bombs. This is a self-destructive puppet that is not at all afraid of you breaking it. The scorpion father could not see the condition of the stars clearly, but he believed that even a shadow-level powerhouse would be hit hard if he was bombarded by a puppet bomb defenselessly. But just hitting hard is not enough. Against an enemy like you can't be merciful, go ahead. Under the manipulation of the scorpion father, the remaining 9 puppets rushed to the direction where the stars were located. Boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions shook the sky, almost flattening this dense forested land. Under such an explosion, let alone people, even flying insects and beasts, they cannot escape. Even if it is a shadow level, in this kind of explosion, there is no possibility of living. The scorpion father muttered to himself, seemed to comfort himself, and barely breathed a sigh of relief. Fighting with the stars, although it was a short time, was the most stressful battle in his life. Don't look at his disdain for the stars, but he is very jealous in his heart, otherwise he would not have performed his trick so quickly. Mia, let's get out of here right away. Father Scorpion suddenly said eagerly. The scorpion mother asked strangely, don't confirm if he is dead, bring his body back, or explain it to the wind shadow. In that kind of explosion, there must be no bones left. The scorpion father seems to be psychologically comforting. The mother scorpion glanced at him, but nodded anyway. However, just as the two were about to leave, a playful voice sounded. The battle is not over yet, do you want to escape first? Hearing this familiar voice, the scorpion parents' expressions changed drastically at the same time. After Yuna and the stars separated, they obeyed the orders of the stars and did not go to the group, but went to the Konoha army that was fighting on the front line. As soon as Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya joined the battlefield, they immediately swept around with the momentum of thunder, making the enemy fearful. Even if Sand Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu joined forces several times, they were defeated by the troops led by the 3. Of course, when the 3 were tired, they also suffered a lot of injuries, and they are quietly recuperating these days. As a medical ninja, Tsunade is naturally busy on the battlefield. At this time, he was healing the injured Jiraiya when he heard the report from the guards outside. Tsunade-sama, there are a few people outside who call themselves the Dark Department asking for a meeting. People in the dark part, is it the stars? Tsunade's heart moved, and he casually threw a towel over Jireya's head. Take care of the wounds yourself, I'll meet them. When he heard this, he didn't even have time to say anything to refute it, and Tsunade had already walked out. So urgent, could it be that the kid is here? Zilai also treated the wound casually, and also ran out in a hurry. After waiting for a moment outside the tent, Yuna saw Tsunade. Tsunade is younger than Yuna, but Yuna admires Tsunade. Miss Tsunade, we are from the 7th Detachment of the Dark Department, the captain is Shichi Xing-chen, he asked us to come to you. What's wrong with the stars? Tsunade didn't see the stars, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Captain, Yuna hesitated, and then said the matter as it was. What, bastard Tuan Zhang? When Tsunade heard this, he immediately became furious. The first thing she was angry about was not Hanzo and the 3 generations of Wind Shadow who surrounded and killed Xing-chen, but Tenzo, who abandoned Xing-chen and fled at the first time. Yuna was relieved to see Tsunade's appearance. Tsunade launched a rush, and no one in Konoha was not afraid, not even the 3 generations of Hokage. Danzo has a high position, and the 3 generations of Hokage have many scruples and will not have any conflicts with him, but Tsunade is different. Tenzo's flight without a fight is a stain on him. If he wants to cover up this stain, it is unknown what he will do. So the stars asked them to come to Tsunade to prevent the group. Miss Tsunade, rest assured, the captain's strength is unfathomable, and escaping should be safe and sound. Tsunade quickly calmed down as well, and said, I believe in the stars and will not do anything that I am not sure of. But anyway, I should check it out. Tsunade, there are 2 shadow levels on the other side, can you go alone? Jiraiya came over and said. Who said that I went alone? You and Orochimaru came with me. Tsunade was very arrogant, and his tone could not be refused. I'm not healed from this injury. Jiraiya pointed to the bandage on his hand. As soon as Tsunade stretched out his hand, he directly tore Jiraiya's bandage and said angrily, this little injury, you can die. Orochimaru returned from the battlefield, and before he could understand what was going on, he was dragged along by Tsunade Jiraiya. On the way, the big snake pill heard about the stars, but he didn't have any opinions. Tuan Zhang, this person is not your first day of contact, this is normal. If it were me, I might run away. Orochimaru said indifferently. You're embarrassed to say it. Tsunade glared at Orochimaru. Human nature is like this, and the group is in a high position. In comparison, a Shichi star is nothing, only you value him more than anyone. Although the words of the big snake pill are ruthless, it is not unreasonable to think about it. Danzo in Konoha can be said to be the second in command after Hokage, holding an important position and holding a very important position. If you really have to choose between Tuan Zhang and Xing-chen, then you don't need to think about it, the star must be the abandoned one. You're right, to me, no one is more important than the stars. If something happens to him, I will never let Tuan Zhang go. It seems that I have to pray that the little devil is not in trouble, otherwise this battle has not been fought, and we will prepare for a civil strife. Orochimaru said half-jokingly. Where the 3 people of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are, no one dares to take their edge, whether it is the ninja of the Land of Rain or the ninja of the Sand Ninja Village, they all retreat when they encounter it. Soon, they broke into the hinterland of the Land of Rain, almost at the foot of the Rain Ninja Village. Don't go any deeper, with the strength of the 3 of us, it's not enough to directly kill into the ninja village, that's looking for death. Orochimaru reminded. Although it has been singing all the way in the past few days, the big snake pill has self-awareness, and the 3 of them join forces, and they don't dare to say that the world is invincible. There are also many elites in Ninja Village and Sand Ninja Village, and if they join forces, or set up a little trap, they will also hate it. What's more, there is the peak ninja Hanzo of the famous ninja world, Yamakiyu, and the 3 generations of Wind Shadows. If they meet, I am afraid that they will be fierce. But all the way, why didn't you see the stars? Tsunade wondered, looking at Yuna. Yuna shook her head and said, we don't know the traces of the captain either. If the stars are safe and sound, and hear the wind, they should take the initiative to find us. After all, we are also very high profile these days, killing a lot of Sand Ninja and Rain Ninja. Tsunade's heart became uneasy. Could it be that something happened to Xing-chen? It's very high profile, but is it too arrogant? At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Be careful. The big snake pill immediately made a look of caution. He knew that it was not easy to come. Congratulations on killing the elite Shangnin, and the reward is 1,000 points. Congratulations on breaking the boundary, breaking through the upper patience, opening the sky covering time and space, and getting an additional 10,000 points reward. Congratulations on triggering the hidden achievement. The system will open the God-level draw area for you and receive a free God-level lottery opportunity. The stars Tsunade was looking for were hidden in a hidden cave. After killing 2 elite upper ninja of the Scorpion's parents, he successfully broke through to the upper ninja level. However, this is not over. After becoming a Shangnin, the system not only opened the sky covering time and space for him, but also added a God-level lottery area. From the moment he got the system, Xing-chen had doubts. This system is called the God-level lottery system, but there are only 3 lottery areas of ordinary, intermediate and advanced, which are completely incompatible with the God-level lottery. Now he understood that the God-level lottery area was a hidden function that required certain conditions to trigger. The first time he forcibly extracted the broken jade obtained, if he followed the normal process, it must be something that could only be drawn in the God-level lottery area. The prizes drawn in the God-level lottery area must all be at the same level as Bangyu, or even above Hongyu. The God-level lottery area lottery requires the consumption of 500,000 points, but I now have a chance to free God-level lottery. Xingchen thought about it, and he couldn't wait to get up, so he gave up his mind to fight guerrilla warfare with Shinobu and found a quiet place. Conduct a God-level lottery. The stars gave the order. You now have a free God-level lottery opportunity, no need to consume points, the draw is being conducted for you, the source, covering time and space, please later. The time required for the God-level draw seemed to be very long, and in the process of waiting, Xingchen kept thinking about it. Covering the sky, time and space, I don't know how many dimensions higher than the time and space of the God of Death, the time and space of the Fire Shadow, and the time and space of Dasheo. The things produced here, anyone, are enough to crush the Hokage world. It took more than 10 minutes for the system to respond. Hey, congratulations on obtaining the God-level Dao Art 9 secrets. 9 secrets? Xingchen was immediately stunned for a moment, and then became ecstatic. The secret method of covering the sky, the 9 secrets. Even if you learn one of the 9 secrets, it is enough to dominate the world and coerce your peers. And what Xingchen has obtained now is directly the complete book of the 9 secrets. If you learn all the 9 secrets, then let alone the world of fire shadows, even if there are 9 heavens and 10 earths, all the heavens and all the worlds can be shocked. Xingchen never expected that he had just broken through an upper ninja, and he actually obtained the 9 secrets inheritance from the system, which was simply a little strange, because compared to the 9 secrets, the Hokage world seems too low level. After calming down, Xingchen thought for a long time and finally made a decision. Retreat now. He wanted to start studying the 9 secrets immediately. As long as he can comprehend one of them, he can run amok in the Hokage world. At that time, what kind of Tuan Zhang will be just scum in his eyes? In the battlefield of the Land of Rain, war is in full swing, spreading in every inch of land, displacing countless people and countless families and destroying their families. Recently, a shocking story has spread across the battlefield. In the vicinity of Yunin village, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya encountered 3 generations of Kazekage and Hanzo of the mountain pepperfish, and the two sides fought a big battle, but returned with a crushing defeat, and Jiraiya was even seriously injured and dying at one point. This battle can be described as having a huge impact. The 3 of Orochimaru are the mainstay of Konoha, and they have joined forces a few days ago to be invincible in the battlefield and invincible. But this time it was such a fiasco, which made the Konoha army shake. The Sand Ninja forces took advantage of the victory to pursue, and Konoha was defeated, and the situation was very unoptimistic. Finally, under pressure, the 3rd generation of Hokage had to fight in person. And Konoha, in order to support the front line, even many students who had just graduated from the ninja school were summoned and went to the battlefield. I have to say that the 3 generations of Hokage still have some prestige. He personally went to the battlefield, which made Shinobu's offensive converge a lot, and Konoha's side was greatly encouraged and morale was high. The battlefield was at an impasse for a while. Inside the camp, the 3 leading figures of Konoha, such as Hokage, Danzo, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, gathered together to discuss, and the atmosphere was very tense. Tuan Zhang, don't you explain your previous behavior? Tsunade did not hesitate to question Danzo in person. Tuan Zhang was also thick-skinned, his expression was as usual, and he said lightly, Tsunade, pay attention to your tone. What's wrong with my tone? Dare to do it. Tsunade said coldly, since you are still the head of the route, you actually left your teammates behind and fled before the battle. Tsunade, it's precisely because I'm in a position of authority that I can't be angry. At that time, facing the 2 of Kazekage and Hanzo, if I really tried hard, I still had some certainty, but I couldn't take risks. You are still strong words, it is shameless. Tsunade was furious. Well, Tsunade, now is not the time to criticize who is right and who is wrong, it is most important to find Shichi Xingchen. I heard that he not only remained unharmed, but also sniped 2 of Wind Shadow's right-hand men. Tuan Zhang raised his eyebrows and asked, those 2 puppeteers? Yes, these 2 people are as meaningful to San Shinobu village as they are to Konoha. Shichi Xingchen killed the 2 of them, and directly caused immeasurable heavy damage to Sand Ninja village. Tuan Zhang fell silent, not knowing what he was measuring. This kid is still so young, he will have a great future. Jiraiya sighed. The big snake pill also smiled evilly, it is indeed an amazing guy. Shichi Xingchen is our Konoha's hope, his potential, no one can estimate, so there is no room for mistakes, we should do our best to find him now. No need, the stars will not appear for the time being. Tsunade suddenly said. Ha! The 3rd Hokage wondered, did you see him? Not really. Tsunade replied, but he sent me a message from the slug, saying that he had something to deal with and might need to disappear for a while. Disappear for a while? What do you mean? How do I know? Tsunade shrugged. The stars disappeared, but his fame spread across the battlefield from now on. Sand Ninja Village originally listed the stars as the first target to kill, but now, the 3 generations of Wind Shadows have repeatedly told that no matter who and how many people encounter Shichi Xingqian, as long as he is not present, he must not fall in love with the battle, and directly abandon the task and escape. It's not that Wind Shadow is cowardly, it's just that because of these several encounters, too many elites have died at the hands of the stars. In Feng Ying's opinion, Xingqian was at least a quasi-shadow level powerhouse, and the upper limit was not even below him. Iwa Shinobu and Yoshinobu Village, although they are not as afraid of the stars as Sand Shinobu, they are also somewhat guarded against him. In the tripartite camp, the information of the stars reached almost every ninja. Since then, Konoha Star has become a legend that everyone fears. The battlefield is not a one-man battlefield, the fame of the stars will not affect the progress of the war, and the melee between Konoha, Sand Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu, and Yoshinobu has intensified. In this war, the country of Rain is undoubtedly the most disadvantaged, especially the ordinary families of the country of Rain. In this war, they have suffered a lot. In the 33rd year of Konoha, the Second Shinobi War has lasted for a year and a half, and the stars have disappeared for a year. During the year, the battlefield of the Land of Rain has changed dramatically, with thousands of ninjas dying every day and tens of thousands of ordinary people dying. So far, the 4 sides have suffered heavy losses, and no one has taken too much advantage. Although the villages of Sand Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu and Yoshinobu occasionally unite, they target Konoha. But on the real battlefield, how can we completely trust each other? Therefore, after the decline of Konoha, Sand Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu and Yoshinobu fought separately, and the battlefield was always in a balanced state. Because once the balance is broken, it means the end of the war. In this year, after the stars, a group of excellent ninjas emerged in Konoha, among which the flag Kishuo Shigeru was the most dazzling. Although here, the Scorpion parents were not killed by Kimu Shuumao, but his strength is undoubted, and the legend of Konoha White Fang has not been broken. Of course, the reputation of Konoha White Fang has never surpassed Konoha Star. In addition to Kiki Shuo, there are some teenagers who perform well, such as Hinata Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Senju Rope Tree, among others. However, this group of teenagers is far from being comparable to the stars. They were cultivated as seeds of Konoha, and they went into battle not to work hard, but to exercise, so the tasks they undertook were relatively safe and there were fewer conflicts. However, on the battlefield, accidents are common. On this day, a group of teenagers composed of Rope Tree, Yamanaka Takamaku, and Kiki Tsubasa are on a raid mission, targeting Shinobu's logistics department. The logistics team of Shinobu has just been transferred from Shinobu Village, and the number of people is not very large, and the only person who has some trouble is a Shangnin who is in charge of escorting. That Shangnin is dealt with by me. You quickly kill the rest of the people and burn the logistical resources. In this team, Rope Tree is almost the youngest, but he looks like a full leader. After more than a year of battlefield training, he has undoubtedly grown a lot, and he has only turned 12 years old a few months away, and he already knows how to think maturely. Rope Tree, with your strength, you can't deal with Shangnin. Kimu Yi thought it was inappropriate. Rope Tree smiled and said, "Don't worry, I never thought of killing that Shangnin. Our goal is the resources of the logistics department. As soon as these resources are destroyed, we immediately retreat." Well, Rope Tree may not be the opponent of Shangnin, but it should be no problem to drag a Kami Shinobi, just do it. Yamanaka Takane thought it was feasible. Then it's decided, act together. The Rope Tree seized the opportunity and rushed out. The rest also acted together and divided their own labor. Konoha's imp, are you looking for death? That Shinobu was attacked by a surprise, but he was not alarmed at all, but showed a cruel smile. The Rope Tree, which had rushed to the front, suddenly felt that something was wrong, and his expression couldn't help but change. Oops, Zongji. Today's fog is very thick, and ordinary people's vision can only see things 3 or 4 meters away at most, and it is very blurry beyond that. At this time, outside the camp where Konoha's army was stationed, a hazy figure with a cloak slowly approached in the thick fog. Konoha's sentry and guards immediately became alert and issued a warning. Whoever is coming, stop immediately and be inspected. However, the people who came turned a deaf ear, still pacing slowly and walking forward. The guards were furious in their hearts. Whether the person was an enemy or not, they had the right to kill them directly if they did not listen to advice and insisted on going their own way. Kill him. With an order, countless shurikens and kunao shot towards the incoming people like dense raindrops. But the next scene shocked everyone. I saw that the man did not dodge, so he directly met shuriken and Kuwu and walked forward. Yikes! Kumu and his shuriken seemed to hit the air, penetrating through the man. How is it possible? Hell! The guard shouted in horror, "Go and report to Naruto-sama." "No, I'm already here." When the words fell, two figures jumped out from within the tent. It was the three generations of Hokage and Tenzo. Both are dressed in civilian clothes and ready to fight. Your Excellency doesn't look like Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu. Who are they? Tenzo questioned. Tuanzang, do you have bad eyes? Or do you have a bad memory, and you can't recognize who I am so quickly? The visitor took off the cloak, revealing a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Are you Shichi Xingchen? Danzo and the three generations of Hokage were stunned at the same time. I haven't seen it for a long time, and as soon as I come back, I will greet me with this kind of battle, which really flatters me. Xingchen joked. The three generations of Hokage confirmed their identity and immediately flew to Xingchen's side. Where have you been for more than a year? We have been looking for you again, but there is no news at all, and I thought you. The three generations of Hokage looked at the stars and found that the stars had changed a lot in the past year. The change in appearance is still secondary, mainly the change in temperament and indescribable taste. What about Tsunade, isn't she there? Star asked. Tsunade is on a mission, but counting the time, it's almost time to come back. I'll send someone to inform her. With Tsunade's personality, after hearing that Xingchen returns, I am afraid that any task in hand will be directly abandoned, and he will immediately rush back to meet Xingchen. In fact, it is exactly that. When Tsunade saw the stars, the joy and tenderness mixed with tears could not be concealed. But just for a moment, she immediately became furious. You bastard, disappeared for so long, no information passed on to me. Do you know how worried I am about you? Over the past year, Tsunade has asked the slug to find news of the stars several times. But ever since Hoshi-chan asked the slug to bring the news to Tsunade, he was isolated from the outside world and closed himself, and the slug couldn't find him at all. Sorry to worry you. Xingchen touched his nose and said, there is indeed something very important, and didn't I come back safely? What is so mysterious that even I can't say? It's not that you can't say it, it's that it's not necessary. This matter is very important to me, but for you, it is probably boring. Xingchen set aside the topic and asked, the rope tree should also come to the battlefield, what about the others? He did come to the battlefield, but he was not with me, and it was always Sarutobi who assigned them tasks. When Xingchen heard this, he fell silent. What's wrong? Tsunade saw that Xingchen's expression was wrong, and he couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, I haven't seen the rope tree for a long time, I want to see him. After all, this is a battlefield, and there is danger at any time. In a year's time, even with the help of Bangyu, it is impossible to comprehend the 9 secrets. The reason why he came back early was because he remembered that the rope tree had a life and death disaster in the original work, and he had to come back to see it to avoid accidents. Don't underestimate the rope tree, he has grown a lot now. Although I can't compare with you, I am much stronger than my peers. This point, Xingchen does not deny the talent of the rope tree, there is no doubt. However, at this moment, a panicked teenager rushed in and shouted, Tsunade-sama is not well. Naoki Hoshi-chan raised his eyebrows, while Tsunade's expression changed and asked, what's wrong with the rope tree? The rope tree fell into the enemy's trap, and when Tsunade heard this, the whole person was like being struck by lightning, and his face turned extremely pale. What do you say, where is the rope tree now? The boy stammered, in a valley near the T&E bridge. Swish! Tsunade's figure disappeared directly. Xingchen glanced at the pale-faced boy and asked, you're on the same team with Rope Tree, right? The boy nodded. Did Hokage know about this? Got it, I told Naruto-sama first, and Naruto-sama and Orochimaru-sensei passed as soon as possible. Well, okay, it's okay, you go to rest. Saying that, the stars also swept outside. When Tsunade arrived at the scene of the incident, there was clearly a fight here, the ground was disheveled, countless scattered shurikens and kunao, and even a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Ahead, a group of Konoha ninjas gathered around, discussing something. Without saying a word, Tsunade pushed away the crowd and rushed in. However, what came into view was a scene that made her almost faint. The 12-year-old rope tree was lying there covered in blood, his body was almost shattered by the detonation charm, his flesh and blood were blurry, and the whole person didn't even have a sound. Tsunade! Miss Tsunade! A medical ninja who was trying to perform the final treatment saw Tsunade, stood up helplessly, and said, Tsunade-sama, I'm sorry, I tried my best. How could it be? Tsunade's body faltered, and she stretched out her hands tremblingly, but hesitated. Her medical ninjutsu is certainly stronger than the other party. But the situation of the rope tree is obviously not something that medical ninjutsu can solve. She did not dare to treat the rope tree for fear of achieving a more desperate outcome. Tsunade, I've seen the situation of the rope tree, the 3 generations of Hokage came from the side, but they didn't know how to comfort Tsunade for a while. The big snake pill was also in the crowd, looking into the distance, as if thinking about something. Life is so fragile and fleeting in the blink of an eye, what if this happens to you in the future? Ninjutsu is ever changing, is there a way to make people immortal? What are you doing? At this time, a voice that was incongruous with the sad atmosphere of the scene came, people are not dead yet. Tsunade heard this voice and looked back, but saw Xingchen walking slowly over, without any sad look on his face. Xingchen, what did you say? Hoshi-chen walked over, glanced at the situation of the rope tree, and said to Tsunade, remember the birthday gift I gave to the rope tree last time? Now, it's time for it to work. Xingchen, what you said is true, is the rope tree really saved? Tsunade's mind was now in chaos, completely at a loss. In the original work, Tsunade suffered from hemophobia because of the death of rope tree, and now she has preliminary symptoms. Of course, this isn't the case that the rope tree cannot be saved, and the stars could make that happen? Take a trip through the Hokage time unknown prophet. If you can't stop the tragedy that is unfavorable to you, won't you cross it for nothing? Believe me, rope tree is also my younger brother, how can I joke about his life? Hoshi-chen soothed Tsunade, then walked over to the rope tree and crouched down to check on him. All the people around gathered around in amazement. The condition of the rope tree at this time, everyone can see it, the internal organs are damaged, and it is no longer within the scope of medical ninjutsu. But the stars say that the rope tree is still saved? The three generations of Hokage and Orochimaru stood on the side, looking at the stars seriously, 7 doubts in their hearts, and 3 points of expectation. There have been many miracles in this kid recently, can he still create miracles this time and bring the dead back to life? Hasn't the yin-yang xianlong pill been activated yet? Xingchen inspected the body of the rope tree and found that the power of the yin-yang xianlong pill was still hidden in his broken body, but it seemed to be ineffective. Let me help you. The palm of the star palm contained a gentle power, covering the body of the rope tree, helping it activate the medicinal power of the yin-yang xianlong pill. Sure enough, as if a key point is triggered, a switch is turned on. As soon as the gentle power of the stars merged into the body of the rope tree, his body immediately underwent drastic changes, and a stream of pale yellow gas overflowed from his facial features. These pale yellow gases lingered around the rope tree, gradually forming an illusory giant dragon, with a hideous face, but full of endless majestic coercion. Everyone wondered, how could such a strange condition appear on the rope tree? Why does it exude coercion that is not weaker than the shadow-level powerhouse? Tsunade squeezed his palms tightly, nervously watching the condition of the rope tree and the stars, not daring to disturb, for fear that even this last glimmer of hope would be dashed. Okay, let's just rely on himself. Xingchen stood up and stepped aside. The yellowish giant dragon wrapped around the rope tree, causing it to float slowly. The blood stains are fading, the damaged internal organs are gradually repaired, and the wounds are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the incredible phenomena have really happened in front of everyone's eyes. Oh my god, I read that right, what's going on? Miracle, what a miracle. Can you really come back to life? Shh, don't make any noise. Everyone held their breath, although their hearts were full of inexplicability and surprise, they did not dare to make any loud noises, for fear of disturbing the miracle in front of them. The rope tree was originally a dead person, but at this moment, under the medicinal power of the yin and yang xianlong pill, the vitality began to recover, and it broke and stood up, and the whole person seemed to have undergone extreme sublimation. What suddenly, the phantom dragon that lingered around the rope tree let out a dragon groan that shook the heavens and the earth, and then rushed straight to Jixiao, causing the wind and clouds to change. Wild sand 100 miles, all a terrifying scene. And it was at this time that the rope tree, which was so good that his injuries were 7 or 8, suddenly opened his eyes, and a majestic momentum swept away the 8 wastes, and even the 3 generations of Hokage, who were shadow level, couldn't help but take a step back. But gradually, after the edge, the phantom dragon disappeared, the momentum converged, and the rope tree scratched its head a little dazedly, looking very innocent. What's going on? Where am I? God, it's really alive, I'm not dreaming, am I? Incredible. Rope tree. Seeing that the rope tree came to life, Tsunade couldn't help it, and immediately pounced. It's great that you're okay. Sister, what's wrong with you? Rope tree said inexplicably, but he hadn't seen his sister's expression for a long time. Rope tree, don't you remember, you just now? Tsunade didn't know how to remind him for a moment. Rope tree struggled to start thinking back, and finally the memory of that time came to mind again. By the way, I remember that I was on a mission just now, and I fell into an enemy trap. Rope tree said in amazement, am I dead? I did die once just now, but it's okay now. Xingchen also came over and said with a smile. Rope tree looked at Xingchen, suddenly touched his heart, and asked, Brother Chen, is that candy you gave me? Can candy bring you back to life? Yes, it's not candy, it's definitely an elixir. Xingchen smiled and said, no matter what it is, it's good that you're okay, it's finally a false alarm. The effectiveness of yin-yang xianlong pill is not just as simple as bringing people back to life. Maybe now that Rope Tree himself has not noticed that his body has changed a lot. This change is destined for his future and will not be ordinary. Fortunately in misfortune, the Rope Tree is unimpeded, and I am relieved. The 3 generations of Hokage and Orochimaru moved closer. The 3 generations of Hokage were delighted in their hearts and breathed a sigh of relief. The Rope Tree was also what he grew up watching, and he was the grandson of the original Hokage, which meant something extraordinary to him and Konoha. Moreover, when the rope tree came to the battlefield, he was personally responsible for teaching the rope tree, and this task was also assigned to the rope tree. If something happens to rope tree, he will be mainly responsible, and Tsunade will probably hate him for this. Shichi Shin-chan, is it your masterpiece again? The art of bringing the dead back to life is amazing. Orochimaru stared at the stars, his eyes flashing with a strange light. How could Shin-chan not know what the big snake pill was paying attention to? This person, a natural science fanatic, is much more interested in exploring the unknown than the average person. After several contacts, the big snake pill had already become interested in him. If it had been before, Shin-chan might still be on the lookout for the great snake pill, just as he was wary of Tuanzang. But now it's different. This year, with the help of Bangyu, he has gained a lot. The rope tree was safe and sound, which made many people breathe a sigh of relief. For Konoha Jungzan, what they care more about is the return of the stars. Many people have never seen the stars before, but never have they heard his name. Long before the start of World War II, the stars were on the border of the Fire Nation, eradicating a group of troublesome shinobi. As a pioneer, he was the first to enter the battlefield of the Land of Rain, and he once led his dark team to raid the combined army of Shinobu and annihilate them all. Later, he even faced the two shadow-level powerhouses of the three generations of Wind Shadow and Hanzo Mountain Pepperfish, and after getting out of trouble safely, he actually killed Wind Shadow's two right-hand men. All kinds of legends are admirable and yearning. And most importantly, the person who created this legend is only 14 years old. On the battlefield, there is no time to relax. After the matter of the rope tree was resolved, everyone plunged into a tense battle situation again. 3 generations held extraordinary meetings. This kind of meeting is usually attended only by Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Danzo. But this time, the stars were also allowed to participate. The fact that a 14-year-old boy can participate in such an emergency meeting of decision-makers is undoubtedly the first of its kind. This meeting is a summary of the pre-World War II period, and it will also usher in a new beginning. The third generation of Hokage said with a serious expression, "It just so happens that the stars are also back now, increasing our strength." A new beginning? Tsunade asked, "What do you mean?" World War II has been going on for more than a year, and during this year, Konoha, San Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu, and Yu Shinobu have fought in all directions, all of which have suffered heavy damage and great consumption. But this does not mean that the war will end early, but it will become more and more intense. The 4 great ninja villages are not willing to be defeated, and they give everything they have to fight a battle. The truly brutal test is only now beginning. The third generation of Hokage said heavily, "Our situation in Konoha is also very unoptimistic. Although San Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu, and Yu Shinobu fight separately, they sometimes join forces to deal with Konoha, resulting in the heaviest casualties in Konoha now." Shin-chan touched his nose, and the combination of San Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu and Yu Shinobu was more or less related to him. As long as we Konoha are strong, they will jointly suppress, and the situation is difficult. Tsunade said deeply. No matter how difficult it is, you can't surrender, and the battle that should be fought still has to be fought. The big snake pill looked indifferent. The third generation of Hokage nodded and said, "Not bad, the battle must be fought. However, our strength is weakening, and it is unwise to concentrate our forces against the enemy, so we must disperse the battlefield and carry out guerrilla warfare." Over the past year, Konoha's team has been fixed, occasionally sending 1 or 2 sub-teams on assassination missions, but there has always been a dominant base camp. However, now that the situation has changed, Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu, and Yushin may unite at any time. If Konoha keeps gathering together, it is very likely that it will be swept away. However, the ranks are scattered in all directions and guerrilla warfare is carried out, and the enemy advances and we retreat, which is much more flexible. Disperse the battlefield? When Tsunade heard this, he subconsciously glanced at the stars. In other words, are we going to fight separately in the future? Jiraiya asked. The third generation of Hokage nodded again. "I discussed with Tenzo, and the battlefield will be divided into 4 major battlefields in the east, west, south and north of the Land of Rain. We in Konoha divided into 4 teams and scattered all parties. I'll go with the stars, east, west, north and south." Tsunade immediately suggested, and then asked Hashito, "Shin-chan, what do you think?" "I don't care, but Naruto-sama doesn't seem to agree." Shin-chan said. "Why?" Tsunade looked at the 3 generations. "Tsunade, don't be capricious." The third generation said with a straight face, "Although you and Shin-chan have a good relationship, you and the 3 of you and Orochimaru and Jiraiya are the best combination, and the cooperation is more tacit. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya have been partners since childhood, and they have experienced too many missions and dangers together, and they know each other very well. And Tsunade and Shin-chan, although they have a good relationship, but fighting together, they may not be able to cooperate well. After all, the strength of the stars, Tsunade does not understand." "All right. Even though Tsunade was a little reluctant, he knew that it was not the time to be willful. Well, Tsunade, the three of you lead a team in the east. Tuan Zhang's team is in the south. Xingchen led a team to the north, and the rest is myself. What? Xingchen leads a team alone? Tsunade interrupted Sanday's words, looking surprised. The three generations in Tenzo are both shadow level, and she and the big snake Pill and Zilla can also be worth a shadow level. But the stars, the third generation said calmly, of course, Xingchen has already proved that he has this ability, doesn't he? Tsunade was slightly stunned, only to realize that it was he who realized it later. In everyone's impression, the stars have long been comparable to shadow-level existences. I don't have any opinions, but Yuna and the others should follow me, right? Xingchen asked. Although Yuna's combat effectiveness is not very strong, after all, they are familiar with each other, and Xingchen trusts them very much. Naturally, in addition to your original 7th detachment, there will be several Shangnan as your attendants. In the original, Xingchen was only a dark captain. And now, Hokage actually sent several Kami Shinobu as his attendants. Xingchen's current status is undoubtedly above the 3 shinobi. After saying goodbye to Tsunade Naoki, Hoshi-chan gathered his team and got ready to set off towards the northern battlefield of the Land of Rain. The team he led, including Yuna's people, totaled 42 people, including 6 upper shinobi, 12 middle shinobi, and 24 lower shinobi. Compared to the other 3 teams, he is only the least. But Xingchen didn't mind. For him, there were fewer people, but it was more at ease. After arriving in the north, Xingchen once again scattered the team, and a small detachment of 5 or 6 people sneaked into all directions, waiting for the opportunity. In this northern land, fierce fighting is taking place between U Ninja Village and IWA Ninja Village, and there are fighting everywhere, as well as ruins. But surprisingly, after the team of the stars entered, the two sides immediately stopped fighting, causing the northern land to usher in a long-lost calm. It seems that they are ready to join forces against us. Xingchen thought about it a little, and he knew what the U Ninja Village and IWA Shinobi Village were paying attention to. Is this the pupil power of the Eye of Reincarnation? Xingchen could feel the inexplicable power that invaded invisibly, but he was a little disappointed. But that's all, your age is too young after all. When Uzumaki Nagato loses control, the power of the Eye of Reincarnation will explode. However, his awakening of the Eye of Reincarnation is too short and too young. Even if it breaks out, this power is like a drop in the bucket for the stars at this time. Uzumaki Nagato looked in shock at the stars that were illuminated by his pupils, but seemed to be unaffected in the slightest, and froze for a while. How terrifying his eyes are, it has been verified before. In just a moment, just a glimpse, 3 Naka shinobi died on the spot, and 1 also became an idiot. He was terrified of this power, afraid that he would become an indiscriminate monster. But in order to protect his partners, he had to use this power. As long as he can protect Konan, Yahiko, he will not hesitate to become a monster. But now he was desperate. The boy in front of him was obviously not much older than them, but unlike ordinary ninjas, he was not afraid of his eyes at all. What? The pattern of those eyes is very special, but it's not remarkable. I really don't know what happened to your subordinates. Captain Osaka saw that the stars were okay, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't think so. The 6th captain hummed, "That's Lord Xingchen. I promise that if that little ghost just now is aimed at you, you will definitely become an idiot. Do you want to try it?" Osaka was about to say, "Try it," but then retracted his feet and said seriously, "Lord Hoshi-chan is here, be serious, don't joke." The 6th captain knew that he was somewhat weak in his heart, but he did not dismantle his platform, but asked Xingchen, "Sir, these 3 little ghosts are very strange, especially this little ghost with evil eyes. I suggest that they be shot to prevent future problems. On the battlefield, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. These 3 are orphans of the Rain Ninja Village, who are oppressed by the Konoha Ninja today, and may have a revenge on Konoha in the future. After all, this little ghost's eyes are unusual, almost comparable to Uchiha's chakra eyes." When Uzumaki Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko heard this, they all shrunk together in fright, shivering, and their hearts were full of despair and hatred. Xingchen looked indifferent and glanced at the 6th captain. Very good suggestion. The 6th captain was overjoyed when he heard this. "Sir, then let me do it." "What's your name?" Xingchen asked coldly. "Just call me Sanyuan." "Sanyuan?" Xingchen said lightly, "Your 6th squad does not exist anymore. Merge you into the 9th squad. From now on, Osaka will be your captain and follow his instructions." "Ha!" Sanyuan froze. It's good that all the people under him are dead, but he is one of the 6 upper ninja under Xingchen. How can he say that he can also go to other teams to mix with the captain? Why should he be merged into the 9th squad, or is he just an ordinary member? He and Osaka have always been equals, and now he is a generation shorter for no reason, which makes him how to meet people in the future? How? Do you have an opinion? Sir, Sanyuan was a little unwilling. Osaka shinobi next to him couldn't help but laugh, then pulled Sanyuan over and said in a low voice, "Stupid, you still don't understand, don't make the adults angry at this time. You all have dry food on you, take out half of it." Yes, yes, yes. San Yuanhui was the first to react, and took out all the dry food things on his body and handed them to Xingchen. Osaka and all the members of the ninth squad also took out their food, and Xingchen said that he wanted half, and they almost gave it all. Hoshi-chen gathered the food together and walked over to Nagato Uzumaki, Konan, and Yahiko. I said, I won't hurt you. As for the previous incident, I am sorry that this food is used as compensation, and I see that you have not eaten for many days. When Xingchen stuffed the food over, the three of them were all stunned, and seemed to be a little unbelievable. These, all to us? Because of the war, they are displaced and have no fixed place to live, and they have to go out every day to find food, and they can hardly find it. Even if you are lucky enough to find food, it is mostly dirty, abandoned food. Don't worry. Xingchen smiled slightly. Perhaps because Xingchen is not old, his smile, in the eyes of Nagato and Xionin, is full of affinity. The sudden warmth and despair caught them off guard, and it also made them remember it even more. Thank you. Yahiko reached out and took the food. Now you know why the adult demoted you? Osaka gloated at Sangan and said, the adult is only 14 years old, and it is inevitable that he will be sympathetic to the three of them, so pay attention to what he says in the future. Big brother, you are such a good person, different from the ninjas we have seen. Xiao Nan's eyes sparkled and stared at the stars. At this moment, although Xiao Nan's small face was dirty, it was difficult to hide her delicate face. Xingchen touched her head with a smile and said, sometimes, we can't help ourselves. War is not for one side to decide, and if we do not fight this battle, our family village will be overrun by the enemy. Xiao Nan nodded understandingly, and then took out a flower folded in paper and handed it to the stars. Xingchen was slightly stunned. At this time, Xiao Nan was undoubtedly very kind. In the original work, although the family was broken and the village was invaded, when he met Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, he also smiled and handed over a paper origami. Xingchen took the paper origami and praised, very beautiful, skillful Xionin. Xiao Nan was very happy in his heart, but soon asked suspiciously, Big brother, how do you know that my name is Xiao Nan? I know not only that your name is Konan, but I also know that his name is Nagato Uzumaki, and his name is Yahiko. The stars put the names of the three people together. On the side, Osaka and Sanyuan looked at each other, both surprised. Do adults know these three imps? Xingchen and Xiao Nan chatted for a while, and his smile was very infectious, making the three of them completely let down their guard. But at this moment, Yuna suddenly rushed over and hurriedly said, Captain, it's not good, Iwa Shinobu and Yoshinobu have set out, and they seem to be searching for us in a big way. Xingchen frowned, how could it be so sudden? Captain, Iwa Shinobu and Yoshinobu combined, the number is more than 3 times that of us, I'm afraid we will suffer a lot in the fight. Yuna said cryptically, signaling the stars to step back slightly. After all, our own side is inferior, we can only fight guerrilla warfare, and when the opposite side is tough, our side can only retreat. Moreover, Iwa Shinobu and Yoshinobu disappeared for a long time, presumably planning how to deal with them, and at the same time, I am afraid that they have also investigated their manpower clearly. Nowadays, it is equal to the enemy being bright and dark, and the gap in numbers is so large, it will definitely suffer a loss in the fight. No need to retreat, you squads can lurk according to the original plan. I'm afraid there is no way to lurk, Iwa Shinobu endured so much eyeliner, it is easy to find us. In case any squad runs into them alone, the whole army will definitely be destroyed. Don't worry, you first let all the detachment leaders gather, and we will have a small meeting first. The stars seemed to have a plan. Yuna saw that the stars were confident, so she didn't say more. What the stars are sure of, there is no big problem. Big brother, are you going to fight? Xiao Nan looked at the stars worriedly. Well, now that there is war everywhere, I have to run around a lot, and I can't take you with me, so find a safe place to hide. When Xiao Nan heard this, he was immediately frustrated. Yahiko, Nagato, you two are men, no matter what happens, remember to protect Konan. Well, I will. Both nodded solemnly. Yahiko is not a greedy person, the stars have given them enough food to eat for a month, and they should not stay as a burden. Big brother, goodbye, I hope to have the opportunity to see you again in the future. When they separated, Xiao Nan was reluctant. Looking at the three people going away, Xingchen sighed inexplicably. Captain, in fact, even if you bring the three of them, it won't be much of an obstacle for you, right? Yuna could see the conflicted heart of the stars. It's not hard to protect the three of them, but I don't know if I should do it or not. Xingchen said, after thinking about it, let them go their own way, and soon they will meet another person, and that person will teach them. Yuna was stunned when she heard this. Captain, you said that soon. You know that. Could it be that the captain did not know the prophet? Xingchen smiled casually, okay, it's just a small episode, get ready for the next battle. Summoned by the stars, the captains of the 10 squads gathered together for a simple meeting. In just 10 minutes, the meeting was over, and the 10 captains returned to their respective teams, like fish into the sea, birds into the jungle, and disappeared without a trace. In the combined army of Iwa Shinobu and Yoshinobu, there was also a meeting, and all the leaders were present. As far as the intelligence knows, the leader of Konoha this time is Shichi Sing-chen, who has disappeared for a year. Shichi Sing-chen, it is said that this guy is only 14 years old, but he can easily kill the elite Sharingan, and it is very likely that he is a quasi-shadow level powerhouse. Konoha is a demon genius. If you don't get rid of it, it will be difficult to sleep. Compared to us, Shinobu hates Shichi Sing-chen even more, so I have already communicated with the third generation of Mikazakage, and he said that he will rush over when he finishes dealing with the matter over there. Then shall we wait until the wind shadow comes? How is it possible? The war on his side will not be solved for a while. Do we keep waiting? Moreover, our number is 3 times that of Shichi Sing-chen, and it is us who spend time with him. Yes, we don't have many food reserves, plus we have a lot of people. The longer the time drags on, the worse it will be for us. We are mostly good, but none of us can face Shichi Sing-chen head-on. I am afraid that if we fight, we may not be able to take advantage. A commander who can sweep through enemy forces will have a great impact on military morale and morale. Marching and fighting is not a performance of personal ability, but also a strategy. As far as the intelligence knows, Shichi Sing-chen does not seem to dare to confront us head-on, so he scattered all his subordinates. That's right, we can break each of them. Each break. Yes, Shichi Sing-chen divided the team into 10 squads, then we will also divide the team into 10 squads, and then carry out a raid. Then if you are unlucky and bump into Shichi Sing-chen, wouldn't it be looking for death? It takes a little bit of sacrifice. A few days after the battlefield was immersed again, on this day, Yuna's first squad was ambushed. You guys are really careless, you actually caught a loophole by us. Compared to Yuna's 6-man team, the enemy numbered more than 2 dozen, and 3 of them were shinobi. Both quantity and quality crush Yuna's side. Yes, faced with this kind of battle, Yuna did not panic at all, but sneered, I think you are looking for your own death, right? Shout! As his words fell, an extremely fast black shadow passed by. Whoosh! In an instant, I saw that the 3 upper ninja were all covering their hearts in horror, and the blood could not stop gushing out. Because the speed was too fast, even if the heart was broken, the 3 did not lose their breath for a while. You are Konoha star, the 3 looked in horror at the grey-clothed boy who had already stood in front of them at some point. It was as terrifying as rumored. Hee, it's so powerful, even if we are unlucky, but you also have to pay a heavy price. After speaking, the 3 of them broke their breath at the same time and fell into a pool of blood. Yuna, the rest will be left to you, Sing-chen said lightly. No problem. 3 upper shinobi died, and no matter how many of the rest of the middle shinobi were killed, they could only be slaughtered. Around the same time, Team 9 was ambushed, and Osaka and Sangen were in the same situation as Yuna, besieged by more than 3 times as many ninjas. Hee, it seems that we are lucky. One of the enemy elites sneered, the Iron Wolf seems to have met Shichi Sing-chen and has already died. Osaka mocked, your teammate is still so happy to die, is there any humanity? Of course I have to be happy, because it means that Shichi Sing-chen is not here with you, and all of you here will die and be buried for the Iron Wolf. The elite Sharingan said, and in addition to your squad and the squad protected by Shichi Sing-chen, there are 8 squads, and we will annihilate together. So you made this calculation? Sanyuan asked. 1 team, in exchange for our 9 teams. That's right, meeting Shichi Sing-chen is considered bad luck. However, Shichi Sing-chen is not a god, he can't always appear in 10 teams at the same time, right? However, at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, like a song of death. I am indeed not a god, but why is it difficult to appear in 10 teams at the same time? Ah, you, the elite shinobi and the other 20 or so ninjas all turned back in horror and looked at the grey-clothed boy who was slowly walking over. Didn't you kill the Iron Wolf over there? How did you appear here? They make secret contacts, which only take a split second to complete. So he learned that the stars appeared on the side of the Iron Wolf, just a few breaths ago. A few breaths later, kill the Iron Wolf from there, and then appear here across several miles. How can it be? Although the boy in front of him was only 14 years old, everyone saw him as if they saw death coming, and they could not have any fighting intent. There was nothing else to think about but horror and retreat. Don't panic, this is definitely just a doppelganger, don't be deceived by him. The elite upper shinobi is relatively calm. Sing-chen killed the Iron Wolf group over there, and it must be the real thing. Then the one in front of you is most likely just a doppelganger to scare them. When the ninjas heard this, they felt reasonable, and they were a lot more determined in their hearts. Doppelganger. However, Sing-chen smiled contemptuously, and the figure instantly disappeared from the place. Wow! That elite Shangren only saw a brilliant light and shadow, and then he felt a cold heart, and the pain of the cone reflected the nerves. Blood sprayed out, and the elite couldn't believe it. Why? Before he could finish his words, he fell to the ground in horror. First, chieftain. The remaining ninja were immediately left with only despair. Where this is the doppelganger, it is clearly the ontology. But even the body is too terrifying, right? The leader of the elite upper ninja strength was actually seconded without reacting? Not to mention that the enemy ninja was shocked, even Osaka and Sangan were secretly shocked. They were also the first time to see Shin-chan make a move, and they thought that the legend would be somewhat exaggerated, but now that they saw it with their own eyes, they knew that he was more terrifying than the rumors. At the same time, the remaining 8 detachments under Shin-chan were attacked. However, the same scene was played out in various detachments. At the same time, the enemy received the signal of the Iron Wolf before death, and they all thought that they were lucky and did not meet the stars. But in the end, they were all stunned and buried in the hands of the stars. After Iwa Shinobu and Yoshinobu united, they established a secret base. There were many of them, and although they divided 10 troops to target the stars, they were not considered the whole army dispatched, and the real masterminds of both Yan Shinobu and Yoshinobu did not make a move. The status of these two people, just like the status of the stars in Konoha, belongs to the main person in charge of this battlefield. Their strength is naturally very strong, and almost all of them are the strongest people under the shadow level. However, they are not sure that they can deal with the stars, so they dare not make a rash move. In case of bad luck and they encounter the stars, they will lose a lot. Moreover, they plan to sacrifice one detachment and replace the 9 detachments of Shin-chan, and with or without their participation, they should all be stable. Well, there is a signal, it is from the Iron Wolf. The leader of the Rain Ninja said, "It seems that I was unlucky," and the Iron Wolf ran into Shichi Shin-chan. The Iron Wolf is the upper ninja of the Rain Ninja, and when it meets the stars, it will probably be completely destroyed. At this time, the leader of the Sand Ninja was a little gloating, although they temporarily united and targeted Shichi Shin-chan, but after all, they were also opponents. Not long ago, they fought to the death. And after defeating Shichi Shin-chan, they may have to fight again. But he didn't wait long to be proud, and suddenly received a new number, and his expression suddenly changed. "How is it possible?" The leader of the Rain Ninja asked, "What's wrong?" The second group under me also ran into Shichi Shin-chan. What's going on?" Tick tick. After a few seconds, suddenly 8 red signals sounded at the same time. It was their agreement, as long as this red signal came over, it meant that they had encountered Shichi Shin-chan. However, all 10 groups lit up with red signals. "What's going on? Sir, this battle has finally seen your bravery, and I admire it. Yes, we almost didn't contribute much, and we actually completely destroyed Yoshinobu and Iwa Shinobu 3 or 4 times more than our troops. Originally, I thought that the combination of Yoshinobu and Iwa Shinobu would be very unfavorable to us. Now it seems that in front of adults, it is not worth mentioning at all. Those guys also don't want to think that if they hadn't deliberately led them to the bait, they would have learned the hiding place of our 10 squads so easily? So naive. They are all adults who are powerful, and they actually use the second-generation Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique in such a state, and the enemy still thinks that the adults are doppelgangers. After this battle, both Yoshinobu and Iwa Shinobu will be greatly damaged and morale greatly reduced, and we Konoha finally raised our eyebrows and exhaled once. Because during this year, as long as Konoha has a slight tendency to raise its head, Yoshinobu, Iwa Shinobu, and San Shinobu will unite, causing them to be at a disadvantage all the time and very angry. This battle, hundreds of ninjas of Yoshinobu and Iwa Shinobu were annihilated, and more than a dozen of them were in the upper shinobi, and their own side was unharmed, which was perfect. Beautiful battle. Hearing the news from the northern battlefield, the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but show joy. This kid, really worthy of the task, brought me good news so soon. However, at the headquarters of Iwa Shinobu and Yoshinobu, the reaction was diametrically opposite. "Damn Shichi Shin-chan, I can't spare you. What are those people for? 3 times the strength, can't take the other party alone." Lord Taing, that Shichi Shin-chan is really too strong, we underestimated him too much before, it's not unreasonable for Wind Shadow to be so jealous of him. The 3rd generation of Tokage Oniki looked deep, pondered for a long time, and said, "A 14-year-old little ghost, can he really go against the sky?" "Lord Tsuchikage, what should we do now? Do we still need to send someone over the northern battlefield?" "What are you sending for? Sending to death? Let all the few people who are still alive come back." Oniki snorted coldly. Since Konoha has a tendency to raise his head again, then he can't help but be mean. "Tsuchikage-sama means, help me make an appointment with Wind Shadow, and the leader of the Yunin village, Hanzo of the Pepper Fish." The attendant was slightly startled. To deal with a Shichi Shin-chan, did it need 3 shadow-level powerhouses to join forces? Even Hokage never wanted to be treated like this. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Danzo received the message from Hokage and immediately rushed back. "Sarutobae-sensei, we have just left, why did you suddenly summon us back?" Tsunade asked. "They rushed to the battlefields of all sides, less than a month ago, and were actively preparing for future battles, but suddenly received a message from the 3 generations of Hokage, telling them to rush back. Maybe you don't know yet, there is a situation in the northern battlefield where the stars are located, and I am also an emergency move. Ah, are the stars in danger? Tsunade immediately tensed up. Not really, he should be safe for the time being. The third generation of Hokage laughed. Not only that, but he also annihilated the IWA Shinobu troops in the northern battlefield without spending a single soldier, and almost occupied that area. In less than a month, annihilate the combat power of 2 villages. The Big Snake Pill and Zille also showed shock. This efficiency was too terrifying. The strength of the northern battlefield is the weakest, less than 1/3 of any of our 3 sides. After all, Shichi Xingchen is led by one person, and Hokage took this into account, so he sent him to the north, focusing on tempering him. Compared with the shock of everyone, Tuanzang looked very indifferent, and said disapprovingly, if the enemy misestimates the strength of Shichi Xingchen and falls into the trap, it is not surprising that this effect can be achieved. The third generation of Hokage looked displeased. Tuanzang, the strength of the northern battlefield is the weakest, but the troops we sent to Shichi Xingchen are also the least. He can fight such a beautiful battle, the merit is undeniable. I'm not denying Shichi Xingchen's achievements, I just think you're making too much of a fuss. Is it to summon all 4 of us back from the battlefield to celebrate Shichi Xingchen's achievements? Although the 3 of the Great Snake Pill felt that Tuanzang intended to target the stars, his words still made some sense. Even though the stars were indispensable, there was no need to transfer all of them back from the battlefield, right? Sarutobe-sensei, there should be other reasons, right? Of course. The third generation of Hokage's expression became serious. Do you think that after the stars finish this battle, the enemy can still leisurely let him continue to gallop? Tsunade was startled. You mean, after annihilating the troops of Yoshinobu and IWA Shinobu, Xingchen and his group almost dominated the entire northern battlefield, and no ninja from his village dared to rise to the top? Captain, what should we do next? Although the battle situation was ostensibly resolved, Yuna always felt uneasy. Do you want to go to other battlefields to support? No, if other battlefields need support, Hokage will naturally send a message, we can just wait for the news. But, is it really okay if we just stay here? Yuna paused. I mean, IWA Shinobu and Yoshinobu can't give up, and San Shinobu who has always been hostile to us. Of course, they will definitely send someone again, but, is it necessary to worry about this? When the enemy comes, just fight. This is the battlefield, and we are here to fight. Yuna was slightly startled, but she was speechless. Her fear was that if the enemy came prepared, they would suffer. But Xingchen was not worried about this at all, as if no matter who came, no matter how many people came, he was not afraid at all. It's worthy of being a captain, just this kind of courage, few people in the ninja world can compare. Yuna thought to herself, since she knew the stars, she didn't know how many miracles she had seen from this teenager. Not only that, the Confident Star has a unique infectious power. The 7th detachment of the Dark Department was not very convinced by the stars at first, but now, even if they die for the stars, they will probably not hesitate, right? Because for them, the stars have long become a faith, like the Hokage. Xingchen asked his men to rest in the area of the northern battlefield, and at the same time carefully prepared that the 3 shinobi village would send ninjas again. However, in a short period of time, the northern battlefield has completely entered a period of calm, and there are no more conquests. This is undoubtedly a good thing for the civilians of the Land of Rain, and many innocent people have finally got a breather. However, the good times did not last long, and the defeated enemy army soon overwhelmed the situation again. My lord, I found the trace of Yoshinobu. Sir, I found the trace of IWA Shinobu. My lord, I have found the traces of Shinobu and are pressing on us. This time, the coming of the 3 major ninja villages was too ferocious, and the people under Xingchen did not dare to resist hard, and they were retreated one after another. In the end, everyone huddled together, surrounded by the 3 major ninja villages, and there was no way to escape. However, this is expected by the stars. The 3 major ninja villages want to take revenge, and letting their subordinates fight hard is tantamount to hitting a stone with a pebble. Shichi Xingchen, your end has arrived. The enemy camp shouted angrily. Today, I see how arrogant you are. That's the 3rd generation of Wind Shadow, he actually did it himself. The shadow of a village is a very awe-inspiring existence for any ninja. Even if it is an enemy, Konoha ninjas still have an inexplicable fear of Kazekage. You are Shichi Xingchen, and you really are a hero out of a young man. On the IWA Shinobu side, a dwarf man levitated in the air, his eyes sharp, looking directly at the stars. God, that's tying, he actually came, joining forces with Wind Shadow. Yuna thought that if the enemy sent out again this time, the lineup would be extraordinary, but she didn't expect the 2 shadow levels to move at the same time. Wrong. Since the shadows of IWA Shinobu and San Shinobu have personally dispatched, could it be that Yoshinobu is also? Looking towards the side of Yoshinobu, patrolling for a long time, Yuna's eyelids couldn't help but jump. The ninja who stood in the crowd of rain ninjas, wearing a gas mask, with a different shape, and a very eye-catching appearance, wasn't it? Shichi Xingchen, we met again. Last time you got away with it, this time I see how you can trick again. Hanzo sneered. Last time, because he was defenseless, he let the stars cast the flying thunder god and fled, and Hanzo was not very comfortable in his heart. Now, they have gathered 3 shadow-level powerhouses here, and they have also studied the flying thunder god technique of the stars and have taken precautions. Moreover, even if he really couldn't stop Xing Chen from escaping, then the gang under him would definitely die. As long as Xing Chen abandons his teammates and flees without a fight, then his reputation will be ruined, and the purpose of their trip can also be achieved. Sometimes, a person's strength is secondary, mainly because the person has accomplished some glorious deeds and brought strong encouragement to his own side. Just like the stars now, are the 3 major ninja villages really afraid of the personal strength of the stars? No. Although the strength of the stars is also one of them, the most important thing is that the series of amazing achievements of the stars has greatly encouraged Konoha's military heart. Now in the Konoha army, as long as the stars are mentioned, the morale will be greatly increased, and everyone will be like a chicken blood. That's the scariest impact. Therefore, even if you can't kill the stars today, you must thwart its sharp energy and let the legend be shattered. Oh, are you just thinking about how I will escape? Xing Chen faced the 3 shadows, without fear, and said lightly, didn't you think I would stay and defeat you? Wind Shadow, Earth Shadow, and Pepperfish Hanzo were stunned at the same time. Beat them? There must be a limit to this kid's arrogance, right? Not to mention that they are close to each other, even the people they brought over are all elite troops. In other words, the power they want to target now against the stars is equivalent to the power of more than half of the 3 major ninja villages. In this kind of battle, Xing Chen actually dared to say that he defeated them? Little ghost, I haven't seen you for a year, and you've become ambitious. Hanzo sneered, I hope you don't just brag about it. The last time you and Danzo met me in Kaze Cage, you had to run away. Today, plus a Earth Shadow, what do you take to fight? Shaivatsu should be impressed for 3 days, not to mention that he has not seen it for a year. Xing Chen chuckled, Hanzo, you can't keep up with the times anymore. Yes, Hanzo smiled angrily, then how about letting me learn your tricks? Xing Chen raised his eyebrows, you mean, single out with me? That's right, if you can defeat me, my ninja village will retire and not participate in this matter. Hanzo, when Wind Shadow heard this, his expression was cold. His purpose today is to crush the stars in one fell swoop. Whether he is mean, bullying or bullying, no matter what means he uses, no matter what reputation he falls, he doesn't care. Because the threat of the stars is too great for him. Wind Shadow, in fact, I don't have much hatred with him. Besides, if I fight him in a decisive battle, do you think I will lose? If I win, I will directly help you kill him, why not? Hanzo, the pepperfish in this period, represents the combat power of the peak of the ninja world, so he is extremely proud. In the original work, he fought fiercely against Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya alone, and he still managed to maneuver with ease, and even completely abused the 3. But because the 3 of them survived many rounds on his hands without being killed, Hanzo praised them 2 times and gave them the title of Konoha 3 Shinobi. Since then, the 3 have become ninja legends. It can be imagined that Hanzo's strength during World War II is the undeniable peak of the ninja world. At this time, Hanzo also had something in his heart. He and Xing Chen really don't have much hatred. If he could kill the stars under the competition, he would definitely kill him directly. But if he loses to Xing Chen, or can't help Xing Chen, it means that this person is no longer provoked by a ninja village, so why should he have a grudge with him? Sachikage, what do you think? Kazekage also did not dare to be too tough on Hanzo, so he could only turn to Sachikage. Oniki floated in the air, groaned slightly, and then said, since Mr. Hanzo is interested, you might as well let him give it a try. All right. Wind Shadow is helpless. Hanzo, are you sure you want to fight me alone? Xing Chen felt that Hanzo's brain was funny, such a good situation, actually have to single him out? Shichi Xing Chen, I have heard a lot of legends about you during this time, which makes me really curious. Today, I finally have the opportunity to meet you in person. Hanzo seemed to be looking forward to it. Captain, you have to be careful, the strength of Hanzo is not under Naruto-sama. Yuna knew that it was useless to persuade Xing Chen, and could only remind her. I know in my heart, you stand back. Xing Chen waved his hand. The people around all retreated to the side, leaving space for the 2 of them to go one-on-one. So, it begins, life and death. Hanzo said, and then raised it with one hand, and a giant scythe appeared in his hand. Giant blade flash. With a flash of light, Hanzo suddenly disappeared from the spot. At almost the same time, he had already appeared above the head of the stars, and the giant scythe was harvested down. So fast. Yuna's expression changed. The shadow level is indeed the shadow level, and it is not at all comparable to ordinary ninjas. This action alone is enough to kill the vast majority of Shangnin. The 2 of Tsuchikage and Kazekage watched the battle closely, and since they couldn't stop it and couldn't participate in this battle, they would take a good look. Knowing themselves and knowing each other, what they want to analyze is not only the strength of the stars, but also the strength of Hanzo of the pepperfish. Clang! The pepperfish Hanzo side slashed down, but it split into the air in an instant and slammed into the ground. It's not slow. I don't know when the stars on the side flashed in approval. Your reaction is not bad. Hanzo also approved, and then took the scythe in hand and rushed towards the stars. After a temptation, he already knew that Xingqian was indeed qualified to make a move with him, and most of the rumors he heard during this time were not exaggerated. What a hero out of a teenager! Be careful, as long as you show a slight flaw, it will make you fatal. The half-hiding method of the pepperfish is extremely fast, wielding the scythe and dancing in the air, which actually sets off a series of cold winds. Fortunately, the star body is extraordinary, clever as a spirit snake, and can avoid attacks every time. Yuna, the captain, seems to be very passive. What should I do? Osaka looked anxious. The fact that Xingqian can stalemate with Tuan Zhang is already extraordinary. But if such a stalemate continues, Xingqian will not find a chance to counterattack, and sooner or later it will lose. Don't worry, you can doubt anything, but don't doubt the captain's confidence. Since he dared to accept this competition, he would never lose. Yuna affirmed. On the field, the pepperfish Hanzo killing move is fierce, and the stars have been dodging, seemingly unable to deal with it head-on. Shichi Xingqian, you shouldn't only have this level, right? Hanzo was a little impatient. Show your true skills. Well, then as you wish. Xingqian took a step back and ascended to the sky with one hand. Sleeve white snow. In the sky, suddenly the ice flowers fell, and a crystal clear and extremely beautiful ice blade appeared in the hands of the stars. At your request, the sword light flashes. As the stars drank softly, he suddenly turned into a brilliant white light. Shout! The brilliance flashed, and when Hanzo didn't have time to defend, it streaked against his cheek. Tick! The skin was cut, and a drop of scarlet blood dripped to the ground. This scene surprised everyone. The reversal is too fast. The stars who seemed to be able to parry just now, in the blink of an eye, actually injured Hanzo, and it seemed to imitate Hanzo's tricks. Hanzo was also stunned for a moment, and reached out to touch the wound on his cheek. Although this wound is very shallow, it is not a wound at all for a ninja, but for his pepperfish Hanzo, it is like a great shame. Hanzo, you should be glad I'm not you. If I were like you, who likes to mix poison on the blade, I am afraid you will lose now. Humph, good boy, when I really underestimate you, I can actually hurt me. Xingqian held his sleeve white snow, and an invisible freezing aura lingered around his body, and said lightly, did you only realize it now? From the time you said you wanted to fight with me alone, you were underestimating me. So, you think you're going to win? Hanzo said with a smile. If I can't win you, I won't agree to fight you. Hey, it's really not ordinary arrogance. In front of my pepperfish Hanzo, no one dares to say such a thing yet. Hanzo smiled angrily, thinking that he had crossed the ninja world and left a prestige, but now he was actually looked down upon by a little ghost. It seems that if you don't come out with some real skills, not only will you not be able to sanction you today, but the prestige of this world will be destroyed in your hands. Hanzo didn't want to say more, and suddenly held his breath, as if he was finally going to take this battle seriously. But I saw that Hanzo hid the scythe in his hand and performed ninjutsu instead. Seal your hands and press them to the ground. Fire escape explosion array. Suddenly, the ground where the star was located suddenly sagged, trapping it, and countless detonation charms appeared, clinging tightly to the star's feet. This trick can be described as one of Hanzo's tricks. In the original book, Hanzo used this move to injure Tsunade, and later also broke Nagato's legs, leaving Nagato without power. Powerful ninjutsu. Boom! As the detonating flame burst open, a series of explosions occurred around the stars, and smoke and dust filled the sky. Captain, Lord, Yuna's side suddenly felt half cold. Wind Shadow and Earth Shadow looked at each other, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. This guy, if he gets hit by this trick, no matter how powerful he is, he will be seriously injured, right? Obviously, Wind Shadow and Earth Shadow are well aware of the power of the flame array. This is not something you can hide if you want to. Shichi Xingqian, you should still be alive, right? Hanzo stared at the dust and smoke and asked calmly. However, what answered him was only a sudden drop of frosty coldness. Hanzo's expression sank. This sudden change in weather was very unusual, and it actually made him feel a sense of slaughter. The dust and smoke cleared, and the ground had been blown out of a large crater by the detonation flame array. However, Xingqian stood there unharmed, not even his clothes and hair were messy. How is it possible? Hanzo's expression changed. He could be sure that Xingqian hadn't dodged just now, and had hit his own detonation flame array head-on. How could there be nothing at all now? If it's turn-based, it's up to me now, right? Xingqian said, raising one hand high. Boom! In the cold wind, there was a frost condensation, mixed with the sound of cutting. In an instant, a terrifying chakra condensed in his palm, like a snowball, rolling bigger and bigger. Ice Dome Shuriken. Frost and snow, integrated into the spiral pellet, produce both morphological changes and property changes. a shuriken-like spiral pill twice as huge as the entire person of the star condensed. This chakra, not good. Not to mention Hanzo, even the wind shadow and earth shadow next to him changed drastically. They had never seen this kind of ninjutsu, but the chakra contained in this technique was enough to make any shadow level dare not underestimate. In the beginning, it was this move that killed the vanguard troops of Sand Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu, right? Yuna stared at the stars, thoughtful. Psychic technique, pepperfish. Facing the spiral pill shuriken, Hanzo did not dare to raise it, and he was able to channel the pepperfish at the first time. Hanzo stood on top of a huge pepperfish, surrounded by an enchantment. This is one of the strongest abilities of the pepperfish, able to stealth, drill into the soil, and avoid all attacks. You're really careful, I haven't made a move, you're scared like this. Xingchen knew that Hanzo made this move, and no matter how powerful the spiral pill shuriken was, he couldn't help him. Therefore, he fortunately dispersed the tricks and did not do meaningless consumption. It's just invincible, and you should be happy. Let me be careful here, it shows my recognition of your strength. Hanzo said, you are indeed a good opponent, even me, I have to go all out. It's really a blessing to be praised by you, but are you really sure that if you channel the pepperfish, you will be invincible? The pepperfish is indeed special, capable of attacking and defending, but if he was really invincible, it would be impossible for Nagato and later generations to kill him. Are you trying to say that you can crack my pepperfish's defenses? It's not a test. Then come on, Hanzo spoke in a calm tone. The pepperfish is the psychic beast he relies on the most when fighting, so he is extremely confident. The stars are not nonsense, and as soon as he steps forward, the inner UN swells, intending to perform peerless secret techniques. However, at this moment, a wind blade broke through the air and forced into the death of the stars. The stars could not avoid it, but with a backhand wave, they actually slapped the wind blade apart with their bare hands. Heh, I really thought you could calm down, dignified, and do this kind of villain behavior. Hanzo frowned slightly, looked at the 3 generations of Wind Shadow who suddenly struck, and asked, Wind Shadow, what do you mean by this? Mr. Hanzo, I believe that by now you have also understood that Shichi Xingchen's ability has far exceeded your and my estimates. To deal with this kind of enemy, it is better not to make any sense, just kill him. Wind Shadow said, and his hands were sealed, and the shot was a masterstroke. Magnetic escape, sand iron time rain. Seeing this, Hanzo hesitated slightly, and the killing thought was abrupt. In the beginning, he really wanted to fight Xingchen alone, because he thought that he would definitely win. However, at this time, he found that he could only be undefeated at most, but he had not many chances to kill the stars. At the moment, Wind Shadow intervened and vowed to kill the stars, causing him to immediately change his original intention. Perhaps uniting the Wind Shadow and killing the stars is the truly wise choice. Sometimes, the change of mind is instantaneous. What's more, if he and Kazekage both made a move, would Tsuchikage still stand by and watch? No matter how powerful Shichi Xingchen is, in the face of the 3 shadows, he can only drink hatred. Shichi Xingchen, Mushiu will destroy it in the forest wind. This truth, I think you also understand. The blame is that you are too sharp. Hanzo suddenly said coldly, kill. Rain Shinobu and Sand Shinobu suppressed the army at the same time, and Hanzo and Kazekage also attacked the stars at the same time. Protect Captain. Yuna and everyone rushed up and followed closely beside Xingchen. Although they know that with their strength, they are undoubtedly hitting stones with pebbles. But at this moment, the consciousness of being a ninja has awakened, and he vows to coexist and die. Hanzo, in vain your generation of legendary ninjas, actually did such a broken promise. Do you still know how to write the word shame? At this critical moment, an angry shout sounded. Xingchen was slightly startled. Tsunade. This voice was too familiar to him. Who was it not Tsunade? But weren't Tsunade in another battlefield? Why did they suddenly come here? Soon, he knew again, because it wasn't just Tsunade who came. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, the 3rd generation of Hokage, Danzo, Kikishua Shigeru, and countless elite ninjas of Konoha. Obviously, the wise 3 generations of Hokage knew that something would happen to him here, and he immediately gathered his manpower and rushed to support. Ape Flying Sun's Lash. When Hanzo and Kazekage saw the 3 generations of Hokage, they couldn't help but look stunned, and they didn't dare to make a rash move for a while. The 3 generations of Hokage are also legendary figures, and their strength is only higher than theirs. There is also a group next to it, although the strength is slightly worse, but it is also a shadow level, which cannot be underestimated. If these 2 sides fight, it will inevitably be 1-in-1 battle, and the Second Ninja World War may end there. Xingchen, are you okay? Tsunade came to Hoshido's side and asked with concern. What can I do? Xingchen shrugged. Since he stayed to meet the enemy, he had absolute self-confidence. Even if you don't have support today, you can still stay safe. Don't be stubborn. The 3 shadow levels on the opposite side. If you are scared, rest well, and then leave it to us. Tsunade saw that the stars were really okay and joked lightly. Xingchen rolled her eyes. Without me, you can't beat them. 3 generations of Hokage, Hanzo of the mountain pepperfish, and 3 generations of Wind Shadow, the strength is between Bazhong. However, don't forget that there is a dirt shadow on the opposite side. Although Tsuchikage does not seem to look amazing, his bloodstains eliminate the dust, and it is almost incomprehensible ninjutsu. Even if 3 generations of Hokage are against each other, one is defenseless, and it is estimated that it will become slag. Of course, the 3 generations of Hokage must have some understanding of the Earth Shadow, and the Earth Shadow wants to be the 3rd generation of the Fire Shadow in seconds, and it is estimated that there are not many opportunities. However, it is difficult to say that Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya and the others, after all, they are still young and lack strength and experience. It's a tricky situation. Tsunade is not big, cautious. Ape Flying Sun, do you really want to fight us here and end this war early? Kazekage asked in an unkind tone. What you said, if you hadn't targeted the stars first, I wouldn't have been so excited. The 3rd generation of Hokage said lightly, unless you have the ability to kill all of us, don't think about touching a single hair of the stars. When Xingchen heard this, he touched his nose, but his impression of the 3 generations of Hokage changed a lot. This kid killed so many of my people, how can he let him go so easily? Wind Shadow was naturally unwilling. Wind Shadow, don't forget that this is war, isn't war that you kill me and I kill you? You can only be blamed for your inferiority. In the same way, if you have the ability now, you can kill us all. Hokage, if we really fight, we may not have a chance. There are 3 shadow levels on our side, and the number of people is several times that of you. Then less nonsense and go to war. The 3 generations of Hokage are very strong. Xingchen's impression of the 3 generations of Hokage is still stuck in the original work, when the 3 generations were already old, and it was inevitable that they were a little afraid to do things. But it is clear that the 3 generations of young people are also hard-tempered and very strong. Although your own side is indeed a disadvantage, if you want to fight, then fight. This time the Wind Shadow stopped talking, although they did seem to be superior. But the union between the 3 ninja villages was only a benefit, and each had its own selfishness. No one can predict the consequences of such a fight, so it is impossible to make a decision lightly. Okay, although it is the time of the war, I don't think anyone wants to fight to the death at this time. It's better to just treat it as if it didn't happen, and everyone dispersed. It was Tsuchikage who spoke, and when he said this, it meant that he definitely couldn't fight now. Without the Earth Shadow, Hanzo and the Wind Shadow did not dare to make a move at all. Since Tsuchikage said so, then let's each return to the battlefield and fight again. Hanzo also admitted it, and did not want to fight here for the sake of the stars. After all, there was no preparation. The only thing that is a little unwilling is the Wind Shadow, but unfortunately he has no choice. One day you will fall into my hands. In the end, the 3 groups of people of Shinobu, San Shinobu, and Iwa Shinobu all left. Wii. Fortunately, the 3 of them also have suspicions between each other, and they dare not really fight, otherwise we will probably suffer losses. The 3rd generation Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. There is no danger, and the stars are fine. It's really thanks to you that you came from 3 battlefields to save me. Although Xingchen thinks that he will not suffer losses, after all, people are kind. Don't say that, your Konoha has hope now. The 3rd Hokage patted Hoshi's shoulder and said, in the future, when I am old, Konoha may need your protection. Xingchen raised his eyebrows, and the words of the 3 generations were a little patient. Could it be that he intended to make himself a Hokage? If he becomes the 4th generation of Hokage, what about the Wave Feng Shui Gate? Then again, he never wanted to be a Hokage. Although Hokage is very windy, he needs to carry too many responsibilities and have too many constraints. The stars still yearn for a free and easy life, and when their strength is strong enough, they will escape the world. It is not only the stars that can be heard in the words of the 3 generations of Hokage. Tsunade was happy in his heart, but it didn't matter. However, the Big Snake Pill and Tuan Zhang have different minds. Tuan Zhang has been calculating and coveting the position of Hokage for a long time. And the Big Snake Pill is proud, although Xingchen performs well, he does not think that he will be inferior to Xingchen. Moreover, he is a personal disciple of 3 generations of Hokage, and this Hokage position is not passed on to him. To whom? In the original work, the reason why Orochimaru rebelled against the village was that he was discovered by 3 generations in pursuit of forbidden arts. On the other hand, it was also because the position of the Hokage passed to the Wave Feng Shui Gate, and he did not have his share, so he held a grudge. After a few days of rest, the Second Ninja World War continued. It's just that in the northern battlefield, the 3 major ninja villages have not sent people over again. Xingchen, why don't you go back to the village to cultivate for a while? 3 generations of Hokage suggested. Xingchen knew that the 3 generations were considerate of him, but he shook his head and said, no, I will continue to stay on the battlefield, just let me be with the rope tree. Speaking of this, Xingchen suddenly remembered again and said, by the way, aren't there some students who have just graduated from the battlefield with the rope tree? It's better to hand them over to me. That group of lower ninja who came to the battlefield to temper was usually guarded by 1 or 2 upper ninja, and with the ability of the stars today, it was a bit overkill to bring them overkill. However, after all, the stars are about the same age as them, and I believe that they can better integrate together. Moreover, the original intention of the 3 generations was to let the stars rest for a while, so they agreed. Lord Xingchen, those people are all here. Led by an instructor Shinobu, Hoshi-chan meets Shinobu, who graduated from ninja school and came to the battlefield. At this time, their group of teenagers were fighting straight in a row, as if they were greeting the stars. There are really a lot of familiar faces. Hoshi-chan saw many people: Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Birthday, Uchiha Mikato, Hinata Hayashi, Michiko, Brother Chan. The rope tree was also there, waving excitedly at the stars, but did not come out of the group. In the face of the guidance of Shinobu, they are still very restrained, so is the school, and so is the battlefield. Shi-chi Xin-chen, Hinata whispered, feeling infinite emotion in her heart. At the beginning, he also fought with Xin-chen, and the two were considered equals at that time. Today, although he has the strength to defeat Naka Shinobi, he is still a ninja who needs more training. However, the stars are already legends on the battlefield, and it seems that the killing shinobi is not worthy of his identity, and the killing shinobi does not know the geometry. Even in the face of 3 shadow-level powerhouses, they can talk and laugh and walk calmly. Perhaps now Hoshi-chan still seems to be only a dark captain, but he is already a hero that everyone admires in Konoha, and his status is higher than that of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Just like at this time, they must be obedient and respectful in the face of guidance and patience. And the guide Shangnin in front of the stars, but to greet with a smile. Okay, you leave first, you're here, I don't think they can let go. Hoshi-chan said to Shinobu under the guidance. I understand, then I will leave first. Shinobu turned away. The atmosphere immediately changed a lot for the better. Xin-chen, I knew you were very powerful before, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Michiko said adoringly. After all, he and Hoshitaka used to be teammates and were both Tsunade's disciples, and Michiko felt incredible. He and Uchiha were born under the guidance of Tsunade and under the tempering of the battlefield, and they improved rapidly, but compared with the stars, the achievements were really not good. You are not bad now, dare to go to the battlefield, it is courage. Xin-chen smiled and said, I heard from the 3 generations that you are all very brave. In front of you, who dares to call divine brave? Uchiha Mikato smiled sweetly. Xin-chen, I heard that you will team up with us in the future. Xin-chen glanced at Uchiha Mikato. The 12-year-old, she has changed a lot from 2 years ago, and she has already come out and gone, which is very eye-catching. Well, no matter what mission you have in the future, you will be accompanied by me. With this group of peers, the stars seem more relaxed. The tasks they take on are only suitable for lower and medium patients, relatively simple and very dangerous. The stars follow them, often playing the role of escorts, and basically do not shoot, unless it is some emergency. In the blink of an eye, months passed, Xin-chen disappeared from the battlefield, and not many people knew that he was mixed up with a group of shinobi. During this time, the war continued to rage. In the battlefield without stars, a group of elites such as Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kiki Shuumao became the protagonists. Cho, another shadow-level powerhouse of Shinobu, angrily went to the battlefield because his son and daughter-in-law were killed by the stars, wanting to find the stars to settle the account. Unfortunately, the stars disappeared, leaving her nowhere to be found, so she manipulated the puppet and attacked the Konoha ninja. Cho smeared the puppet with poison, and anyone who is contaminated with it is basically equivalent to stepping into the Ghost Gate with 1 foot. This deadly poison once terrified Konoha, and everyone heard of it, and the army's heart was in turmoil. However, soon after, Tsunade perfectly equipped the antidote and suppressed the poison. Since then, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu has become famous in the ninja world. Is Cho also coming to the battlefield? Xin-chen was not very surprised when he heard the news, he had expected it. In the original work, the Scorpion's parents died at the hands of Kima Shuumao, and here, the Scorpion's parents died in his hands. Whether Cho or the future Scorpion, they will inevitably seek revenge on him. It's just that he learned the news a little late, otherwise he would definitely come forward in person. Now that Tsunade has lifted the poison, Cho seems to be hiding, and there is no trace of her on the battlefield. The battle in Yuninja village has also been going on for 2.5 years, so it should be slowly approaching the end, right? Perhaps because of the relationship between the stars, the melee in Yuninja village became a little tortuous and took a long time. However, fortunately, Konoha stabilized the situation and survived the most critical moment, and the Yoshinobu village, Iwa Shinobi village, and San Shinobi village gradually showed their decay. A month later, Konoha continued to expand its advantage, and the Iwa Shinobu village of San Shinobi successively showed weakness and withdrew from the Yuninja village. The Battle of Yoshinobu village ended in a victory for Konoha. However, this does not mean that the Second Shinobi War is over. The melee in the Rain Ninja village is only one part of the Second Ninja World War, and the battle that really determines the victory or defeat is still to come. After all, there is still a Yunin village, and it has never been involved in the melee of the Yunin village from beginning to end. The village of Yunin surrenders, Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu withdraw from the village of Yunin, Konoha wins, and the ninja army returns in triumph. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had also apparently fought Hanzo, and the title of Three Shinobi was laid down. It's just that Jiraiya didn't seem to have returned with the big snake-pilled Tsunade, and Hoshi-chan asked Tsunade intentionally or unintentionally. We met 3 homeless children on the road, and we also sent a wave of kindness, saying that we would settle them and let us come back first. That's true. Sing-chen thought to himself, some things were already predestined. The Land of Thunder, Yunin Village, and the 3 generations of Thunder's Shadow held a high-level meeting. Guys, the battle over there in the Yuninja Village is over. Our Yuninja Village has been silent for so long, it's time to make some moves, and the daimyo side has also given us instructions. What instructions? The crowd asked. Earth no Kuni, Land of Earth. A young man who looked like the 3rd generation of Thunder's Shadow asked, Father, is the daimyo asking us to attack the Land of Earth? This person is the 4th generation of Lei Ying. He is only 15 years old, and he participates in this kind of high-level meeting with his own strength, which shows that he is extraordinary. Yes, the closest to our Land of Thunder are the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. And Konoha is strong, we need to avoid the edge for a while, and the best target is the country of Earth. A Yunin consultant sighed, in this troubled world, how difficult it is for Yunin village to develop. Even if resources are plundered from the Land of Earth, you need to take more precautions against the powerful Konoha. Exactly. Someone seconded, in the Battle of Yuninja Village, Konoha was always a disadvantage at the beginning, and was jointly oppressed by the 3 shinobi villages. However, in the later period, many excellent ninjas emerged, and the combined forces of the 3 ninja villages were oppressed, which was really terrifying. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying groaned, I also pay attention to this, Orochimaru, Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kima Shuumao, these people have extremely strong combat effectiveness, and their strength is still thousands of miles, and they may grow into shadow level in the future. If there really are 4 shadow level powerhouses, then I am afraid that the ninja world will be honored by Konoha. The crowd is worried. However, the 3rd generation of Lei Ying said solemnly, what I am worried about is not these 4 people, but another person. Another person. Many people showed surprise, and a few people also looked solemn, obviously knowing who Lei Ying was referring to. This person's name is Shichi Sing-chen, he is only 14 years old this year, and according to the intelligence transmitted back from the battlefield, he is already at least a quasi-shadow level strength. What, 14-year-old quasi-shadow level? Everyone was shocked. Isn't this even more terrifying than the 4 people of the Great Snake Pill? Shichi Sing-chen. The 4th generation of Lei Ying remembered this name in his heart. After all, he is his age, even a year younger than him, and he is already a legendary ninja on the battlefield, which makes his powerful father jealous of him. This person will be the goal of his own transcendence. Guys, although we have suffered heavy injuries in the past 2 years, we have won the battle in the end, and we are worth rejoicing. Konoha won the Battle of Yunin Village, and everyone had joyful smiles on their faces and prepared to return to the village to celebrate. However, at this moment, a dark ninja rushed in a panic. Naruto-sama, urgent report, the Land of Wind has launched a major attack on the Fire Country, and the daimyo has requested support. What? Rao is the 3rd generation of Hokage, and when he heard the news, he couldn't help but change his expression. San Shinobu Village has just been defeated, and actually attacked the Fire Country together with the Land of Wind? Perhaps, they were simply defeated, and they still had the strength to fight again, but they changed their strategy and prepared to take advantage of Konoha's slack and break through the defense line of fire in one fell swoop. Everyone, hurry back as fast as you can. Everyone knew that the situation was urgent, and if Konoha did not return, it would be impossible for the army and samurai of the Fire Nation to withstand the attack of the Shinobu village. Hoshi-chan knew that the war would not end so soon, and the end of the Second Shinobi War in the original book was that Konoha attacked the Land of Wind, and the Kumo Ninja village attacked the Land of Earth. Of course, they will not occupy that country either, but only to claim some benefits. Interests are the fundamental purpose of war. Be careful, there is someone ahead. At this moment, Sing-chen reminded everyone. The 3rd generation of Hokage stopped and looked at the stars. There is an ambush. Well, the Land of Wind is attacking the Fire Country, so the San Shinobi village will give us some resistance and make it impossible for us to go back to support. Sing-chen said, bending down to pick up a stone in the ground and throwing it forward. About 50 meters away, the stone fell to the ground. Rumble. With a loud bang, the original dense forest turned into a barren desert in the blink of an eye. And these deserts are still flowing whirlpools, like mud. Once deeply trapped, there is no life. San Ninja Village is good at wind and sand ninjutsu, and it is not surprising that it can make such traps. Perhaps this trap can't deal with ninjas above the level of upper shinobi, but it is enough to make the Konoha army panic. Good boy, from such a distance, you can actually find our trap. At this moment, countless ninjas actually emerged from that desert vortex. This team has about 20 or 30 people, all of them are elite ninjas, and there are more than a dozen people in the upper ninja. Sure enough, there is an ambush. The third generation of Hokage took a deep breath and said coldly, the Wind Shadow was kind and scheming, and he was defeated in the Uninja village and turned to attack the Fire Country. Ha ha. Soldiers are not tired of deceit, war, that's it. On the Sand Shinobu side, a quasi-shadow level leader said in a loud voice, third generation Hokage, you guys have no time to go back to support, so give up. Humph. Just because you want to keep us. Tuan Zhang sneered disdainfully, I don't know if I'm dead or alive. Leaving you guys, of course not, I'm not conceited to this point. Quasi-shadow level Sand Shinobu smiled, but blocking you for a moment or three shouldn't be a problem. Yes, the third generation of Hokage drank angrily, jumped up, and attacked the enemy first, directly approaching the quasi-shadow level shinobi. At present, the country of fire is in danger, and there is no room for friction, and it is necessary to solve the group of enemies in front of you as quickly as possible. The thief captures the king first. The fastest way is undoubtedly to directly kill this quasi-shadow level leader, leaving this team leaderless. Although the other party is a quasi-shadow level, the three generations of Hokage are also the best, and they are also the best among the shadow level powerhouses. He was confident that it would not take long to kill the other party. Seeing the three generations of Hokage rushing over with lightning speed, the leader of the Sand Ninja was unhurried and let go of one of them. Naruto-sama, I don't think I'm your opponent, so your opponent isn't me. Suddenly, a black shadow burst out from the Sand Ninja team, holding the Sand Spear, and rushed down at the three generations of Hokage. Laugh at. The Sand Spear was extremely sharp and extremely fast, instantly piercing through the bodies of the three generations of Hokage. Sarutobi-sensei. Tsunade was shocked, and the Konoha ninja's eyes widened in disbelief. However, at this moment, the fire shadow that was pierced by the hole suddenly turned into a pile of dirt, apparently using an earth doppelganger. As for the third generation of Hokage himself, he no longer dared to attack rashly, but jumped back and returned to Konoha's team. This person's strength is extremely terrifying, and he is not below me. The three generations of Hokage looked solemn. How is it possible, when did Sand Shinobu appear such a terrifying powerhouse? Everyone saw that this man was a man in his 30s, and he seemed to be a monk, with a bare head and wearing a monk's robe. Xingchen stared at this monk for a long time, and suddenly said, he is a human pillar force. Ichigo man pillar force. When everyone heard this, they were suddenly shocked at the same time, but they were even more shocked. As a human pillar power, it is no wonder that there is such combat power. But Shinobu actually dispatched the tailed beast, which made people angry. The tailed beast has the terrifying ability to easily destroy a country, usually exists as a deterrent, and is never easily used or allowed to be used. Because once you can't control it, the consequences are unimaginable. Xingchen stared at Ichigo Zulai. If memory serves, he is called Fenfu. Fenfu is different from the original Iai Luo. He is a person who can be recognized by Ichigo Shaojuru, who once praised Fenfu, saying that he is very similar to the 6 Dao immortals and has a loving heart. You should be that legendary young man, Shichi Xingchen, right? The leader of the Sand Ninja looked at the stars and said approvingly, sure enough, it is more famous to meet, and young and promising. Xingchen said lightly, I advise you to get out of the way, even if there is a tail of cranes, in the face of so many of us, you are looking for death. The leader of the Sand Ninja smiled and said, I said at the beginning, I never had the luxury of keeping you or killing you, just need to delay for a moment or three. Yes, but you will procrastinate, won't we delay? The leader of the Sand Ninja was slightly startled, what do you mean? Xingchen did not answer, but turned to the three generations of Hokage and said, Lord Hokage, you take people to support the Fire Nation, I will drag them down. You're alone. The three generations of Hokage hesitated. Xingchen stayed alone to deal with Ichigo Zulai, and he was not at ease. But if too many people are left to help the stars, then even if they rush back to the land of fire, they will not be able to save the situation. I'll stay and help you. Tsunade stood up. How could she rest assured that Xingchen was alone? However, Xingchen shook his head and said, no, I can do it alone. But don't hesitate any longer, focus on the big picture. If the Fire Nation is captured, what will be the consequences? You know better than me. The third generation of Hokage pondered a little, and then ordered everyone follow me back, and here is handed over to the stars. Xingchen, you have to be careful, if you can maneuver, you don't have to fight them to the death. Tsunade was helpless, and instructed the stars, following the Hokage around the road. It's that simple for you to get through. Command, stop them. The leader of the Sand Ninja drinks coldly. Fenfu was originally a peace-loving person, but at this time, he seemed to be controlled, less conscious, and became a machine, only obeying orders. However, just as he was about to act, a figure of stars flashed and blocked in front of him. Let me learn the power of shower heat. Mess with the account, I don't know if I'm dead or alive. The leader of the Shinobu was furious, kill him for me. Since you can't intercept the Hokage, then kill Shichi Xingchen first. For Sand Ninja Village, Shichi Xingchen is also a very important hidden danger, and killing him will definitely make a contribution. When Fenfu heard this, the light in his eyes flashed, and then his right hand moved, rolling up the sand on the ground, forming a sharp and hard sand spear, and killing towards the stars. The moment the sand spear stabbed over, the figure of the stars slowly faded and finally disappeared. After image. The same trick, when I'm stupid. The mocking voice sounded behind him, and without waiting for the reaction of Fenfu, the star who suddenly appeared behind held the sand spear in his hand with one hand, and slapped the other hand directly on Fenfu. Pang! Like a cannonball, Fenfu was blasted out by a powerful force. How could it be? The leader of the shinobi was immediately stunned. He had heard the rumors of the stars and knew that the stars were very strong, and the 3 generations of wind shadows evaluated him as at least quasi-shadow level strength. But the strength of the quasi-shadow level can defeat the power of the tailed orc pillar in one fight? He must be controlled by you, right? Xingchen twisted his hand lightly, twisted the sand spear in his hand into powder, and said, this will limit his strength, because now he is like a machine, completely unable to play freely. What do you want to say? The leader of the Sand Ninjas certainly knew that controlling the Fenfu would limit his power, but he had to do so. After all, he did not dare to release a complete body of a tail. Once a complete body came out, he would turn into the god of killing, and all the creatures around him were the target of his killing. Moreover, he is full of hatred for the Sand Ninja village that sealed him. Maybe the first to kill him is him. I want to say that with his current state, he can't stop me. If you don't release the cranes, you'll all die here. The leader of the Sand Ninja was stunned, and then said contemptuously, you dare to say such a big thing? Aren't you afraid of flashing your head? You don't believe it. Even if there is no tail, we still have more than a dozen upper shinobi here. I am also a quasi-shadow level strength. You alone can kill us all. After killing so many of you, it seems that you still don't have a long memory. Xingchen said, suddenly took a deep breath, and Zhen Yuan raised sharply. Drink. A heavy breath drank wildly, like a wild beast, roaring wildly, like a dragon's groan, shaking the heavens and the earth. Heaven-level fighting skills, Huanquan Heavenly Fury. In an instant, the sound of the yellow spring coerced 100 miles. Landslides, earth fissures, tsunamis, oblivion, heaven and earth are in turmoil. Poof. On the side of the Sand Ninja, several middle ninja died on the spot, and more than a dozen upper ninja all spat blood in their mouths. Their expressions were pale, and their internal organs were shattered by sound waves. Even the quasi-shadow level Sand Ninja leader felt that his chi and blood were surging, his legs and feet were trembling, and his meridians were in a tendency to break. What is this? The leader of the Sand Ninja was terrified. This was simply a scene of doom. It was too terrifying. Just a heavy drink actually has enough power to shock the shadow level? Are you afraid? The stars were still standing in place, not moving a single step. However, on the side of Shinobu, dozens of people who were originally fierce all collapsed to the ground at this time, on the verge of death. What do you think if I say that I only exerted a small part of the power of this move in order to give you breath? When the leader of the Sand Ninja heard this, his pupils shrank. This is actually only a small part of the power? So if the stars were to go all out, how terrifying would it be? But soon, he thought that Xingchen was deliberately scaring him, and couldn't help but sneered, your strength is unexpected. Maybe I should report this information to Wind Shadow. Xingchen said lightly, you are still dreaming. Do you think you still have life to leave here? The leader of the Sand Ninja wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I admit that I am not your opponent, but it is impossible for you to kill me. Saying that, the leader of the Sand Ninja clasped his hands together and formed a special handprint. Ninfa, void-breaking art. Wow! The leader of the Sand Shinobi disappeared from the spot without a trace. This is not an instantaneous technique, but a space ninjutsu, the same as the Flying Thunder God. Perhaps this ninjutsu is not as high level as the Flying Thunder God, but space ninjutsu is space ninjutsu, and once it is cast, there is no trace of it. I'm going to kill you, where can you run? Xingchen smiled disdainfully, urging the UN force in his body for the first time. The forbidden element, the power of poor heaven and earth, the first appearance of the Hokage world. 9 secrets, okay. After the leader of the Sand Ninja performed the spatial ninjutsu, his heart breathed a sigh of relief. The only weakness of space ninjutsu is when it is sealed. If the seal is interrupted, it is also in vain. However, as long as the seal is successful, it will be an immortal, and it will not be able to interfere with him. I can't imagine that in the face of a little ghost, I actually need to use this ninjutsu to escape. It's ridiculous. The leader of the Sand Shinobi laughed at himself. This space ninjutsu is extremely restrictive, and he is not able to control it freely, and there are certain risks, so he never dares to use it easily. But fortunately, I finally got out of the trap. After all, I first told Feng Ying about Shichi Xingchen. His strength is not only shadow level. Suddenly, the leader of the Sand Ninja, who was still in the midst of spatial displacement, only felt an invisible forced coercion coming from the surrounding space, as if he wanted to break through the spatial barrier. Think I can't help you with space ninjutsu? Get out of here for me. With a loud shout, I saw an inexplicable blow flying from outside the sky, and the force of fear actually shook him out of the space tunnel. Burst! The leader of the Sand Ninja suffered another heavy blow, only to feel that all his internal organs were shattered, and he looked at the lonely young man who stepped on him in horror. He used spatial displacement ninjutsu, and was actually kicked out of space by him? How did you do it? The leader of the Sand Shinobi really couldn't understand it. Do you think space ninjutsu is invincible? Xingchen sneered, in front of my technique, any spatial ninjutsu can only be second-rate. The secret of the line, the ultimate speed in the world, played to the extreme, can pause time. If time is suspended, then space ninjutsu is meaningless. Of course, time has stopped, ordinary people are imperceptible, and their thinking is still coherent. Didn't you flee back to tell you how powerful I am in the Wind Shadow? In fact, there is no need to do this, I killed you here, and Wind Shadow should know what I can do. As for your life, it is completely superfluous, and I will not keep it. After speaking, Xingchen stretched out his hand and waved gently. It did not touch the leader of the Sand Ninja, but it still left a deep blood mark on the neck of the leader of the Sand Ninja, causing him to die instantly. The Land of Wind, with the support of the Shinobu village, attacked the Fire Nation in a big way, and almost broke the fire defense line. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Hokage arrived with the Konoha elite, and after some maneuvering, the 3 generations of Kaze Kage knew that the plan had failed, and they no longer did meaningless attrition, and decisively withdrew. When the stars returned, the war was over, and there was nothing he needed to intervene in. Xingchen, are you all right? Tsunade calmed down a little when he saw the stars. Not only was it okay, but I also took a hostage and came back. Xingchen pointed to the Fenfu behind him. He is one-tail human pillar force? Tsunade was shocked and a little wary. Don't worry, that Sand Ninja leader is dead, and now that no one controls him, he is like the Walking Dead, and he will not attack people. Tsunade was relieved when he heard this, but he always felt that something was wrong. In fact, Xingchen lied, and as soon as the leader of Sand Ninja died, Fenfu was indeed out of control, but later Xingchen used a secret method to control the divine consciousness of Fenfu. Otherwise, how can the unfettered blessings obediently follow the stars back? Soon, Hokage also heard the news and rushed over. He was very surprised that Xingchen caught a tail of human pillar force. After all, he was careless before and almost fell into the hands of Renzhuli. In this regard, Xingchen only said that he did not clash head-on with the human pillar force, and opportunistically killed the leader of the Sand Ninja who controlled him. However, Hokage still felt incredible, because that leader was also a quasi-shadow level strength. When the human pillar power did not have time to support, he was killed, and his strength was at least several times stronger than him. It seems that I still underestimated him? Shinobu failed to capture the Land of Fire this time, and lost another tail, really losing the lady and breaking the army. Tsunade gloated, now their end has come. Xingchen's heart moved, and he asked Hokage, although Sand Shinobu has retreated, this matter is not over, right? Well, the daimyo is very angry and intends to give back to the other in the other way. Counterattack the Land of the Wind. Yes, now that our Konoha is gaining momentum, and Sand Shinobu has lost consecutive battles and the military is in turmoil, it is indeed a good time, and I am already working on this matter. Xingchen thought to himself, at the end of the Second Shinobi World War in the original work, it was Konoha who attacked the Land of Wind, and Uninji village attacked the Land of Earth. What to do with that tale? This Hokage momentarily froze. If you change to another village in Kachichio, it will definitely be happy, but Hokage thinks it is a hot potato. Konoha has the most powerful 9 tails, which is already a deterrent. If there is one more tail, I am afraid that the rest of the shinobi village will be terrified. In case it is attacked by the group, I am afraid that it will be the same as the original Whirlpool family. After all, the power of one village is difficult to compete with the entire ninja world. Moreover, the 9-tailed beasts were originally collected by the original Hokage and then distributed to the major ninja villages. Now it is meaningless to snatch it back, but it falls into the tongue. Even if you really want to return it to Sand Shinobi village, at least after the war. Although Konoha wants to counterattack the Sand Ninja village, it is impossible to destroy the Sand Ninja village, just let them taste the defeat and obtain some profit resources from the Land of Wind. I know that the tailed beast is not small, and it needs to be considered in the long run. The 3rd generation of Hokage said, Xingchen, you have worked hard during this time. The war in the Land of Winds, you don't need to go, rest well. Xingchen shrugged, then I wish you all a good journey. The actions of the Land of Wind and Shinobi village angered the Land of Fire and Konoha. In the 35th year of Konoha, Konoha's troops broke into the Land of Wind, and in just 1 month, they defeated the defense line of Wind, and the Land of Wind and the village of Shinobu announced their surrender. In the same month of the same year, the Yunin village, which had been silent, suddenly attacked the Land of Earth, and although Iwa Shinobi village tried its best to defend, it still could not withstand the fierce attack. Yunin village broke into the Land of Earth, and the Land of Earth was defeated. In the 36th year of Konoha, the Second Shinobi War was declared over, and Konoha and Kumo Shinobi became the beneficiaries. However, Konoha first participated in the Battle of the Rain Ninja Village, and there were many casualties. Relatively speaking, the Yunin village had almost no loss and was the biggest beneficiary. Therefore, the ambitious Yunin village has a different kind of mind. In the dark night, countless cloud ninjas dressed in disguise came to the vicinity of Konoha village. Execute Plan A, disperse separately. As a voice sounded, all the ninjas parted in all directions. After nearly 3 years of war, everyone in Konoha was exhausted, and now that the Second Ninja War was over, they thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, tonight, the war broke out again, and the sudden raid made the Konoha guards unexpected, and they were temporarily confused. The villagers of Konoha were even more chaotic in panic. When Hokage heard the news, he was furious. What's going on? Pray to the Hokage, there is an unknown ninja sneak attack, although there are not many people, but the impact is bad, and the village is in chaos. Hokage frowned. Judging by this level of attack, it was impossible to attack the village, it would undoubtedly be self-defeating. But since their purpose is not to attack the village, then by doing so, causing chaos in the village, I am afraid that it is only to hide their true intentions. Soon, a ninja leapt forward and got down on one knee. Naruto-sama, the enemy attack has been repelled, now it's okay, and the villagers are being pacified. Hokage asked, did they repel them, or did they retreat on their own initiative? It seems that they themselves retreated. Taking the initiative to retreat, can it mean that their purpose has been achieved? Instead of being happy, Hokage became even more uneasy. At this moment, another ninja hurriedly leaped over. Naruto-sama, it's not good. Uzumaki Jushina was captured by the enemy attackers. What? When the 3 generations of Hokage heard this, their expressions immediately changed drastically. The other party's target turned out to be the Nine Tails? Chase, everyone chases me, I must save Uzumaki Juzine. Yes, in fact, not many people in Konoha knew that Uzumaki Jushina was a 9-tailed pillar force. However, Naruto's order, no one will hesitate. After the disguised Yun Shinobu kidnapped Uzumaki Jushine, in order to avoid tracking, he divided into several teams and fled from different directions to confuse his sight. And one of the elite squads of 7 people, with the captured Uzumaki Juzine, galloped through the hidden path. Seeing that they were far enough away from Konoha, all 7 breathed a sigh of relief. After running so far, it should be safe, and this mission went smoothly. Yes, after the big battle, Konoha let his guard down too much, and actually let us win so easily. At this time, Uzumaki Juzine, who was carried by one person, slowly woke up, regained consciousness, and immediately shouted in horror. Who are you? Let me go. Hee hee, little girl, we finally caught you. Put you? You better keep dreaming. Gee, our Yunin village already has 2 tails and 8 tails, plus one of the strongest 9 tails. In time, it will surely become the largest village in the ninja world. People from Yunin village. Uzumaki Shina said angrily, how dare you do this? Aren't you afraid of Konoha's retaliation? Revenge. The 7 people seem to have heard a very funny joke. Konoha's current situation, still have the ability to take revenge on our Yunin village. Don't you know that Konoha is stronger now than before? Uzumaki Juzine said proudly, my star brother, but there is no one to beat in the battlefield, even the 3 major ninja villages cannot help him. What is a cloud ninja village? Speaking of which, since the stars went to the battlefield, Juzine has never seen the stars. But if she hasn't seen it, it doesn't mean that she doesn't know the news of the stars. The reputation of the stars, not only on the battlefield, but also in Konoha village, is almost a household name and everyone talks about it. She attended a ninja school, and many times during the class, the school teacher always talked about the heroic deeds of the stars on the battlefield. Juzine listened more, but did not feel pompous, but became more and more longing for the stars. After all, in the country of vortexes, she and the stars had experienced tribulations together. You mean Shi-Chi Xing-Chen? Yun Ren hesitated. That's right, if brother Xing-Chen knows that you dared to arrest me, he will definitely not let you go. Uzumaki Juzine saw that the arrogant 7 people really showed a look of jealousy, and he was very proud in his heart. This is her star brother. The absence of people, just a name, makes the enemy timid. I heard that this Shi-Chi Xing-Chen is a character, but we have nothing to be afraid of. Before dawn, we can reach Yunin village. Can he still chase him to Yunin village alone? No need to chase to Yunin village, I can kill you here. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded, which startled everyone. But when I saw the path ahead, I don't know when a young man in white clothes appeared and stopped in the middle of the road. Brother Xing-Chen. Uzumaki Jushina struggled to open his eyes. Although the boy in front of her has changed a lot and grown a lot taller, she will not admit it. I was looking forward to it, I thought it was just a sustenance of hope, but I didn't expect that he actually came to save himself. For a while, an irrepressible emotion arose. Juzine, don't be afraid, I'll save you, they can't hurt you a hair. Xing-Chen was still afraid that Juzine would panic, but seeing her appearance, his heart was slightly relieved. Ah, brother Xingchen is here, I'm not afraid at all. Zhu Xinei smiled sweetly. This sentence comes from the heart. She really doesn't have much fear now, just excitement and joy. You are Shi Qi Xingchen. The 7 Yunin all stared at the stars warily, then scanned the surroundings again and asked, are you alone? No need to look around, I'm the only one chasing you. Why waste too much manpower against your 7 jumping bean clowns? When the 7 people heard this, they were immediately furious. The 7 of them were responsible for taking away Uzumaki Juzine. Naturally they were the elites in this mission, and each of them was a strong man who had experienced hundreds of battles. But Xingchen came to chase the 7 of them alone, and even said wildly, saying that they were jumping bean clowns? Arrogant brat, I heard that you are very arrogant in the battlefield of Yu Ninja Village, let us learn and learn today. Although the stars are very famous, Yunin Village did not participate in the Battle of Yunin Village, and hearsay is always doubtful. A 15 or 16-year-old boy, no matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? I don't need to be taught, I have no interest in you. After saying that, the stars suddenly disappeared from the place. Sonorous. Under the night sky, the stars flashed, the sword was like a shooting star, and 7 human heads flew up at the same time. Juzine only felt the white flowers flashing in front of her eyes, and before she could see what was happening, a pair of warm and powerful big hands stopped her and hugged her, and then jumped into the air at a very fast speed. Brother Xingchen, have you defeated them? Juzine was surprised, he didn't even know how Xingchen rescued her from Yun Shinobu. Of course, dare to bully Juzine, how can I let them go? Xingchen smiled and said, I killed them for you, but the picture is a little bloody, and it is not suitable for children. When Juzine heard this, his little face suddenly turned red, and his heart seemed to beat a little faster. Juzine, I haven't seen you for a long time, you have changed a lot, especially if you have grown a lot taller. In the moonlight, Xingchen looked at Juzine carefully, if it weren't for the long bright red hair, he really wouldn't recognize her. It is said that the 18 changes of the female university, and Juzine has really changed a lot compared to 4 years ago. Yes, has it become pretty? Juzine asked expectantly. Xingchen rolled his eyes, how old are you to start caring about this? But then again, the girls of the second dimension seem to be very precocious. Is there any? Juzine stuck to Xingchen's body, coquettish, completely unscrupulous. Ahem. Hurry up, I'm afraid that Yun Ren still is chasing soldiers, we have to hurry back to the village. In fact, the stars are perfunctory. There are chasers? How many pursuers come, that's all to death. Yunin Village, the 3 generations of Lei Ying have not slept all night and have been waiting for news. This time to capture the 9 Tails plan is very crucial. Once successful, Nakumo Ninja Village will become the #1 village in the ninja world in a short period of time. It's a little mean, but the big ones don't have any rules. Ape Flying Sun, don't blame me. Soon, a letter was delivered. Lord Lei Ying, Plan A is successful, the 9 Tails Pillar Force has been successfully captured, and Captain Shang Hui is on their way back. Good, good. The 3 generations of Lei Ying, who usually don't smile, couldn't help but get excited at this time. But before they could rejoice, a bad news came. Lord Lei Ying, we have lost contact with Captain Shang Hui. What? Lost contact? What's going on? I don't know, Captain Shang Hui is responsible for the 9 Tails Pillar Force, and we are responsible for cover, but there has been contact. It's just that not long ago, I suddenly couldn't contact them. I'm afraid, with the ability of the 7 people of Shang Hui, even if they are chased by Konoha, none of them should be able to survive. What is the situation? Xingchen returned to the village with Jishine, and the 3 generations of Hokage, who were anxious, immediately rushed over. Juzine, are you all right? It's okay, there is brother Xingchen to save me. Juzine was not afraid of the rest of his life after the disaster, but seemed to have gone out for a trip and was very happy. Xingchen, thanks to you this time. The 3 generations of Hokage sighed. You don't have to do that. Soon, Tsunade and the others, who went out in pursuit, also turned back, expressing surprise that Xingchen had rescued Jishine. Xingchen, how do you know which wave of people Juzine was taken by? Tsunade was still strange, and she didn't see the stars home at night, so when Hokage sent an urgent notice, she didn't find the stars and went out alone to chase. However, the enemy was too cunning, separated by 7 or 8 ways and fled, and it was difficult to pursue. It just so happens, Xingchen said casually. In fact, when Konoha was attacked, the stars reacted immediately, and their target could be the 9 Tails, so they were one step faster. Xingchen, did you fight those attackers? Who are they? The 3rd Hokage asked. Xingchen glanced at the 3 generations and said, actually, Naruto-sama should have guessed it, right. The 3rd generation was stunned for a moment, and then frowned, is it really Yun Ren? Yun Shinobu? When Tsunade and the others heard this, they were filled with righteous indignation. We in Yunin Village have always kept well water from the river, what are they doing here? If it is Sand Ninja Village and Iwa Ninja Village, or even Rain Ninja Village, it is understandable, after all, there is a feud in the Battle of Yuninja Village. But this Yunin village makes no sense at all. There is no need for hatred at all, they are just to satisfy their interests and ambitions. Xingchen said slowly, the Battle of Rain Ninja Village caused great losses in Konoha, San Ninja Village and Iwa Ninja Village, and Yunin Village can be described as reaping the benefits of fishermen. The current Yunin Village is undoubtedly the most powerful existence of the 5 great ninja villages. Damn, this Yunin Village is too arrogant, they should be sanctioned. The third generation of Hokage pondered for a moment and said, okay, Juzine is fine, let's discuss this matter in the long run. In our current situation, it is no longer appropriate to act recklessly. Xingchen knew that in the long run, it meant that this matter was mostly over. After the war, Konoha, despite receiving a certain economy from the Land of Fire, it took a while for people to recover. Xingchen was ready to rest and relax for a while, although his 9 secrets had only learned a small part, but with his current ability, there were few opponents in the world ninja world. The pursuit of powerful abilities is just for the sake of escape, now there is no worries, why force yourself, practice can be slow. Captain, Tuan Zhang said, please come over. Yuna came to find the stars and stopped talking. If memory serves, this is the 3rd time Tenzo has wanted to see the stars. The first 2 times, Xingchen ignored Tuan Zhang's summons, so she felt that this time, it was estimated that there was no drama. But to her surprise, Xingchen actually nodded in agreement immediately. Yuna, you can go with me to see Danzo and see what he has to say. Good. Walking into Gen's headquarters, Danzo was already waiting. Shichi Xingchen, I thought you were going to reject me again, but I didn't expect that you still gave me this face after all. Tuan Zhang's face was expressionless, and he looked like a dead face. This, presumably, is his signature expression, to anyone. Say, what are you looking for me for? Xingchen said lightly, are you ready to apologize to me? Apologize? Tuan Zhang was slightly startled. Presumptuous. In the darkness behind Tuan Zhang, 2 figures flashed and angrily scolded the stars. Dare to be rude to Master Tuan Zhang. Why, do it to me. Xingchen raised his eyebrows, and said with disdain in his sneer, before this, it is best to weigh your weight, whether you have that qualification. Today's stars are no longer what they used to be. In the past, many people in Konoha would look at Tsunade's face and look up at him, and this is the only time. But now, he doesn't need to rely on any relationship, he is already in existence admired by countless people in Konoha. He is just a dark captain, and in terms of official position, he is definitely not comparable to Tuan Zhang. However, when it comes to status, he is already above the 3 ninjas, and even if he is a group, he can only be on an equal footing with him at most. Liang Xiu, you stand down. Remember that it is forbidden to speak to him in this tone in the future. Tuan Zhang said indifferently. It sounded reprimanding, but it didn't feel that way at all. Obviously, Tuan Zhang ostensibly recognized the status of the stars. However, it is only on the surface, just a facade. Yes, the 2 never questioned Tuan Zhang's words, and respectfully retreated into the darkness. Xingchen asked with interest, Tuan Zhang, can't you see that you are quite generous? Your Excellency Xingchen, you don't need to be sarcastic about me, we did have a trace of unpleasantness before, and I came to you today for this purpose. Has even the title changed? Xingchen said lightly, or are you really ready to apologize to me? Tuan Zhang's face did not change color. Do you mean the incident when you were besieged by Hanzo and Wind Shadow, and I abandoned you and fled? Of course, the most annoying thing in my life is this kind of villainous behavior. The stars spoke without mincing. Tuan Zhang was also not angry, and said, if you really need this apology, then I will give it to you, I hope you don't think about it anymore. Rao as the stars, hearing these words, his heart couldn't help but be stunned. This guy is really calm and can flex and stretch. Well, since you sincerely apologize, I accept. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back first. Wait, I'm not done yet. Then you go on, I'll listen. Tuan Zhang said, you are not what you used to be, I must admit that. Although you are not old enough for you to hold too high a position, your position in Konoha is no longer replaced. There is no one to replace. It does not mean the highest status, it just means a special existence. After all, Xingchen's record in Yuninja Village, no second person can do it. So, I believe that you and I are all dedicated to the development of Konoha, so why not put aside past grudges and live together peacefully? If necessary, further cooperation may be possible. Tenzo sharpened the tone of further cooperation, which seemed to be deliberately implied. Xingchen immediately understood that Tuan Zhang still wanted to win him over. Danzo has no heart for betrayal towards Konoha, and everything he does is also for Konoha's good, which Xingchen knows. But he is a very selfish person, and many things are self-righteous. His heart is directed towards Konoha, and what he does will harm Konoha's interests. For example, he has always been obsessed with the position of Hokage. With the current status of the stars in Konoha, if the stars can support him, I am afraid that the next Hokage's position will be very stable. It's just that he had the intention to woo the stars, but he just saw that the stars were a usable talent. And now he wants to win over the stars, and he has to invite them as equals. Tuanzang, I can tell you very clearly that I don't mind your escape last time. But even without this matter, what kind of person you are has already been fixed in my heart. So this further cooperation, it should not be half possible. You are still dead. Xingchen directly picked out the words. Let him support Danzo as Hokage? It's almost crazy to be crazy. Tuanzang Gujing Wubo's face finally trembled, and he frowned. Xingchen, why is this so? He was still a little puzzled in his heart, and he didn't know why Xingchen was so repulsive to him. The first 2 times I summoned him, he refused, and I didn't bother him? Anyway, I hope you think about it. The future ninja world is unpredictable, and Konoha can better gain a foothold in the ninja world, and it will take the lead by relying on a small number of people. Are you saying that I'm just a small group of people who can change Konoha's fate? Xingchen smiled and said, thanks to your praise, but the words are not speculative for more than half a sentence. Yuna, let's go. Yuna, who had been following the stars and had never said a word, only answered respectfully at this time. Yes, Captain. Yuna is very good at cooperating with the stars. In private, she has an excellent relationship with Xingchen, and there is no need to salute at all. But in front of Tuanzang, she showed that subordination relationship to the extreme. It was at the beginning, when the 2 hands of Tenzo were disrespectful to the stars. Yuna was ready. As long as the 2 of them dare to make a move, she will definitely take the lives of the 2 of them first. During her time on the battlefield, her strength has also improved a lot, and she really doesn't put it in her eyes when she is generally tolerated. What about Tuanzang's subordinates? Now she only obeys the orders of Xingchen alone. Walking out of the route headquarters, Yuna became active again and said with a smile, Captain, think about when I first met you, you were still a nameless person. Now, even in the face of Tuanzang, you have enough confidence. More than 4 years is not a long time, and Xingchen is only 16 years old. A 16-year-old boy, but his achievements are already comparable to the core high level of Konoha like Tenzo, and he has to be said to be a legend. I'm not interested in power, but sometimes, having a certain amount of power will make you a lot less troublesome. At least no one dares to bully you casually. At this moment, a dark ninja wearing a mask fell in front of the 2. Lord Hashito, Hokage has a request. Hokage looking for me? It's fun, it's all together. Xingchen smiled. Yuna, you go back first, I'll go see Hokage. Good. In front of Tuanzang, Xingchen was neither humble nor promiscuous, maintaining his posture. And in front of Hokage, he seemed casual. Suddenly looking for me, what's the matter? When the 3 generations of Hokage saw the stars, they seemed to be in a very good mood, and asked, how is it lately, have you recovered from the war? I have never felt that the war is very bitter and tiring, how can I recover? The 3rd generation was slightly startled and said with a wry smile, you are really relaxed. Okay, let's get down to business. Thoughts, isn't it giving me a promotion? Xingchen said strangely. It's a promotion, but you're too young to even be 18, and many positions are not suitable for you. The 3rd generation of Hokage said, I was wondering how to give you some more tempering. Tempering. Xingchen said, it's not necessary, right? I'm not talking about honing your strength, but about other aspects, such as leadership. The 3 generations of Hokage are very clear that the strength of the stars is most likely already shadow level, and there is no need to temper at all. But just having strength is not enough. To take on great responsibilities, the rest of the talents must also be possessed. Leadership. Xingchen was slightly startled. You don't want to, as I said, sooner or later Konoha needs you to protect it, and you have this qualification. The 3rd generation of Hokage side, I originally planned to raise an inheritor from the 3 of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. But now I find that Orochimaru is not in the right state of mind, and he is also bohemian, and Tsunade is okay, but he is a woman after all. Fortunately, your appearance gave me hope. I'm not interested in the position of the Hokage, and this position really doesn't suit me. This kind of thing cannot be cultivated. The stars are calm, he yearns for freedom, and the position of the Hokage represents a lifelong responsibility that can never be escaped once inherited. You're not interested. The 3 generations of Hokage were in trouble, and he didn't expect that Xingchen and Jiraiya had the same personality. Can't you just do it for Konoha's sake? There is no more suitable person than you. No, there is another person who is more suitable than me. Huh? The 3rd generation Hokage wondered, who? Wave Fang Shuman. Wave Fang Shuman. The 3 generations of Hokage thought hard for a long time, but in their minds they couldn't think of such a person, and they couldn't help but wonder, who is he? If that's right, he's a graduate of this class, and he's about 10 years old this year. The graduates of this class, the 3 generations of Hokage looked confused. Xingchen, are you serious? Xingchen said seriously, of course, I am very serious. Maybe the Wave Feng Shui Gate is still unknown now, but in the future, he will definitely move the ninja world. The position of Hokage is inherited by him, and it is perfect for him. You are familiar with Bo Feng Shuman. The 3 generations of Hokage will be suspicious. I don't know what to say, but you're right to believe me. If you graduate from Bofang Shuman, you can let Zi Lai accept him as a disciple, and after another year or two of precipitation and accumulation, his talent will be displayed. Well, then I'll observe again. The stars are not interested in the position of the Hokage, and the 3 generations are not easy to force. As for Bofang Shuman, just pay more attention. Anyway, there is still time. Okay, nothing else, I'll go first. Wait. The 3rd generation of Hokage called out to the stars and said, although you don't want this Hokage position, it's certain that you will be promoted, and I haven't told you what I said before. Hoshi thought that the idea of the 3 generations of Hokage was to make him a Hokage, but it wasn't. I'm going to set up another separate department in the Dark Division. Hokage paused and said, or rather, let you create a department. Xingqian's heart moved, and he asked in surprise, same as the root of Tuanzang. The root organization of Tuanzang also nominally belongs to the Dark part, but he is independent of the Dark Department. The people in the root organization are directly under the orders of Danzo and cannot go through the Hokage. Hokage asks him to create a department like the root organization, which is equivalent to allowing him to cultivate power. A department that obeys only his orders. This doesn't seem good? Xingqian wondered, how could Danzo and the other high-ranking people of Konoha agree? Even though he is now famous and has made a lot of contributions to Konoha, it is no small thing for a 16-year-old boy to create a force that is not under the jurisdiction of Hokage. An ambitious person like Tuanzang is definitely the first to oppose it. There is also the rigid Konoha advisor, Koharu and Mizuto Minion, who categorically cannot agree. Don't worry, they don't need their consent. I, the Hokage, can still decide a little thing on my own. When Xingqian heard this, he was slightly surprised. It seems that the 3 generations of Hokage have not informed the others at all, and intend to go their own way. The 3 generations of Hokage in this period are really strong. Well, since you said so, then if I still refuse, I will live up to your expectations. Xingqian agreed. The department he created, exclusive to himself, unrestricted and unfettered, was in line with his philosophy. And from now on, he can really stand on an equal footing with Tuanzang. Well, I'm sure you'll do more in the future. Even if you don't become Hokage, you will be the pillar of Konoha. Although this matter has been secretly finalized by the 3 generations of Hokage and Xingqian, it also takes some effort to implement. The stars are not in a hurry, just take your time. However, he knew that once he really created a force of his own in Konoha, the impact on future generations would be huge. Yunnan Village, Thunder Shadow Office. Shichi Xingqian, it was this guy who ruined our good deeds and killed Shang Hui and them all. It's really abominable. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying slammed on the desk, extremely angry. Lord Lei Ying, we have long heard that this Shichi Xingqian is unstoppable. He is a young genius, and today he really saw what he can do, and if it is not restricted, I am afraid that it will become our henchman in the future. Next to him, a tall woman holding a document in her arms pushed her glasses with a solemn expression. It is not difficult to understand that he can take away the 9 tails without a word, and kill 7 Shang Hui people. It is really terrible, and San Shinobu will suffer losses at his hands. The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow mused, but the 2nd Ninja World War has just ended. I'm afraid there is no chance to target him for the time being. The tall woman thought for a moment and said, I have a plan, maybe it works. Oh? Say it and listen. The eyes of the 3 generations of Lei Ying lit up. This woman is his secretary and his brainstorm. The root organization of Tuanzang is responsible for the training of personnel in the Dark Department, and Xingqian must also have its own positioning if it wants to establish a similar organization. After discussing with the 3 generations of Hokage, the future organization of the stars will be responsible for assassination, assignment of tasks and other related work. Therefore, the stars named it Shadow. A month later, the Shadow organization was officially established, founded by Xingqian, and began to secretly collect talents. If you don't do it, you have to do it the best. The purpose of the stars is to prefer lack to abuse. Not an elite, not allowed to enter the Shadow organization, and this concept coincides with 3 generations of Hokage. The 3 generations even passed on the position of Hokage to the stars, which was equivalent to entrusting Konoha to him, and they must trust him unconditionally. Let the stars take power, he will not have any scruples. The legendary reputation of the stars, coupled with the personal authorization of Hokage, the Shadow organization gathered a group of elite ninjas in a very short time, and the growth rate was very terrifying. Of course, all this was done in secret, and the rest of the people were unaware of it except for the stars themselves and the 3 generations of Hokage, as well as those who had joined the Shadow organization and declared their allegiance. Xingqian, what have you been busy with lately? Why do you always leave early and return late? Tsunade wondered that she was usually busy, and finally had a few days off, hoping that the stars could accompany her, but she couldn't find someone from the stars. Well, I've been a little busy lately. I'm busy with a big thing. Big deal. Tsunade was slightly startled. What's the big deal? Can't say, you'll find out later. Although Hoshi-chen trusted Tsunade very much, he couldn't tell her everything. The Shadow organization is still under construction, so it's better not to expose it for the time being. When Tsunade heard this, he became even more unhappy, and said with a gloomy face, Sing-chen, I really can't understand you more and more. Men are more attractive when they remain mysterious, aren't they? It's you. Tsunade gave him a blank look and sighed, well, I don't care about you. But a few days later, a batch of new students from the ninja school graduated, and you and I went to their graduation ceremony. Are you going to bring new students again? The stars were surprised. I'm too lazy to bring it, but Juzine has asked me many times to pull you over. Tsunade said lightly, you have now pulled the wind and have become an idol admired by countless girls. Tsunade, you shouldn't be jealous, right? Xingchen said with a smile. Tsunade's breath froze, and then he slapped Xingchen's head, what nonsense, what kind of vinegar do I eat? Your brain burned out. Tsunade's slap, if the stars want to hide, it is really not difficult. But he didn't hide, allowing this slap on the head. After all, Tsunade was reluctant to push to herself, it was just a way for her to maintain her reserve. If this also has to hide, then the stars will be doomed in this life. Okay, when I didn't say, I'll go to the graduation ceremony with you in a few days. Xingchen said, and asked again, what about the rope tree, why haven't you seen him recently? You don't know yet, rope tree has passed the assessment of Shangnin, and he is now an official Shangnin. Tsunade said, feeling incredible, by the way, was it caused by that strange thing you gave him to eat? Rope tree has had a good talent since childhood, and Tsunade knows this. However, since the great disaster in the battlefield, his progress has been particularly outstanding, almost every day, and it can no longer be described as talented. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the second demon besides the stars. Do you think that what I give to the rope tree will be an ordinary thing? Xingchen said with a smile. After breaking and standing, the effect of the yin-yang Shenlong pill finally came into play. Perhaps, it would not be bad to let the rope tree join the shadow organization. Is there really such an amazing thing? Tsunade asked, is there anything else? Give me a few. There is no rope tree of the same type, but, said Xingchen, taking out a milky elixir and handing it to Tsunade, you may like this one more. Isn't it the same? In Tsunade's eyes, the elixirs all look the same, and there is no difference. It's different. Tsunade took the elixir, feeling the residual temperature left on it, and wondered, then what is the effect of this? I said that I can keep you young forever and never grow old, do you believe it? Xingchen said with a smile. When Tsunade heard this, his eyes immediately widened. Eternal youth? Never grow old? How can there be such a thing in the world? Women love beauty by nature, and Tsunade is the same, so she has been using her medical ninjutsu to try to create ninjutsu that can maintain her appearance, but she has not succeeded. This is the later art of Bai Hao. And even if she takes a step back, she successfully created the 100 Hao technique, but in fact, it is just a trick. The art of Bai Hao relies on chakra activity to maintain appearance, which is not really imaging, and there is an essential difference from the stars that never age. Because once ninjutsu is lifted, she will still grow old. Well, no matter what, it's always right if you eat it, and I won't hurt you. Xingchen knew that Tsunade, who had not yet created the 100 Heroes technique, could not believe it. However, he is not in a hurry to explain, waiting for time to verify. Resident Yandan sounds mysterious in the Hokage world, but in the world of other dimensions, it is not a rare thing. This Yandan was just an item drawn in the ordinary lottery area. Although she didn't believe that this pill could really last forever, Tsunade naturally believed that the stars would not harm her, so she took the Zuyan pill in front of her. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Yuna. Captain, Naruto-sama is looking for you. I see. Hoshi-chan nodded and said to Tsunade, okay, I'll go see Hokage, you will remember to take a shower later. The stars left, and Tsunade was still wondering, he always loved to be clean, like he hadn't bathed in a long time? I thought that Hokage was looking for himself, or for the matter of the shadow organization, but as it turned out, he thought wrong. When I entered the Hokage office, there were not only 3 generations of Hokage here. Or rather, the large number of people is a bit unusual. 2 heavily armed samurai, 3 ninjas, and a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Ninjas, judging by their costumes, should be from Yunnan village. As for the girl, she was dressed luxuriously, with an innate noble temperament, her appearance was delicate, her body was perfect, her skin was like condensed jade agar, and she was almost a little enchanting. Seeing this, Xingchen was full of question marks. What is the situation? Xingchen, you're here. When the 3rd generation of Hokage saw the stars, he immediately said, let me introduce you, this is the Princess of the Land of Thunder, Shizuka Hata. Princess of the Land of Thunder. Xingchen was slightly startled and looked at the delicate girl again. Hello, are you Your Excellency Xingchen? The girl opened a pair of beautiful eyes, carefully looked at the stars, then smiled sweetly, stretched out her hand, and said, it's really as rumored, it's nice to meet you for the first time. Although he hadn't figured out the situation yet, out of politeness, Hoshi-chen shook hands with Shizuka Hata. Your Excellency Xingchen doesn't have any shelves at all, it's very approachable. Shizuka Hata's grin, showing the girl's coquettishness and cuteness, very innocent. No matter how I put up a shelf, I don't dare to raise it in front of the princess. Xingchen still had a mental eye in his heart. In the original work, Shizuka Hata's person is not mentioned, but his intuition tells him that the other party is by no means simple. And not long ago, Yun Shinobu also designed to kidnap Uzumaki Jushine, and now Yun Shinobu and the people of the Land of Thunder appear here. Normal people will find it strange. As if seeing Xingchen's doubts, the 3 generations of Hokage said again, Xingchen, Princess Shizuka came to sign a peace agreement with us on behalf of the Land of Thunder and the Unshinja village. Peace agreement? The stars were stunned again. That's right, Shizuka Hachida's sweet voice said, poor God, the Second Ninja World War caused too many casualties. I believe that neither of us wants to see this catastrophe happen again, so I signed a peace treaty with Konoha on behalf of the Kumo Shinobu village of the Land of Thunder. In the future, we will be allies. Ha! Xingchen listened to Shizuka Hata's righteous and awe-inspiring words, but instead of letting down her guard, the more strange she felt. In the original work, after the Second Shinobi War, there was no such thing as a peace treaty signed by various countries. Because San Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu, and Yun Shinobu are not satisfied with the results of World War II, the Third Shinobi War will break out in the near future. The Third Ninja World War is actually a continuation of the Second Ninja World War. In this case, no one except Konoha would want to sign this peace treaty. Your Excellency Xingchen, do you have any questions? The inexplicable light in Shizuka Hata's eyes flashed. How come, if Konoha and Yunin can form an ally and coexist in friendship, it will definitely be a blessing in the ninja world. Xingchen doesn't know what Shizuka Hakita is going to do for the time being, so she can only wait and see. Because it seems that the 3 generations of Hokage seem to be defenseless against Shizuka Hata, and really think that they are sincerely seeking peace. However, the country of Thunder is really working hard, and even the honorable princess came in person, full of sincerity. Ha ha. Xingchen is right, since Princess Shizuka has come to Konoha, she will stay in Konoha for a few more days, and I will ask you to accompany you on this tour. When the messenger visits, it is naturally impossible to return immediately after completing the matter. As the master, the 3 generations of Hokage will surely entertain them with the friendship of the landlord. Then Shizuka is disrespectful. Shizuka Hata's beautiful eyes turned, and then said, but I am very close to His Excellency Xingchen, why don't you just let him accompany me for a few days? The 3 generations of Hokage hesitated. Xingchen had been very busy recently, and the Shadow Organization had a bunch of things waiting for him to deal with. It's rare that Princess Shizuka can afford it, how dare the stars refuse? I agreed. Xingchen took the initiative to accept it. He also happened to want to see what tricks this chick was playing. Xingchen himself agreed, it would be difficult for the 3 generations to say anything. Anyway, Shizuka Hata would not be able to stay long. Coming out of Naruto's office, Shizuka Hata asked the samurai and cloud ninja who protected her to go back, and she felt like a different person. Brother Xingchen, where are we going to play next? Shizuka Hata winked playfully. Xingchen rolled his eyes, can it be normal, just like just now, you call it strange? Yes? Shizuka Hata smiled, I'm 18 years old this year, you're only 16 years old, call you brother, what's not normal? It's not a brother-brother dispute, it's just that you shouted too closely. Isn't intimacy bad? Although I am the princess of the Land of Thunder, I have often heard about your deeds and admired you for a long time. Now that I can see a real person, I feel even more involved. Xingchen said lightly, you really think so? Of course, you don't believe it? If you are sincere, I believe it. If you're lying, I don't believe it. Xingchen said something very difficult to understand. Shizuka Hata, who was stunned for a long time, did not react. How does this causal relationship feel? A little awkward. Okay, let's take you around casually. Shizuka Hata really looks like a lively girl who does not know the world, with her hands behind her back, looking around curiously, and many ordinary things on both sides of the street seem very new to her. As for such an expression, haven't you seen it before? The stars were speechless. The life I used to live, you don't understand, if it weren't for this time, said Shizuka Hata, suddenly stopping abruptly. Why don't you say it? Xingchen felt that there was here nothing. Shizuka Hata looked a little sad. Brother Xingchen. At this moment, a familiar voice came. Xingchen turned around, but saw a young girl running over happily. Juzine? The stars were surprised, and it was really a coincidence. Brother Xingchen, what have you been busy with lately? Ignore people. Juzine naturally held Xingchen's arm and pouted. I really don't have time lately, but Tsunade told me about your graduation ceremony, and I'll go back in a few days. Really? Great. Juzine immediately smiled. At this time, Shizuka Hata next to him was staring at Jushine closely, her eyes flashing with a strange light. Uzumaki Jushine, is she the Nine Tails Pillar Force? Is it really an unexpected meeting? It seems that in addition to the task, it is possible to add an additional vignette. Brother Xingchen, who is she? Kushina noticed Shizuka Hata. Shizuka Hata's temperament and appearance are excellent, and Sing-chan is shopping with such a beautiful woman, which makes her very uncomfortable. She is the princess of the Land of Thunder and the messenger of the Land of Thunder, and came to Konoha to discuss some things. What's going on? You don't understand it, the children don't mix, you go back first. I'm not a kid, I'll graduate from ninja school right away. Juzine was not convinced. At this time, Shizuka Hata, however, suddenly smiled and stretched out her hand. Little sister is very cute, especially this beautiful hair. Nice to meet you, my name is Shizuka Hata. Although she remained hostile to Shizuka Hata, Kushina politely reached out and shook her hand. My name is Uzumaki Ju. At this moment, Juzine suddenly looked startled, as if he was electrocuted, and quickly retracted his little hand, while looking at Shizuka Hakata suspiciously. At this time, the stars also seemed to notice, and their eyes moved. However, he did not immediately question Shizuka Hata, as if he did not see it. What's wrong, Juzine? Juzine said innocently, I don't know, just now it seems. Electrocuted. Shizuka Hata covered her mouth and smiled. Little sister, I'm not a man, how can you be electrocuted by me? Although my sister is confident and good-looking, she is not enough to kill men and women. Juzine also became puzzled. Could it be an illusion just now? Are you uncomfortable in any way? Sing-chan asked. Not really. Juzine shook his head and said, okay, let's take it as an illusion. Brother Sing-chan, can I hang out with you? No one plays with me, I'm so bored. Of course, I'll treat you to ramen. Yay, that's great. Juzine was excited. But at this moment, Shizuka Hata suddenly said, Brother Sing-chan, I'm a little tired. You went to play with your little sister, I'll go back to rest first. Just now it was still very nature, but now I suddenly say that I am tired and want to rest, and I feel unusual no matter how I think about it. Of course, Sing-chan still didn't know what to do, and said, you are casual, call me again if you have something. Shizuka Hata was ready to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back and asked, are you free tonight? Free, what's wrong? That's good. Shizuka Hata glanced at Jushine and said in an ambiguous tone, we'll contact again. Shizuka Hata, Jushina pouted, Brother Sing-chan, is she interesting to you? It's hard to say, after all, I'm so handsome and dashing, not many women can resist my charm. Sing-chan said very narcissistically. Originally, it was just a joke, but Juzine listened to it, and seemed to think it was true, and his face darkened. Brother Sing-chan, although this woman is beautiful, she is not a good person, you can't like her. How do you know that she is not a good person? She is the princess of the Land of Thunder. Can't the princess be a bad person? Maybe it was sent by the country of thunder to confuse you, you can't fall for her. Sent to confuse me? Sing-chan thought about it, maybe there was really such a possibility. However, Juzine probably just said casually, with her 10-year-old IQ, she couldn't think of the conspiracy of the Land of Thunder. After eating 2 bowls of ramen with Jushine and shopping for another morning, she returned to school satisfied. At night, after dealing with the affairs of the Shadow Organization, Sing-chan was about to rest, but suddenly received a letter. This is what Shizuka Hakata asked people to pass on to him, asking her out for a while. It's so late, what the hell is this woman doing? Sing-chan thought about it, but decided to go as promised. Not to mention whether Shizuka Hakata really has any conspiracy, at least until she has not yet revealed her stuffing, she is still a peacemaker of the Land of Thunder. Sing-chan rushed to the agreed place, but did not find anyone, and the surrounding area was dark, almost beyond the boundaries of Konoha. Help! At this moment, a panicked cry for help suddenly sounded. As soon as Sing-chan heard it, he knew that it was Shizuka Hata's voice, and without thinking much, he ran towards the source of the sound. Soon, he met Shizuka Hata. It's just that Shizuka Hakata at this time is ragged, and her luxurious long skirt has been torn by brute force in several places, and her snow-white skin is exposed. And she seemed to be greatly frightened, the whole person curled up there, her thin body trembled, and she was as lively as she was during the day. What's wrong with you? Sing-chan walked over and prepared to lift her up. Stop! However, at this moment, an angry voice sounded. Yikes! The 2 samurai and 3 cloud ninjas who had appeared in the Naruto office in the morning appeared at the same time, looking at the frightened Shizuka Hachita and the stars, furious. Shichi Sing-chan, what did you do to the princess? Sing-chan was slightly startled, and then shrugged and said, I didn't do anything, I just arrived. Fart, you plotted against the princess, we saw it with our own eyes, you still want to quibble? Yun Ren scolded angrily, I have always admired you, but I never imagined that you were such a person. Are you guys preparing to spew blood? Sing-chan looked indifferent, not being dazzled by this sudden situation at all. Or rather, he had anticipated the situation in front of him from the beginning. Shichi Sing-chan, unfortunately, I am also present. At this time, Tuanzang actually walked out from the side, looking indifferent. I saw the scene, I don't know if I should say that you are unlucky. Tuanzang, not long ago, you said that you want to live in harmony with me, but now you come to find it, your temperament has changed too quickly, right? The stars are still not panicked. Obviously, this is a bureau from beginning to end, and Tuan Zhang was pulled in to witness intentionally or unintentionally, and just happened to see this scene. Perhaps Tenzo himself also realized that this was a bureau, and also knew that the stars were designed, but he followed the trend and targeted the stars together with Yunnan. Shichi Xingchen, from Kanaha's point of view, I do hope to create Kanaha's future with you, but this does not mean that I can condone your behavior without a bottom line. Your actions today are bound to have a huge impact on Kanaha's reputation, and even provoke a war between the two countries, and no one can tolerate you. This is an obvious and inferior layout. As long as it is a person with a slightly normal IQ, I am afraid that it can be understood. But sometimes, knowing that it is designed, it is impossible to explain. The victim is the princess of the Land of Thunder. How noble. When she is humiliated, the Land of Thunder will be furious and will put pressure on the Land of Fire and Kanaha. The person being designed, even though innocent, cannot be argued. I can only eat Huang Lian dumbly, and I can't say it if I have bitterness. However, at this moment, in the face of Yun Ren, who was determined by the mouth, and Tuan Zhang, who deliberately fell into the well, the stars still did not change color. Using this trick against me is probably underestimating me, right? Xingchen's tone was thick with disdain, and he looked at Shizuka Hachida, who was terrified. Princess Shizuka, what is going on? I think you and I know it. I'll give you a chance to tell the truth yourself, otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Hoshi-chan had long known that Shizuka Hata's purpose was definitely not simply to sign a peace treaty, so she was always wary. I just didn't expect that her scheme was so crude. Shichi Xingchen, what are you talking about, intimidating Princess Shizuka? Tuan Zhang scolded coldly, how can it be by you? And Shizuka Hakata also shrunk her body tighter at this time, as if she was really frightened again, extremely afraid. Xingchen glanced at Tuan Zhang and didn't pay attention to him at all, but sneered at Shizuka Hata. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you are planning to pretend to the end? Bastard, it's just that you bullied the princess, and now you are threatening and intimidating in front of us. It's simply lawless. Yun Ren was furious. Your Excellency, is this how you treat people in Konoha? Tuan Zhang snorted coldly. Come, take down Shichi Xingchen. Swish! Several figures flashed, surrounding the stars, obeying the orders of the group and arresting the stars. Although the stars are famous, they are rooted in the organization and only believe in Tuan Zhang. Danzo, do you really think that in Konoha, you can cover the sky with one hand? Xingchen said disdainfully, just because of this person like you want to arrest me? Shichi Xingchen, I know that this person can't catch you, but if you dare to resist, the sin will be increased, and then Konoha will not be able to keep you again. Sin plus one? Can your words represent Konoha's law? In a sense, yes. The stars are strong as Tuan Zhang, with a cold demeanor and a trace of undisguised pride. In Konoha, what he said did represent part of the law. Yes, it's a pity that I don't eat your set. As the words of the stars fell, several black shadows streaked through like shooting stars, and the sharp kuwu flashed with a dazzling light. Don't move. Almost instantly, all the people of the root organization were controlled, and there was a kunao on their throats. The slightest movement is absolutely killed on the spot. This sudden scene made Tuan Zhang couldn't help but change his expression. Who are you? Are you going to rebel? In Konoha, there is actually someone who dares to make a move against his people? And what is the situation with this team? Where did it come from? And why do they have no information at all? Tuan Zhang, I know that the people of your root organization are not afraid of death. As long as you say a word, they will still resist. Xingchen looked at Tuan Zhang and said lightly, but I advise you to better not be impulsive, because my people are the same. As long as I say a word, they dare to kill. You actually cultivated power privately? Tunzo was furious. In Konoha, apart from Hokage, he alone has real power and his own strength. Therefore, he must not allow a second person to interfere with this situation, which will be a huge hindrance to his plan. Why, aren't you upset? Tuan Zhang had never been so gaffed at this moment. However, after all, he was very deep in the city, and he quickly contained his anger, but his expression was gloomy. Danzo didn't move, and Xingchen didn't bother to pay attention to him, and looked at Shizuka Hakita again. Originally, regardless of your purpose, I still have a good impression of you, but it's a pity that you don't love yourself. With this inferior metrology design you are playing with fire. Xingchen sneered, you think I'll be speechless? Joke, on my turf, I still need to justify? When Shizuka Hata heard this, her expression was startled. She designed this bureau, as if miscalculated. According to their original idea, the stars would inevitably be sanctioned by Konoha, but they miscalculated the place of the stars in Konoha. In Konoha, the stars, like Danzo, can represent a part of the law. There is simply no one to sanction him. He is a person who holds real power, and with a word, even a veteran-level figure like Tuan Zhang does not dare to move. You, an outsider, ran to someone's territory and framed him. Isn't this looking for death? How fake it is, how it really is, people don't care at all. How are you going to do it? If it was pretended before, then now Shizuka Hata's really panicked. What do you say? Shin-chan asked rhetorically. Shizuka Hakata gritted her teeth and drank. I can't think that Konoha is such a brutal place, and you bully me to reveal things. Not only do you not converge, but also kill people and kill people? Although she appeared weak, she couldn't admit now that it was the bureau they had designed. Since you have come to this point, you must continue to pretend. At the same time, she also hoped that Tuanzang still had some deterrent power, so that Shin-chan did not dare to mess around. You are so insistent, I almost believe that I have bullied you before. Shin-chan said lightly, but it doesn't matter. If you want to be bullied so much, I'll find you a few men to make you feel refreshed. You are shameless. After all, Shizuka Hakata is a princess of a country, living in seclusion since she was a child, golden branches and jade leaves, extremely noble. He has been treated like this. You dare to move the princess without a hair, and the land of thunder and the land of fire will see you on the battlefield. Yun Shinobu next to him shouted loudly, at that time, your Konoha will turn into a scorched earth. Before the implementation of this plan, 3 generations of Lei Ying had this consideration. Although Konoha was defeated in the Yoshinobi village, it also suffered heavy losses, and the Kumo Shinobi village easily captured the land of earth and gained huge benefits. One after the other, Yunin village is now much stronger than Konoha. Therefore, the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow was determined that Konoha did not dare to start a war with Yunin village. Even if he knew that he was designed and falsely accused, he could only swallow his anger. Taking a step back, Konoha really wanted to fight, and they were happy to accompany them. Threaten me? Do you really think I'm just talking? Xingqian's gaze was cold, and a frost aura condensed in his hand. Shout! The frost chi instantly turned into the sharpest and fastest sword chi, and in that Yunren's consternation, it pierced through his body. Burst! Blood sprayed, and Yunren fell to the ground in horror. Everyone present was shocked. Although this is indeed a bureau, a very clumsy bureau, discerning people can understand it at a glance. But no matter what, Shizuka Hakata is still the princess of the Land of Thunder, and several Yunin still represent Yunin, belonging to the messenger. Even if their bureau is exposed, it is a big deal to treat it as a misunderstanding, and they each disperse unhappily. But how dare Shi-Chi Sing-chen really kill people? As soon as this Yun Shinobu died, it was equivalent to Konoha directly slapped Yun Shinobu village. Isn't he at all afraid of causing a war between 2 villages, a war between 2 countries? Shi-Chi Sing-chen, you are too much, and this time the Hokage can't save you. After the silence, Tuantian finally spoke out angrily again. However, Sing-chen was unmoved, and waved his hand at the shadow member, put Shizuka Hakata and Yunin's people in prison, without special treatment, just like the rest of the prisoners. If there is resistance, shoot and kill. The 3rd generation of Hokage only learned about this later, and he was also taken aback when he learned about it. Although he was also very angry with the means of the Thunder Country and Yunren, if he was allowed to solve it, he would definitely only be able to tolerate one step, and at most they would disperse. But Sing-chen was so fierce that he not only killed a Yunin on the spot, but also imprisoned Shizuka Hata. Now it's a big deal. Sing-chen, did you think about the consequences when you did this? In the office, the 3 generations of Hokage looked solemn, but there was not much to blame. At this point, instead of blaming, it is better to find a way to deal with the next trouble. I do things and only think about right or wrong. People respect me, I respect him. If people are unreasonable, then I will definitely return it tenfold. The stars stated his principles. Alas! The 3rd generation of Hokage sighed, suddenly wondering if he was old. He used to seem to be Xingqian's violent temper, but now he has many concerns. This matter is obviously Shizuka Hata. They have bad intentions first, but due to the situation, he does not have the courage to dare to move Shizuka Hata. Sing-chen, what are you going to do with Shizuka Hata? The 3rd generation of Hokage said, and reminded again, she is the princess of the Land of Thunder after all. I know, depending on my mood. Sing-chen said, as for the consequences caused by this matter, let me deal with it, you don't have to worry. You already have a countermeasure? It's right to maintain the principle, but I'm not that irresponsible person either, and I won't drag Konoha into the water. Well, if you have faith. The 3 generations of Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, he now has great trust in the stars. Tenzo should have come to make trouble with you, right? Sing-chen suddenly asked. The 3rd generation Hokage nodded and said, he already knows about the shadow organization, and he must make a fuss. But don't worry, after all, I am the Hokage. Then I won't worry about it. The shadow organization has gradually taken shape, and now I'm afraid that even if you order to abolish it, it will not be a simple matter. Hokage was slightly stunned, and then said with a smile, since I let you take power, I naturally have enough trust in you, and I am not afraid that you will do something out of the ordinary. Shizuka Hata is imprisoned, and there is no news from the Land of Thunder that there is already infighting in Konoha village. Countless rumors are flying. Have you heard that the princess of the Land of Thunder came to the village to sign a peace treaty, but Shi-Chi Sing-chen saw the beauty of the people, and he had evil intentions and bullied her. Later, the matter was exposed, and he actually abused his power, took a bite back, and imprisoned the princess. No, Lord Hoshi-chan would do such a thing. I don't believe it. That is, you dare to slander Lord Sing-chan, I can't spare you. Believe it or not, the princess is now in prison, and the Land of Thunder is furious, and it is said that he is already raising troops to attack Konoha. Is there going to be a war again? War is always the thing that ordinary civilians fear the most. I seem to have heard that Shichi Sing-chan performed heroically in World War II, but when he returned, his temperament changed drastically, and he used the authority given to him by the Hokage to act as a blessing. This time, it was even against the princess of the country of thunder, perhaps deliberately provoking a war. How so? Unbelievable. I didn't expect Lord Sing-chan to degenerate like this. I really misunderstood him. The rumors are getting more and more outrageous. At the beginning, there were still many people who supported Sing-chan, but gradually, the three became tigers, and Xingchan's reputation was completely dominated by scolding. Although there were still a small number of people who did not believe that Sing-chan did such a thing, they did not dare to stand up and defend him. Tsunade angrily slammed into the house and found Sing-chan, who was practicing Tai Chi. Sing-chan, you can still be so calm. Do you know what people in the village say about you now? Tsunade didn't understand Tai Chi, just full of anger. When she walked around outside just now, she heard countless people questioning, criticizing, and even insulting the stars, which made her almost can't help but be angry on the spot. But there are too many people talking about it, and she can't beat everyone up. Go as they say, why care? The stars were not affected in the slightest, just have a clear conscience. You're a saint, Tsunade said helplessly, but what happened to that princess of the Land of Thunder? You really imprisoned her? That's right, I arrested her. The reason, I won't say more. Anyway, it's not as rumored. Tsunade still believes this. So what's going on with this rumor? What else can it be? Most of them are ghosts of people with intentions. Someone with a heart? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then said, you mean Danzo? I can't think of a second person. This stirring stick, I used to respect him quite a lot, but now I don't know what to call it. Sing-chan smiled dumbly, okay, I don't care about this lord, don't worry about it. You are also a public figure now, and you can't let this negative rumor continue. I'll wait until I'll meet Shizuka Hata. I'm with you. Yes. Tsunade only knew that now the stars seemed to be used by the Hokage and had a high status, but they still didn't know anything about the shadow organization. In the dark cell, Hoshi and Tsunade meet Shizuka Hata. Shizuka Hata, wearing a very dirty prison uniform, the whole person also looks very down, but that noble temperament cannot be concealed. And when she saw the stars, her expression was very calm, there was no joy or hatred. I can't imagine that after a few days in prison, your mood has improved a lot. Sing-chan was indeed surprised, and he thought that Shizuka Hakita would be very emotional when she saw him. Shizuka Hata smiled faintly, I've long been used to it, I've lived like this for 18 years. You, what do you mean? Tsunade was stunned. A princess who lived 18 years in prison? The stars were thoughtful. He knew that Shizuka Hachita definitely hadn't really been in prison for 18 years, it was just a metaphor, maybe she had some kind of secret that prevented her from being free. Shichi Sing-chan, with your wisdom, you may have guessed it. Although I am a princess, I am now just a pawn against you and Konoha. Are you saying that the Land of Thunder intends to sacrifice you as a reason for war? Sing-chan frowned. Maybe, but you still need to solve a puzzle before you go to war. What a puzzle? 9 tails? When Rao Sing-chan heard this, he couldn't help but change his expression, let alone Tsunade next to him. What do you mean? I'm not a ninja, but I have a special ability that I was born with, Shizuka Hata said flatly. What special ability? Shizuka Hata glanced at the stars and said, you can think of it as a tailed beast affinity. Tailed beast affinity? Yes, Yunin village has 2 tails and 8 tails, and there have been terrible riots, and even Thunder Shadow can't take them, but in the end they were subdued by me. There is such a thing? Sing-chan was shocked, and the character of Shizuka Hakita had never been mentioned in the original work. As for the tailed beast riot in Yunin village, it is said that it was suppressed by the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and he relied on his strong physique to fight hand-to-hand with 8 tails, regardless of victory or defeat. By the way, since there is no difference between victory and defeat, then how to subdue Yaoi? Not to mention a 2-tailed one. Could it be that Shizuka Hata really has the ability to control or appease the tailed beast? Unbelievable, this is the power that God has given me. People often say that I am the favorite of God, Shizuka Hata said, but there was a hint of self-deprecation on the corner of her mouth. At this time, Tsunade seemed to see something, and immediately leaned closer, reaching out and pressing on Shizuka Hata. Shizuka Hata was also calm, letting Tsunade do whatever she wanted without resisting in the slightest. After a long time, Tsunade retreated with a frown. What's wrong? The stars are unknown. She is terminally ill and I am afraid that she will only have 2 months to live at most. It's worthy of being Princess Tsunade. I heard about your medical ninjutsu for a long time, and now I can see it, and it is worthy of the name. Shizuka Hata is very calm, or maybe it doesn't matter for a long time. 2 months to live? Sing-Chen asked, can your medical ninjutsu also cure it? Medical ninjutsu is not a panacea, since it is a terminal illness, it means that there is no cure. Tsunade shook his head and sighed. Princess Tsunade, your sigh is intriguing. Shizuka Hata glanced at Tsunade and laughed at herself. Could it be that you still have mercy on me? You are still in your prime and expensive as the princess of the Land of Thunder, why should you despise yourself so much? If I could live, how could I despise myself? Just forget it. After this incident, we are friends and foes, and it is completely redundant to talk to you about this. Sing-Chen muttered, you said that you have an innate affinity for the tailed beast, and you mentioned the nine tails earlier. Could it be you? Remember that day I shook hands with the nine-tailed man Zulai? That little sister was also alert, and she actually discovered the clue immediately. You did something to her? Xingqian's eyes were cold. However, Shizuka Hakata seemed to completely ignore the cold gaze of the stars, and still said lightly, she is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and it is rumored that the Uzumaki clan is good at sealing techniques and can suppress tailed beasts, and this is true. If not, the nine-tailed chakra might have been induced by me at that time. But even if it was delayed for a few days, the result was the same. Coincidence, or to fulfill Shizuka Hata's words? At this moment, a loud noise shook the heavenly dome, and a suffocating, trembling terrifying chakra enveloped the entire Konoha. This is, Tsunade's expression changed drastically. Go! Sing-Chen suddenly grabbed Tsunade and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. The demon-red chakra formed a monstrous wave, swept through Konoha, and destroyed countless houses and buildings in the blink of an eye. It was an unprovoked scourge, and many people were already in a different position without reacting. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Look, what is that? In the distance, the red chakra gradually condensed into a huge demon fox with 6 tails. The demon fox is completely out of control, or its instinct is to constantly destroy and kill, swinging its claws and sweeping its tail at will, which will inevitably bring great destruction. How is it possible? That is, 9 tails? When the 3 generations of Hokage heard the news, their expressions changed greatly. The 9 tails were sealed in Juzine's body, and it should be foolproof, and there was no special reason, and it would never run away for no reason. What's going on here? Naruto-sama, what to do now? If it goes on like this, the village will be over. Not to mention civilians, even ninjas were terrified. The power of the tailed beasts is too terrifying, it has exceeded their understanding, which is not at all capable of resisting by manpower. I'll deal with it, let the dark ninja respond, and the rest of the people try to back as far away as possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. The 3 generations of Hokage's expression sank, and his heart was determined. Even if he wasn't half sure of dealing with the 9 tails, as Hokage, this kind of moment should be unacceptable. Wait, let me do it. Yikes! As soon as the words fell, the figures of Sing-Chen and Tsunade appeared at the same time. When the 3rd generation saw Sing-Chen, he was inexplicably relieved in his heart, but he still shook his head and said, Sing-Chen, you don't know the horror of the 9 tails, this is not something that one person can deal with. You and I join forces, and maybe there is a chance. No, a half-tailed beast 9-tailed is not enough for both of us to do it. Sing-Chen said, I'm enough alone, you, as the Hokage, better stay to appease the people and take charge of the overall situation. At this time, Juzine did not completely turn into 9 tails, only 6 tails appeared. Do you really have faith? The 3 generations of Hokage hesitated. Don't worry, you just watch. Sing-Chen didn't want to say more, and flew up. One more second of delay, Konoha's casualties will be even more serious. Sing-Chen, be careful. Tsunade couldn't stop it, so he could only remind him. The scourge of the 9 tails. Danzo stood on a safe high ground and looked at the 9 tails with an indifferent expression, seemingly indifferent to the 9 tails' wanton destruction of Konoha. On a peak on the outskirts of Konoha village, a group of ninjas in cloud ninja costumes were gloating at the scene. It's really a wonderful scene. World War II has just ended, Konoha has been hit hard by this, what else to fight with our Yunin village? And within Konoha, all those who have not been supported have fallen into despair, and can only watch the 9 tails wreak havoc, waiting for the moment when death will come. You see, that is, at this time, a figure appeared and came into people's eyes. He floated in the air like this, opposite the 9 tails. Everyone was surprised. What was he going to do, to send him to death alone? The out-of-control 9 tails also quickly noticed the little bug dangling in front of his eyes, and angrily grabbed it, wanting to smash it to pieces. Is there no consciousness of Juzine at all? Sing-Chen sighed secretly, and then drank deeply, triggering the surrounding airflow and the sealed UN power in his body. The power of taboo reappeared, suddenly turning yellow upside down, and mysterious black patterns emerged in space. Group Secret, Seal. With a heavy drink, the black pattern wrapped the 9 tails and the stars. Immediately, black light flashed, and the stars and the 9 tails disappeared in place at the same time. The sky, the earth, and Konoha suddenly returned to extreme tranquility, leaving only the ruins of broken walls all over the ground, and the silent looking at each other, unknown people. What's going on? Nine Tails. The huge Nine Tails, which were still raging just now, disappeared out of thin air in the blink of an eye, which was amazing. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. Yukami Shinobu was shocked. Could it be that Lord Xingqian used the Flying Thunder God technique to turn the entire Nine Tails away? No, this is not the Flying Thunder God. The third Hokage denied. You didn't notice the black streaks that appeared earlier, almost covering the sky over Konoha. I saw it, but what was it? I don't know, but it should be a kind of spatial ninjutsu warlock formation. If you guessed correctly, this spatial ninjutsu level is most likely above the Flying Thunder God. Rich in experience like 3 generations of Hokage, he would only think that Xingqian used an unknown spatial ninjutsu to turn the Nine Tails away, and he never thought that this was not ninjutsu at all. Space ninjutsu above the Flying Thunder God. Everyone took a breath. How old is Master Xingqian to master such a powerful ninjutsu? Maybe this ninjutsu is still created by him. Genius is like this, we mortals cannot experience it. Makes sense, but Lord Hoshi-chan and the Nine Tails left together, will it be dangerous? Yes, that's the Nine Tails, the most evil existence under the sky, which can easily destroy a country. Saying this, everyone tensed up, especially Tsunade, and unconsciously squeezed his palms. The stars have become powerful and become Konoha's hot hero, and she is happy and proud of the stars. But in the same way, she also found that she could not keep up with the footsteps of the stars. Just like now, Xingqian is in danger when she fights the Nine Tails alone for the sake of the village, and she can't do anything but pray meaninglessly here. Perhaps, I also need to become stronger. Tsunade had a determination in his heart. Lord Hoshi-chan is for the sake of the village, and resolutely stood up and transferred the Nine Tails away. How many people can do this kind of spirit? It's funny, not long ago, you were actually insulting and questioning Lord Xingqian's character. Yes, Lord Xingqian was originally a hero in the village. Who dares to slander Lord Xingqian? I didn't play with him. Shouldn't it? How can such a noble person bully the princess of the Thunder Country? There must be a secret in this. Perhaps the stars did not expect anything in return for saving the Nine Tails, but it was clear that after this incident, the previous rumors had been unfairly broken. Those who support the stars worship and admire him even more. And those who had heard rumors before and doubted him were very guilty in their hearts. Naruto-sama, what do we do now? I don't know where the stars and the Nine Tails are now. There's nothing we can do. However, Xingqian is not a reckless person. Since he dares to do this, he must have confidence. At least he can protect himself. Let's take care of the aftermath. In the boundless dark space, the stars are suspended above the river of stars. Standing opposite him was the Nine Tails with 6 tails swaying, or in other words, Juzine in an out-of-control state. It stands to reason that the Nine Tails at this time are irrational. But suddenly from Konoha, it ran to an unknown mysterious space, and it seemed to be stunned for a long time. If you can make this expression, it means that your will is still there. Nine Tails. Xingqian looked at the Nine Tails. His expression was not only fearless, but also exuded an aura that looked at heaven and earth. Unmoved, the Nine Tails just let out an astonishing roar, waving its sharp claws and shooting towards the stars. It seems that if you don't teach you a lesson, you won't bother to deal with me. Xingqian smiled coldly, and his 10 fingers intertwined, urging the power of taboo. Call. In the mysterious space, a huge force fell out of thin air, carrying a terrifying storm. Pang! Before the Nine Tails could react to what was going on, the entire face was concave, and the huge body flew out upside down. Although this blow is invisible, the heavy force can be seen. Rao is the body of the Nine Tails, and they all suffered heavy injuries in an instant. How could it be? What is this power? The Nine Tails confided the truth for the first time, with 3 points of doubt and 7 points of shock. Are you finally willing to speak? Xingqian slowly approached the Nine Tails and said lightly, return your body to Juzine, obediently sleep in her body, and don't make trouble again. There is no one in this world who can command Uncle Ben. The Nine Tails have their own pride. Not quite. Uchiha may not be convinced. Xingqian teased, I didn't know who was treated as a pet at first. Uchiha Madara. At the mention of these names, the voice of the Nine Tails became a little tyrannical. That man was the only one who terrified it, the head of the tailed beast. Those years dominated by him are hard to look back on. You are not old. How do you know about the deeds of Uchiha and Uncle Ben? The tyrannical aura of the Nine Tails calmed down and looked at the stars suspiciously. The boy in front of him is not old, but he is full of mystery. I know a lot more than you think. Xingqian said, so don't question me anything. Whatever I say, you can do it. It will only be good for you and not harmful. Let me return to the sealed state. How can it be good for me? The Nine Tails said in disgust, what I need is freedom. Xingqian shook his head and said, you are a special existence. Even if I let you go free, Konoha let you go free, other countries and villages will arrest you. So you want absolute freedom? It's impossible. As long as I lift the current seal, no one in this world can seal me again. Xingqian said with a smile, then you also overestimate your ability. This world is very dangerous. In terms of combat effectiveness alone, perhaps few people can compare with you. But the Uchiha family's chakra eye, the legendary reincarnation eye, and some terrifying forbidden arts can limit you. When the Nine Tails heard this, they were silent for a while. Although it has a high self-esteem, there are still many things in the ninja world that it fears. How? Figured it out. Xingchen hugged his chest with both hands and said lightly, actually, I have already given you face, otherwise I will forcibly reseal you, and you will have nothing to do. Can Uchiha dominate you, can't I? The Nine Tails stared at the stars for a long moment and said, you seem to think highly of yourself, but I want to tell you that Uchiha is powerful, and you can't understand it without experiencing it yourself. Even though I admit that you have a little trick, it is a world away from his pupil technique. Yes, Xingchen smiled, but he was unimpressed. The Nine Tails, after all, are just creatures of this world, unable to understand things in higher dimensions. Xingchen didn't want to deliberately defend anything, that would be too off-grade. Nine Tails, if you really insist on doing this, then I will do it. Xingchen is not bragging, and it is really not difficult for him to subdue a nine-tailed who has not completely lifted the seal. If it were me in my heyday, I would have scoffed at this threat from you. It's a pity that the seal in Juzine's body has not been lifted, and I can only exert the power of the six tails at most, and it is only temporary. Oh, Xingchen raised his eyebrows, you mean ready to admit it? This time is as you wish, but even the people of the Vortex clan can't restrain me forever, and I will always have a day to come out again. The tone of the Nine Tails was full of unwillingness, but helplessness. Obviously, it also knows that the stars are extraordinary people, and it is not a match for the stars. It's natural that you're willing to cooperate. Xingchen pressed the true power that he was about to use. Finally, I ask you a question, why can Shizuka Hakata release your sealed power? I don't know, but she has a certain breath that I yearn for, just like the breath of nature. The breath of nature? Xingchen questioned in his heart. He knew that the tailed beast was a collection of chakra, and this chakra, which in turn came from nature, belonged to the natural system chakra. Could it be that this Shizuka Hakata is really the darling of heaven? With the breath of nature on his body, he may easily obtain natural chakra, which is the most suitable person for cultivating immortal arts. Just as the stars were thinking, the chakra coat of the Nine Tails in front of him was slowly fading, gradually recovering Juzine's petite body. At this time, Juzine's whole body seemed to have been burned by fire, which was unbearable. After all, it was the powerful chakra of the Nine Tails, and Juzine's body was overwhelmed to become like this. Xingchen hurriedly went over to pick her up, and then took out a pill to feed her. However, at this time, Juzine was unconscious and could not swallow the pill, so Xingchen sent a UN force from the palm to send the pill into her body and digest it quickly. Almost instantly, Juzine's burned skin recovered, and even became like a newborn baby, radiant and radiant. It is worthy of being a high-grade elixir, and the effect is amazing. The stars marveled. Juzine woke up and regained consciousness, but his eyes were blank until he saw the stars. He asked strangely, Brother Xingchen, where is this? How do I feel that I slept for a long time? Did something happen? Nothing, it's all gone, don't think about anything. Xingchen comforted softly, if you are tired, continue to sleep for a while. Juzine nodded gladly, closed her eyes again, and fell asleep with even breathing. With the stars beside her, she felt extra at ease. It's almost time to go back. Xingchen took the sleeping Juzine and left the mysterious space. By the time I returned to Konoha, calm had returned, and everyone was involved in the reconstruction of the village, and there was not much sadness. The 3 generations of Hokage, Tsunade and others greeted them, and found that Xingchen and Jushina were safe and sound, and their hanging hearts finally fell. I really didn't look at the wrong person. The 3 generations of Hokage were very relieved that if there were no stars to make a move this time, Konoha's casualties and losses could not be estimated. Raise your hand, a half-tailed beast turned nine-tail is not difficult to deal with, and besides, I didn't fight it, and it returned to the sealed state by itself. Return to the sealed state yourself. The 3rd Hokage wondered, you have communication with the 9 tails. In fact, the seal in Juzine's body was not broken at all, but the 9 tails was stimulated and temporarily leaked power. When the time comes, it will have to go back, even if it does not want to. The 3rd generation of Hokage mused, I always feel that this 9 tails riot is not a coincidence, there may be a conspiracy. As you can imagine, this is part of the Thunder Country plan. Shizuka Hata, who is still in your custody, will definitely use this to make trouble. We can't fight this battle, and neither the Fire Nation nor Konoha can afford to consume it. When Xingchen heard this, he nodded and said, I understand, just leave it to me to deal with, I won't joke about the village. Although he has crossed over, having lived in Konoha for so long, it is impossible for Xingchen to have no feelings for Konoha. Is it over so soon? On a high ground on the edge of Konoha, Danzo looked up. The calamity of the 9 tails calmed down, and the village returned to peace, but there was more gloom in his heart. Shichi Xingchen, where is his bottom line? This person will be the biggest stumbling block on my path. On another peak beyond Konoha, Yun Shinobu, who was enjoying the show, suddenly became impatient. Damn, how could this be? The Nine Tails came so twice, and it couldn't cause any substantial damage to Konoha. There is something strange, the plan is postponed, everyone is standing still, first tell Lord Lei, and then make a decision. Xingchen stepped into the dark cell again, this time alone. Back so soon. Shizuka Hakata looked at the stars who went and returned in amazement. There seems to be no movement outside. Could it be that the Nine Tails are subdued? She had seen the riots of the tailed beasts, and both the Two Tails and the Eight Tails had caused great trauma to the Yunnan village. What's more, the strength of the Nine Tails is far stronger than that of the Two Tails and the Eight Tails. The Nine Tails riot was an absolutely devastating disaster for Konoha. But less than an hour before and after, how could the Nine Tails die down? Surprise, or disappointment? Xingchen said lightly, your plan failed. Shizuka Hata was startled for a moment, then shook her head and said, I did what I had to do, and it doesn't matter to me what the result is. Although you are a princess, don't you think that the Land of Thunder and Yunnan village are using you? Of course I know that they have never hidden anything, that is, they want me to play one last role in this limited life. Although Shizuka Hata pretended to be calm, there was bitterness between the lines. But whoever let me be born in the Land of Thunder, repay them for their nurturing grace. From now on, I don't owe anyone, but only for the last 2 months. Xingchen looked at Shizuka Hakata seriously for a while, and suddenly said, what if I can cure your disease and sell your life to me? What did you say? Shizuka Hata, who has always been as light as water, heard this, and her expression finally changed. She is full of thoughts, she can see everything, she doesn't care about anything, all based on knowing that she has little time and no cure. The future, precisely because it is unpredictable, will there be people yearning, and there will be hope. If a person's future is predestined, then it is meaningless for her to live, living according to the script every day, life is better than death. Shizuka Hata's future is predestined. She only has the last 2 months left in her life, so she is a little self-defeating, and it doesn't matter what she does. If there is any hope of surviving, it is completely different. She is not afraid of death, but this does not contradict her desire to live. Unbelievable. Xingchen said lightly, are you doubting my words, thinking that a terminal illness that even Tsunade can't solve, I can't have a way to cure it? Obviously, I have to doubt, and I have the right to doubt. Shizuka Hata looked at the stars, as if wondering, and seemed to be expecting. Well, it makes sense, your expression and impatient tone show that you actually take life very seriously. Shizuka Hata said without thinking, if you can live, who wants to die? Very good. Xingchen said, took out a milky white elixir with a rich aroma, and handed it to Shizuka Hata. I'm not very good at medicine and don't know what terminal illness you have, but as long as you eat this, no matter what kind of disease, it can be relieved. No matter how difficult a terminal illness is, it can only kill a person. But for Dandeo, even if there is a pill that brings people back to life, how can it not cure a terminally ill person? This pill is called Juting Rejuvenation Pill, it is an 8-pin pill, and the level is still above the Yin Yang Xianlong pill, which is what he got from the lottery. The function of Juting Rejuvenation Pill is to eliminate any serious injuries, terminal illnesses, hidden diseases, etc. at one time, which can be called a healing holy medicine. This, Shizuka Hakata took the elixir, feeling that although the thing in the palm of her hand was strange, it was indeed magical. But just such a small pill can cure your terminal illness? If it was really that simple, then she wouldn't have given up on herself for so many years. You don't care anyway, why not give it a try? Xingchen said, your own body knows by itself, if it really works, you will know it as soon as possible. When Shizuka Hata heard this, she swallowed the Juting Rejuvenation Pill without hesitation. Suddenly, a hot breath entered her abdomen, making her body burn like a raging fire. Gradually, however, the feeling became subtle again. This morning, Xingchen was breathing in the courtyard and tempering his body, when Tsunade suddenly came in a hurry. Xingchen, the people of the Land of Thunder and Yunnan village are here, and they are negotiating with Sarutobi-sensei, and they are threatening Shizuka Hachita, and their attitude is very bad. Xingchen stopped cultivating, but his expression did not have a trace of panic. It's been a long time since they waited, I'll solve it. Xingchen, most of them are here to target you, how are you going to solve it? Tsunade was not at ease. Xia Ling must also tie the Bell people, since you can't start a war, then there is only one person who can solve this matter. Who? Xingchen did not answer, but shouted into the void, Yuna, call her up and follow me to the conference room. Yes, Captain. In the Konoha conference room, the high level of Konoha, as well as the envoys of the Land of Thunder and Yunnan village, gathered together, and the atmosphere was depressed and tense. Hokage, I now solemnly inform you that the daimyo and Lord Raikage are very angry at your actions in Konoha. If you don't give a reasonable explanation about the princess, prepare to meet you on the battlefield. The other party is just an elite shinobi, but in Konoha's territory, Konoha's conference room, arrogantly throwing tantrums, the wicked suit first, which made the 3 generations of Hokage angry in their hearts. This matter is clearly a bad game, but they are so righteous. Moreover, there was not a trace of mention of Shizuka Hata's safety in their words, but they just asked Konoha to give an explanation, otherwise they would go to war. Apparently, they didn't care about Shizuka Hata, and were just looking for an excuse to put pressure on Konoha. But even if he knew that the other party had sinister intentions, in order to take care of the overall situation, the three generations of Hokage could only temporarily swallow their anger and try to be as calm as possible. Guys, we in Konoha are still investigating this matter, and there may be some misunderstandings. Please give some time to the daimyo of the Land of Thunder and the Shadow of Thunder, and we will be able to give an answer. Oh, joke. If you were really sincere, you should have taken action. The envoy of Yunnan village said coldly, I don't want to talk more nonsense, since it was Shichi Xingchen who bullied the princess first, and imprisoned the princess later. Then as long as you hand him over, this matter will be closed. Leave me to you, do you dare to ask for it? At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Xingchen walked in with two attendants. Both men wore masks, but they were fully armed, similar to the dark costume, but with subtle differences. You are Shichi Xingchen. The envoy of Yunnan village glanced at Xingchen, his eyes flickering. Yes, that's me, the person you're planning to deal with. The Yunnan envoy paused for a moment, and then said contemptuously, what kind of character should I be? I don't know how to be polite. This kind of occasion is also a solemn place, actually bringing his men in and out, and fully armed. How, do you want to fight? The Tuanzang who was in the column also reprimanded, Shichi Xingchen, don't think that you can do whatever you want now with a trace of power, show your might, and let your two subordinates go out. Xingchen glanced at Tuanzang, usually you trouble me, it is a private matter for the two of us. But at this time, it is best to be consistent with the outside world, so you don't add to the confusion. Mess, it's you yourself who are making a fuss. Tuanzang was not lightly angry, and Xingchen was now less and less concerned about him. Koharu and Mizuto Minion were also present, and they also frowned at the attitude towards the stars. Shichi Xingchen, although you are also a core figure in Konoha now, the minimum rules must be observed, don't let the messengers see the joke. The third generation of Hokage said with a smile, don't worry, since this matter is caused by the stars, then it is up to him to solve it, listen to his words before it is too late to discuss. Well, Shichi Xingchen, tell me about how you bullied our princess and imprisoned her. The Yunnan envoy said indifferently, these two crimes, according to the system of our Thunder Country, are enough to sentence you to death. Do you want to justify? No, I don't argue. Xingchen shook his head. Everyone was stunned, even the three generations of Hokage were stunned for a while. According to their thoughts, Xingchen must have denied these culpabilities. How could they not justify? I don't defend it, but someone helps me justify it, and that's why I brought them in. Xingchen pointed to the two behind him. They are your subordinates, let them defend you, it's a joke. The Cloud Ninja envoy smiled disdainfully. Don't rush to conclusions, you will definitely not believe my words, but you have to believe her words. Xingchen said lightly, Shizuka, come on. As soon as the words fell, one of them took off his mask, revealing a delicate and almost enchanting face. Shizuka Hata's true face was revealed, not to mention the Yunnan messenger, even the three generations of Hokage and Danzo were also surprised. Isn't Shizuka Hata still imprisoned by the stars? How could she appear here in this costume? Why, see your own princess. As for this expression, Xingchen looked at the Yunnan messenger and said, you guys came here and said that you want to get justice for your princess, but not a word mentioned her safety. The Yunnan envoy quickly stabilized his mind and snorted coldly, I believe you don't have the guts to really dare to touch our princess. Sorry, now she's not your princess. What do you mean? Xingchen said lightly, she has now joined my shadow organization and belongs to my subordinates, and from now on, she will only obey my orders alone. What? Everyone was shocked and thought they had misheard. However, Shizuka Hata, herself, always looked as usual, without the slightest change. This is undoubtedly tantamount to acquiescing to the words of the stars. Princess, what's going on? Did this kid force you? You don't have to be afraid, with us, you will not be allowed to be bullied again. Shizuka Hakata raised her eyes and glanced at the Yunnan messenger, and said coldly, go back, and tell Thunder Cage and my father that this matter is over, and Shizuka Hata's has also died in Konoha. Princess, the Yun ninja messenger was momentarily stunned. Don't leave yet, do you want me to reveal the truth of everything, and then let you be blasted out? Shizuka Hata's eyes were cold, and her expression was very serious, not at all like a joke. The Yunnan messenger knew that Shizuka Hakata was coming for real. If she doesn't go again, she will really tell the truth and help Konoha deal with them. I will truthfully inform the daimyo and Lei Ying about this, let's go. The Yunnan messenger snorted angrily and left with the rest of the people. As soon as the Yunnan envoy left, the tense atmosphere in the conference room immediately relaxed a lot, and the three generations of Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. Hokage, I've handled this matter satisfactorily, didn't cause you trouble. Xingchen spread out his hands. No, you did a great job, and it was very unexpected. The third Hokage said, and glanced at Shizuka Hachita again, wondering, it's just that she. What exactly is going on? I've made it clear, she'll be my person from now on. Are you serious? Is she the princess of the Land of Thunder? The 3 generations of Hokage still couldn't believe it. Not anymore. Xingchen didn't explain much, and said, "That's it, I'll go first, you can continue to talk if you have questions." Hoshi left the conference room, while Shizuka Hata didn't say a word, put on her mask again, and followed Hoshi with Yuna to leave. The organization of the stars is a shadow organization, and Yuna and Shizuka Hakita are also like the shadows of the stars, inseparable from each other. "Did you really take her in?" Tsunade looked strangely at Shizuka Hachita, who was standing in front of her. Compared to when she saw her in the cell, although she still had a straight face, there seemed to be something more in her eyes. At that time, she looked down on life and death, looked down on everything, and didn't care about anything. And now, at least she has the courage to face the future. Wait, how did her terminal illness get all right? Tsunade saw the problem and couldn't help but wonder. You are so close to him, but you don't seem to know him. Shizuka Hata looked at Tsunade and said lightly, "Even you are helpless for a terminal illness, but it is easy in front of him." Tsunade didn't deny this, she really didn't know much about the stars anymore. You cured her. If this is the case, then it is understandable why Shizuka Hakita listens to the stars. Well, she, like Yuna, can be my help, and the shadow organization is also short of people now. Shizuka Hata glanced at the stars and said, "Your organization doesn't accept incompetent people, right? Of course, it's better to lack than to abuse." "That's a pity, I'm not even a ninja, I don't know any ninjutsu, I'm afraid I can't help you." "You don't have to worry about this, I will let people teach you, with your innate advantages, it is not too late to start now." "You want to teach me ninjutsu?" Shizuka Hata's heart moved. "Not me," Hoshi-chen said, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade said unhappily, "Don't look at me, I don't have time." "It's not for you to teach her," Xingchen said, and suddenly turned to ask, "By the way, Tsunade, have you tried to learn Mudan?" Tsunade was slightly stunned, some of the thoughts that couldn't keep up with the stars. Why did he suddenly change the topic to Muduen? "Yes, but although I am the granddaughter of the 1,000-hand pillar, I can't inherit Muduen, I can't learn it, and the rope tree is the same. It doesn't make sense." Xingchen believes that since Mudun is a blood succession limit, it can be inherited. Why can't Tsunade and rope tree be Muduen? Or do they both actually have the potential to learn Muduen, but need some special methods to stimulate it? Grandfather's Mudun is unparalleled in the world. It's nothing if you can't learn it, I can do it if I have medical ninjutsu. Tsunade really didn't care much about Muduen. It is too early for the world to say that Mudun is such a powerful technique. Who is not red-eyed, there will always be some people who will find ways to study this technique. Tsunade was slightly startled. "If you want to say that I and rope tree are just that, how can others learn to use wood?" Of course, it is not possible to learn much by learning, but human wisdom is endless, and there is always a way to control this technique. For example, Xingchen thought for a while, but shook his head again. "Forget it, you will understand in the future, we are back to business." At this time, Xingchen's hands quickly sealed and pressed to the ground. Psychic syllable. A huge slugs were summoned. Tsunade's expression paused, not knowing what the stars summoned the slugs for. Shizuka Hata, on the other hand, was shocked. What is this thing, slimy, so disgusting?" "What's disgusting? Just get used to it slowly in the future." Xingchen rolled her eyes. "Hashito, Tsunade-sama, what's the matter with summoning me?" The slug's personality is easygoing and shy, and she is not angry because of Shizuka Hata's words. "Don't know, ask him." Tsunade looked at the stars. "Slug, take us to the wet bone forest, I want to meet the slug immortal." The slugs wrapped Tsunade, Hashito, and Shizuka Hata and led them to the wet bone forest. This is Shizuka Hata, who is not even a ninja, is surprised by the mysterious place of the wet bone forest. But then, she was startled again, creepy. Because in front of her, lying on her stomach was a slug, several times larger than the one she had seen before. "Slug fairy." Tsunade saluted the giant slug. This slug is different from the slug she usually summons. It is the body, it is a slug, and it has a terrifying history. Even the grandfather's original Hokage was no different from a child in front of it. "It's Ojun, although you signed a contract with my wet bone forest, you rarely come to me." The slug's immortal said slowly, "Why are you here today?" Tsunade said embarrassed, "It's the stars who are looking for you." "Oh, Shi-Chi Xingchen." The slug's immortal looked at the stars. It knew that under Tsunade's recommendation, Hoshi-Chen had also signed a contract with the wet bone forest, but today it was the first time it had seen Hoshi-Chen himself. "Yes, it's me." Xingchen nodded. "Then why are you here?" "Introduce someone for you." Hoshi-Chen pulled Shizuka Hata, who was hiding behind her, out. "I want her to practice with you." As soon as these words came out, the slug, Tsunade, and Shizuka Hakita were stunned at the same time. "No, I don't want to practice here." Shizuka Hata's strong objection, "Didn't you let me follow you, why did you throw me away?" Of course, Shizuka Hata, she didn't want to follow the stars, but it was better to follow the stars than to stay in this environment that made her scalp numb. "You really want to follow me so much? I'm not a decent man, a beautiful woman like you follows me all day, I'm afraid I'll do something out of the ordinary." When Xingchen said this, he naturally wanted to scare Shizuka Hata. However, to his speechlessness, Shizuka Hakata replied lightly, "Since I have given you all my life, what you want to do to me is your right." Xingchen subconsciously glanced at Shizuka Hata's perfect figure, and some kind of picture that was inappropriate for children flashed in his mind. Well, this right is saved for later. Stars. Tsunade next to him glared at Xingchen fiercely and said angrily, "What are you thinking in your head? Ahem. Be serious in front of the slug fairy and get down to business." Xingchen became serious again. "Shizuka, it is good for you to stay here and study. You're so powerful, can't you teach me yourself?" "I don't have time, and if you are taught by the slug's immortals, you will progress faster." At this time, the slug's immortal opened his mouth and asked, "Shichi Xingchen, you asked me to teach this little girl ninjutsu. Well, it's not ordinary ninjutsu, but immortal art." "Huh?" The slug's immortal showed a hint of surprise. "Do you know the fairy art of the wet bone forest?" Tsunade was even more surprised. Although she inherited the family tradition and signed a contract with the wet bone forest, she had never been exposed to fairy arts. In the entire history of the family, only the grandfather, the first Hokage, learned fairy arts in the wet bone forest. After all, the conditions for learning immortal arts are very harsh, and not everyone has that talent. Miyama Mountain, Wet Bone Forest, and Longdi Cave, the three legendary holy places, have been legends of immortals since ancient times. These legends may not be heard by ordinary people, but if you really want to investigate, you can always learn some information. For example, the original Hokage is an immortal art learned in the Wet Bone Forest, right? It seems that you know a lot, but the slug's immortal glanced at Shizuka Hata. "If Tsunade wants to learn fairy arts, I can agree. As for her, one is not a Konoha person, and the other is not even a ninja. How can I promise you? First, she is now with me, and she is considered a Konoha. Second, learning immortal arts does require some foundation, and she is weak in this regard. But isn't talent more important than foundation?" "You mean, her talent is perfect for learning fairy arts." "You are an immortal, there must be a way to verify what I said." The slug's immortal groaned slightly, and then said to Shizuka Hata, "You come here." At first, Shizuka Hata refused, but seeing Xingchen's serious look, she could only walk over aggrievedly. Approaching the moment, I saw the slugs exhaling a neon light, shrouded in Shizuka Hata. Impressively, the neon dazzles, forming a vortex in the air. Around the wet bone forest, the invisible force of nature seemed to turn into substance, gathering towards Shizuka Hata's body at a terrifying speed. "This is..." The slug's immortal was immediately shocked, and then stared at Shizuka Hata, revealing a pensive look. Tsunade dared to say that it was the first time she had seen a calm and unfazed slug fairy show such a look. It seems that the stars are not willful, and the princess of this thunder country really has something extraordinary. Well, I agree to let her stay, she is indeed the best choice to learn fairy arts. After pondering, the slug immortal changed his previous attitude. "Thank you, slug." Xingchen smiled and thanked him. Shizuka Hata, however, was not happy, but was just endlessly distressed and confused. "Whew, this matter is over." Returning from the wet bone forest, the stars seemed to be much more relaxed. "You are now majestic, and even the princess of the land of thunder has been included under your command," Tsunade said, asking, "What is the nature of your shadow organization? Can I join?" You?" Xingchen was startled, and then shook his head and said, "My small temple can't accommodate this great god of yours." "Good perfunctory answer." Tsunade said, dissatisfied, "Am I not as useful as Shizuka Hata?" "Of course not, it's just that you're different from her." "What's different?" Xingchen glanced at Tsunade and said, "Shizuka Hata, who can practice immortal arts, may surpass you in strength, which is very useful to me. But you, I don't produce the word use because you're the one I need to protect." When Tsunade heard this, it was like being struck by lightning, and he stayed for a long time before coming back to his senses. "What are you doing, suddenly saying such a thing?" Tsunade turned away, seemingly afraid to look directly into the star's gaze. This unexpected gentleness made her momentarily confused. Seeing this, Xingchen couldn't help but smile heartily. "Okay, tomorrow join me to attend Juzine's graduation ceremony." The graduation ceremony of this ninja school was originally the day after Shizuka Hata's arrival in Konoha, and the third generation of Hokage was ready to invite Shizuka Hakata and the emissary of the Land of Thunder to participate in the ceremony. However, I didn't expect that Shizuka Hata's purpose was not simple, not only framing the stars, but also releasing the 9 tails, causing the graduation ceremony to be postponed. In fact, the ninja school graduation ceremony was just a very simple ceremony, and if it weren't for Jushine's desire for him to be there, he wouldn't be interested. Hoshi-chan and Tsunade came to the venue together and were warmly welcomed by the school teacher. Coincidentally, Xingchen also met his original teacher Mui. Mui is still just a teacher at the school, still just an elite, but Xingchen is already a famous ninja who has left legends. At the beginning, he failed the graduation exam, and he still needed to retake it again with the face of Tsunade. Today, he stands with Tsunade, but people are far more in awe of him than Tsunade. Time flies so fast. Xing Chen sighed with some emotion. It's not that time flies quickly, but that you have changed too much in recent years, yes? Xing Chen touched his chin. Brother Xing Chen. At this moment, a red-haired girl in bright and clean clothes quickly rushed over and was very happy to see the stars. Xing Chen rubbed Zhu Zinei's head and asked with a smile, "How is it? Haven't you been uncomfortable in the past few days?" Zhu Zinei knew that the stars were referring to the matter of the 9 tails, and immediately replied, "No, and I feel that my strength has improved a lot." "That's good." Xing Chen's heart calmed down. "Xing Chen, Tsunade, you are here too." At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya also walked in from outside. "This little girl has to ask me to come, no way." Xing Chen shrugged. He, such a grand occasion, even if I don't ask for it, brother Xing Chen, are you embarrassed not to come? Zhu Zinei grinned. "Jiraiya, it's strange that you're here." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. She knew best that he almost never attended such occasions. Zai Lai also said distressfully, "Teacher Apefei pulled me here and said that he wanted me to accept a student." "Let you take apprentices?" Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, "It's funny, I just don't know who has such a big face and let Sarutobi-sensei invite you here. Actually, I just followed Xingchen's advice, and after observing for a while, I found that he is indeed a good seedling, worth cultivating." "Ha!" Tsunade looked at the stars suspiciously, and then at Kushina. "Could it be?" Xingchen shook his head and said, "It's not Juzine, but Bofang Shuman." "Wave Fang Shuman?" Juzine's eyes widened. "Brother Xingchen, do you know him and care so much about him? Counted as acquaintances, you are in the same class as him, how is the relationship with him?" Xingchen looked at Juzine and wanted to ask about this. If at the beginning, he and Juzine did not have much intersection, maybe he would not be so attentive to Juzine. But since he has now unknowingly established a delicate relationship with Juzine, it is impossible for him to give Juzine to Bofang Shuman again. Xingchen never thought he was great, on the contrary, his selfishness was heavier than anyone else's. For him, the people he values always come first, and any other factors can only be sidelined. Even if the original plot completely collapses because of one of his own thoughts, it doesn't matter. That yellow hair, the person is still quite good, at least he didn't discriminate against me like others. Juzine thought for a while and said, "But he and Xiaowai are very close, and the two of them have a catty look." "Who?" Xingchen didn't react for a while. "Xiaowai, my best friend, you forgot?" Juzine reminded, "In the country of whirlpools, or did you save her?" Xingchen then remembered, it turned out that the Vortex clan still had such a person. He escorted Kushina to the land of Whirlpool and rescued Whirlpool Koyi and her father, and later his family came to Konoha to settle down. Could it be that Whirlpool Xiaowai wants to come together with Bofang Shuman? That looks good. Xingchen suddenly laughed. "What dirty thing are you thinking about, laughing so lewdly?" Tsunade glared angrily. "Ahem. Not to mention this, the graduation ceremony is about to begin, and we are seated. Next is the time to enter the ceremony, the 3 generations of Hokage to give speeches, the presentation of honorary certificates to graduates, and so on. Xingchen, how about you also come on stage and say a few words?" 3 generations suggested. "To be honest, your status in the hearts of this group of students is only higher than mine." This is by no means an exaggeration. The Legend of the Stars has long been a household name, plus he is only 16 years old this year, and he has long been regarded as a heroic idol by the students of the ninja school, and almost everyone is fighting for him. "Forget it, I can fight, I'm not good at speech." The stars are not pretentious, but really can't say anything motivating. After 2 hours of hardship, the ceremony was almost over, and Xingchen stretched his waist and breathed a long sigh of relief. "It's finally over, Tsunade, let's go back." Just as the two got up, the 3rd generation of Hokage suddenly said, "Xingchen, don't rush to leave first, since Bofang Shuman is recommended by you, then meet him with us." Bofang Shuman is undoubtedly a genius, showing extraordinary talent from an early age. However, at this time, he was suddenly called over by Hokage alone, and there were 2 adults next to him, Jiraiya and Tsunade, and the idol star he had always longed for, which made him nervous. "Watergate, don't be nervous, I came to you, I told you something." The 3rd generation of Hokage went straight to the point and pointed at Jiraiya. "After you graduate, Jiraiya will also be your instructor, and he will guide you alone." "Ha!" The happiness was too sudden, and Bofang Shuman couldn't believe it. Jiraiya is also one of the 3 ninjas, and in the 2nd Ninja World battle, he fought against Hanzo, a ninja peak ninja in the ninja world, undefeated. Such a powerful ninja would become his instructor alone? Even if he didn't want to, he could only admit it at this time. And he belongs to the kind of person who does not do it, and once identified, he will be responsible to the end. Bofang Shuman became his apprentice, and perhaps he could also pin his dreams. "Watergate, the first meeting, I don't have any meeting gifts for you, just let you see a ninjutsu." Zai Lai also said, his right hand spread out in front of the wave Feng Shui gate. Immediately, the blue chakra condensed into a whirlpool, causing a wind force. Seeing this, Xingchen was slightly startled. Zilei, this guy, really took the spiral pill to teach the wave feng shui gate? Ah, is it a spiral pill? When Bo Feng Shuiman saw Jiraiya's ninjutsu, he immediately shouted in silence. Ha! Zi Lai also wondered, have you seen spiral pill? Immediately, he looked at the stars again. You taught him? Xing Chen felt funny, but still shook his head and said, no, it's also the first time I've officially met him. Then how did he know that this technique is called a spiral pill? Ask him yourself. Xing Chen shrugged, and there were some doubts in his heart. Could it be that the wave feng shui gate that has just graduated has already created a spiral pill? At this time, Bo Feng Shuiman stretched out his right hand, and at the same time covered his left hand over his right hand, constantly kneading, like rubbing balls. Whoosh! The sound of air friction came, but I saw that the palm of the right hand of the wave feng shui gate gradually condensed a trace of vortex power. However, it is a pity that Bo Feng Shuiman is already the limit to do this. Chakra has not formed, and he is also very hard and sweats a lot. It seems that Bo Feng Shuiman has long constructed the concept of spiral pills in his mind, but his ability is limited, and he can't really display the spiral pills. After all, he is different from others learn spiral pills after knowing the conceptual method, and he is creating spiral pills. Perhaps some ninjutsu are easy to learn after knowing the principles and methods, but when it was created, it must have been a very difficult process. Jiraiya-sensei, I usually finish classes, and when I am bored, I like to ponder some ninjutsu by myself, and then I propose the idea of spiral pills, but I have never been able to realize it. Bo Feng Shuiman said a little frustrated, I didn't expect that this technique was not the first I invented, and the teacher has completely realized it. You conceived this technique yourself? Ji Lai was also surprised. If Bo Feng Shuiman didn't lie, it would be terrible. A freshly graduated student has been able to come up with ideas and create ninjutsu. What a genius. It's just that why is the technique he envisioned exactly the same principle as the spiral pill of the stars, and it just happens to be called spiral pill? Watergate, I didn't invent this technique, but him. Zi Lai also pointed to the stars and said, I also saw him exert himself, so I became interested and studied it for a long time. Lord Xing Chen. Bo Feng Shuiman looked at the stars, and there was a trace of relief in his heart. If it was him, it would be reasonable to create the spiral pill before himself. Little Yellow Mao, do you know how powerful brother Xing Chen is? Zhu Xinei ran behind Xing Chen at some point, grabbed Xing Chen's clothes, and poked out his little head. Bo Feng Shuiman scratched his head, only smiled shyly. Watergate, although you haven't practiced the spiral pill yet, this technique was created by yourself and didn't rely on anyone, so there is no need to be discouraged. Having seen the stars of the original book, he still admires the fourth generation of Hokage, although he is now his junior. Well, I will work hard to become a big hero like Lord Xing Chen in the future and protect the village. Bo Feng Shuiman is really a little flattered today. These people he usually admires the most are encouraging themselves at this time. What reason does he have not to forge ahead? Before leaving, Xing Chen seemed to have thought of something again, and said to the three generations of Hokage, Lord Hokage, it is better to let Yoshina join the Shadow Organization. Now that she has graduated, I will have someone take her. The Shadow Organization has not yet taken shape, and there is no institution that specializes in training newcomers, but it should be no problem to let Unigai Juzine. Good, good. Juzine jumped up excitedly. The third generation of Hokage muttered, I don't have a problem, but I'm afraid Danzo won't agree, Tenzo. Xing Chen frowned. He asked Juzine to join the shadow, just to bring Juzine to himself, and had no other ideas. But others don't think so, especially Tuanzang. After all, Juzine is a nine-tailed human pillar force, which is not small. Danzo and Hoshi are now both real power factions in Konoha, so to speak, rivals. How could he agree to let the nine tails fall into the hands of Hoshi? Tuanzang is indeed difficult to deal with, but it is nothing more than trouble. Let him have an opinion and find me again. Juzine, come with me. Aha! Juzine was excited. At the root headquarters, Tuanzang, who has been paying attention to Juzine's dynamics, learned the news that Juzine was taken away by the stars. Master Tuanzang, Shichi Xing Chen has seriously threatened your status, and the nine tails must not be handed over to him again. The two attendants who came to pray suggested, if necessary, I think Shichi Xing Chen should be removed. Tuanzang did not show too anxious a look, his expression was calm, as if he was not worried. Shichi Xing Chen's strength is unknown, and it is almost impossible to remove him without leaving a trace. Tuanzang said indifferently, as for the nine tails, it is currently in a stable state, and it is temporarily deposited with Shichi Xing Chen, which does not matter. But, the two attendants were about to say something, but were interrupted by Tuanzang, my distinguished guest is here. When the words fell, in the dark passage, a man in white with light steps like a ghost slowly walked in. Orochimaru. The two attendants were astonished. You guys go down first, I have something important to discuss with the big snake pill. Tenzo waved his hand. Yes. The two attendants saluted respectfully and disappeared into the darkness. In the dim hall, only Tuanzang and Orochimaru were left. Tuanzang, although your place is quiet, the light is not good, and if you live in this kind of place all the time, won't you get bored and sick? The big snake pill had a hint of evil energy in his tone. I'm used to it, and you're a snake, so you should like this environment, right? Tuanzang said lightly, besides, it's not your first time to come to me, and this topic is very nutritious. It's true that it's not the first time I've come to you, but I think it's my first time coming to you as a distinguished guest. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said evilly, in the past, you were my boss, but this time you plan to divide your position in half before inviting me here? The big snake pill's presumptuousness, Tuanzang was not annoyed, and still said calmly, I know that you are not small, and the root can't enter your eyes. If you really care about power, your goal should also be in the position of Hokage. I may have thought about it before, but now I find that Hokage is not suitable for me, and I have a longer-term pursuit. Yes? Tuanzang said, and suddenly stood up from his seat. Why don't I show you my laboratory first, maybe you will like it there. After World War II, everything was in ruins, and the ninja world finally calmed down for a while, and the stars also planned to rest. The 9 secrets could not be controlled overnight, and he had only comprehended a small part of it so far. Now in his spare time, he finally has time to focus on cultivation. Of course, he did not close his doors, and still cared about the big and small things around him. Time flies, 2 years in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, the shadow tissue gradually took shape. The number of shadow organizations is still small, but each is an elite, and a large net has been opened in Konoha, pervasive, and its influence is not weaker than that of the root organization. My strength is almost at the bottleneck, and I need to look for opportunities to break through. The 9 secrets is a supreme method that cannot be induced by chakra. Therefore, star cultivation is not only to cultivate the 9 secrets, but also to absorb the heaven and earth UN power to improve the realm. In other words, Xingqian's current cultivation direction has detached from the category of the Hokage world and is not a system. If I had to define it, he was now a Sendo practitioner, not a ninja. It's been 2 years, I don't know how she is now. Xingqian remembered Shizuka Hata, and as soon as his mind moved, he summoned the slugs and went to the wet bone forest. I thought that Shizuka Hata would be very unaccustomed to the life of the wet bone forest, but it was unexpected by the stars. In the past 2 years, she has not made a little mood, and seems to have lingered in the wet bone forest. When the stars came to the wet bone forest, Shizuka Hata was sitting by the river that had no end. At this moment, she seems to be integrated with heaven and earth, so quiet and peaceful. I haven't seen you in 2 years, you have changed a lot. Xingqian smiled faintly and looked at Shizuka Hata with an appreciative gaze, unabashedly. Shizuka Hata opened her beautiful eyes and stretched lazily, showing her perfect figure, which made people reverie. Naturally, there will be some changes, otherwise wouldn't it live up to your good intentions? Shizuka Hata turned around, her bright eyes looked at the stars, revealing a charming smile, and your changes are not small, you have become more masculine. In 2 years, Xingqian has changed a lot regardless of height and temperament, and at the age of 18, he does seem more mature. That should be very much in line with your heart, right? Xingqian walked to Shizuka Hata's side in small steps, caressing a strand of her blue silk lightly, sniffing the faint body fragrance on her body, playing with the taste. When I exercise certain rites in the future, will you enjoy it more? Shizuka Hata was stunned slightly, as if remembering something, and a hint of blush appeared on her white and flawless face. Immediately, her slim hand gently wrapped around, and a majestic natural chakra condensed in the palm of her hand, and blasted towards the stars. The stars seemed to have expected it earlier, and casually blocked. Pang! The air roared, and the two retreated at the same time, widening the distance. What are you doing? The blush on Shizuka Hata's face had not yet dissipated, but she snorted softly. You should know that I am not what I used to be, and what I said at the beginning cannot be counted. No, you're crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Xingqian was very angry and said, your life was saved by me, you can practice immortal arts, but also by my relationship, now you want to pay the bill? 1 yard to 1 yard, women are originally realistic. You are kind to me, but if I am stronger than you, what qualifications do you have to have me? Xingqian raised his eyebrows. Then you mean? Shizuka Hata's hands were raised, and she was actually condensing a layer of powerful chakra momentum around her body, and the entire wet bone forest was shocked. Quite simply, if you want me to obey, show your skills and reconquer me. Xingqian rolled his eyes. Do you think that after studying immortal arts for 2 years, you have surpassed me? Although you seem to know a lot about fairy arts, you haven't actually come into contact with immortal arts, have you? Shizuka Hata said, the power of fairy arts would not have been understood without experiencing it firsthand. Yes, you seem to be swelling a little. Xingqian shook his head, very nerve-wracking. Since you think I'm inflated, then use your strength to crush me. Shizuka Hata, with a wave of her hand, a majestic momentum turned into a substantial killing intent, sweeping towards the stars. This is not any ninjutsu, just the violent flow of air caused by the use of the fairy chakra. Or rather, air cannon. Woman, it's just not tweak. The stars sighed softly, and when the air cannon approached, the figure disappeared in an instant. This speed is extreme, and the eyes can't keep up at all. However, Shizuka Hatada said lightly, the perception of immortal arts is incomparable, even if I can't see it, I can capture your movements. Wow! Shizuka Hata turned into an aurora, flew into the air, and instantly found the location of the stars, containing the fierce punch of the blue chakra. Rumble! Like a thunderous explosion, the terrifying momentum hit the four wilds, and the rock walls around the wet bone forest were destroyed. Speed, strength, reflexes, it's all impeccable, no wonder so confident. Xing Chen and Shizuka Hata, both of them are motionless, and the confrontation of strength is evenly matched. Xing Chen, Shizuka's practice in the past 2 years is not only that, you have to be careful. At this time, the slug fairy who was watching the battle between the two reminded him. Oh? The corner of Xingchen's mouth raised a slight arc, it means that you have mercy on my subordinates? I don't want to despise you either, so I'll let you see my strongest move, Shizuka Hata said, clasping her hands together. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, the thunder frightened away, and several purple patterns and runes appeared at the corners of Shizuka Hata's eyes. Purple? There is no doubt that Shizuka Hata, at this time, can be regarded as truly entering the immortal mode. However, Xing Chen remembered that whether it was Naruto, Jiraiya, or the immortal mode of the original and Yakushi pockets, red patterns would appear in the corners of their eyes without exception. Shizuka Hata's pattern, why is it purple? Rumble! The momentum that was several times more terrifying than before erupted. Shizuka Hata seemed to enter a crazy violent state, full of purple chakra lingering, stepping in the air, it would actually leave a shallow trace. Immortal Law Thunder Spear. Shizuka Hata raised her hand with one hand, and the purple chakra condensed into a thunderbolt, and then turned into an indestructible spear, penetrating towards the stars at extreme speed. At this time, Xing Chen stood in place, looking directly at Shizuka Hata, who was running away, but did not resist at all. In the extreme moment, seeing that the sharp spear was about to penetrate the throat of the stars, he suddenly stopped again. The domineering momentum disappeared, the wind and clouds dispersed, the heavens and the earth were silent, and everything returned to its initial state, as if nothing had happened. It's a pity, why don't you do it, you can almost kill me. Hoshi-chan looked at Shizuka Hata, who had regained her calm in front of her, and shrugged. You are so boring, let you play with me, and suddenly you don't move. Shizuka Hata snorted dissatisfiedly, and seemed to be a little coquettish. Aren't you afraid that I will really kill you? Xing Chen smiled lightly, there is no doubt about the use of people, and doubts are not used. Don't say that I am still stronger than you now, even if you can surpass me one day, you will only be dead to me in this life, right? Why are you so narcissistic? I am the princess of the country of thunder, 1,000 golden bodies, how can I be willing to submit to your lustful power for the rest of my life? Shizuka Hata rolled her eyes. Still thinking that you are a princess, go out with me and let you get away with it for so long, it's time to fulfill your obligations. Well, although the immortal art has not yet reached perfection, it is indeed quite boring to stay here and practice. Shizuka Hata couldn't wait to say, it's still the outside world is wonderful. Don't think I'm taking you out on a tour, it's impossible to go outside as easy as here. Hoshi-chan pulled Shizuka Hachita, said goodbye to the slugs, and returned to Konoha. But as soon as he came out, he immediately received a very bad news. During a secret mission, Kimu Shuumao fell into an enemy trap and unfortunately died. This is undoubtedly shocking and regrettable news. Konoha White Fang Banner Mushuo Shigeru, like the three shinobi, is also a legend, representing Konoha's cutting-edge combat power. When he died, the impact was significant. How so? Kimu Shuumao died in battle. Xing Chen frowned. He remembered that Kimu Shuumao in the original book was because he gave up the mission in order to save his teammates during the mission, and after returning to the village, he was discriminated against by others and committed suicide to apologize. How could it have been killed in battle? With his strength that is not weaker than the three shinobi, how can he easily die in battle? Xing Chen was very concerned about this matter and specially went to the third generation of Hokage to understand the reason. It's Lei Ying's hand. Hokage's answer surprised the stars. It's related to Yunnan village again, they deliberately targeted Konoha? The third generation Hokage nodded and said, not bad, this task taken over by Kiki Shuumao, although it is confidential, but it is not worth enough to make Ichimura no Kage personally take action, obviously Lei Kage. Before he finished speaking, Xing Chen already understood. 2 years have passed since Shizuka Hata's incident, and Yunnan village has not moved, but it does not mean that they have forgotten. Instead, they had been jealous of the incident and had been looking for an opportunity to target Konoha, but there was no breakthrough. This time, Kimu Shuumao undoubtedly became the target of their hatred. After all, Kikishuo Shigeru has an extraordinary status in Konoha, and killing him is enough to cause Konoha to suffer heavy damage. Sorry, maybe it's because of me. Shizuka Hata was very guilty. The third generation of Hokage glanced at Shizuka Hakita and shook his head. It has nothing to do with you, you are just a pawn they use, their goal now is to invade, and they want to provoke a war with Konoha. This group of guys, do you really think that the ninja world is invincible, and they are getting more and more inch? Xingqian's eyes were cold. Kimo Shuumao's death has a great impact in the village, and the situation is not optimistic. The third Hokage sighed, his face worried. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter. Xingqian said, the Shadow Organization has been established for 2 years, and it has never done a sensational thing to establish faith. Sensing the determination of the stars, the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but ask, what are you going to do? Of course it's a big move, wait and see. Xingqian said, and left with Shizuka Hakita. In Konoha village, the matter of Kiki Shuumao has received widespread attention and caused widespread discussion. This flag Shuumao is called Konoha White Fang, and he actually made such a mistake, which led to the failure of the mission and the loss of the interests of the village. That is, at that time, he could obviously complete the task, but in order to save his teammates, he actually gave up the task and ran to fight with Lei Ying, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Who does he think he is and can fight Thunder Shadow? As a result, he died in battle, and the mission failed. Don't say that, didn't he save his teammates by sacrificing himself? When a ninja performs a mission, the task always comes first, and it is unwise to abandon the mission to save your teammates, let alone such an important mission. In my opinion, this guy deserves to die. This kind of person is not worthy of being a ninja. Although Kimo Shuumao died differently from the original, the influence left behind in Konoha village is the same. It is shameful to abandon the mission to save his teammates, and everyone believes that he is not a qualified ninja. These people are excessive. Shizuka Hachita, who wandered around the street with the stars, said indignantly, do you think Kimo Shuumao's approach is right? Xingqian looked at her and asked. Of course, Kimo Shuumao must know that he can't fight Lei Ying, but he still sneaked in alone and sacrificed himself to save his teammates. Shouldn't it be admirable? But in the ninja code, when performing a mission, the task is greater than all factors. Unsympathetic rules. Fortunately I haven't brainwashed in a ninja school. Shizuka Hata disagreed. The stars suddenly appeared. Shizuka Hachita was not even a ninja before this, and rarely touched the world of ninjas. So, your thoughts are the thoughts of normal people. Xingqian sighed, the ninja world does have a lot of bad habits. You should have the same opinion as me, otherwise you wouldn't be angry because of Kimo Shuumao's affairs. Shizuka Hata asked solemnly, then what exactly is the big move you are talking about? Xingqian did not answer directly, but suddenly asked, if I want to make enemies with the Cloud Ninja village of the Thunder Country now, what will you do? Isn't my attitude still obvious? Those who stand against you are my enemies, no matter who they are. Hearing this affirmative answer, Xingqian smiled lightly, well, let's go to Yunnan village tonight. Night falls. Land of Thunder, Yunnan village. This time is really a relief, directly killed Kimo Shuumao, the legendary Konoha White Fang, but that's it. Of course, after all, the 3 generations of Lei personally shot, no matter how powerful Kimo Shuumao is, it is also a dead end. It is said that the pot has exploded on Konoha's side, people's hearts are scattered, and the loss of the trump card of Kimo Shuumao is a heavy blow to them. This is not enough. I feel that the 3 generations of Lei will take advantage of the victory to pursue, and there may be big moves recently. It's best to destroy Konoha directly, then our Yunnan village will undoubtedly be the first in the ninja world. Compared to Konoha's denunciation and frustration, Kumo Shinobi village was immersed in joy and the thrill of victory. However, they did not realize that the night crisis had quietly arrived. Above a peak, 2 figures stand condescendingly, overlooking the entire Yunnan village. Just the 2 of us, it's too risky, right? Shizuka Hata knew that Xingqian was going to make a big move, but she didn't expect it to be so outrageous, and actually planned to break into Yunnan village with 2 people? Although I have practiced immortal arts, it is not perfect. The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow is not an ordinary shadow level. Against him, I am only 2% sure. 2% sure, enough. The stars insisted on going their own way, their hands quickly froze, and a condensed chakra momentum erupted. Water curtain Tianhua. In an instant, a water barrier covered the sky, tearing the night and swallowing the darkness, as if opening an enchantment, shrouding the entire Yunnan village. Chapters toggle invert mode previous next 85, chapter 085 this, Shizuka Hata stared blankly at the water curtain in the sky, shocked. What a scale of chakra this is, it is simply even more terrifying than her fairy chakra. However, making such a big movement didn't it instantly attract the attention of everyone in Yunnan village? As if seeing Shizuka Hata's doubts, Xingqian said lightly, I didn't plan to raid, if I didn't go in an upright way, they wouldn't have learned a lesson. Fight head on, even if I can resist the Thunder Shadow, can you deal with a ninja village alone? Don't forget that Yunnan village has 2 tails and 8 tails, which are both existence beyond the shadow level. You are not the opponent of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow now, I brought you here just to let you see it, and I didn't expect you to help me. Although Shizuka Hata can enter the immortal mode, she has too little combat experience, and her actual combat power is estimated to be ordinary shadow level. The strength of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow has been shown to the extreme in the original work. Hand-to-hand combat Yao does not fall behind, the strongest defense ignores the attack of Orochimaru's shuriken, there are almost no weaknesses, and in the end Naruto opportunistically seals it. Shizuka Hata said that she was only 2% sure of fighting against Thunder Shadow, but in Xingqian's opinion, she had no chance of winning at all. So bringing Shizuka Hata this time is just to temper her. You didn't expect me to help you, you mean, you want to single out Yunin village alone? Shizuka Hata's eyes widened. No matter how strong a person is, how can he do such a thing? What's going on? What's the sky? Even if it was slack, the huge watercolored sky curtain in the sky also attracted the attention of the guards of Yunin village. There are chakra fluctuations, that's ninjutsu, there are enemy attacks, everyone be on guard. Such a large-scale ninjutsu, the situation is not right, immediately inform Lord Lei Ying. In fact, there is no need to report, the 3 generations of Lei Ying have already run out for the first time. Who came to my Yunin village to make trouble? Uncle Lei Ying, long time no see. At this time, a cold voice sounded, causing the 3 generations of Lei Ying to be slightly startled. You are, yikes. 2 figures descended from the sky, did not hide or hide, and directly landed in the encirclement of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and Yunin's guard. Although it was night and the light was not very sufficient, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow still recognized Shizuka Hata, and said in shock, you are a princess? Shizuka Hata said lightly, Uncle Thunder Cage, the princess of the land of thunder died 2 years ago, died in Konoha, and died of a terminal illness. What stands in front of you now is only Shizuka Hata. The 3 generations of Thunder Cage were silent, and he, like everyone, thought that Shizuka Hachita had died 2 years ago. After all, her terminal illness was judged to have no cure as early as a child, and even her father gave her up. Today, Shizuka Hata stood alive in front of him, and it seemed that he was still in a hostile position, which made him not good for a while. Uncle Lei Ying, don't feel embarrassed. If you have a chance, kill me. Similarly, if he opens his mouth, I will not show mercy to you or the subordinates of Yunin village. Shizuka Hata's tone was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Betraying the land of thunder for him? The 3 generations of Thunder Shadows looked at the stars. Xingqian sneered, if you don't give up on her first, why would she betray? What she owes you has long been paid, and now she should live for herself. It's for you, Shi-Chi Xingqian. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying also knew the identity of Xingqian at this moment, and said indifferently, you dare to say that you didn't use anything to bind her? That's not the point, even if I let her go free, she won't return to the land of thunder. Lei Ying glanced at Shizuka Hata, saw that she did not object, did not have any change in expression, and said instead, this is not discussed for the time being, I just want to know, what happened to your late night visit? What's going on? Xingqian sneered, don't you even have this bit of self-knowledge? As a Thunder Shadow, regardless of his identity, he personally targeted Kimushuumao, really thought that he could be unscrupulous? Shi-Chi Xingqian, don't be so naive. What is the situation in the ninja world today? You will not be unclear. Kimushuumao let me seize the opportunity, how could I let it go easily? The blame is only that he is too light on the enemy. The words of the 3 generations of Lei Ying are undoubtedly very selfish, but they are very in line with the cruel reality. The dispute between the 2 countries and the 2 villages is a political game, and it is too foolish to talk about benevolence and reason. Think differently, if it was Kumo Shinobu who had a lot of influence at that time and fell into Konoha's trap, would Konoha let him go? Apparently not. Without a good excuse, the 2 villages will not be able to fight for a while, but if there is an opportunity to weaken the other side, no one will miss it. Since you said so, there is a good opportunity in front of you. Xingqian shrugged and said, I'm right here, and I have the ability to kill me. I think my influence is only higher than Kimushuumao, right? I really have an idea. The 3 generations of Lei Ying's gaze froze, and said coldly, although you are young, you are a legend, at least worthy of the value of 3 Kimushuumao. Then the conversation ends here, let's do it. Xingqian raised his hand and seemed to be ready to make a move. Alert! Countless ninjas in Yunin village surrounded the 2 of them, showing vigilance, but they did not dare to take the lead for a while. The 3 generations of Lei Ying also frowned, not daring to be careless. Because he couldn't figure out why the stars had come here. Avenge Kimushuumao and get justice? But there are only 2 people, among which Shizuka Hakita is not even a ninja, to say that they are going to fight in seek revenge, it is really a bit fanciful, I don't know the height of the sky. Shi-Chi Xingqian is not a waste of fame, and will never do meaningless things. Don't worry that I will have a backhand, tell you very clearly, we are just 2 people. Yes, should I praise you for being brave or stupid? The 3 generations of Thunder Shadows suddenly clenched their hands into fists, and blue chakras lingered around them. It doesn't matter if you have a backhand or no backhand. This is Yunin village, why should I be afraid of you? Come on, let me see where your confidence comes from. Thunder Shadow activates the cells to form an absolute defense, and there is a flow of lightning on the body, making a whoosh sound. However, at this moment, Shizuka Hata took a step forward and stopped in front of Lei Ying. Uncle Lei Ying, Shizuka has achieved a little in the past 2 years, so let me first come and learn your lei done. When the words fell, Shizuka Hata's body erupted with an amazing momentum, and the purple immortal pattern was displayed, making her whole person look a little more enchanting. Feeling the oppressive momentum on Shizuka Hata, the expression of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow changed. Princess, is it strange that a terminally ill person of mine not only did not die, but also gained such great power? Shizuka Hata's purple chakra caused a hurricane, and 3,000 green silks danced in the wind, but her expression was cold. Princess, your father and I are both decision makers. Many things are indeed selfish. You have a reason to hate me and hate this country. 3 generations of Lei Ying expressed guilt. But obviously, if he did it all over again, he would still do it. People in high positions, they can't help themselves, and they can't be too emotional. Uncle Lei Ying, I don't have hatred in my heart, and even once, you were the person I respected the most. Shizuka Hata said indifferently. As for the opposition between you and me now, it lies in the opposition between you and him. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying glanced at Xingchen again. I admire you very much, you really made her so desperate. I really treat her, and she is naturally willing to follow me. Xingchen touched his nose and said, but those of you who have lived in intrigue and conflict of interests all your lives probably won't understand. Well, you really treat her, so are you going to take her to death today? The 3 generations of Thunder Shadows moved in their steps, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Shout! I saw a flash of thunder, and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows spanned a distance of several meters, directly appeared in front of Shizuka Hata, and smashed out with a violent punch. Rumble! The earth shattered, and Shizuka Hata hit the front, flying out like a cannonball, and crashing several houses in succession. Everything, too fast, happened between electric flint. Don't say that the eyes can't keep up, even the thinking can't keep up at all. Don't blame me for making a sudden move. In fact, I am a thunder ninja, and speed is my advantage. 3 generations of Thunder Shadows stand proudly and majestically. Everyone in Yunnan village saw the terrifying blow of the Thunder Shadow, and they were greatly encouraged, and the previous haze gradually dissipated. By the way, no matter who the enemy is, this is Yunnan village. Lei Ying personally sits in the town. Whoever comes is looking for death. Why should they be afraid? You are a frontal shot, and not a sneak attack. Of course I have nothing to say. Shizuka Hata's punch was blown away, but Xingchen's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end, and said lightly, it's just that Shizuka is a weak woman. Aren't you afraid that this punch will really kill her? This issue has been discussed before, and I'm sorry for her. But now that she is on the opposite side of the land of thunder, then I have a reason to kill her, no matter who she is. Not bad, so desperate, ruthless, worthy of Thunder Shadow. But, to this extent, it is not enough. As soon as the words fell, the ruins of the broken wall in the distance exploded, and a figure rose from the dust. How is it possible, withstanding Lei Ying's punch, unharmed? Everyone was shocked and looked at Shizuka Hata, who didn't even have a little torn clothes. She is still so magnificent, and the momentum on her body is not weak, but even stronger. Uncle Lei Ying, your strength shouldn't be only to this extent. Don't keep your hands next, or you'll lose. Shizuka Hata said, clasping her hands together and drinking lightly. Senfa glass peacock. The purple chakra around the body separated, turning into a strip of shapes, like a huge peacock opening the screen, and like the tailed beast clothes draped on the body. Is it an immortal art? I have also heard the legends of the Holy Land, but I didn't expect to see it in you. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadow looked solemn. He knew that he had to go all out. Shizuka Hakita had already undergone an amazing transformation and was no longer a weak woman. Drink! Shizuka Yata and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow moved almost at the same time, and when they first fought in the air, the fairy chakra collided with Lei done to the extreme. Thundered! The two hardly used ninjutsu, and it was all a clash of physical skills and strength. For a time, the purple sky swept across and thunder moved. In the sky, the two have completely lost their true appearance, and all they can see is a mixture of purple and white shadows. I can't believe it, that weak body can actually go head-to-head with Lord Lei Ying. Is she a monster? Originally a monster, you forgot. She can communicate with the tailed beast. But she is terminally ill. She should have died 2 years ago. How is she still alive? This kind of person, born in the country of thunder, but betrayed the country of thunder, damn it. Yes, kill her. Shizuka Hachita seems to have aroused the wrath of the people in Yunnan village. Because of her strength, there is already enough threat. She handed it over to Lei Ying to deal with. It's more than enough. We can't just watch. Quickly take down that kid. Everyone be careful. Don't look at his young age. He is a Shichi star who became famous in World War II. No matter how powerful it is, it's just one person. Everyone goes together. No need to leave a living mouth. Even without the command of Lei Ying, everyone in Yunnan village was very orderly, and soon organized a combat team of dozens of people to besiege the stars. Thunder thunder flash. Dozens of ninjas sealed at the same time, performing the same ninjutsu. In an instant, thunder shone all over the sky, and thousands of thunder chains were woven into a huge net, wanting to bind the stars. Want to rely on quantity against me, think too beautiful. Xingchen smiled disdainfully, and then jumped into the air, his hands sealed. Wind escape tornado. Suddenly, a giant tornado rose out of thin air, and it was actually its own strength, blocking the thunder that dozens of people cast at the same time. It's not good, the other party is a wind ninja, just restraining us. Anyway, that's an exaggeration. Wind cray is good, but the wind escape cast by one person can actually block a thunder escape of this scale. After all, he is Shichi Xingchen. You ninja couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of spit. They had all heard of Shichi Xingchen's name before, but they thought it was an exaggeration. However, now that I really face it, I know that the rumors are true, and even the real person is more terrifying than the rumors. Is that the end of it? The stars flying high in the sky blocked the thunder with a blow of the wind, but they did not mean to stop. I saw his right hand raised high, as if he was about to touch the water barrier that covered the sky. Water falls. At first, hearing the sound of death, high in the sky, I suddenly saw a flood pouring down, as if breaking the floodgate, and in an instant, it was already a wild wave, engulfing the entire Yunin village. What a scale! Yun ninja stared at the sky blankly, and for a moment fell into panic and despair. This catastrophic flood downpouring is not something that can be defended against at all. Everyone immediately disperse and stop casting thunder. Just as the Yun ninja crowd fell into a panic, a calm voice sounded, commanding everyone. In a blink of an eye, I saw a young man who was about the same age as the stars standing out from the crowd, showing a calmness that did not match his age. For generations of thunder shadows, when Xingchen saw this young man, he immediately guessed his identity. The son of 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and also the future 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. At a young age, he has shown enough wisdom and state of mind, and in the face of this kind of battle, he is still calm and calm. Shichi Xingchen, I finally saw you in person. If I'm not mistaken, your purpose in casting the water escape is not to destroy the Cloud Ninja village, but to prevent us from casting the Thunder Pill, right? The wind is indeed cray, but in this situation, the water is even more cray. Water can conduct electricity, flood the Yunin village, and if they cast another large thunderbolt, they will suffer even greater losses. Killing 800 enemies and self-inflicting 8,000 is undoubtedly stupid. The 4th generation of Lei Ying paused for a moment and continued, since you stopped us from casting the Thunder Dun, it means that you are afraid? In other words, you are also afraid of our power. It is worthy of being the future Thunder Shadow, able to calmly analyze the situation. Xingchen glanced at him and said with a light smile, but stopping you from casting thunder is not necessarily afraid of the power of your joint efforts. So what are you for? Give you some dignity. Dignity. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, nonsense, let me learn your ability. You, Xingchen shook his head and said, don't overdo yourself, you are not qualified enough. So I'm qualified, right? Without warning, a figure appeared behind the stars, and a heavy sweep of legs swept towards the stars. However, sweeping over, his legs passed directly through the stars and hit the air completely. The figure of the stars in front of him gradually blurred, dispersed like an afterimage, and disappeared without a trace. How could it be? Obviously the timing is just right. The attacker was very puzzled. He had already drilled through the gaps of the stars to sneak attack, and with his speed and strength, the attack should not be in vain. With such speed and strength, not weaker than the average shadow level. Who are you? The voice came from behind, and the attacker turned around suddenly, only to see the stars standing quietly behind him, staring at him curiously. VK, Fur K, Xingchen frowned slightly, 8-tailed human pillar force. That's right, I'm the 8-tailed man Zulai. So it is. Xingchen glanced at Fouquet and asked, you can't control the power of the Yaoi, can you? Fouquet sneered, are you scared? Not fear, but regret. Regret. Fouquet was slightly startled. I once captured a tailed human pillar force in Sand Ninja Village alive, and you, who can't control the tailed beast like him, think you can survive a few moves under me. What? You captured a human pillar force alive? The first time Vokai heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. As a human pillar force, his understanding of human pillar force is naturally far better than that of others. Even if the human pillar force cannot fully control the power of the tailed beast, it has a unique advantage. How difficult it is to catch alive. Even so, so what? One tail is the weakest among the 9-tailed beasts, and it is not at the same level as the power of the 8 tails. Furke quickly calmed down. No matter what a strong enemy he was in front of him, for the sake of Yunin village, he must not lose. Yes, you seem to be very confident. It's not self-confidence, but there is a reason why I have to defeat you. I won't let you endanger the village. Furke was determined, his hands were sealed, his fingers crossed, and a majestic chakra emerged. Lei Dun Kinju Doppelganger. Wow! I saw a flash of thunder, and after a brief blindness, a second focus appeared in front of Xingchen's eyes. You made such a big determination, and the result was just a thunder doppelganger. Xing Chen taunted. If one doppelganger is not enough, what about this? Fo Ke drank deeply, and the furious chakra overflowed, constantly forming thunder doppelgangers and connecting with each other. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thunder doppelgangers were created, densely packed, encircling the stars. The thunder doppelganger is different from the shadow doppelganger, and it takes more chakra in exchange for higher attack power. Hoshi Chen remembered that in the original book, Kakashi used only one thunder shadow avatar to consume almost half of his chakra and physical strength. Right now, Fogai actually created hundreds of thunder doppelgangers. How terrifying! It is worthy of the pillar power of the eight-tailed people, and on chakra alone, there is still capital to show off. When Furke heard this, he was furious. If you think that this is an ordinary thunder doppelganger, then you must be prepared to die. Thunder explosion, endless thousands. With the spell of Furke, the Ray doppelganger frantically rushed towards the stars. Shichi Xing Chen, remind you, whether you fight back or not, these thunder doppelgangers will explode. The explosion of the thunder avatar must be amazing. Hundreds of thunder doppelgangers exploded. Who can carry it head-on? Win. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is full of confidence, and he knows the horror of Fogai's move better than anyone. No one but his father could stand in his way. The thunder was so dazzling that people could hardly open their eyes. However, everyone in Yunnan village was excited, expecting that as long as the explosion passed, they would be able to see the wonderful scenery of the enemy in front of them. However, at this moment, something suddenly changed, and in the extreme thunderlight, beautiful and crystalline ice flowers were scattered, and the entire space froze. Ice. Volkage was shocked. How is it possible? Endless ice flowers centered on the stars spread around, creating ice and snow and freezing everything. In the realm of sleeve snow, whether it is a thunder avatar, an explosion, or even a light, it will be frozen. In the ice world, only a proud figure remained, standing across the sky. Step on foot. Click. The ice flowers shattered and fell, and Furke's hundreds of thunder doppelgangers were also shattered in an instant, leaving nothing left. In a trance, the stars had arrived in front of Foke, and the two were no more than a stone's throw away. So, what do you have left now? Xing Chen gently raised his hand. His movements were extremely slow, but he easily touched Foge's chest. With the touch of his fingertip, a little ice crystal quickly condensed on Foke's chest and then spread, as if to freeze VK into an ice sculpture. Foke's pupils contracted suddenly, but his body could not move. At this moment, there was only fear in his heart, only despair. The person in front of you is an invincible enemy. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow's expression has changed greatly, and Furke is an eight-tailed human pillar force, which cannot be lost. But even Furke was defeated so easily, there was no way to fight back, and he rushed up only to die. Is he a monster? Why is he so powerful like me? Pang! At this moment, a figure flew across with a strong momentum and smashed into the stars. Seeing this, Xing Chen immediately let go of Foke, and instead reached out to catch the figure, unloading the momentum from her body. How are you? Hoshi Chen asked Shizuka Hata in her hand. At this time, Shizuka Hakita was obviously injured, her expression was pale, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. I'm defeated, and the immortal arts can't deal with Thunder Shadow. Shizuka Hata, if it weren't for the stars catching her just now, she would have been more seriously injured. As expected, this is your first battle, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Xing Chen comforted softly, and then took out a pill and sent it to Shizuka Hata's mouth. Shizuka Hata, at first, didn't think much about what the stars gave her to eat, and she swallowed it directly. However, to her surprise, the elixir melted in her mouth, restoring her physical strength and trauma at an incredible speed. This is, without waiting for her to finish, Xing Chen interrupted, go to the side and rest, and leave it to me next. Shizuka Hata did not hesitate too much and stepped aside. Shout! At this time, another extremely fast figure covered in lightning flew in, and with a casual blow, shattered the ice covering Fogai's body, and coldly frowned at the two of them. Shichi Xing Chen, although she has learned immortal arts, she is still too tender, and it is too small to expect her to deal with me. Xing Chen glanced up at the three generations of Thunder Shadow and found that there was no trace of scars on his whole body, and even chakra was not disordered, which showed that he was completely victorious over Shizuka Hata. It is worthy of the three generations of Thunder Shadow, the strongest attack, and the strongest defense, not a waste. The third generation of Lei Ying looked indifferent and said, not only that, I also have the fastest speed. Fight, you can't win, escape, you can't escape the same. At this time, Foke also seemed to take a reassuring pill, and his fear of the stars was reduced by a few points. Lord Thunder Cage is a person who can fight completely with the 8 tails alone, and the body of Thunder Dun has the strongest attack, the strongest defense, and the fastest speed, and is the strongest person standing at the peak of the ninja world. If he makes a move, Shichi Xing Chen will definitely lose. If the Flying Thunder God does not come out, the Crane Guardian Shield does not come out, you can really be regarded as the strongest defense and the fastest speed. Xing Chen chuckled, but from the moment I stepped into Yunnan village, it was destined that your strongest would become a thing of the past. The third generation of Lei Ying's face did not change color. Are you saying that you can break my defenses, or surpass me in speed? Want to try it? Xing Chen's eyes flashed, and then a sharp kunao appeared in his hand. Ku Wu, the third generation of Lei Ying said contemptuously, my Thunder Dun armor can't even break through S-level ninjutsu, do you expect Ku Wu to pierce it? Ku Wu is not taken out to attack you, but a technique, Xing Chen said, and suddenly threw Ku Wu out. The sharp Ku Wu flew towards the three generations of Thunder Shadows at an extremely fast speed, but did not stab at him, but flew over his head. Huh? The third generation of Lei Ying frowned. He didn't think that the stars couldn't even shoot Ku Wu. Lei Ying, pay attention, it's about to start. Xing Chen's eyes narrowed, and then the brilliance flashed, and he disappeared in place. Almost at the same time, he appeared above the head of the three generations of Thunder Shadow, and his right palm reached down and slammed on Thunder Shadow's body. Pang! As strong as the three generations of Thunder Shadows, he didn't have the slightest time to react, and he was impacted by a huge force and was shocked back several steps. How could it be so fast? The three generations of Thunder Shadows finally changed color, and their eyes were tightly fixed on the stars. No matter how fast a person is, when moving, it is also a process. Even if his eyes can't see clearly, he should be able to find clues. However, just now, he did not touch any trace of the movement of the stars, as if it was directly transferred from one place to another, and there was no process of moving in the middle. No, you are space ninjutsu. The three generations of Lei Ying quickly reacted. Praise you again, you got it right. Xing Chen shook the kunao in his hand, and said a little hanger, no matter how fast you are, can you be faster than space ninjutsu? So that's the case, but the Flying Thunder God technique needs the technique mark to locate. As long as I stop your Flying Thunder God from being powerful, it is also empty talk, right? The three generations of Thunder Shadow saw through the weakness of the Flying Thunder God at a glance. Although the Flying Thunder God is a space ninjutsu, it is indeed not invincible. As the three generations of Thunder Shadow said, the need for magic marks is the biggest weakness of Flying Thunder God. If the other party has destroyed your mark before you cast the Flying Thunder God, then the Flying Thunder God cannot be cast at all. And excluding this weakness, Flying Thunder God is still not invincible. Because even if the Flying Thunder God can move instantaneously, if your own movements are not faster than the opponent's reaction and movement, you will also lose. It's like in the original book, the fourth generation of Hokage uses the Flying Thunder God against the six paths of Obito. Even if the fourth generation Hokage teleports behind Rokido Obito, it will still take time when the fourth Hokage attacks Rokido Obito. During this time, it was enough for Rokido Obito to react and fight back before the fourth Hokage touched him. This is a gap in absolute strength, and the Flying Thunder God cannot make up for it. Flying Thunder God is not an invincible technique, it has its weaknesses, I don't deny this. But just because you know weaknesses doesn't mean you can crack them. Xing Chen pointed to the Ku Wu in his hand and said, haven't you noticed, just now there was a Flying Thunder God technique on Ku Wu, but now that the technique has disappeared, it is just an ordinary Ku Wu. When the three generations of Lei Ying heard this, their expressions changed again. Lei Ying should know that you didn't destroy the Bitter Supreme technique at all. Since it was not destroyed, how did it disappear? Xing Chen paused for a moment and said with a smile, maybe it didn't disappear, but it was transferred to another place. At this time, the three generations of Thunder Shadows seemed to have sensed something, pulled the clothes in front of their chests, but were surprised to see that a circle of black runes appeared on their chests. You actually left a spell on me, but I couldn't detect it, and I really underestimated you. The three generations of Thunder Shadow looked solemn, and the strength of the stars was beyond his expectations. But even so, just when you can move to me anytime, anywhere, and attack me by surprise. But you can't even break my defenses, let you move, if you attack, it will be in vain. You're so confident. Xing Chen said lightly, you claim to be the strongest of the three, and now the speed has been compared to me. Then, even your defenses and attacks are broken together. Then I will respond to your arrogance and activate the Thunder Armor to the extreme, although it costs chakra a lot, but the opponent is you and cannot give you any chance. The three generations of Thunder Shadow said, their footsteps suddenly sank, the ground shattered, and a thick layer of Thunder Armor was added to their bodies. The defense can even be strengthened. Shizuka Hata was shocked. The previous Thunder Armor could already ignore her immortal attacks. Now, the Thunder Armor is urged to the extreme. What is the concept? Don't give me any chance. Xing Chen shook his head and said, I don't need you to give alms yet, because no matter how much you strengthen your defenses, in front of me, it will be like a void. Arrogant. The three generations of Thunder Shadow were furious. He honored Xing Chen as an opponent and had gone all out, but Xing Chen seemed to look down on him at all, making him feel insulted. Since it is useless to talk more, then I am not polite. Shocked, three generations of Thunder Shadow condensed a large number of chakra on the tip of the index finger, forming a spike. This is the Hell Spurt, and it is also the strongest spear form with one finger, which is the strongest attack of Thunder Shadow. A book. Xingqian's heart moved, and he threw out the Kuwu in his hand. Kuwu no longer has the flying thunder god technique, and this throwing is just an ordinary throw. The 3 generations of thunder shadows did not dodge, condensing Chakra's fingers and gently poked. Bang! The sharp bitterness broke without a sound and turned into 2 pieces. Senseless attack. 3 generations of thunder shadows mocked. Don't get me wrong, it's not to attack you, it's just that this thing is in the way, and it's just lost casually. Xingqian joked, and then said seriously, but next, according to your strongest move, I will also show a little strength. After all, there was a lot of delay, and it was almost over. When the words fell, the stars once again triggered the forbidden power of physical strength, and the majestic momentum instantly turned the heaven and earth upside down and overturned Xianhuang. 9 Secrets, Battle Saint Law. The secret of the fighting character first appeared in the dust, and the breath of the stars became completely different, mysterious, and sacred, as if it could group the heaven and earth. Whether it was the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, Fokai, or countless ninjas in Yunnan village, they all felt an extremely strong sense of oppression rushing to their faces at this moment, and they couldn't help but give birth to a sense of trembling. Honor your strongest move. In the astonished gaze of the 3 generations of Lei Ying, Xingqian made exactly the same movement as him, his index finger stretched out, and his fingertips condensed a majestic power. This is a book, are you imitating my tricks? Imitation is too low-end, maybe evolution is better. The secret of fighting words, the fighting holy law, can evolve all attacks in the world. How simple is a ninjutsu? Imitation or evolution? With my tricks, it is impossible to knock me down. The 3 generations of Lei Ying said so, but there was still a bit of vigilance in their hearts, because he knew very well that compared to the strongest defense of his thunder armor, the strongest attack of a book was slightly better. In other words, a single hand can break through the defense of the thunder armor. However, he was very sure that Xingqian was temporarily imitating his moves, and it should be impossible to exert a complete power, then his thunder armor could still resist. Come on, Shiqi Xingqian, I'll let you know how stupid your idea is. Well, that's the last resort. After dragging on for so long, Xingqian was not interested in continuing to play. Under the night sky, but see the gods flash. Through the distance of time and space, the star appeared next to the 3 generations of thunder shadows, and a single hand slammed into the 3 generations of thunder shadows. Although he knew that he would be instantly approached when he was labeled as a flying thunder god's technique, the 3 generations of thunder shadows had no choice. With the speed of Xingqian's shot, it was impossible for him to dodge this attack. Since you can't dodge, you can only hard connect and block it by defense. Laugh at. In an instant, a hand and the Lei Dun armor collided together, sending out violent friction. Shiqi Xingqian, your time of death has arrived. At this time, the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed Xingqian's wrist, restraining his movements. It's a pity that you failed to break through my defense in the first place, and now you who are rashly approached, but passive. When the opportunity comes, how can the 3 generations of Lei Ying keep their hands? 1 hand, 1 kill. The tip of the index finger, the majestic chakra condensed, and the strongest spear of the stars stabbed out towards the chest of the stars. However, when it was said, it was fast. Obviously he and Lei Dun armor were deadlocked, and the stars that were grabbed by Lei Ying's wrist, and the book condensed by his fingertips suddenly expanded by 1 point, forming a matchless sword chi, easily cutting through Lei Dun armor and penetrating into Lei Ying's body. Poof! Blood spilled and stained the night sky. Ah, how could it be? Lei Dun armor was forced, his body was penetrated, and Lei Ying suffered unprecedented heavy damage, and he continued to bleed. Not to mention the attack, even the figure cannot stand firmly. Father, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows rushed up desperately. Impossible, the thunder armor was broken in an instant. What kind of move is that? Furkay stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Although Xingqian's starting style was very similar to a book of hands, the outstanding sword chi at the end was not a book at all. He could see very clearly that even if he wanted to break through the Thunder Dun armor, it would take a certain amount of time. And in this extremely short time, it was enough for Thunder Shadow to fight back. Just at the moment of the attack, that inexplicable sword chi instantly broke through the thunder armor and seriously injured the Thunder Shadow. Lei Ying, you have lost. The stars stood quietly, looking at the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow who were still bleeding and needed support to barely stand, with an indifferent expression. The 3 generations of Lei Ying's chi and blood gradually weakened, but they already knew it in their hearts. He is proud of himself all his life, speed, defense, attack, the 3 strongest. However, in the confrontation just now, Xingqian crushed his speed one after another, defeated his defenses, and unleashed attacks that were far stronger than him. The strongest of the 3, all became a joke. Father, you are very injured, don't talk. The 4th generation of Lei Ying was anxious. I'll take you to heal your injuries right away. However, the 3rd generation of Lei Ying shook his head and looked at the stars. I lost. What are you going to do? What do you think? Xingqian raised his eyebrows and said lightly. The 4th generation of Lei Ying blocked his father's body and said angrily, don't be arrogant. My father saw that you were young and let you, so he fought with you alone. What do you think this place is? If we went with my father just now, you would have lost long ago. Then I shouldn't be blamed, only that you are too light on the enemy, right? Xing Chen said lightly. Besides, even if you go together, it won't change the ending. Try it over there. Our Yunnan village, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, has not finished speaking, but it is blocked by the third generation of Thunder Shadow. Shichi Xing Chen, so many ninjas in my Yunnan village are not vegetarians. If they really want to fight, they will only lose both. I know that you are here just to seek justice for Kim Shuumao's affairs, and there is no need to meet in life and death. Xing Chen raised his eyebrows. Then what do you think should be done? You leave first, I'll give you an answer in 2 days. How? Well, believe you once. Xing Chen was very crisp, turned to Shizuka Hata, and said, you're almost recovered, let's go back. Shizuka Hata stunned slightly. Could it be that when he was fighting on the side, he was still thinking about the recovery of his injuries? Then again, after taking that pill, the injury he suffered happened to recover at this time. Well, it's okay, then let's go. Xing Chen and Shizuka Hakata left together, and the Yuninju immediately felt that the oppressive atmosphere had decreased a lot. It was obviously just two people, who made a big fuss in Yunnan village, and even injured Lei Ying, and finally flew away. No one dared to pursue, some just rejoiced to send away the Grim Reaper. How ironic. Father, just let them leave like this. How will our Yunnan village gain a foothold in the future? And how will we become the #1 ninja village? The third generation of Lei Ying smiled bitterly and shook his head. There are people outside the people, and there is a sky outside the sky. Konoha is guarded by Shichi Xing Chen, and our Yunnan village can only be a supporting role forever. He's just one person anyway. The fourth generation of Lei Ying was still unconvinced. He thought that the overall strength of Yunnan village today was far better than Konoha. How could he say such frustrating words because of a Shichi Xing Chen? In the face of absolute power, it is not okay to disobey. At the beginning, the original Hokage also single-handedly subdued the 4 ninja villages, and no one in the ninja world dared to offend Konoha. Shichi Xing Chen will undoubtedly become the second original Hokage-like existence. You believe in Lei Ying so much, what if he just delays the army and waits 2 days to heal his injuries before paying the bill? Shizuka Hata didn't understand what the stars were doing. Don't worry, as long as Lei Ying is not stupid, he will not be untrustworthy. And from now on, as long as the 3 generations of Thunder Cage are still in power, he will never dare to offend Konoha again. The stars are full of confidence. Shizuka Hata seems to understand whether or not to understand. Perhaps the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow who have been hit hard have a deeper understanding of the strength of the stars than anyone else. Indeed, it is too unwise for a person or a village to be an enemy of him. With the footsteps of the two, when they returned to Konoha, it was not yet dawn. Shizuka Hakita has been living in the wet bone forest for 2 years, and in Konoha, she doesn't have a place to live, so Hashida can only take her home. Although he lives with Tsunade Hoshi-chen, there are still many rooms in the house, and it is not a hindrance to live one more person. Unfortunately, Tsunade and Naoki are not at home, and they must have gone out on a mission. For 2 years, he spent almost all of his time in retreat, rarely seeing Tsunade and not knowing how they were doing. It turns out that you and Tsunade live together, so you are not just a teacher-student relationship, right? Shizuka Hata actually doesn't know anything about the past of the stars. She knew that Xing Chen and Tsunade had a close relationship, but she always thought that it was just a teacher-student relationship. I became an orphan since I was a child, and Tsunade's parents accepted me, so I lived with Tsunade Ropaki since I was a child, and I have always been a family. Family, do you mean siblings, or some other relationship? Shizuka Hakita gossiped. Xing Chen gave her a blank look. Be pure in your heart, don't think about it. You can stay here in the future, the room on the north side is still empty. Well, it's convenient too. Shizuka Hata was not at all restrained, and said cheerfully, good night then. The next day, the 3 generations of Hokage, who learned of the return of the stars, personally came to find them, and the two talked for an afternoon. On the 3rd day, the messenger of Yunnan village came to Konoha again, causing a sensation for a while, and was blocked outside Konoha village. After all, in the name of signing a peace treaty, Yunnan village came to Konoha to make trouble, frame the stars, and create the 9 Tails Rebellion, which caused Konoha to suffer heavy damage. And not long ago, Lei Ying killed Kim Shuumao, which was even more infuriating. The new hatred and the old hatred made the people of Konoha no longer have half a good impression of Yunnan village. In the end, the 3 generations of Hokage personally came forward to solve the dispute and let the Yunnan messenger enter the village. Amazingly, after the envoy of Yunnan village entered the village, the first person to go was in front of Kim Shuumao's tombstone, repented and publicly apologized. Immediately, the 3rd generation of Hokage also personally addressed Kikishua Shigeru, gave Kikishua Shigeru the highest respect and evaluation, and named him the hero of Konoha. This change has puzzled most people. Why did Yunnan village suddenly apologize and repent for Kikishuomao's death? Why did Kikishuo, who betrayed the ninja code, be highly praised by Naruto and become a hero? Desperate to save his companions, Kiki Shuumao is a hero, a true hero. Finally, under the admiration of Hokage, someone stood up to support Kiki Shuumao. The human heart is like this, like to be driven by the big trend. When someone took the lead in praising Kimu Shuumao, most people gradually recognized him. You didn't hesitate to break into Yunnan village and seriously injure Lei Ying, just for such a result. Shizuka Hata felt that Xingchen was making a fuss. She also thought that Yunnan village would come up with some compensation, but the result was just to send a few people to Konoha to apologize. Xingchen seemed to be very satisfied, and said with a smile, "This is the best compensation, don't just look at the surface. This matter is not only related to Kimu Shuumao, but also plays an influential role in people's concepts." As for the night attack on Yunnan village, except for the 3 generations of Hokage, Xingchen did not mention it to others. As for Yunnan village, it is even more impossible to take the initiative to mention it to the outside world. After all, even Lei Ying has been seriously injured by people, and if it spreads out, it will inevitably become a joke. After a few days of rest, Hoshi-chan returned to the Shadow Organization with Shizuka Hata. "Captain, I'm about to go find you." Yuna suddenly appeared. Although Xingchen's status is now detached, Yuna still used to call him Captain. In the past, Yuna was inseparable from the stars, and she was there wherever the stars went, and even if the stars went home, she would stay in the dark place of the stars' house. However, Xingchen handed Juzine to Yuna, and Yuna mainly tutored Juzine, and occasionally took Juzine out to practice. "What's going on?" Xingchen asked. "Is it about Juzine?" "Nope." Yuna shook her head. "It's about Project Star." Project Star. Shizuka Hata glanced at the stars suspiciously, and just by listening to the name, she knew that it was related to the stars. Xingchen explained, "The Shadow Organization is still developing, so it needs to bring in some talent, so I prepared this plan 2 years ago. In a 2-year period, a group of talents will be trained. Now that 2 years have passed, it should be the time for that group of people to graduate, right? This training program is authorized by Naruto, and the Shadow Organization can select seed players from all the ninjas in Konoha village to cultivate. In the 2-year period, if you have excellent results within these 2 years and meet the recruitment standards of the Shadow Organization, you can join the Shadow Organization and officially become a member of the organization." At present, the Shadow Organization has become the most mysterious and respected organization in Konoha, and people yearn for it more than the root and dark parts. First, the recruitment standards of the Shadow Organization are extremely strict, and it is a supreme honor and affirmation to be recognized by the Shadow Organization. Second, the founder of the Shadow Organization is Shichi Xingchen. The name of the human tree, the shadow of the tree, a name, a legend. "Yes, Captain, today is the day when the 10 people who successfully passed the assessment graduated. Maybe you need to go over." Xingchen nodded. The star plan was proposed by him, and as a result, he didn't care much for 2 years. Now that the plan has entered its final moments, he will not appear again, and it seems impossible to say. "You guys have only trained 10 people for 2 years, which is too little, right?" Shizuka Hata was speechless. She had never seen such a harsh recruitment standard. There were more than 200 people who participated in this program, and in the past 2 years, these 10 talents have stood out. The philosophy of the Shadow Organization is that it is better to lack than to abuse, and there are not many people. It seems that I still have quite preferential treatment, and I didn't know anything at the beginning, so I went through the back door and joined the Shadow Organization. Shizuka Hata laughed. Compared with the more than 200 people who have struggled for 2 years and are still eliminated, she doesn't know how lucky she is. Perhaps meeting the stars is the luckiest thing in her life. Just so you know. Hoshi-chan glanced at Shizuka Hakita and said to Yuna again, "Is the ceremony started? Let's go together." Compared with the graduation ceremony of the ninja school, the graduation ceremony of the Star Project was much cooler, with only a few people in charge and the 10 ninjas who stood out. But when the stars appear, the atmosphere immediately becomes different. Lord Xingchen. Everyone present was inexplicably excited, especially the 10 new ninjas. It was very meaningful to them to see the stars at this special moment. Are they the newcomers selected by the Star Project? Xingchen glanced at the 10 people standing neatly in front of him. All 10 of them wore masks, but Xingchen could see that they were probably around 16 to 25 years old, very young. "Yes, Lord Xingchen, this is the information of the 10 of them." A person in charge handed a stack of forms to the stars. Xingchen took it and began to browse. Satoshi Yamanaka, Shi Mu Yi, Nara Aki Tao, Hinata, Ha. Xingchen suddenly paused. Hinata. The name, despite being the first time he had seen it since crossing over, was all too familiar to him. Hinata's twin brother and the father of future Hinata Ninji. He actually participated in the star plan and became one of the 10 newcomers? It's fun. Xingchen Wanner smiled, but did not move, and let Hinata stay in the Shadow Organization, which was good. Hinata didn't ask him, but the next person made him unable to calm down. Mikato Uchiha. Xingchen didn't expect that among these 10 people, there were 2 people he knew, and one of them was actually Mikoto Uchiha. When he escorted Juzine to the land of Whirlpool, the two fought together. During World War II, Hoshi-chan stayed with a group of graduates, and Mikoto Uchiha was among them. So Sing-chen and Uchiha Mikoto can be regarded as ordinary friends, even if they don't say that they are particularly familiar. Sing-chen put down the list, his gaze swept over the 10 people again, fixed on a tall man, and then walked over. Mikoto, don't mind taking off your mask and showing it to me. Sing-chen smiled. Came a slight coquettish cry from under the mask, like the shyness of a girl's heart being discovered. For a while, all the eyes present were also focused on her, making her subconsciously lower her head. But soon, she plucked up the courage again and slowly took off her mask. Under the mask, a beautiful and familiar face is revealed. Although the female university has changed 18, Mikoto Uchiha has indeed changed a lot in the past few years, but the stars can still be recognized. Star. Hoshi-sama. Uchiha Mikoto lowered her head again, and Hunzia stained her neck, and her voice trembled, which showed that she was very excited at this time. Sing-chen was speechless. Won't it feel too awkward for you to call me like this? Hoshi-chen didn't quite understand Uchiha Mikoto's reaction. They used to be together, they could still communicate normally, how come they hadn't seen each other for a few years? She saw that she was stammering. Usually strangers call him adult, which is a kind of respect. But Mikoto Uchiha called him like this, which made him unable to adapt. So what should I call you? Mikoto Uchiha glanced up at the stars. Just call me by my name as before. But you are the founder of the Shadow Organization, and I am just a newcomer who has just joined, and my status and identity are different. Do you want to join the Shadow Organization so much? The stars are strange. Uchiha Mikoto comes from the Uchiha family, and even if she does not join any organization, she can have a good development environment. For the arrogant Uchiha family, the Shadow Organization may be dismissive of such strict selection conditions. Of course, I worked hard for 2 years just to join your organization, Mikoto Uchiha said with certainty. If that's the case, you just have to talk to me. Although Sing-chen has always emphasized that the Shadow Organization would rather lack than abuse, if his friends want to join, it is still okay to open a back door occasionally. Moreover, Uchiha Mikoto's strength is definitely elite, and her results are second among the 10 newcomers, second only to Hinata. I want to prove myself through my own efforts. Uchiha Mikoto became shy again, even with a hint of inexplicable joy. When Sing-chen said this, it showed that as long as he opened his mouth, he would accept himself, which was undoubtedly an affirmation. That's right, I support you, the Shadow Organization welcomes you to join. Well, thank you, Hoshi-sama. Uchiha Mikoto still couldn't change her words. Sing-chen shook his head helplessly, and then walked back. Yo, it's amazing, kidnapping a girl who has lost her foot. Shizuka Hata snickered softly. Say what? Sing-chen rolled her eyes. Can't you see that the nervousness and shyness she has when she faces you is absolutely unusual? You think too much. We have fought together before, we are friends. You also know that it was before, and now you are different. In the eyes of many people, you have already been deified, and it is normal to worship you and idolize you. Shizuka Hata looked like you didn't understand the girl's heart and said, maybe people are not trying to join the Shadow Organization, but just to be closer to you for 2 years, not necessarily. When Sing-chen heard this, he was slightly startled, and then glared at Shizuka Hata. Don't talk nonsense, just tighten. Good, I don't talk nonsense, but time can't be turned back. If you miss something, you can only regret it. Shizuka Hata's tone was very emotional, as if she was persuading. It seems that your previous experience has also made you understand a lot of life philosophy, Sing-chen said angrily, but his eyes subconsciously glanced towards Uchiha Mikoto. What follows are some ceremonies to join the Shadow Organization, declare allegiance, grant numbers, and so on. After a brief walk, the ceremony is over. Where are we going next? Shizuka Hata stretched lazily. Anyway, you're okay, accompany me shopping to relax, right? Sing-chen was speechless. You are my entourage, how can there be a reason for the master to accompany the entourage to go shopping? Don't be like this, although I am your entourage, I am also a woman, can I have some fun? Shizuka Hata said coquettishly in a crispy tone. Star's goosebumps fell to the ground, ignoring her, but walked towards Mikoto Uchiha, who was about to leave. Hoshi-sama. Uchiha Mikoto tensed up again. Don't be so restrained, it's noon, let's go out for dinner together. Mikoto Uchiha was immediately stunned, thinking that she had misheard. The stars invited her to dinner? I know the action, and the children can be taught. Shizuka Hata frowned on the side, as if to say, this is all my credit. Don't listen to her nonsense, let's go. The stars couldn't help but be embarrassed. Mikoto Uchiha didn't know what Shizuka Hachita meant, so she could only follow behind the two, full of cranky thoughts. On the street, Hoshi-chan and Mikoto Uchiha seemed to have their own thoughts, and neither spoke much. Fortunately, Shizuka Hata is very active, looking at the bustling and lively streets, she can always talk non-stop, otherwise the scene will probably be very embarrassing. Mikato. At this moment, a young man walked up to him and greeted Mikato Uchiha, and then his gaze fell on the stars. Shichi Shin-chan. Shin-chan glanced at the young man and said lightly, Uchiha Fugaku, long time no see. Uchiha Fugaku, however, did not have the kindness that acquaintances had not seen for a long time, but instead snorted coldly and said to Uchiha Mikato, Mikato, come back with me. Brother Fugaku, Uchiha Mikato did not move, but looked at the stars. Uchiha Fugaku, I'm going to dinner with Mikato, if you don't mind, you can go together. For Uchiha Fugaku's attitude, although Shin-chan felt inexplicable, it didn't matter. In the past, although he had met Uchiha Fugaku a few times, he did not get along very well. In comparison, he admired Hinata more. Shichi Shin-chan, I forgot to tell you something, Mikato is my fiancé. Uchiha Fugaku directly provoked, and his tone was unceremonious. When Uchiha Mikato heard this, her heart suddenly tightened, and she lowered her head, her expression a little gloomy. Shin-chan raised his eyebrows, but still calmly said, so, what do you want to emphasize? I'm emphasizing, please stay away from her in the future. I'm afraid it's hard, Mikato is my person now. What did you say? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were cold, and he clenched his fists angrily. Uchiha Mikato trembled slightly. She joined the shadow organization. Even if she was a subordinate of Shin-chan, it was not wrong to say that it was his person. But saying this in front of Uchiha Fugaku seems very ambiguous. The two were originally a little incompatible at most, because this sentence was immediately filled with gunpowder. Did he say that on purpose? Shichi Shin-chan, don't think that everyone is afraid of you. No matter how you cover the sky with one hand, you can't control my Uchiha family. I thought you would be angry at the crown and want to single me out. Shin-chan smiled disdainfully. Uchiha is indeed not under my jurisdiction, but I really want to forcibly intervene. You Uchiha are not enough to see. You Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were bloodshot, and a wave of anger and humiliation welled up from the bottom of his heart. The proud Uchiha family, how has it been so despised? This is a great insult. However, at this time, he was alone. No matter how humiliated he was, he did not have the courage to dare to fight with Shin-chan. The boy in front of him, who was 2 years younger than him, was no longer something he could compete with. Still don't dare to do it. Shin-chan said sarcastically, should I say that you are a nest, or should I praise you for being able to flex and stretch? Shichi Shin-chan, don't go too far, I am the next head of the Uchiha family, even if the Hokage will honor me for 3 points. Uchiha Fugaku was a little hysterical. Wait until you become this head of the family and show off in front of me, you are not qualified now. Hoshi-chan didn't want to waste any more time with Uchiha Fugaku, and said lightly, Mikato and I still have to go to dinner, don't get in the way. Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, and no longer fought with the stars, and turned to Uchiha Mikato, Mikato, follow me back. Uchiha Mikato hesitated for a moment. What are these two men going to do, gambling with her? It is obviously just a small matter, but it has become the current situation of not dying endlessly. She knows very well that no matter which side she chooses, she will deeply hurt the other party, and there is no possibility of turning back. Uchiha Fugaku has a marriage contract with her, and they have grown up together since childhood. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are childhood sweethearts. As for the stars, oh, Sister Mikato, these two men are really hateful, I have to give you such a problem. Shizuka Hata became restless again, and sighed, Sister can't help you, she can only remind you that men sometimes want face. Your choice may cause irreparable damage to one of them. When Uchiha Mikato heard this, she bit her lip, her thoughts very confused. Sister Mikato, it's actually not that difficult to choose, is it? Shizuka Hata, this handsome guy has a marriage contract with you, or the next patriarch of Uchiha. If you disobey him, you will face a storm. And Shin-chan is just a boss of yours, even if you break off relations with him, it's nothing, isn't it? That seems to make a lot of sense. Uchiha Mikato asked herself, she and Shin-chan actually have nothing at all. Since childhood, it was only those few exchanges. Is it difficult to refuse him for the sake of his father's expectations, for the future of the family, for Uchiha Fugaku, who has cared for her since childhood? Finally, Uchiha Mikato took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. However, before she could speak, she suddenly felt a warmth in her palm. Suddenly looked up, but saw that Shin-chan came over at an unknown time and grabbed her with brute force. Stars. Uchiha Mikato was slightly stunned. Finally shouted right once. Shin-chan smiled slightly, don't misunderstand me, I just want to invite you to dinner, not what you choose, just follow me, don't think about the rest. Without asking Uchiha Mikato's opinion, Hoshi-chan directly pulled her forward, ignoring Uchiha Fugaku, who was still standing in place. Not to mention that Uchiha Fugaku hadn't reacted yet, even Shizuka Hata's was stunned for a moment. I thought this guy didn't get the hang of it, it turned out to be a veteran, I'm really worried about it. Shizuka Hata patted her forehead and immediately followed. Although the stars are strong, Mikato Uchiha does not seem to struggle, so she lets the stars hold hands. Soon, the two walked into a restaurant and asked for a private room. Really come to eat, do you still have an appetite? Shizuka Hata suddenly appeared. Why don't you have an appetite? Shin-chan asked rhetorically. You look at Sister Mikato, her face is red when you grab it, and the heartbeat of this will be estimated to exceed 200. Shizuka Hata's teasing, Uchiha Mikato felt even more ashamed, just sat there with her head down, not saying a word. It was okay, but I was embarrassed by what you said, right? Shin-chan picked up a cup of strong tea on the table and took a sip. It's all like this, what's so embarrassing, that Uchiha Fugaku is probably still standing there stupidly blowing the wind. Shizuka Hata gave a thumbs up to Mikato Uchiha and said, Sister Mikato, really temperamental, good. Although Uchiha Fugaku is your fiancé, obviously you don't like him, and the marriage contract between you should only be a relationship of interest between families? Uchiha Mikato hurriedly said, no, I have always had a good relationship with brother Fujoku, but it's not a relationship between a man and a woman, I just treat him as an older brother. As for the marriage contract, obviously, this is tantamount to tacitly acknowledging Shizuka Hachida's statement that her marriage contract with Uchiha Fugaku is indeed based on family interests. In order to maintain a good bloodline, the Uchiha family basically intermarries within the clan, especially Uchiha Fugaku, who is the next head of the family. The marriage contract between Mikato Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha was made early based on this premise. Your actions just now have completely hurt him, no matter how good the relationship will break, not to mention brothers and sisters, even ordinary friends have nothing to do. It was obviously the stars just now, said Mikato Uchiha, suddenly blushing again, but his eyes indicated that he was innocent. Shizuka Hata chuckled, don't be silly, the stars will only give you a step down at most, so that you don't personally hurt Uchiha Fugaku. If you don't want to, can he force you not to do it? This time Uchiha Mikato did not refute because she knew that her mind was all seen through by Shizuka Hata. Although she has always stressed in her heart that she has a marriage contract with Uchiha Fugaku, she has nothing to do with Shin-chan. But if she really wanted to open her mouth at that time, I am afraid that she would still follow the stars. It's not a matter of a meal. Women, always emotional animals, are sometimes often irrational. Although she and the stars do not have much intersection, she has always had some beautiful longing and yearning in her heart. Despite the opposition of her father and family, she participated in the star plan and joined the shadow organization, not because of how promising the shadow organization was, just because this is where he is. Hey, don't you show that. Shizuka Hata pushed the stars in annoyance. Whether this guy is pretending to be stupid or really stupid, he doesn't say a word after coming in. Just now, in front of Uchiha Fugaku, he forcefully took Uchiha Mikato away, acting like a veteran of the love scene. How can he look like an idiot now? What does it mean? Shin-chan took a sip of tea, touched his stomach again, and suddenly shouted, Boss, serve, I'm hungry. Poof. Shizuka Hata fell down on the table. Uchiha Mikato looked at the stars with clear eyes, the corners of her mouth unconsciously slightly hooked, and there was a sense of satisfaction in her heart. It seems that the beautiful vision of the past is now displayed in front of his eyes, within reach. It wasn't until the evening that Mikato Uchiha returned home. In the yard, the father was walking back and forth, seemingly in a hurry. Uchiha Mikato took a deep breath. She knew that her father had probably learned about the noon, but since it was already so, she had the courage to bear the consequences. What's more, she doesn't regret it. Father, Uchiha Mikato called softly. Mikato, you're finally back, where the hell have you been all day? Uchiha-kun said with a cold expression, Fugaku came to me just now, do you know what he said? Uchiha Mikato bit her lip and said, Father, I just went to have a meal with Shin-chan, it was brother Fuya who made a fuss about himself. Have a meal from noon to evening. Uchiha-kun said majestically, besides, Fugaku is your fiancé, whether it's making a fuss or making a fuss, no matter what the reason, you should first stand in his position and consider for him. Father, I have always just regarded him as an older brother and asked me to marry him, I really have a hard time accepting it. Mikato Uchiha spoke from the heart. At least you still regard him as an older brother, which means that you have a very good relationship, so what do you think of Lord Shin-chan? Uchiha-kun suddenly changed his previous attitude and asked curiously, you ignored Fugaku at that time and followed Lord Shin-chan away, which means that in your mind, Lord Shin-chan's status is higher than Fugaku's, right? Mikato Uchiha was immediately stunned and looked at her father suspiciously. Uchiha-kun smiled and asked, to be honest, do you really like Hoshi-sama? Uchiha Mikato blushed and said shyly, Father, what do you say? What's so shy about this? Which girl doesn't have a spring heart? Lord Shin-chan's martial posture, a genius, it's normal for you to like him. Uchiha Mikato was even more embarrassed, but surprised again. Father, aren't you angry with me? How come? My daughter has such a good eye, why should she be angry? But, weren't you strongly opposed to me joining the shadow organization before? Uchiha Mikato was puzzled. At that time, how did I know that you and Lord Shin-chan had such a relationship? You told me earlier, I was too late to be happy. Uchiha Mikato, who was originally ready to accept a storm, felt a little unreal at this time. Father, in fact, Sing-chan and I can only be regarded as ordinary friends at most, not the kind of relationship you think. What an ordinary relationship. Lord Sing-chan takes care of all kinds of opportunities, but he has time to accompany you all day. It can be seen that he values you very much, and you have a great opportunity. Uchiha thought for a moment and said, and in this regard, you can take the initiative. Even if we haven't reached that point yet, sooner or later it will come to fruition. Uchiha Mikato's heart jumped suddenly. Her father actually encouraged her to pursue the stars. This reversal is too fast, right? Father, but brother Fuyu sighed, you don't care about Fuyu, neither you nor Fuyu may really realize what kind of position Lord Sing-chan is in today. Uchiha Mikato was slightly startled, but he heard his father say seriously, it is no exaggeration to say that he is worthy of the entire Uchiha family to give everything to bother. The Uchiha family is the #1 family in Konoha. Even if it is Hokage, it is necessary to give 3 points and treat each other with courtesy. However, his father said that the entire Uchiha family needed to tie up the stars. Does this mean that the stars have surpassed Hokage in their eyes and status and influence? Shichi Sing-chan, I won't let you go. Uchiha Fugaku was angry at the moment, and for the first time in his life, he hated a person so much. Above his pupils, the mysterious 3-hooked jade appeared, and the pupils turned blood red. Because of anger, the eyes seemed to have a stronger latent energy to penetrate the body. Signs of evolution. But at this moment, a voice came and interrupted all this. The person who came was Raiwachi Uchiha, the father of Uchiha Fugaku and the contemporary patriarch of Uchiha. Fugaku, are you still angry because of Mikato? In front of his father, Uchiha Fugaku gradually regained his calm, and the Sangyusha chakra eye also returned to normal. Father, you already know. Of course, I not only know about your conflict with Shichi Sing-chan, but also know that you went to Mikato's father. Uchiha Raiwachi looked at Fugaku and said, and the answer he gave you is that the marriage contract has not yet taken effect and Mikato can have her own choice, and he supports Mikato's choice. Why is this so? Does Uncle Kun really want to promote Mikato and Shichi Sing-chan? Uchiha Fugaku said unwillingly, Father, I can't let this happen. My marriage contract with Mikato has been known to the entire Uchiha family, and it is impossible to annul it. Uchiha sighed and shook his head, nothing in this world is impossible, the annulment of the marriage contract is just a few days of shame, it's not a big deal. Uchiha Fugaku was slightly startled, incredulous, Father, are you too? If Mikato really came together with Shichi Sing-chan, I won't stop it, I will only promote them. What? An irrepressible anger once again surged in Uchiha Fugaku's heart, even Father, you are not on my side. Uchiha was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, let me tell you something, this matter is still known to only a small number of people, it is about Shichi Sing-chan. What's going on? A few days ago, Yun Shinobu came to Konoha to apologize for Kimushu Umao. Do you know why? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, I'm also wondering, Kimushu Umao, who Lei Ying personally killed, was obviously aimed at him. Why did he publicly apologize a few days later? Nature cannot be a discovery of conscience, it can only be forced by helplessness. Helpless, Uchiha Fugaku wondered. Well, if you don't do this, I'm afraid Yunin village will already be removed from the 5 great ninja villages. Uchiha Raiwachi said seriously, and all this was done by Shichi Sing-chan. What? This? What the hell is going on here? Simply put, it was Shichi Sing-chan who single-handedly broke into Yunin village and seriously injured 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. If they don't compromise, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow will definitely die, and even if the Yunin village is not completely destroyed, I am afraid that it will be crippled and reduced to a second-rate ninja village. When Uchiha Fugaku heard this, it really felt like a fantasy. When she came to report on the Shadow Organization the next day, Mikato Uchiha was in a particularly relaxed mood. Because she no longer has restraints on her body, she can pursue the life she envisions. Mikato, congratulations! A middle-aged ninja came over and congratulated her. This person is the main person in charge of the Star Project and the instructor of Mikato Uchiha for the past 2 years. Uchiha Mikato was puzzled. Instructor, congratulations on what? After getting along with you for so long, I didn't know that you and Lord Sing-chan were old, and if you were too strict with you when you were training in the past, I hope you don't care. The middle-aged ninja said bitterly. Instructor, don't laugh. Uchiha Mikato was embarrassed, we are just ordinary friends who met when we were children. Don't lie to me, Lord Sing-chan has already looked for me just now. The middle-aged ninja said, your future mission is to protect Lord Hashito, that is, the guard, step by step, just like Miss Shizuka. This, if it weren't for knowing that middle-aged people are always serious and never joke, Uchiha Mikato would never believe it. Mikato, this is a great thing, wouldn't you be reluctant? Of course not, I'm naturally willing, it's just her purpose in coming to the Shadow Organization was just to get closer to the stars, and it was enough to see him occasionally. Being his guard, following him all the time, seems a little dreamy. Although I rank second among newcomers, this strength alone is not enough, right? Mikato Uchiha suffers from gains and losses, and she is simply not worthy of this position. Mikato, you still don't understand. The middle-aged ninja was speechless. Do you think that with the strength of Lord Xingqian, someone needs to protect you? Uchiha Mikato was slightly startled. Lord Xingqian's current strength, not to mention the invincible ninja world, at least there are few opponents, so he doesn't need any protection at all. The reason why you are his guard is obviously just to be close to you. Leaving the Shadow Organization base and walking towards a forest to the east, Uchiha Mikato was both nervous and uneasy. She was still thinking about what the instructor had said. Soon, he came to an empty meadow. On the grass, several familiar figures were talking and laughing, and they were happy, as if they were a family. Mikato knows all these people. In addition to the stars, there are Shizuka Hata, Yuna, and Uzumaki Shine. Mikato, come here. While Mikato was still hesitating, Hoshi-chan seemed to have spotted her long ago and called her over. Hey, Sister Mikato. Juzine was pleasantly surprised, and seemed to be familiar with Mikato, and ran over happily. Xingqian was surprised and looked at Yuna. When I teach Jishine, I occasionally take her to the venue of the Star Project and let her train with those members, and Jishina and Mikato have known each other for a long time. Yuna explained truthfully. So that's it, that's fine. Xingqian nodded. With the living treasure of Jishine, Mikato was finally able to relax a little. Brother Xingqian, when you said you want to wait for someone to come together, do you mean Sister Mikato? Kushina pulled Mikato over and asked the stars suspiciously. Well, I originally planned to let you be a companion, but I didn't expect that you had known each other for a long time. You have been practicing in retreat for 2 years, even I forgot. Of course I don't know how I met Sister Mikato. Juzine said angrily. I'm practicing in retreat, not to improve my strength to protect you, I have to take a long-term view. Xingqian said, took out 4 pills, and handed them to the 4 people, 1 for each person. What is this? Jishina took 2 and gave 1 Mikato. You'll know when you eat it. Shizuka Hata and Yuna also took 1 each, and the former looked at it for a long time and asked, last time I was injured, you gave me this to eat, right? No, although the appearance is the same, the variety is different. Xingqian said, don't eat now, you will eat when you go back. Because after eating this, the body may have some symptoms and need to take a bath. So what do we do now? Zhao Sina asked. I'm going to teach you ninjutsu myself. Okay, I'm going to learn ninjutsu from Brother Xingqian. Juzine said cheerfully. Can I learn too? Mikato asked hesitantly. Of course, Yuna and Shizuka both have the ability to protect themselves, so the main thing is to teach you and Jushine. Stars. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Several people heard the prestige, but saw a lewd uncle and a handsome young man walking towards the side. It's Jiraiya and Watergate. The stars were unexpected. Jiraiya-sama. Mikato also saluted Jirei. Huang Mao, what are you doing here? Juzine looked at Bofeng Shuman. Bofeng Shuman was still very shy, and scratched his head awkwardly. Teacher Zilei brought me to find Master Xingqian, saying that only he can solve my confusion. Oh, Xingqian was curious, what's going on? Zilei also immediately said Watergate has completely mastered the spiral pill, and is even more proficient than me. However, he was not satisfied with this, and he had been trying how to add the chakra attribute to the attributeless spiral pill. Let the spiral pill undergo a property change. Yes, that's it. Jiraiya nodded. I also tried it, but it doesn't seem to work. You invented this technique, so I took him to you. Xingqian thought that Bofeng Shuman was indeed a genius among geniuses, and others were learning ninjutsu by drawing scoops from boards, and he knew how to think and create. Watergate, you currently master several attributes of chakra. 3 kinds, wind, fire, and thunder. Watergate is in front of the stars, almost as restrained as Mikado. Well, you look carefully, Xingqian said, stretched out his right hand, and condensed a spiral-shaped chakra in his palm. This is the initial spiral pill, and Zilla is familiar with Watergate, so there is nothing to be surprised about. However, immediately afterwards, when the attributeless spiral pill slowly emitted a piercing cutting sound and expanded violently, transforming into a huge shuriken form, everyone was shocked. This is Rao couldn't help but exclaim, it's such a powerful change in the nature of the wind. This is the technique of Fengdun fusing into the spiral pill, called Fengdun Spiral Pill Shuriken. Bofeng Shuman stared at the wind-escaped spiral pill shuriken with blazing eyes. He had been trying the technique for months, and now it was truly displayed in front of his eyes. As for Thunder Dun, Fire Dun, or the rest of the nature changes, similar to Feng Duan, as long as you can control the Wind Dun spiral pill, the rest of the nature changes will be easier. Xingqian said, his palm changed, weathered into thunder, and used the Thunder Spiral Pill Shuriken. For a moment, the blazing white light covered people's eyes, and the flickering thunder and lightning revealed a suffocating, terrifying tension. Well, that's awesome. Bofeng Shuman is completely dumbfounded. Such a terrifying technique can actually be switched at will, which is undoubtedly the performance of using chakra to the extreme. Demon. Zilai couldn't help but mutter, his heart was very unbalanced. Hey, Wang Mao, will you pick the time? At this time, Juzine said dissatisfiedly, Xing-Chen was about to teach us ninjutsu, but you came to participate in the kick, do you want to line up? Bo Feng Shuman said weakly, I'm sorry, I don't know that. Change again. Wait, Xing-Chen shouted, Watergate, since you are here, let's go together. I'll teach you later when the nature of the spiral pill changes, and now you can stay and study with them. Is that okay? Bo Feng Shuman was pleasantly surprised. Well, you're better suited for this technique than Kushina and Mikado. Since Watergate hasn't learned the art of Flying Thunder God yet, it's better to teach him now. Having said that, he seems to be more like the teacher of the fourth generation of Hokage than Jiraiya, and Orochimaru and Flying Thunder God were taught by themselves. Since the rise of the Star and Shadow organization, the root organization of Tuanzang has been much more low-key. Perhaps, it is not low-key, but it is covered by the light of the stars, and there is nothing to do. In the laboratory of the root organization, an experiment that had been combined by Tuanzang and Orochimaru for 2 years had finally been declared successful today. Is this the original cell? Tuanzang shook his powerful arm, and when his mind moved, his arm turned into a growing tree. Big Snake Pill, you said that I who have the primary cell and Shichi Xing-Chen will have a battle. What is the probability of winning? Next to him, the Big Snake Pill quietly leaned against the wall and said calmly, obviously, the probability is 0. Receiving this answer, Danzo was neither shocked nor annoyed, and said equally calmly, it means that he has grown to the same level as the original Hokage. That's not necessarily, he and the first generation who is stronger, for the time being, but the first generation of semi-adult bodies is certainly not his opponent. The Big Snake Pill said, your body has a certain rejection of the primary cells, and the ability to obtain wood is extremely limited. Shichi Xing-Chen, when did he start to be born? Tuanzang looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and seemed to be deep in thought. It's not just you who are wondering, probably everyone is just like you. Orochimaru smiled evilly, if he had the opportunity, he would be a very good research subject, but unfortunately he is beyond my control. Maybe there will be a chance, maybe not. Tuanzang said deeply. Oh, Orochimaru said with interest, you still don't want to fight him. Temporary weakness does not mean permanent failure, I am just waiting for an opportunity. Then you have to be careful, although Shichi Xing-Chen is young, his heart will not lose to anyone. If you fail to design him, the person who dies will definitely be you. If you miss an opportunity because of fear, then how can it be a big thing? Tuanzang said indifferently, what's more, I don't do it easily, once I do it, it will be a sure kill. Then what do you think Shichi Xing-Chen has any weaknesses, and what can give you an opportunity? Being too sharp is his weakness. Tuanzang said, the stronger his ability, the more people will be afraid of him, and Mu Xiu will destroy him in the forest wind. You're really unscrupulous. I don't think you're going to report to Shichi Xing-Chen, are you? That depends. Orochimaru laughed evilly, but if you really kill him, try to leave the body behind. His corpse may be as valuable as the original Hokage. Xing-Chen began to teach the art of Flying Thunder God to Jushine, Mikado, and Watergate, and although the three of them are studying hard, in terms of talent, Watergate is much stronger than Jushine and Mikado. It almost took only half a month for Watergate to control the preliminary technique of the Flying Thunder God, as if it was specially tailored for him. As for Jushina and Mikato, although the progress was a little slower, under the careful teaching of Xing-Chen, it was not all for nothing. 2 months later, a shocking news spread throughout the ninja world. The third generation of Thunder Cage died of a serious illness, and his son succeeded the fourth generation of Thunder Cage. Xing-Chen was also surprised when he heard the news. In the original work, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow died in the Third Ninja World War, single-handedly fighting tens of thousands of troops of the land country, and died of consumption. Does it have anything to do with me? Xing-Chen shook his head helplessly. He had no intention of killing 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, although it caused him heavy damage last time, it was not fatal, and he could recover after a month or 2 of rest. However, he missed a little. The third generation of Lei Ying is a strong person, and he has suffered not only physical trauma, but also dignity and pressure. Perhaps unwillingly, or worried about the future of Yunnan village, the injuries that could have been cured accumulated into diseases, getting worse and worse, and finally died. It seems that he has formed a mortal feud with Yun Ren, and the 4th generation of Lei Ying probably won't give up. But it doesn't matter, the ninja world has one less Cloud Ninja village, and it will not collapse. Xingchen's meaning was obvious. If the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow had to come to provoke him, he didn't mind really destroying Yunnan village. The death of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows has a huge impact on the surface, and secretly, it is even more turbulent. Tuanzang, the opportunity you are waiting for seems to have come, don't let me down. As if smelling delicious, Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his tongue. Although that little devil doesn't conflict with me, his secret attracts me. Root Organization Base. Shichi Xing-Chen, temporarily forbearing, just looking for a chance to kill with one blow. This will be our last confrontation, and your presence is too much of a hindrance for me. Tenzo got up from his seat and walked out. On the same day, 3 generations of Kazekage, 3 generations of Tokage, 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, and Hanzo received the same secret letter. As Hoshi-chen approached Hokage's office, the 3 generations of Hokage were examining a letter in his hand with a serious expression. Suddenly looking for me, what's the matter? Sing-chen asked. See for yourself. The 3rd Hokage handed the letter to the stars. Sing-chen took it, glanced at it quickly, and then frowned. Sand Shinobi Village is provoking trouble again. Of course, Sing-chen was not afraid of the Sand Shinobi Village, but felt strange. The loss of Sand Shinobi Village in World War II is not small, and it should still be recovering, and they dare to provoke, is it when they do not exist? Not only Sand Ninja Village, but also the shadow of Yun Ninja Village. The 3 generations of Hokage said, I sent out a reconnaissance team before, but in the end, they all disappeared, and I'm afraid they have all perished. Leave it to me, maybe it's not just Sand Shinobu and Yun Shinobu, the general team can't handle it. Sing-chen didn't expect that the 4th generation of Lei Ying really had the courage to come to him. Could it be that he was too kind last time? You have to be careful, I always feel that this time things are not simple. I'll keep an eye out. The stars returned to the Shadow Organization, ready to deploy this operation. Okay, I can finally go out on a mission, Juzine said excitedly. I didn't intend to bring you. Sing-chen rolled her eyes. Jushina immediately stopped doing it, and shouted, no, I'm going, why can Sister Mikato go? But I can't go, she is now my personal guard, responsible for protecting me, and of course following me. The stars said of course. I can protect you too. Juzine patted her fledgling chest and said, I'm very powerful now, no worse than Mikato's sister. As soon as these words came out, both Shizuka Hakita and Mikato couldn't help but smile. Hey, what's so funny? I'm serious, okay. Okay, you don't know him yet, he's just teasing you. Shizuka Hata chuckled, if you had to follow, he wouldn't refuse you. With you as a living treasure along the way, the atmosphere will be much better. Really? Juzine looked at the stars expectantly. Don't speculate on my thoughts, we are going on a mission this time, not a tour. Sing-chen glanced at Shizuka Hakita helplessly, can you be serious? I have fairy arts, Mikato and Jushina can fly Thunder God, even if they face the shadow level, they can protect themselves and will not drag you down. Shizuka Hata blinked, just take us through it. Okay, let's go together, let you see the battle of the strong level. Sing-chen finally agreed. He knew that this was most likely a game against him, and the enemy had calculated that he would be the pillar of Konoha and would take charge of such a tricky task. However, the stars have always known that there are tigers in the mountains, and they prefer to go to the Tiger Mountain. Danger, he hardly thought about it. Even if the 4 shadows besieged him together, he would only smile disdainfully. 10,000 steps back, even if he really encountered danger, he was confident that he could leave safely with Juzine and them. Why not really think of it as a tour? When the 4 of them came to the front, they found that it was a mess, and there were traces of the battle everywhere, but there was no figure. Of course, the fact that the eyes can't see doesn't mean that there really is no one. It's really not a small battle. After glancing around the stars, he suddenly smiled coldly. This bureau turned out to be a little unexpected to him. Brother Sing-chen, what are you talking about? Juzine looked confused. Shizuka Hata was the first to react and immediately entered immortal mode, and her powerful perception emanated out, looking for enemies hidden in the secret. At the same time, Mikato's eyes also opened, and the eyes of the 3-hooked jade writing wheel reflected. This, Shizuka Hakita and Mikato also seemed to have discovered something, and their expressions changed slightly. Brother Fuyu, Mikato's first discovery was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. Mikato, I didn't know that your Sharingan had grown to this extent. The figure flashed, and Uchiha Fugaku descended out of thin air and landed opposite the 4. Brother Fuyu, why are you here? Mikato was puzzled. Sing-chen said lightly, obviously, it won't be here to support us, probably to fall into the well, right? Uchiha Fugaku looked away from Mikato and landed on Sing-chen. Shiki Sing-chen, in fact, I am very reluctant to come to this step, you forced me. Design today's bureau so that you have no place to die. Uchiha Fugaku, you. Mikato pulled out the ninja knife behind her back and looked at Uchiha Fugaku coldly, I won't let you get your wish. Mikato, you and I have been childhood sweethearts. For him, you actually pulled a knife on me. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was cold, but under the coldness, there was deep anger and hatred. I just treat you as an older brother, and there is no conflict between you and him, but if you have to target him, I will not show mercy. When you say this, is it the position of the subordinate protecting the superior, or the position of the woman protecting the man? Mikato, who is usually shy and weak, was uncharacteristically at the moment, and blurted out, what if I say I have both? The last glimmer of hope in Uchiha Fugaku's heart was shattered, and Mikato was already tacitly acknowledging that she liked the stars. Then you will die with him. Uchiha Fugaku's face became hideous, and his eyes turned blood red. Sing-chen stepped forward, stopped Mikato behind him, and said coldly, Uchiha Fugaku, don't put gold on your face, you don't have the courage to design me, let the mastermind behind the scenes come out. Shichi Xinchen, it seems that you can't wait to go to the prefecture to report. When the words fell, a familiar person appeared in front of the four people with methodical steps. I knew it was you. The stars laughed. Tunzo, Mikato and Kushina exclaimed at the same time. How come it is not the Sand Ninja Village and the Cloud Ninja Village that target the stars, but all the people of Konoha? I am afraid that the conspirators who will not be chaotic in the world. It is really unfortunate for Konoha to have a master like you. Shizuka Hata sneered and scoffed. Princess Shizuka, don't say that, after all, we also worked together to design Shichi Xingchen, have you forgotten? Tuan Zhang said indifferently. I was ashamed of him, so I gave my life to him. And if you owe him, you will also pay it with your life. When the past was mentioned, Shizuka Hata, who felt guilty about the stars, suddenly had killing intent, and the immortal mode broke out, rushing directly towards Tuanzang. The same immortal mode as the original Hokage. Shichi Xingchen really gave you a lot of preferential treatment, no wonder you are dead set on him. Tuanzang did not dodge, and his face did not change color, but you are still too tender. Shout! As soon as Tuanzang's words were finished, a cannonball hit at a gallop. This ferocious momentum made Shizuka Hata dare not be reckless for a while, and retreated to the side of Xinchen. Rumble! The ground exploded, raising a storm. At first glance, the shell turned out to be a man with dark skin full of thunder and lightning. Are you? Shizuka Hata stared at the man in shock, and even Xinchen couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It's time to call you the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, right? 2 months gone, you have really changed a lot. The man in front of him is the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow who has just taken the throne, but what makes Xinchen and Shizuka Hakata strange is that 2 months ago, he was still a young man, but this will already be a big change. Dark skin, unusually burly body, and the calm temperament that does not match his age. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadows was as sharp as an eagle, staring at the stars deadly. It's a hatred, but it's a firm conviction. Shichi Xingchen, today I want you to pay for your father's life. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow did not explain much, but it was clear that the death of the third generation of Thunder Shadow stimulated him. Hate is the best hormone for growth. Reasonably, I have shown mercy to your father. If I had the heart and could kill your father on the spot, do you think he could struggle for 2 more months? Xingchen said coldly. That means I still have to thank you. The fourth generation of Lei Ying laughed sarcastically. That's not necessary, but before your father died, he must have warned you not to seek revenge on me. I don't want you to become unfilial and go against your father's last wishes. Mess, if the revenge of killing the father cannot be repaid, how is it different from the beast? I didn't say you can't take revenge, but at least you should have the corresponding strength, and not rush to die. Send to death? Shichi Xingchen, you can't help but take the shadows too lightly, right? If there is no absolute certainty, do you think so many of us will act rashly? As expected by the stars, 2 more familiar faces appeared. Pepperfish Hanzo and 3 generations of Wind Shadows. Shichi Xingchen, long time no see. The hatred of the stars of the 3 generations of Wind Shadow is no less than that of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. What a long-lost face, all arrived today. Xingchen couldn't have imagined that Tuanzang really had such a big hand. In the face of so many shadow-level powerhouses, Shizuka Hakata is okay, and Mikato and Jushina are a little flustered. Obviously, they will become a liability. At most, they will deal with Uchiha Fugaku, and if they encounter the rest of the shadows, they will be killed in seconds if they are not careful. Shichi Xingchen, the shadow level of the entire ninja world is almost half. You don't have the same kind of treatment. Tuanzang said indifferently, so even if you die here today, you should have no regrets. Tuanzang, are you sure you're not playing with fire and setting yourself on fire? Shizuka Hata snorted coldly. If it weren't for the 3 of us becoming a burden, even if you went together, you wouldn't be his opponent. Not to mention whether you lifted him up too much, and now I don't give you a chance to hypothesize. We just want him to die, and the process doesn't matter. Then you also have the ability to kill me. Although Xingchen felt that the situation at this time was not yet at an urgent point, he still decided to send Kushina and Mikato away for the sake of safety. As long as there is no worries, he is not afraid of any more shadow levels. Shichi Xingchen, I guess you're retreating now, right? Tuanzang rarely squeezed out a smile, but it was so cruel. But after dealing with you for so long, will I not be wary of your tricks, and I won't let you get your wish. At this moment, a short figure appeared in the sky and flashed into the sky. Although it is a little mean, in order to deal with you, I will not hesitate to compromise the means. As the words fell, a blazing circle of light fell, shrouding the 4 people of Xingchen, Jushine, Shizuka Hata, and Mikado. Dust escape origin realm stripping technique. The powerful force added to the body, as if it had the power to devour the heavens and the earth, disintegrating the 4 people's bodies inch by inch. Xingchen already knew that the 3 generations of Earth Shadows would also participate, so he had been watching out for his dust. Among all the shadow levels, only dust is worth his embankment. This technique is impossible to resist even Shizuka Hata's immortal mode, let alone Kushina and Mikado. At the first time, Xingchen wanted to use the Flying Thunder God to take the three away, but a thought flashed in his mind. Between the electric light and flint, he grabbed the void instead, and immediately released a gentle force, enveloping the three of them. The light of the dust flickered, and in an extreme moment, heaven and earth returned to nothingness. In place, the four stars had disappeared, leaving nothing. Was it successful? There was a stalemate at the scene for a moment, and Uchiha Fugaku was the first to ask, and he seemed to be a little unbelievable. Tuanzang, Hanzo, Wind Shadow, and Thunder Shadow glanced at each other, and then looked at the Earth Shadow in the sky. Onaki, how? The three generations of Earth Shadows floated in the air and said proudly, my dust escape, even Shichi Xingchen has no possibility of survival, they have been decomposed by me into dust between heaven and earth. Are you sure? The fourth generation of Lei Ying will be suspicious. Everything seemed too smooth. Shichi Xingchen was powerful, he had seen with his own eyes, as strong as his father was not an opponent. Did such a strong man comparable to the original Hokage fall like this? My dust is a blood-stain elimination beyond the blood succession limit, and the power is not something you have never seen. Suchikage's tone was unquestionable. Well, Shichi Xingchen is not dead, and we will see soon. Tuanzang said roundly, if he is not dead, with his personality, all of us here will be the object of his revenge. The third generation of Wind Shadow sneered, it seems that everyone is in the same boat now, so we better expect him to die. Otherwise, you should understand what the consequences will be. Even the shadow-level powerhouses couldn't help but spend the next 3 days in fear, they were afraid to hear any news that Shichi Xingchen was not dead. However, for the next 3 days, the ninja world was calm and waveless. Shichi Xingchen, this mythical name, really disappeared from the ninja world. Immediately, Shichi Xingchen was ambushed at the border of the Land of Fire, and the news of his unfortunate fall shook the entire ninja world. Countless people regretted, and at the same time there were countless surprises. At this point, a new chapter has opened in the ninja world, and a turmoil that had been suppressed has surfaced again. P.S. The protagonist is too strong, so you need to create some accidents, otherwise you will directly sweep the ninja world, and the plot will not unfold. The protagonist is definitely not dead, but instead of flying thunder gods, he went directly to another space, and encountered some accidents, and needed to delay for a while to return. It won't be long before a chapter transitions. When the protagonist returns, it is a new situation, in line with the plot mode. In the moment of being shrouded in dust, Shizuka Hata, Mikado, and Kushina all thought that they were going to die and subconsciously closed their eyes. However, after waiting for a long time, there seemed to be no movement at all. When they opened their eyes again, they found that they were no longer on the battlefield, but in an endless space. Here, it is impossible to distinguish between southeast, southwest, and northwest, and the light is extremely dim, which makes people feel numb in the scalp. What is this place, Brother Xingchen, where are you? Juzine actually felt that the stars were around, but still asked more. Maybe she thought she should find something to talk about to lighten the mood. Don't worry, we should be safe now, but, said Xingchen, frowning again. Even he didn't know where he was. At that time, the four of them were attacked by the dust of the Earth Shadow, and Xingchen must have taken Juzine out of danger first, and his first reaction was to transfer the Flying Thunder God. However, the 5 shadow-level conspiracy layouts, they already have a certain understanding of their strength. It is difficult to say that they have not come up with a strategy for the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God sounds very powerful and can travel through time and space, but in fact, it is only limited to the low-dimensional Hokage world, and it is only a ninjutsu. This kind of control of time and space is completely incomparable with the real time and space power, and it is not difficult to come up with a way to target it. Although in the original work, it seems that there is no way to crack the Flying Thunder God, but Xingchen did not take risks, directly exerted the strongest divine power, and tore open the space. Although he did not use any magical powers, he just grabbed them with his bare hands, but it was far from being comparable to the Flying Thunder God. But it seemed that the effect exceeded his expectations, and he came to a space where he did not even know his direction. System, what is our situation now? Xingchen asked the system. The master's power reached a certain limit, and he tore through the dimensional wall of the Hokage with all his strength. Torn the dimensional wall of the Hokage. Xingchen's eyes widened, he just wanted to leave the space and leave the battlefield at that time. Was it too strong? Then we are no longer in the Hokage dimension. Well, to be correct, the master is now in the middle of the gap between the high dimension and the Hokage dimension. With the master's current strength, he cannot break through to the high dimension, nor can he return to the Hokage dimension. Xingchen was suddenly speechless. I can understand if I can't enter the high dimension, why can't I return to the Hokage dimension? Can I come out of the Hokage dimension and not go back? Every dimension follows a law, and the power required to come out of one dimension is not the same as entering a dimension, which is also a protection for the lower dimensional world. Xingchen could understand, just like the cultivation novels he had read before, people in the cultivation realm could soar when they reached the immortal level. But the immortals of the immortal world, even if their cultivation is profound, it is difficult to return to the cultivation realm. Otherwise, a casual immortal, if you have nothing to do, run to the true cultivation world to walk around twice, pretend to be forced, and the world will be in chaos. So what do I do now? The stars were entangled, you can't stay in the space all the time, right? The only way is for the master to cultivate in the space cracks, and when the strength is enough, he will choose to return to the Hokage dimension, or enter a higher dimension. It seems that this is the only way. Although Xingqian was unwilling to accept it, he was helpless. But in fact, it is nothing, his strength is no longer limited to the Hokage dimension, and he has truly stepped into the cultivation world, and eternal life is not empty talk. Time will be the least valuable thing. Kushina, Mikato, Shizuka, unfortunately to tell you one thing, we may have to stay here for a while before we can return to the ninja world. Xingqian told the three daughters the truth. Brother Xingqian, are you saying that you are going to retreat here next? Juzine didn't understand very well. Well, maybe it's a little boring. It's okay, as long as you can be with Brother Xingqian, it won't be boring anywhere. Instead of being distressed, Juzine seemed to be happy. Although Mikato and Shizuka Hata did not act as obvious as Juzine, they had the same thoughts in their hearts. The four of them together will never feel boring. Well, that's good, I'll show you some gadgets that can relieve boredom when you're bored. The Fall of the Stars is undoubtedly a revolutionary change for the ninja world. When the original Hokage died, the ninja world was no longer suppressed by absolute power, and turmoil began, and the four major ninja villages no longer recognized the status of the overlord of Konoha, triggering the First Ninja World War. And now, the impact of the Fall of the Stars is no less than that of the original Hokage. Although the news circulating outside said that the stars were designed by two people, Thunder Shadow and Earth Shadow, not everyone was without judgment. At least Tsunade, definitely not convinced. The three generations of Hokage also detected a lot of tricks in this, and even traced it to Tuanzang. However, after all, there is no solid evidence, and Tuanzang is in a high position, involving the whole body, so it cannot be sanctioned. Time flies, and the white horse passes by the gap. In the 45th year of Konoha, the contradictions left over from the second shinobi were accumulated day by day, and the chain of interests of the major ninja villages was faulted, and conflicts occurred again. This is the Third Shinobi World War. In this war, Konoha Feng Shui Gate was born, and the name of the Yellow Flash shook the ninja world. In the same war, Uchiha dies with soil, and Kakashi Kiki obtains a Sharingan. In the 47th year of Konoha, the Third Shinobi War ended, and the third generation of Hokage announced his abdication, ceding the position of Hokage to Wei Feng Shuman. Bo Feng Shuman became the fourth generation of Hokage, and became related to Vortex Xiao Ai. In the 48th year of Konoha, Uzumaki Koge gave birth to a son, who was named Naruto Uzumaki by the teacher of the Wei Feng Shuman. On the night of Naruto Uzumaki's birth, there was no Nine Tails incident, because the Nine Tails were still on Jushin. But the night was still not peaceful. Uchiha, led by Patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, staged a coup d'état without warning, and the 3 and 4th generations angrily resisted, and the two sides clashed. However, just during the stalemate, Orochimaru and the mysterious man who had previously defected appeared to help Uchiha, changing the situation in an instant. The 3rd and 4th generations died on the spot, Vortex Koi was sadly martyred, and the Konoha regime fell into the hands of Uchiha Fugaku. Endless space gaps are not suitable for ordinary people to survive. But a huge enchantment opened up, blocking the turbulence of space, forming two pieces of heaven and earth, inside and outside. Within the enchantment, 3 beautiful girls are sitting around and entertaining. At first glance, the 3 of them were actually fighting the landlord. Before the retreat, in order to keep the 3 girls from being bored, Xingqian asked for some gadgets from the system, such as playing cards, chess, game consoles and so on. Of course, in addition, he also gave the 3 of them several sets of fighting skills to break the world, as well as a set of cultivation exercises that covered the sky and space. It's just that the 3 women are ninjas, and it's okay to let them learn ninjutsu, and fighting skills and cultivation exercises are like reading wordless heavenly books for them. Without professional teaching, it is difficult for them to understand on their own. Therefore, they only flip through it when they are bored. Usually they mainly practice ninjutsu, and when they are interested, they fight the landlord and play games. Being trapped in a small space, repeating the same life every day, is indeed boring. At first, although the stars were closed, they were also in the same enchantment as them. But later, in order to ascend faster, the stars walked out of the enchantment, went to the edge of the gap in space, and sought a breakthrough in the countercurrent of space, and they could hardly see the stars. They don't know how many years have passed in the outside world, but they are living like years anyway. Yes, 3. Mikato plays the card first. I'm sorry. Juzine held his chin and tilted his head, but his mind was completely off playing cards. King fried. Shizuka Hata threw out 2 cards. Mikato looked innocent. Shizuka, can you still play cards properly? I am 3, you will be king fried? Shizuka Hata threw away all the cards in her hand and said with a smile, he's back, do you want to continue playing cards? Mikato was slightly startled, and the absent-minded Shina immediately returned to her senses, and both of them showed surprise. It seems that Shizuka is still powerful. As an approving voice sounded, a figure of the three people appeared out of thin air. Brother Xing-chen. Juzine couldn't control her emotions anymore, threw herself into Xingchen's arms, and cried. Although Mikato and Shizuka also miss the stars very much, Kusina is young and can only let her occupy the arms of the stars. You better accompany them more. The matter of cultivation is not urgent. They would rather be with you than if they went back to the ninja world. Shizuka Hata said. Xingchen reached out and pinched Shizuka Hata's delicate chin, and said lightly, did you leak yourself? Shizuka Hata's face turned red, she slapped Xingchen's hand away, and hummed, I'm different from them, although I also want to follow you, but just to repay your life-saving kindness, do you think I will like you? This duplicity was also too obvious, and Xingchen did not expose her, and said with a smile, don't worry, I broke through the boundary in the turbulence of time and space, and now I should be able to open the dimensional wall and go back. Really? The three of them were pleasantly surprised. Xingchen affirmed, with my current ability, I can not only enter the ninja realm, but also enter a higher dimension. Higher dimension. Juzine was puzzled. Brother Xingchen, is there really another world besides our original world? What will those worlds look like? Of course there is. As for what it looks like, I don't dare to decide. But when I go back and solve some things, I'll show you around. Okay, Brother Xingchen, wherever you go, I'll go. Xingchen rubbed Juzine's head and said with a smile, okay, you guys relax all over, I'll take you back. With the help of the system, the stars that almost completely controlled the 9 secrets were no longer what they used to be. With a wave of his hand, the majestic heaven and earth rolled up the three women, broke into space, and disappeared from the place. Whew! Long lost fresh air. The four landed on a peak on the outskirts of Konoha, overlooking the panorama of Konoha while breathing air almost greedily. This familiar taste, familiar world, familiar feeling, all make them feel like a new life. Finally back, I don't know how long has passed. The stars were stunned. Although he had no years of cultivation and did not have much concept of time, he knew that the ninja world had probably passed a long time. Tsunade, are you okay? If he wanted to say who he was most worried about in the Hokage world, it must be Tsunade. Suddenly disappeared for so long, she probably thought that she had fallen, and she didn't know how sad she would be. Are you thinking about Princess Tsunade? Shizuka Hata seemed to know the minds of the stars better than anyone else, and she guessed accurately. Xingchen nodded. The news of our death must have spread throughout the ninja world a long time ago. Maybe in the current era, no one remembers us. No, it's just a few years at most. Juzine said, although I can't count the time, our appearances haven't changed much. Indeed, the appearance of the four people, except for Juzine's slight maturity, is basically the same as at the beginning. Have you forgotten the elixir I gave you, that is called the Zuyan Dan, which can maintain your appearance forever and never age? So time can't change our appearance. That pill is so amazing. The three women were shocked, and they only now knew. Of course, so this can't determine how long we've been in the gap in space, we have to ask someone. Then let's go into the village. I wonder what those people will be shocked to see us back. Mikato smiled. After such a long time of getting along, she naturally couldn't be as restrained as before, and she had fully integrated into the world of stars and understood her positioning. I don't know if Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku are dead, it's better not to die, I want to take revenge with my own hands. Juzine clenched his fists indignantly. I am afraid that not only did he not die, but he also lived very moisturized and fulfilled his ambition. At this time, Shizuka Hakata suddenly smiled coldly and pointed in another direction. Look there. There are stone statues of Hokage throughout the ages. Each generation of Hokage will carve stone statues on it. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, the third Hokage, and the fourth Hokage. Also, the fifth generation of Hokage. Hey, that's little yellow Mao. He actually became a Hokage. Juzine swept over in turn and stopped on the fourth stone statue. Mikato said in a deep voice, it's not surprising that Watergate became the fourth generation Hokage, he has the potential, but what you should pay attention to is the fifth stone statue. How so? A person like Danzo can also be a Hokage. Juzine was furious. How could the third generation of Grandpa and Little Yellow Mao agree? It seems that things are beyond our expectations, so we need to prepare first. Xingchen took a deep breath, and there was a bad premonition in his heart. At Watergate's age, if he is still alive and in the prime of life, there will never be a fifth generation Hokage. This probably means that he, like the original, has fallen. It's just that the stars are puzzled, the 9 tails are still on Juzine, and there will be no 9 tails incident. With Watergate's strength, who can kill him? Keep a low profile and figure out the situation. Xingchen rolled up the 3 women again and disappeared from the place. In the blink of an eye, the 4 had already appeared on an empty grass within Konoha. You guys, who is it? Not far away, an 11-12-year-old girl wearing a white cotton coat watched the 4 people vigilantly. People from the Hayaga family. Mikato looked at the girl and noticed that her pupils were white and her features were obvious. Xingchen stared at the girl for a while, and suddenly smiled. Could it be Hinata Hinata? The white-eyed girl was slightly startled and looked at the stars strangely. How do you know my name? Not to mention that Hinata Hinata is strange, even Kushina and Mikato are strange. Hinata Hinata is obviously much younger than them, and when they are powerful in the ninja world, Hinata Hinata may not have been born yet. How did the stars meet? It seems that we have been away for more than 20 years, and I don't know how much has happened during this time. Xingchen was quite emotional. He knew that a long time had passed, but he thought that it would only be about 10 years at most, but he didn't want to have already connected with the plot time of the original book. Hinata, you don't have to be afraid, we are not bad people. I and your father Hinata Hinata are old friends. Hoshi is not close, he is indeed an old friend of Hinata Hayashi, and Hinata Hinata is a member of his shadow organization. Really? Hinata, who is simple-minded, really believes a little. Of course, do you look like a bad guy? Hinata looked at Xingchen seriously, then suddenly blushed, and said weakly, I don't know if you are, but the three sisters don't look like bad people. This answer made Xingchen very entangled. Kushina, Mikato, and Shizuka Hata were satisfied with this answer and all laughed. Sister Hinata really can talk. No, it should be said that she is very honest and loves to tell the truth, and someone is unreliable. Ahem. Don't make a fuss, ask for business. Although Hoshi-chan really wanted to tease Hinata, right now he was more concerned about what had happened to Konoha in the past 20 years. However, before he could ask Hinata, he suddenly heard a cheer. Hinata, back off. Teacher Hong. Hinata listened to the teacher's unquestioning tone, did not think much about it, and immediately stepped back. Is the sunset red? Xingchen looked at the slim figure that came at a gallop, but his expression did not fluctuate at all, nor did he make any defensive movements. Magic tree binding kill. The sunset red is approaching, and without saying a word, he directly seals and launches illusions. In an instant, the illusion descended, and the four people of the stars were instantly bound by the branches and vines sticking out of a large tree, unable to move. Who are you? Sunset Hong saw that the four people were captured, and only then was he slightly relieved and asked in a questioning tone, You don't know me? Xingchen did not struggle, but just asked Sunset Red, Should I know you? Sunset Red strange. Xingchen thought to herself that Shiri Hong was 25 or 6 years old, so when she left, she should be around 3 or 4 years old. It is normal to forget the memory of 3 or 4 years old. What's more, after so many years, even if someone remembers themselves, it will only be regarded as a legend. At this time, he looked 17 or 18 years old, and no one would think that he was Shichi Xingchen. Well, it's okay if you don't know, let's change the question. Hoshi asked, Who is the Hokage of Konoha today? Shiri Hong was slightly stunned, and said strangely, Of course, Master Tuanzang, you don't even know this? This kind of guy can also be Hokage, are you all blind? Juzine scolded angrily, What about the third and fourth generations? Shiri Hong glanced at Juzine again, Do you really not know, or pretend to be confused? Even if you're not from Konoha, you shouldn't even know about these things, right? The third and fourth generations died as early as the Uchiha Rebellion. What? All four were taken aback. Xingchen frowned, although he had been mentally prepared, he could not have imagined that after he left, there would be such an evolution. You said that Uchiha rebelled, and the third and fourth generations died in battle? Even if Uchiha is powerful, he can't kill 3 or 4 generations, what's going on? Not only Uchiha, but also Orochimaru and a mysterious man with a mask. The third generation died at the hands of Orochimaru, and the fourth generation had the opportunity to retreat with his whole body, but in order to protect his wife and other ninjas from retreating, he broke off alone and died in battle. When Shiri Hong said these past events, her heart was also very heavy, obviously feeling sorry for the tragedy of her ancestors. It turned out to be such an evolution, the 3 battles have passed, the masked man should be Uchiha with soil. As for the big snake pill, Xingchen seemed to have figured out some of the experience, and couldn't help but sneer, It seems that Tuan is still hiding behind the scenes to make a ghost, I should have killed him a long time ago. What are you talking nonsense? Sunset Red scolded when he heard this. Orochimaru and Danzo are a gang, without Danzo inside and outside, Uchiha will rebel so easily? Impossible, Uchiha was in trouble, and in the end, it was still settled by Lord Tenzo. Without him, now that the Konoha regime is in Uchiha's hands, how can you slander Danzo-sama? Calm the Uchiha chaos? Xingchen raised his eyebrows, Uchiha was still exterminated? This kind of rebellious family, what use is left, naturally it will be destroyed. Sunset Hong's expression became more and more unkind, and she felt that the 4 people in front of her were too weird. I don't have the patience to spend it with you, since you are looking for Naruto-sama, I will hand you over to him. At this time, Mikado suddenly smiled disdainfully, If it weren't for your cooperation in answering the question, do you think this level of illusion can trap us? Sunset Hong was suddenly startled, and took out a kunao in his hand, wary of Mikado. However, I saw Mikato's eyes suddenly change, and she actually showed a kaleidoscopic pattern, and her powerful pupil power instantly reversed the illusion. Sunset Hong didn't have time to react, but found that the restraints on the 4 people of the stars were all untied in an instant, and he was tied up by branches and vines, unable to move. "You're from Uchiha?" Sunset Hong stared at Mikato in disbelief. "Uchiha apart from Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Suzuki, is there anyone alive? Isn't that obvious?" Mikato said lightly, "I know you're good at illusion, but in front of us, you don't have to struggle. If I really want to kill you, you don't even have a chance to make a move." Shirihong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, although she was promoted to Shangnin not long ago, but how to say it, she was just a Shangnin, and she didn't even have the power to resist. This Uchiha girl who appeared out of nowhere in front of her definitely has shadow-level strength. And the rest of the 2 women and 1 man do not seem to be easy people. "Who are you guys? What are you coming to Konoha for? Are you going to make trouble in the Chunin exam? Naka Shinobi exam?" Xingchen was slightly startled. "Is it time for the Zonin exam now?" "Yes, all the ninjas of the major ninja villages have come to Konoha, and tomorrow is the official exam time." In the original work, the Naka Shinobi exam disrupts the game of Orochimaru and San Shinobu village. However, now that Konoha has fallen into the hands of Tenzo, Orochimaru has a good relationship with Danzo, and Kazekage has also cooperated with Danzo, so it should not fight. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the Chunin exam, I'll only ask you alone." Hoshi-chan looked at Sunset Red and asked, "Is Tsunade in the village?" Tsunade-sama is not in Konoha, and she, like Jiraiya-sama, has not been back to Konoha for more than 10 years. "So it is." Xingchen suddenly smiled, "I know where she is." Immediately, he said to the 3 girls, "Let's go see Tsunade first, and when the people arrive, we will clean Konoha." The 3rd girl knew the feelings between Xingchen and Tsunade, and naturally did not say much. The stars rolled up the 3 daughters and disappeared from the place again, coming and going without a trace. After Mikato left, the illusion was unraveled, and Sunset suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she is an expert in illusion, this level of illusion is too strong for her to oppress. "Is this Uchiha's chakra eye? It's really terrifying." "Teacher Hong, how are you?" Hinata ran over at this time and asked worriedly. "I'm okay." Sunset shook her head, and then said seriously, "Hinata, don't tell me what happened just now." "Well, good." Hinata felt strange, but because of her personality, she would not refute or ask why. The light flashed, and the 4 of them appeared in a town with a unique scenery. "What is this place?" The 3 women were all curious. Although they are not surprised by the ability of the stars. But this kind of spatial teleportation, in the blink of an eye, it seems that the ability to go anywhere in the ninja world is much stronger than the Flying Thunder God. This is the country of Tenokuni, which used to be a small country without a ninja village, but now, probably the lair of the Big Snake Pill. The place of the Big Snake Pill. What are we doing here? If my guess is correct, Tsunade should be in this town, and I can even guess that she is either drinking or gambling money right now. Xingchen is both helpless and distressed. Maybe he is destined to be here, and he can't imagine that here, it will be himself who causes Tsunade to drink and gamble for money. "Tsunade-sama, can't you drink less if you can't drink, and get drunk like this every day?" In the alley, a woman in a kimono struggles to support a young woman with a hot body who is drunk and has a hot body. Porpoise, the piglet with the pearl necklace, which had always been pink, jumped on the head of the kimono woman and made a strange sound. "Porpoise, don't make trouble." The kimono woman didn't have a good airway. Porpoise, Piglet was still shouting. The kimono woman stopped this time and stared at the 4 people who appeared in front of her at an unknown time. "It's such a weird skill, I didn't notice it at all." The kimono woman was wary and asked, "Who are you and what are you going to do?" "I'm sorry, Tsunade." When Xingchen saw Tsunade's appearance at this time, he felt even more guilty in his heart. "You know Tsunade-sama?" The kimono woman was stunned. "You're called Shizun, right?" Xingchen glanced at the kimono woman. "How do you know?" The silent brain is a little unresponsive. Hoshi-chan asked, "Has Tsunade been like this all these years?" Well, since that adult, Shizun was about to speak, but suddenly found that his hands were light, and the Tsunade he was holding had actually disappeared. When he turned his gaze, he saw Xingchen holding Tsunade and galloping towards the distance. "Stop, what are you going to do?" Silent is about to catch up immediately. However, the 3 daughters of Jushina and Mikato immediately stopped her. "Let them be alone for a while, rest assured, he won't hurt Tsunade." Shizun hesitated and asked, "What is his relationship with Tsunade-sama?" Shizuka Hata smiled and said, "You just said, since that adult, then you should know him." Hoshi held Tsunade and came to a secluded wilderness. Perhaps blown by the wind, Tsunade sobered up a little and opened his eyes. Stars! Tsunade's eyes were confused, and he spoke like a dream. "Tsunade, I'm sorry for making you suffer all these years." Hoshi-chan lovingly straightened Tsunade's hair. However, Tsunade couldn't help but say coldly, "Why didn't you follow the script today? I haven't heard this line." Xing Chen was slightly startled. "What lines?" Tsunade swayed and smiled drunkly, "But as long as you're there, the reason why I get drunk every time I get drunk is because I can see you when I'm drunk." Xing Chen was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Every time Tsunade gets drunk, it is so that he can dream about himself? "Tsunade, wake up, now you're not dreaming, I'm really back." After shouting for a while, seeing Tsunade lying in his arms and not responding, Xing Chen reached out and slapped at its upturned spot. I thought that such a degree should make Tsunade sober up, but who knew that Tsunade was actually coquettish? "You make it bad again, I'm your sister, you can't think differently." Xing Chen, depend, what kind of dream is this woman usually having? What is it called and makes it bad? Xing Chen couldn't help it, and cast a water escape and poured it on Tsunade. "Shizun, what are you doing?" Tsunade woke up angrily, thinking that it was Silent again that had ruined her good dreams. "It's not Silent, it's me." Xing Chen was originally in a somewhat sentimental mood, but he was also made crying and laughing at this time. "Hey, haven't I woken up from a dream yet?" Although Tsunade said this, his eyes were staring straight at the stars. It seems to be expecting, but also a little unbelievable. Xing Chen stretched out his hand, took Tsunade into his arms, and said affectionately, "Tsunade, you are not dreaming, I am back, really back." That, is he really the adult? Inside the cabin, Shizun still looks unbelievable. On the other hand, the three of Kushina, Mikato, and Shizuka Hata leisurely enjoy tea. Of course, there's no good to lie to you, but I've heard Tsunade-sama talk about that adult's deeds since I was a child, and now that so many years have passed, how is he younger than me? Isn't this strange? Tsunade has been so many years, isn't he the same very young? Shizuka Hata asked rhetorically. Shizun was slightly startled. Yes, she followed Tsunade-sama since she was 7 years old, and now, she appears on the same screen as Tsunade-sama, and people think that Tsunade-sama is her sister. He has many incredible abilities, and it is not difficult for him to stay on his face forever. What happened in the beginning? It was rumored that you were designed by Thunder Shadow and Earth Shadow and died under the dust of Earth Shadow together. Why are you safe and sound now? It's an accident, but it wasn't Tukage and Thunder Shadow who designed us in the first place. The biggest conspirators are now Hokage, Danzo. Ha! Shizun was shocked. Danzo-sama. How could it be? I already knew that there was a problem with this old guy in Tenzo. At this time, an angry voice sounded, but he saw Tsunade and Hoshi-chan walk in together. Finished talking? Shizuka Hata took a sip of tea and looked at the two with a slight smile. Tsunade thought of the embarrassment just now, and his expression turned unnaturally red. Shizun, the stars are coming, you actually don't wake me up. Tsunade threw his breath on Shizun. I don't know him, how do I know he's the one you thought of? Shizun spread his hands, indicating that he was very innocent. You, Tsunade's face turned even redder. Shizun not only did not converge, but added even more, alas, the same younger brother, why is the rope tree treated so badly? I really feel sorry for him. Don't talk nonsense, I'm good to rope trees too? Tsunade really hated not being able to strangle Shizun. Xing Chen then remembered and asked, how is the rope tree now? Tsunade sighed and said, Orochimaru rebelled against the village and killed Sarutobi-sensei, and rope tree has always been difficult to accept, so I went to the ninja world alone, and I haven't seen him for a long time. Xing Chen nodded and asked again, Tien no Kuni is now the place of the great snake pill, right? Well, it is said that Orochimaru established a Oto ninja village here, but I haven't seen him in so many years here. Didn't he ask you to heal his hands? Xing Chen thought to himself, since the big snake pill and the 3 generations have fought, most of the ending is still the same as the original, and his hands are taken away by ghouls. He fought with Sarutobi-sensei and did lose both hands, but it was caused by the seal, and my medical ninjutsu couldn't cure it, and he didn't look for me. Tsunade looked at the stars, a little puzzled. Obviously he has been away from the ninja world for more than 20 years, but how does it feel that he still knows a lot of things? That's weird. Xing Chen remembered that in the original book, Orochimaru had found Tsunade, but was repelled by Tsunade and Jiraiya. Uchiha should still have survivors, such as Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Itachi? You know that? Both Suzuki Uchiha and Uchiha Itachi were born after you left the ninja world, and you shouldn't have known about them. This is about a secret of mine, I will tell you in detail if I have the opportunity in the future. Xing Chen smiled mysteriously. Well, anyway, you've been mysterious since you were a child. Tsunade didn't delve into it and said, Uchiha does have these 2 brothers left, Uchiha Itachi has disappeared, and Uchiha Suzuki seems to be following Orochimaru. Has Suzuki followed Orochimaru since he was a child? Then his strength should be far better than in the original book now. Hoshi-chen muttered to himself, then asked, how is Naruto Uzumaki now? You don't care about Tuanzang, Taing, and Lei Ying, but you seem to care specifically about some juniors? What do you have to talk about in the group? Anyway, it won't be long before it should be a corpse. Xing Chen smiled coldly. Tsunade knew that Hoshi-chen would definitely take revenge. The original stars were already invincible in the ninja realm. Now, the stars are even more different than they used to be, and there are no obstacles that can limit his movements. The ninja world really needs a cleansing, and benevolence will only fuel the arrogance of careerists after all. So whatever you're going to do this time, I have your back. Then let's start with Konoha. Hoshi-chen smiled and said, "It is said that tomorrow in Konoha there will be the Chunin exam, and we will go for a walk and do something." Good. Tsunade hadn't set foot in Konoha for a long time because of the stars, and he missed it a lot. At this moment, there was movement outside. It seemed to be a ninja with good skills. However, not to mention the stars, anyone in the room can detect this slight movement. "Tsunade-sama, one of the 3 shinobi, can be inside the house?" A cold voice with arrogance sounded. "I just said why the big snake pill didn't come to you, and now it's a coincidence." The stars seemed to already know who was coming outside. The people of the great snake pill? Tsunade wondered, should he really want me to help him heal his hands? He has Suzuki's container, it shouldn't be necessary, maybe there is something else. Shin-chen couldn't guess the meaning of the big snake pill for a while. Opening the door, standing outside the door, sure enough, it was the 4 subordinates of Orochimaru, the 4 people of Otobi. Onitamaru, Teiuya, Jirobo, Zojin. "I'm Tsunade, what's the matter with you?" Tsunade stood up and asked symbolically. Oanai Tong-pil glanced at Tsunade and smiled inexplicably. "I can't imagine that you are also the same as Lord Orochimaru, with the art of immortality, and the legendary 3 ninja are really extraordinary. No need to talk nonsense, say something quickly, I don't have the effort to waste on you little ghosts." "Lord Orochimaru has a request, as for what it is, I don't know," Teiuya said. "I wasn't prepared to see the big snake pill so soon, but since he took the initiative to come to the door, it doesn't hurt to meet him first." Shin-chen said lightly, "Lead the way." Ghost Boy Pill glanced at the stars and said, "Lord Orochimaru only invites Tsunade, idle people, etc., and is not qualified to accompany him." "Ha!" Xingchen's gaze froze, and invisibly, an extremely strong oppression shrouded Ghost Tong Pill. Rumble! As if being crushed by 100,000 mountains, Ghost Boy Pill immediately knelt on his legs, and even the ground sank deeply. Orochimaru's pupils shrank suddenly, only to feel that it was extremely difficult to breathe, and a feeling of fear that he had never felt before welled up in his heart. Unspeakable oppression, unspeakable fear. Ghost Boy Pill couldn't believe it, the 17 or 18-year-old boy was actually stronger than the Great Snake Pill? The reason why they surrendered to the Great Snake Pill was because of the oppression of the Great Snake Pill, and the sense of oppression given to him by the stars is undoubtedly above the Big Snake Pill. "Onitamaru, what's wrong with you?" On the side, Teiuya, Zojin, and Jirobo were startled at the same time. Apparently they had no idea what was going on, because they don't feel anything. But as the strongest of the 4, Ghost Boy Pill made no sense to kneel for no reason, and looking at the deep ground where the Oanai Tong Pill was, he also knew that things were definitely not simple. "Can I go with me now?" Shin-chen spoke lightly. "But, okay." Orochimaru squeezed out 2 words reluctantly, his teeth chattering. "It's really if you don't fight, you won't be honest." Ju Zin-a pouted. If someone dared to say this about him in the past, Ghost Boy Pill would have been furious. But in front of the stars, he did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. If such characters want to kill themselves, one look is enough. The 3 of Teiuya are not so jealous of the stars, but they didn't speak, so naturally they wouldn't mess around. Compared to other formal villages, the number of people here is relatively thin, the facilities are simpler, and there are almost no buildings. It is more appropriate to say that it is not so much a village as a stronghold. In the dark passage, a light footstep sounded, and a figure slowly walked. It was a 12-13-year-old boy dressed in loose white with a slender sword hanging from his waist. The light is dim and the face is not clear. But even in the dark light, the young man's pair of 3-hooked jade blood-red eyes are always so bright and eye-catching. "Big Snake Pill, your deployment should be almost the same, when do we leave?" In the laboratory, Orochimaru was sitting quietly on the side, while the medicine master was treating a 15 or 16-year-old white-haired boy on the operating table. Seeing Uchiha Suzuki coming, the medicine master pushed his glasses and said, "Junmaru's situation is gradually stabilizing, and it will be better soon." Uchiha Suzuki said coldly, "A dying crippled person, why spend so much money to wake him up?" Orochimaru shook his head and said, "Suzuki, don't underestimate Junmaru's abilities. If he is in his heyday, you may not be his opponent. If it weren't for him last time, we wouldn't have been able to kill the 4th generation of Wind Shadow so easily. As long as he recovers, it is enough to provide us with a strong help." "Humph." Suzuki snorted coldly, with contempt and disdain, but did not refute it. "With our strength, plus Shinobu, it's enough to defeat Danzo, right?" Orochimaru shook his head again. "You still need to wait for someone." "Who?" "Tsunade, who is the same as me." "Her?" Suzuki was slightly startled. "You killed 3 generations of Hokage, she will help you?" "Tsunade and I are naturally opposite each other now, but compared to me, she will hate Danzo more." Why? Because of Shi-Chi Sing-chen. Suzuki frowned when he heard this. He had also heard the legend that was above the three shinobi and on a par with the original Hokage. Could it be that Shi-Chi Sing-chen's death has something to do with Tuanzang? Orochimaru smiled grimly. Yes, it was not Lei Ying and Taing who really designed Shi-Chi Sing-chen in the first place, but Tenzo, and even your father Uchiha Fugaku was involved. Ha! Suzuki raised his eyebrows coldly. Are you saying that my father and Danzo once collaborated to design the Shiki Star? That Tenzo still dared to target Uchiha like this, and finally exterminated his clan? This is the power of Tuanzang. The heart is deep. Tuanzang recognizes the second, and no one dares to recognize the first. To put it bluntly, your father conspired with him, he was conspiring with the tiger, and he did not measure himself. When Suzuki heard this, a trace of anger flashed on his face, but he quickly suppressed it again. The big snake pill saw it in his eyes, but he was silent and said with a smile, Tenzo and Uchiha conspired to launch a coup d'etat. Tenzo is hidden in the light, and Uchiha is in the dark. After the overthrow of the 3 and 4 generations of the regime, according to the previous agreement, your father will succeed the Hokage. But as everyone knows, at this time, your father and Uchiha were also pushed to the cusp of the storm and became the target of everyone. And as long as Danzo exhales a little, unifying the remnants of Konoha's power, he will get unprecedented help, and it is too easy to eliminate your Uchiha. Damn Danzo! Suzuki was angry and murderous. Don't worry, in a few days, Tenzo will also follow the old path of Uchiha. Not only can you slash him with your own hands, but you can also vindicate Uchiha. After all, history is written by the victors. Are you so sure Tsunade will come to help you? Just tell her the truth and she will definitely help us. The relationship between her and Shi-Chi Sing-chen is clear to me better than anyone. Orochimaru was very sure. It's a pity that Orochimaru, you were wrong this time. At this moment, a sneer came. Tsunade, you're coming so fast. Orochimaru looked a little surprised when he saw Tsunade suddenly appear. Seeing that you are plotting such a big plan, don't you want me to come sooner? Tsunade said indifferently, I have to say that if it was before, after listening to your plan, maybe it would really help you deal with Danzo. Oh, you mean, you're not going to help me now? Orochimaru asked, don't you want to help Shi-Chi Sing-chen take revenge? I will definitely repay the hatred of the stars, but I also disdain to join forces with people like you. Tsunade, you don't think that you alone can deal with the current Danzo, do you? Not alone, of course. At this time, Sing-chen walked in slowly, followed by Kushina, Mikato, and Shizuka Hata. Big Snake Pill, I haven't seen you for a long time, what is your position now? The Big Snake Pill, who had always been calm, showed shock and disbelief at this time. Are you Shi-Chi Sing-chen? Don't recognize me? Wouldn't it be so bad to remember? The Big Snake Pill's eyes were deep and stared at the stars tightly. No, after so many years, how can you still be exactly the same as you were at the beginning? What's more, you should have indeed died under the dust of the Earth's shadow. Arrogant attitude, arrogant tone, the atmosphere was solemn for a while. The medicine master pushed his glasses, sharp and painful, ready to fight at any time. Suzuki's eyes froze slightly, staring at the stars tightly. Although he had heard the legend of the stars, he never thought that he was so arrogant. How the Big Snake Pill exists, but in his mouth, it seems to have become a small person who wants to kill. Is it too much conceit, or does it really have that kind of strength? Oh, I haven't seen you in years, and you're even more hateful than you were then. The Big Snake Pill was still calm, and the evil laughter represented that he was just as fearless and not afraid of the threat of the stars. If I could, I'd like to fight you. At first, I thought that you were killed by the Earth's shadow dust, but it was a pity in my heart that I didn't leave your corpse. After so many years, the Big Snake Pill will also grow, and after countless improvements, the mood has long been different. At the beginning, he and Tsunade Jiraiya could not defeat Hanzo with Tsunade, but now, he thinks he has surpassed Hanzo. The same is true of the stars, although he still retains his jealousy of the stars, he does not think that he will lose much. So that's what you thought. Sing-chen glanced at the sealed hands of the Big Snake Pill, and said lightly, I'm afraid you won't have a chance, right? Not necessarily, as long as we cooperate and attack Konoha together and overthrow Danzo. Huh, you're pulling me into the gang again? Sing-chen sneered, aren't you an accomplice with Tuanzang? Why do you want to start a war against him again? Tenzo and I are just using each other. With his accomplice, Uchiha is the end. Tuanzang, watch your words. Suzuki warned coldly. Don't get excited, it's just an example. If we can get his help, we will kill Tuanzang, which is easy. Suzuki glanced at Sing-chen and said indifferently, it doesn't matter if he joins or not, it's enough with our strength. Sister Mikato, your junior of the Uchiha family is so arrogant, don't you, an elder, teach him a lesson? Juzine said angrily. Ha! When Suzuki heard this, his gaze fell on Mikato. You are also from the Uchiha family? Mikato nodded and asked, you are Fugaku's son, similar to when he was a child. Humph, as a member of the Uchiha family, but betrayed Uchiha, you shouldn't have appeared in front of me. Betrayal? Mikato was slightly startled, then shook her head. This word is too heavy, don't impose it on me. I've heard a little about you. The reason why Uchiha embarked on the road of coup d'etat is inseparable from you, can you deny it? Sasuke, you, like your father, always have a self-righteous sense of superiority. Mikato shook her head and said, Uchiha is a long-standing lineage, not something that can be replaced by two people. Your father is just a generation of patriarchs, and my betrayal of him is not the same as betrayal of Uchiha. What really led Uchiha to his demise was your father's selfishness and short-sightedness. After a pause, Mikato changed her tone again. Actually, I can't even betray him, I have nothing to do with him, and who I choose to follow is my own freedom and power. Humph, still unrepentant. Sasuke couldn't listen to Mikato's reasoning at all, but instead became angry and corrupted. Laugh at. I saw a flash of light in his hand, holding the power of thunder. Thunder, thunder, Chidori, flow. The thunder light that burst out in an instant, turned into a substantial killing intent, and rushed towards Mikato. However, Mikato's expression did not change in the slightest, not even avoiding it, because she knew that Sasuke could not hurt a single hair of her. Sure enough, Chidori Ryu had not yet approached, but saw a figure blocking in front of him, and with a wave of one hand, all the thunder light was wiped out. You, Sasuke was horrified. Be kind enough to reason with you, you don't listen, give a face, don't face. Do you think that with your little strength, you are qualified to stand here and point fingers? Singchen said, sticking out one hand. Sasuke Sangatama's chakra eyes turned sharply, trying to crack the movements of the stars. But in vain. Duh. Singchen grabbed Sasuke's neck with one hand and said sarcastically, back then, your father had a kaleidoscope and wasn't even qualified to fight me head-on. You are a three-hooked jade riding wheel and you dare to show off in front of me? The moment of life and death, the moment when life was completely in the hands of others, Sasuke realized his insignificance. Why is this so, and what has he done all these years? Following the great snake pill, why is he still so weak in pursuit of strength? The sudden change, the big snake pill was also unexpected, and finally changed color. Singchen, let go of Sasuke, he's still just a child, you won't think about a junior, right? Singchen glanced at the big snake pill, are you concerned about your container, or do you really care about him as a person? It seems that you also have some understanding of my affairs. Orochimaru said lightly, I did want Sasuke to be my container at first, but after contacting him, I found him very interesting. Oh? Singchen said disdainfully, this kind of waste, it's okay to yell at you, you actually think he is interesting? Big snake pill, I doubt that you have masochistic paranoia? For the person of the big snake pill, Singchen said that he could not understand even if he had read the original work. He appeared as a villain in the early stage, intending to destroy Konoha, and also killed the third generation of Hokage, bent on taking Sasuke's body, but was counter-killed by Sasuke's protagonist Aura. After being reborn, instead of hating Sasuke, he willingly helped Sasuke, summoning the 4 cages to fight against Uchiha and save the 5 cages. Without the Great Snake Pill in the 4th Ninja World War, the Ninja World Alliance would almost certainly lose. Shichi Singchen, Sasuke just started later than you, and his potential is immeasurable. As long as you give him time, it is not difficult to surpass you and me. So I started to expect that when he really grows up, he is like a gust of wind that can lead the ninja world to a new pattern. This explanation really doesn't look like your personality. You've changed, Orochimaru. Tsunade suddenly spoke. After going through something, people always change. I was confused too, or still am. Sasuke was just like me and I wanted him to take a different path than I was. Uchiha Sasuke, are you a little ashamed to get this evaluation from Orochimaru? Hoshi-chen said, casually throwing Sasuke out. Pang! Sasuke smashed directly into a wall, and even the wall was deeply sunk into it. Orochimaru, before I came, I was really thinking about whether to kill you, but now I have changed my mind. You don't have to carry out the plan for Konoha, Danzo's life is mine. Is this Shichi Singchen? It's really terrifyingly strong. It's the first time I've seen Lord Orochimaru suffer a loss and don't dare to fight back. The medicine masters seemed to be admiring, and it seemed to have a deep meaning. Pocket, are you mocking me in front of me? Aren't you afraid that I will be angry? Orochimaru glanced at him. The medicine master pushed his glasses and said with a smile, Shichi Singchen is right, the big snake pill is indeed a little less arrogant and temperamental than before. Even if I say so, you won't be angry. I don't want to be told that by a subordinate. On the face of the big snake pill, there really was no anger to be seen. Perhaps, such a big snake pill master can be more convincing. What do you think, Sasuke? The medicine master said, glancing at him. But seeing Sasuke standing up with a gloomy expression, without saying a word, he left the place. He has always been arrogant and conceited, and he seems to have suffered a lot of blows. The medicine master said, it is clear that he has developed the Sharingan to a very strong level, but he is vulnerable in front of Shichi Singchen. No matter how powerful a genius is, he can't grow up without experiencing setbacks, which is better for him, and I look forward to him becoming stronger. The medicine master was non-committal. Then our plan for tomorrow, since Shichi Xin Chen intervened, then the plan should be cancelled. But we can go and watch and see what will happen to this old fox in Tenzo. That must be fun, the medicine master said with a smile. Chu Ninja Exam Round 2, Forest of Death. Sand Bond. In the cry of horror and despair, the powerful sand squeezed in an instant, mercilessly harvesting several lives. Blood dripping and raining, the surrounding atmosphere was mysterious for a while. It's really self-defeating. Kankuro pouted, picked up a scroll on the ground, and said with a smile, it's the scroll of heaven, so that our mission is completed. Then get out of here quickly. Tamari put away the fan and said. Iroh remained expressionless, manipulated the sand back into the gourd, turned around and prepared to leave. Stop. However, at this moment, an angry voice sounded, and a 12-13-year-old boy blocked the way of the three. The boy has orange hair, and he is angry when he witnesses the murderous behavior of the three of my AI Luo, and his sense of justice is bursting. You again. Iroh stared at Naruto Uzumaki with a hint of excitement in his eyes. The more challenging the opponent, the more his blood will boil. Hey, Naruto Uzumaki, do you want to grab the scroll of the sky too? Tamari said lightly. I'm not asking for the scroll of heaven, I'm just angry at your murderous behavior. Uzumaki Naruto shouted, it's just an exam, just grab the scroll, why kill? Kankuro scoffed, don't forget, I already said before the exam that this exam can kill people. Isn't the name of this forest also called Forest of Death? We didn't break it. Human life is greater than rules, no matter what, I think you guys are too much. Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists. If it was a snatch to kill someone, he could understand it. But the three people in front of them obviously didn't take human lives seriously at all, and it was clear that the ninja of the Yoshinobi village had promised to hand over the scroll of heaven, but they were still killed, which was really excessive. Xiao Nian, do you have to be a messenger of justice? Tamari glanced at AI Luo with his afterlight and sighed, sister, I can remind you that if you don't leave, your end may be the same as theirs. As soon as he finished speaking, Arrow suddenly moved, and with a raised hand, the sand that had just been collected in the gourd flew out again, frantically surrounding Naruto. Alas, now it's hard for you to run. Tamari seemed to have seen Naruto's tragic death. However, at this moment, Naruto Uzumaki's gaze froze, but with a wave of his bare hand, he directly scattered the heavy sand. What kind of joke? I'm going to lose to people like you. Naruto Uzumaki's movements were as fast as the extreme, and almost instantaneously, he appeared in front of Iroh and slammed his fist down. I love Luo Shizi's automatic defense, forming a protective wall in front of me. But, an amazing scene appeared. Under Naruto Uzumaki's punch, he actually shattered the parapet wall and smashed at my Arrow's face. Pang! My Iroh was carried out by the huge momentum, dragging a deep mark on the ground. How is this possible? Tamari and Kankuro immediately changed their expressions drastically, looking incredulously at the angry Uzumaki Naruto. Slap away my Arrow's sand with your bare hands, and smash open my Arrow's sand shield with one punch. Is this guy a monster? Unbelievable, he can't just endure, right? The first time I saw my Arrow injured, or was it knocked out in an instant? Can't let me AI Luo have anything, go and help. Although I love Luo perverted, but after all, it is a younger brother, Tamari and Kankuro do not want to see me AI Luo really hurt. Get out of here. AI Luo stood up and drank coldly at the two. You are not allowed to interfere in my battle. Tamari and Kankuro stopped, and they could see that Arrow looked cold, but his heart was feverish. The other AI Luo is gradually awakening. Iroh, who received a punch, was not injured, and a layer of sand peeled off his face, and then another layer of sand covered it, forming the armor of sand. I actually covered my body with sand, resisting the impulse of my fist. Naruto Uzumaki frowned. Naruto Uzumaki, how much more fun can you give me? Quicksand storm. I put my hands together, and I saw several wild sands gushing out from the ground, forming a huge sandstorm rushing towards Uzumaki Naruto. Since you have to seek abuse, I will fulfill you. Uzumaki Naruto spread his right hand, and a huge chakra instantly condensed, forming a huge vortex form. What a horrible chakra. Tamari Kankuro changed color again. How could this chakra be shinobi? It is said that it is Shangnin, and they all believe it. Datama spiral pill. In the dark, the stars who had been watching for a long time let out a startled exclamation. Did Naruto learn the great jade spiral pill at such a young age? I love Luo doesn't look like an opponent at all. In the Middle Ninja Exam chapter in the original work, AI Luo is the strongest shinobi who deserves it, and Ning Ci is not his opponent. And now Naruto almost crushed Iera, which really surprised the stars. This is the son of Huang Mao and Xiao Ai, it's really powerful. Juzine was also surprised. Tsunade said, although I haven't returned to Konoha for a long time, I also have some concerns about Watergate's son. Naruto Uzumaki has shown exceptional talent since he was a child, and he is Konoha's first day talent, growing much faster than his peers. The first day, so it was. Shinchan thought a little and understood the approximate. In the original book, Naruto Uzumaki is a crane tail entirely because the 9 tails suppressed his talent. Kakashi also said that most of Naruto's chakra was used to suppress the 9 tails, otherwise the amount of chakra alone would be 100 times greater than his. And now, the 9 tails are still on Kushina. Naruto Uzumaki has not been bound since he was a child, and he can develop and tap his potential as he pleases. Coupled with the guidance of Kakashi and Jiraiya, it is not difficult to understand that he has the strength he has now. Although my Iluo's absolute defense is powerful, Naruto has obviously far exceeded the level of shinobi, and the confrontation between the two is almost a one-sided situation. No matter how Iluo performed Sand Ninjutsu, he was still abused by blood again and again. Naruto's purpose was only to teach Era a lesson and make him understand the principle of respecting people. Pang! With another punch, Iluo was smashed into the air, and the sand armor on his body was pierced. Abominable, my Iluo's physical exertion was already very serious, and I could barely stand up, and my legs were shaking. I'm going to kill you. However, Iluo did not admit defeat, but became more crazy and more murderous. Less big talk, you this level, I can hit 10. Naruto stood unharmed in front of Era, but also gasped. Stop! Temari finally couldn't help but shout. Although Iluo won't let her interfere with Kankuro, if I don't stop it now, the consequences will be unimaginable. More and more boiling blood, more and more evil eyes, that monster is about to come out. Naruto Uzumaki, get out of here immediately, this is advice to you. No, I haven't fought enough. Naruto didn't listen. Stupid, didn't you pay attention to the way I love Luo? When the monster inside him comes out, we will all die. Monster! Naruto was slightly startled and looked at Iroh. At this time, Luo's arms hung weakly, and his head was lowered, as if the whole person had entered an unconscious state, but the chakra exuding from his body made people feel a sense of disgust. Suddenly, my Luo's body underwent strange changes, and a layer of sand covered its surface. However, unlike the armor of sand, this layer of sand seems to make up an active life form, just like human skin. An arm made of sand is open, sharp with 5 claws, strong and powerful. What's that? Naruto said in shock. However, Iroh went into a state of extreme madness, with almost no consciousness, and only the belief that Naruto would be killed. Shout! Sand's arm stretched out suddenly, as fast as lightning. So fast. Naruto was even more surprised. At this moment, Luo and before him are completely two people, two concepts. But it was too late, it was fast, and just as Naruto was thinking about how to deal with Iroh, a figure appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of him. I don't see anyone making extra movements, just a finger. Laugh at. Intangible and stateless, but emitting a harsh sound. My Iroh's arm seemed to have been cut by a blade, and it broke from the middle. Pang! With a strong impact, Luo was struck by lightning, and suddenly flew upside down, fell to the ground, and passed out. This, Temari and Kankuro were stunned. In just a moment, a finger exchange, in a crazy state, Luo was directly knocked unconscious? Why is the tailed beastification of one tail so weak and so unbeaten? Juzine walked out and looked at the comatose Luo. Shizuka Hakata said Ichio is the weakest of the tailed beasts, and besides, you don't look at who his opponent is. It's just that an arm came out, and it can't even be regarded as a half-tailed beast. At most, it is the strength of Shangnan. Hoshi-chen shrugged, then looked at Temari and Kankuro and said, you guys bring me Arrow back. Temari hesitantly looked at the mysterious teenager in front of him. By the way, I will tell you one thing, your Wind Shadow was killed by the Great Snake Pill not long ago. Now the Wind Shadow who planned to attack Konoha was just a disguise from Orochimaru. What? Seriously? Temari and Kankuro's expressions changed drastically. There's no need to lie to you, just go back and find out. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other, feeling that the matter was very important, did not dare to snub, took my Era, and quickly left the place. Naruto still couldn't figure out the situation, his gaze swept over the stars and the others. Finally, his gaze fell on Tsunade. Are you Tsunade's mother-in-law? When Tsunade heard this, his expression sank, and he immediately kicked without warning. Pang! Before Naruto could react, he was kicked out. Bastard boy, are you blind and dare to call me mother-in-law? Naruto got up ruefully, but said justifiably, you and the lecherous immortal are the legendary 3 ninjas, people of the same era, is it right to call you mother-in-law? Well, no problem. Kushina and Mikato snickered. Tsunade held back his anger and asked, Jiraiya told you about me. The lecherous fairy said that you are the most beautiful woman in the world, and he showed me pictures of you. Naruto smiled cheekily. Tsunade's face was a little better. Is Jiraiya in the village now? No, he's been out for a long time and hasn't seen anyone else. Naruto said, his gaze falling on the stars again. He is, Naruto, stay away from them. At this time, a warning sounded, and immediately after, 2 figures floated down. One of them is the sunset red that I only saw yesterday. The other man, a little younger than Sunset Hong, was about 21 or 12. Lorry-like face, proud figure. He has short and smart hair, a light yellow coat, and a very revealing and sexy black silk mesh underneath. It should be the disciple of the great snake pill, Mitarashi Red Bean, and this exam should also be in charge of her. Xingchen guessed her identity. It's Teacher Hong and the Invigilator. Naruto wondered, why did you guys come in, isn't this an exam? We have found that someone is preparing to sabotage the Chunin exam, which is likely to be detrimental to Konoha. These people in front of me are very suspicious. Sunset Red glanced at the stars and then at Mikato. Mikato's eyes are her nemesis. Although I did have something to look for, I shouldn't have revealed anything beforehand, right? Xingchen wondered, how did you track me down? Yesterday's invasion, isn't it still exposed? Sunset Red said coldly. Because of that. Xingchen felt very innocent, but it didn't matter, then you found her a helper, naively thinking that you could catch us. Or have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by Mikato's eyes? Sunset Hong was stunned and reminded Red Bean, be careful, that girl in black is not a general. Uchiha's people. Ajiki also heard about Mikato from Sunset Red, and couldn't help frowning. We don't know much about Sharinan, so let's wait for the support of Kakashi and Asuma and try to drag them down as much as possible for the time being. Good. Sunset Red and Red Bean have a plan. They think that as long as they don't clash head-on, they can still fight for a while. However, at this moment, an injured ninja appeared in front of the two women in a panic, and said eagerly, Naruto-sama has been attacked, please provide support quickly. What? The two women were stunned. Could it be that it was not the stars who wanted to make trouble? Tunzo was attacked. The stars are also strange. Chapter 108. Now that Danzo is a Hokage, the Naka ninja exam will naturally be present. Just as he was about to go to the venue, he was suddenly ambushed, and a figure wrapped in black clothes blocked his way. The ninja blade in his hand was sharp, and the killing intent was not disguised. After a little shock, Tuanzang regained his composure, as if he had expected it. Yuna, what are you going to do? Attacking the Hokage, following the offense, is a great rebellion. Tunzo, don't think I don't know your behavior. If Uchiha hadn't been seduced by you, how would he have the courage to stage a coup? Under the black clothes, Yuna said in a cold tone, what is even more unforgivable is that you are the mastermind who designed to frame the captain in the first place. Is it still for Shichi Xingchen? Tuanzang said indifferently, after so long, you still can't forget him. Unforgettable to death. I'm wondering why he was just a hairy boy who didn't dry up. Why did he let you be so dead-hearted? A cold-faced beast-hearted person like you naturally won't understand. You will only use shameless means to deprive your subordinates of their emotions and make them loyal like machines. But the captain relied on his personal charm to make the people of the Shadow Organization willingly follow and not regret it until death. After Shichi Xingchen died, I was not bad to you, right? Especially you. Not only did I not force you to do anything, but I also put you in charge of half of the dark part. Your status in Konoha today is no less than that of Shichi Xingchen back then. Even so, for the sake of a dead man, you still have to go against me. Yuna sneered. First, you treat us kindly, just to comfort people's hearts, afraid that people will know about the ugly thing about you framing the captain. Second, even if you are sincere, my Yuna's life has long been handed over to the captain, and it is impossible to be loyal to the second person. Tuanzang raised his eyebrows. So, are you bent on killing me today? You have to die. Yuna's tone was decisive. Good, then let's change the question. Tuanzang asked, just by you, do you have the strength to kill me? I didn't do it before. Firstly, I was not ready, and secondly, there was no good time. Yuna said very calmly, but today, most of the people in the village are busy with the Zongnin exam, and there are not many masters around you. Kill you, is the best time. Yes, Tuanzang's tone was indifferent, but with a hint of contempt. Of course, I saw Yuna stretch out her hand, and 4 figures suddenly fell from the sky, distributed the 4 corners, and sealed at the same time. 4 purple yan arrayed. 4 pillars of light rose up into the sky, opening up a purple enchantment, separating the inside and outside into a space that did not interfere with each other. Oh, Tuanzang's expression finally had a hint of emotion. This is what you designed to deal with me. Good, in this way, there will be no one to support you. Maybe I should remind you that when the enchantment is opened, no one can support you. Without the support of others, I will personally avenge the captain. Going it alone? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Tuanzang sneered. I know that even if I try hard for 20 years, I may still not be your opponent. But to die with you, enough. Yuna's heart was obviously determined. From the moment she acted, she never thought that she would be able to get out of the enchantment alive. Rauis Tunzo, and seeing Yuna's determination, he couldn't help but frown. If you are not careful, there is a real possibility that the boat will capsize in the gutter. Then let me see what big gift you have prepared for me. Danzo responds to Yuna to attract her attention, but secretly makes small movements. As you wish. Yuna didn't want to say more. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for her. Peerless heavenly slash. I saw Yuna jumping up, the sharp blade shining with unparalleled dazzling light under the sun, and it was even more with piercing killing intent. Insect tricks, Tuan Zhang sneered and jumped back casually. I thought that this action was enough to dodge Yuna's slash, but what was shocking was that Yuna's knife was like a shadow and could not be shaken off. Laugh at. The knife flashed, almost cutting off against Tuan Zhang's face. I really underestimated you. Tuan Zhang was angry and took a sharp breath. Wind escape vacuum jade. Shout. A hurricane spun, sharper than the blade of a knife, towards Yuna. With such a close distance, it was difficult for Yuna to dodge in Tenzo's opinion. And even if he dodges, he will reveal a bigger flaw, and he will be able to hit it with one hit. Poof. However, what he never expected was that Yuna did not hide at all, and withstood the attack of vacuum jade, and at the same time penetrated the blade in his hand into Tuan Zhang's body. Tenzo was shocked for the first time, and Yuna's playing style could not be calculated by common sense. I said earlier, I didn't plan to survive this battle. Yuna kept coughing up blood, her abdomen, arms, and legs were almost torn apart by the wind, and the shocking scars could even be seen Sensen's white bones. Humph, stupid, your injuries are far more serious than mine. Although Tuan Zhang was stabbed in his body, he could withstand it with his shadow-level strength. And the damage ability of Wind Escape Vacuum Jade is far from being comparable to the damage caused by ordinary blades. In his opinion, Yuna is a stupid way to self-damage 3000 and kill 800. It doesn't matter, the next thing is to kill you. Yuna forcibly endured the heart-wrenching pain, and her hands quickly froze. Blood formation, blood immersion technique. Suddenly shocked, the blood flowing from Yuna's body gathered into a blood array in the ground, and a powerful evil force even penetrated from Yuna's body, enveloping her in Tenzo. Tuan Zhang's pupils contracted. You actually practice such a jade-forbidden technique. Obviously, Yuna deliberately injured herself, and then launched the forbidden technique with her own blood, burning the jade in stone. You know to be afraid? It's a pity it's late. Cough. Yuna's eyes were crazy, without a trace of hesitation, regardless of the loss of vitality, intending to die with Tenzo. The blood array emitted dazzling evil light, forming a huge blood mass, which immediately exploded. Is it over? Around the four purple flame array, the four members of the Shadow Organization looked at each other. Their hearts were heavy, but they were even more awe-inspiring at Yuna's sacrifice. Pang! However, at this time, things suddenly changed. The blood mass burst, and Yuna, who was soaked in blood, flew out by a powerful impact. Poof! How can it be? Yuna was already weak at this time, her vitality was almost cut off, but she still couldn't hide her horror. It doesn't matter if she dies, but why didn't she kill him? In the bloodlight, Tuan Zhang stood quietly, and his body was unharmed. The only difference was that his originally bandaged right hand had been untied and covered with densely packed red eyes. This is Uchiha's chakra eye. Good. Tuan Zhang said lightly. Yuna, I have to say that you are well prepared and have the determination not to be afraid of death. If I hadn't gotten Uchiha's Sharingan, I might have really died at your hands. However, you are ultimately a failure. When Yuna heard this, she only felt that the last trace of will to hold on was slowly dissipating. In the end, I still failed to avenge you, Captain. Danzo picked up the ninja knife next to him, slowly approached, and looked at Yuna condescendingly. For your loyalty, I will personally send you the last ride. The blade was raised high and slowly fell. However, at the moment of the attack, a swift figure came from far and near, incredibly fast. Even though there were four purple sun arrays in front of him, they couldn't stop him at all. Rumble! The figure flashed, and the four purple sun arrays maintained by the four upper ninja directly exploded, and the four people flew out by the powerful chi shock. What man? Tenzo was terrified. Shout! The person who came turned into a hurricane, rolled up Yuna, and moved away from Tuan Zhang's blade, only to stop not far away. At this time, Tuan Zhang gradually saw the appearance of the person coming. First doubt, then disbelief, and finally horror. Are you Shi-Chi Xingchen? Xingchen didn't have any time to deal with Tuan Zhang at this time, hugging Yuna tightly, and a stream of UN power was transmitted into her body. Yuna, hold on. Yuna, who had originally collapsed in consciousness, heard this familiar voice and reluctantly opened her eyes. The team. Captain, am I hallucinating? No, I'm back. I didn't die that year, except for some accidents. Really? Great. Yuna cried with joy, but soon looked dark again. It's a pity that Yuna can't follow you anymore. Cough, don't talk nonsense, I won't let you die. At this time, Tsunade, Kushina and others rushed over. Tsunade, you quickly saved Yuna. When Jashina saw Yuna like this, she also shed tears with distress. After all, when she was in the Shadow Organization, Yuna was also her teacher. In addition, the two are very good sisters. But without her saying more, Tsunade also treated Yuna with medical ninjutsu for the first time. In the original work, Tsunade uses the art of sealing the 100 heroes to maintain his youth. However, with the Zuyandan given by Xingchen, she does not need a seal, so she is in the Baihao state at any time, and the full chakra is enough to perform any large-scale ninjutsu. Under the super high medical ninjutsu treatment, the wounds on Yuna's body healed and regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Yuna's complexion did not improve at all, her expression was still extremely pale, and her breath was even weaker to the extreme. No, there is no way, my medical ninjutsu can't save her. Tsunade shook his head. Why, isn't Yuna's wound healed? Mikoto asked puzzled. I'll tell you why. Tuanzang seemed to have recovered from the dead and resurrected of the stars, and his expression was calm. Although he also knew little about the ability of the stars, his strength had doubled over the years, and it was not what it used to be. What's more, he also has the Sharingan Eye, is invincible, and thinks that he doesn't have to be afraid of anyone at all. With Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, it is true that it can heal the damage that Kaze has caused to Yuna. However, in order to end up with me, Yuna also performed a forbidden technique at the cost of blood and life, which cannot be cured by medical ninjutsu. This, Tsunade's expression darkened. Sing-chen, Yuna, I won't let you die, no one can take her life in front of me, not even God. The star's eyes widened, and a furious force rushed out, reaching the top of Juxiao. Pang! The powerful energy shook everyone and everything around them suddenly, mysterious forbidden forces swirled around him and Yuna, like a tornado. One of the 9 secrets, the word secret. The supreme healing holy art of the world. The stars have broken through the gap in time and space, and the cultivation realm has transcended the dimension, which is not a concept at all from the past. Therefore, the 9 secrets he is now performing are not a concept as before. Bang! In an instant, the sky was terrifying, and a terrifying scene was born. The tornado gathered into a huge vortex of vitality above the sky, which actually absorbed all the vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth. The rest of the people didn't understand what the vitality of heaven and earth was, but they were shocked when they saw this strange and unfathomable scene. The vitality of heaven and earth condensed by the vortex of vitality became more and more intense, and gradually exposed colorful light. Seeing that the time was ripe, Xingchen stretched out his hand, and the secret of the word was cast, and the power of the 8 wastes was pulled, and all the vitality in the colorful vortex was dragged over, poured down, and poured into Yuna's body. Immediately, Yuna's body underwent a burst of changes, absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth, bathed in colorful divine light, and her original vitality was cut off. Not only her chi and blood gradually recovered, but also added a unique temperament. The beautiful eyes opened, and Yuna's face flashed a trace of doubt. Am I not dead yet? With me, how can I let you die? Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, and then laughed again. Yuna, are you all right? Tsunade asked tentatively. I don't know what's going on, but it seems to be okay and comfortable. Yuna loosened her muscles and found that her body was full of strength. Tsunade took a breath. She knew that the stars could not be calculated by common sense, but in the blink of an eye, people came back to life and changed their lives against the sky. It was too perverted, right? Kushina, Mikoto, and Shizuka Hata were more acceptable. After all, they had been to the gap in time and space with the stars, and knew that the Hokage was only a small dimension in the heavens and realms. How vast the outside world is simply not something their imagination can imagine. Lord Xingchen, the 4 people who had presided over the 4 purple yen array before were shaken by the flight, ran back, kneeling respectfully in front of the stars, their eyes full of excitement. It's really good that this adult didn't die. He is the true patron saint of Konoha, and as long as he is there, any evil force is vulnerable. This is a faith that cannot be extinguished. You guys step aside, and then it's time to clean up the portal. Xingchen helped Yuna to stand up, his eyes staring coldly at Tenzo. Tuanzang, all kinds of grievances, let's end them all today. Tuanzang's expression was gloomy, and the means by which the stars brought Yuna back to life in the blink of an eye were simply strange. Before, he still had full confidence to fight with the stars, but now he was not sure at all. Yikes! Due to the destruction of the 4 purple yen array, the Dark Army dispatched and blocked in front of Tuanzang, surrounding everyone in the stars. At the same time, several figures landed here from far and near. The people who came were all elite ninjas from Konoha, including Ui Red and Mitere Red Bean, along with Kakashi, Matkai and other shinobi and Naruto Uzumaki. You guys have just come, quickly take down these traitors, and if there is resistance, shoot and kill. Tunzo immediately ordered. Sunset Red and Mitarashi Red Bean were about to make a move, but were suddenly stopped by Kakashi. What's wrong, Kakashi? Kakashi didn't answer, but walked closer to the stars step by step, seemingly in disbelief. Are you Lord Hashito? Xingchen raised his eyebrows, and said with a slight surprise, I didn't expect that the entire Konoha was the first to recognize me. Kakashi, who was usually steady, actually trembled at this time. It was a tremor of excitement, a tremor of admiration. When Xingchen left, most of the current generation was only 2 or 3 years old, and some were not even born, so they didn't recognize him. But Kakashi couldn't forget. At that time, his father Kimoshuumao died under the conspiracy of Yunin village, and he was even more infamous and spurned. But the person in front of him was the only one who agreed with his father's actions, and even directly killed Yunin village for his father's sake. In the end, Kumo Shinobu succumbed to his force and sent an emissary to Konoha to apologize publicly, and Hokage vindicated his father. It can be said that if it were not for him, his own childhood would have left an endless haze. Lord Hoshito? Could it be that he is Sunset Red and Meteor Red Bean can't recognize the stars? Doesn't mean they don't know about this person. Although he is not a Hokage, his influence is by no means weaker than that of any generation of Hokage, and even after many years, many ninjas can often be heard talking about him. But why is it so young? Xingchen was still the same age as he was at the beginning, only 17 or 8 years old, and no one would associate him with the legendary characters. Didn't you notice that the appearance of the people related to him has almost all changed? Asma said. The two women were slightly startled, and then stunned. Tsunade, Ropaki, Yuna, as well as Kushina, Mikato, and Shizuka Hata, 20 years have passed without any change in their appearance. Kakashi, now I am Naruto, and as a Konoha ninja, you should understand that my orders are above all else. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tuanzang shouted majestically, even if Shichi Xingchen is kind to you, you shouldn't help you. Tuanzang, did the dog jump off the wall? Juzine sneered, I have to say that you are really good at disguise. At the beginning, he single-handedly planned so many things, so that Uchiha, Tsuchikage, and Lei Ying carried the black pot. But you enjoyed the fruits alone and became the Hokage. Kakashi was originally unwilling to be an enemy of the stars, but now listening to Jushine's words, he immediately felt that things were strange, and asked, what does it mean to let Uchiha and Tsuchikage Thundercage carry the black cauldron? I still don't understand that it was not Thunder Shadow and Earth Shadow that designed us at the border of the Fire Country at all. Although Lei Cage and Tsuchikage are also involved, the mastermind is Tuanzang. What? Kakashi, Sunset Red, Asma, Ajaki, and the others looked at Danzo in disbelief. Not only that, the Uchiha mutiny was also instigated by Tenzo, one in the light and the other in the dark. However, Danzo used Uchiha to make Uchiha a substitute ghost, and he naturally destroyed Uchiha and became a hero instead. This, knowing the truth, everyone was shocked, which was too strange. You guys should have died 20 years ago, and now you suddenly came out and said a bunch of headless and brainless things, thinking that someone would believe it. Danzo shouted at Kakashi, don't listen to their nonsense. They are dead people, and they are afraid that they will be used by people with intentions to split Konoha. Medkai said heavily, I remember that the Great Snake Pill practiced a forbidden technique called Dirt Rebirth. At the beginning, he also summoned the deceased first and second Hokage to fight with the third generation. Could it be, maybe it's really a rebirth of dirt? Medkai also inadvertently reminded Danzo Orochimaru, this person is ambitious, and has always wanted to destroy Konoha, and this time must also be his trick. Tuanzang, don't you blush when you say such things? Xingchen said sarcastically, didn't Orochimaru always cooperate with you in the beginning, and he attacked Konoha, which was also instigated by you? Baseless, whatever you say. Danzo regained his composure and said, I'm Hokage now, do you think they believe you, or me? Sunset Red, Meteor Red Bean, Medkai, Asma and the others were silent, and they didn't know what to do for a while. Although Xingchen is a legendary character, after all, it has disappeared for so long, and now Danzo is the Hokage. If the two sides fight, they really can't help anyone. Kakashi, you have always been wise, who do you think to believe? Medkai looked at Kakashi, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. In terms of mind, wisdom, and the big picture, there is no better Konoha ninja than Kakashi. Before Kakashi could answer, the stars said, actually, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, this battle belongs to me and Danzo, you are not the protagonist, and you can't influence it. Whoever loves to believe, let's discuss it on the side. When Kakashi and the others heard this, they looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, it was the legendary adult, and this temper was really big enough. Tuanzang's eyes froze. Shichi Xingchen, are you ready to fight me alone? Yes, the winner is king, the loser is the curse. Very good, then as you wish. Tuanzang knew that things were difficult today, but fortunately he accepted this battle. Captain, Danzo's arm is full of chakra eyes, and it seems that he has the ability to transform his damage into nothing. I just failed to kill him with the forbidden technique, you have to be careful. Yuna reminded. Don't worry, all his whole cards and all his tricks are under my control, and you and they go to the side to rest. Good. Yuna said no more. She believed that in a head-on battle, no one would be a match for the stars. On a building not far from the conflict, two figures looked out, paying attention to what was happening here. It's finally going to war, it's really exciting. The medicine master smiled and said, Lord Orochimaru, who do you think will win the life and death battle between Shichi Xingchen and Tuanzang? Hard to say. Hard to say, the medicine master asked, could it be that the great snake pill thinks that the strength of the two is equal? The big snake pill said lightly, in terms of foundation, Shichi Xingchen is probably stronger than Tuanzang, which is the reason why he has no fear. But the battle between ninjas, the slightest carelessness, will turn the situation around. The group has a whole card, and if Shichi Xingchen is not careful, he will also be hit. So it is. The medicine man pushed his glasses, but I think the regiment has that whole card. No matter how powerful Shichi Shinchan is, he can't hide from it. The big snake pill glanced at the medicine master. If you say so, you may be underestimating Shichi Shinchan. That technique is indeed insoluble to us. However, how strong Shichi Xinchan's ability is also a puzzle for us. It's really rare that someone under the sky can be worthy of Lord Orochimaru's evaluation, even that Uchiha spot, right? The medicine master said with interest. Let me wait and see. Whether it was the people under Tuanzang or the people on the Xinchan side, they all retreated to the side at this time, leaving enough space for the two. Shichi Xinchan, come on, today I will end you with my own hands. Tuanzang is also ready to fight a battle. Looking at the stars, he calmed down and said lightly, you should know that this battle between you and me will be divided into life and death, and the scale may not be small. The slightest mistake can damage the village. Are you still in the mood to care about this now? Tuanzang sneered. Did you suddenly realize that I am more suitable and responsible for Hokage than you? Xinchan said. His hands were together, and the terrifying chakra was intertwined, converging into 6 beams of light, soaring into the sky. 6 beams of light intertwined in the air, forming a crimson enchantment. Within the enchantment, there are only 2 people, Xinchan and Tuanzang. 6 red sun array. Tuanzang's expression became solemn again, and he naturally knew that this was an extremely powerful enchantment, and the level was not comparable to the 4 purple yen array. Generally speaking, this enchantment requires 6 shadow-level powerhouses to join forces, but I didn't expect that Xinchan would actually use it alone. Why, scared now? Xinchan said lightly, don't you still have that proud Sharingan? Fear just means that I am cautious, like you are too conceited. Tuanzang drank angrily, cast the spell with both hands, and took a sharp breath at the same time. Wind escape vacuum wave. Suddenly, a straight wind blade spat out of the mouth, causing the air to condense in one place, and the cutting power was stronger than any blade. However, the stars did not dodge, allowing the wind blade to fall on him, but only to see the breeze blowing his clothes, and then it turned into nothingness. It was as if a stone had fallen into the water and splashed a little, but then the surface of the water returned to calm and without waves. Don't dodge, endure the attack of the wind, and there is no injury. The ninjas in Konoha around were all dumbfounded, even if Xinchan was a legendary person, but the group hide also had shadow-level strength. How could the attack not work? 20 years ago, he was the one who was able to single-handedly break into Yunnan village and seriously injure 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. Since he has not died in the past 20 years, his strength must be stronger. The reason why we can't understand it is just because the realm is not enough. Kakashi said. Maybe only a ninja god like Uchiha and the original Hokage is the one who stands at the same height as him. We are all too small. In this way, didn't Tuanzang lose? Not necessarily. Kakashi stared solemnly at the Sharingan on Danzo's right arm. The Hitomi technique of the Uchiha family is too mysterious. Danzo has so many Sharingan, it is difficult to determine what whole cards he will have. Although Uchiha is a traitor, it is too inhumane to take all the eyes after eliminating them. The regiment has the talent of Hokage, but it does not have the virtue of Hokage. Shirihong sighed and said, I didn't know the identity of Lord Xinchan before, but now I expect him to overthrow Tenzo. The rest of the people looked at each other, and the thoughts in their hearts were self-evident. As Yurihong said, during the tenure of the regiment, many decisions were conducive to the development of Konoha, but many times they were unscrupulous and deviated from humanity. If what Juzine said is true, Tuanzang is really the driving force behind the coup d'etat, then no matter what merits he is now, he can no longer be allowed to take power. Is that an attack? Xinchan stood firmly and said disdainfully, Tuanzang, shouldn't you still think that you are in the family? This level of ninjutsu, don't take it out and embarrass people. It seems that this will be a bloody battle, and I will be prepared for the greatest sacrifice. Tuanzang said, his left hand on his right hand, and 10 chakra eyes turned at the same time. Bloody battle, for you, it's really so. When the words fell, the stars no longer left their hands, and the figure flashed, moving horizontally, leaving countless after images. Laugh at. Between the electric flint, Tuanzang's chest had been pierced, and blood was sprayed. The scene of consternation made everyone present widen their eyes. It's so fast, I can't react at all. But, Tenzo died just like that? No, there are weirdness, Kakashi said, pulling down the mask of his left eye, and the kaleidoscope chakra eye opened. He felt that Danzo was not dead, but performed a strange technique, perhaps a ninjutsu similar to illusion. But with his kaleidoscope chakra eyes, he can't see through. It's really unresponsive and the strength is perfect. Tuanzang, who was penetrated through his chest, coughed up blood and said, but you can't kill me. After saying that, the scene in front of him suddenly reversed, and time and space seemed to reset. The injured and dying Tenzo disappeared, and another intact Tenzo appeared behind the stars. How could it be? Yuna looked horrified. This was the case with her life-for-life forbidden technique before. Obviously Tuanzang deserved to die, but the next moment it appeared intact. It's not simply dodging attacks, it's about turning damage into nothing. Mikato mused, this seems to be the forbidden pupil technique of the Uchiha family. This pupil technique is also too scoundrel, isn't it impossible to fight? Ju Zine hated it. Of course not, since it is a forbidden technique. If you cast it, you will definitely have to pay a price, just like Yuna before. Mikato said, and said with a smile. Besides, without looking at who Danzo's opponent is, even if he controls the Uchiha forbidden technique, can he turn the sky over? That's right, Ju Zine thought deeply. Within the 6 Xiang array, the situation changed rapidly, and Tuanzang, who suddenly circled behind the stars, took the opportunity to perform a killing move. Tudun Explosion Flame Array. The ground where the stars stood exploded, and one after another detonation charms were connected into a string, enveloping the stars in an instant. You can block the wind. What about the explosion that is 10 times more lethal than the wind? Tuanzang let out a deep sigh and prepared to detonate the detonation charm. It's okay to block it, but there's no need to block it, right? Laugh at. A ray of thunder shot from behind Tuanzang and pierced his heart again. How is it possible that Tuanzang turned back with difficulty, but saw Xingchen standing behind him at an unknown time, holding a cloud of thunderlight in his hand? Impossible, when, at the moment just now, Danzo thought that he had grasped it accurately, and the explosive flame array he learned from Hanzo should indeed trap the stars. The speed of the haunted, so many of us have not seen how he got around behind the group, and it is even more impossible for the group to see it himself. But then again, isn't that technique of Hoshi-sama Kakashi's Rachel? Sunset Red looked at Kakashi. Kakashi said, to the level of Lord Hoshi-chan, I'm afraid any ninjutsu is casual. He didn't use Ratchet, but just a thunder he casually cast, the same as Ratchet's changes. However, this is still not enough to kill Tuanzang. After all, Tuanzang's pupil technique on the field, Tuanzang, who was penetrated by thunder through the heart, once again turned into nothingness, and appeared unharmed in a position to face the stars. I said, Shichi Xingchen, even if you are powerful, you can't kill me. Xingchen sneered, don't pretend to be Tuanzang, you only have a total of 10 Sharinans in your hand, and now you have closed 3. The remaining Sharinan is enough to support how many times you use Izanagi. When Tuanzang heard this, his eyebrows froze, and he immediately said in a deep voice, you know Izanagi. Danzo felt bad in his heart. Izanagi's secret, he studied it for a long time to understand part of it. This technique, along with the chakra eye on his arm, is the biggest hole card. He has no fear. But now, listening to Xingchen's tone, it seemed that he had long known that he was using Izanagi, and he did not put it in his eyes. I'm sorry to tell you that I know more about Izanagi than you think. Xingchen said lightly, after you destroyed Uchiha, you let the Great Snake Pill do a wooden experiment on you. Because the Sharinan consumes too much mental energy, it requires the powerful physical energy of the 1,000 hands to balance. Tuanzang's expression changed again and again. Such a confidential matter should only be known by him and the Big Snake Pill. Could it be that the Big Snake Pill and Shichi Xingchen were united? Okay, I don't have time to make small talk with you. Xingchen seemed to lose patience and pointed to Danzo's right hand. Although I have a way to invalidate Izanagi, I think it is better to kill you a few more times than that. Tuanzang showed that he pretended not to care, but in fact, he must be very anxious. After all, Izanagi can only be used 10 times, and using it once more is equivalent to him being one step closer to death. And what Xingchen wants is this effect, so that Tuanzang will go to death step by step and experience the torture of despair. How could it be so simple? Tuanzang was angry, and his hands were imprinted in the air. Psychic art. Suddenly, a huge roar was heard, like a volcanic eruption, like a tsunami rushing, and the space trembled. What's that? Everyone was shocked. Kakashi stared at the huge giant beast that was channeled out, and muttered a little. It is the legendary Dream Eater Dream Taper, whose ability is to devour, and it is the most powerful wind escape psychic beast. Devour him, Dream Taper. Tuanzang beckoned and gave the killing order. The Dream Taper roared furiously, and then opened its blood basin and huge mouth. Roar! A huge wind cave condensed, producing an extremely powerful wind escape, sucking everything in the 6 red sun array over. Dream Taper. The stars stood in the center of the wind cave, but they did not move, and they smiled awe-inspiringly. I saw his right hand spread, and a cyan lotus-like flame floated out. Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Go! With a flick of his finger, the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire turned into a ray of spiritual light and shot towards the Dream Taper. Laugh at. The aura easily breaks through the skin of the Dream Taper and pierces it. Subsequently, the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire ignited and expanded, and the flames burned completely on the Dream Taper. Roar! With a miserable howl, the huge body of the Dream Taper quickly withered and was burned by the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. The Dream Taper is a psychic beast, and under normal circumstances, it does not die when attacked, but returns to the time and space where it lives. But the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire is not an ordinary flame, it is dead when touched, and the Dream Taper has been completely destroyed without even having time to react. How could it be? Tuanzang was completely panicked this time, and the Dream Taper was actually killed by a flame in a second, and there was not even slag left. Still have time to care about your psychic beast. Shout! Another ray of lightning came, piercing his chest in amazement. On Tuan Zhang's right hand, the fourth chakra eye is closed. Time and space reset again, the dead group disappears, and the intact group hides appear in another direction. No, maybe it can't be said intact, because compared to the previous times, Tuan Zhang was obviously panting, and his breathing was a little heavy. After using his Zenagi 4 times in a row, even if you have the cells of 1,000 hands, your physical strength will start to be unable to keep up. Xingchen stood calmly in place and sneered, "You are really inferior. Stop your taunting. Next, it's time to divide the winner and loser." Tenzo regained his composure, unbandaged his right eye, and seemed to be ready to fight. "Oh? It's rare that you still have confidence, then I'll wait and see." Xingchen was not alarmed, and even looked forward to it slightly. In addition to his Zenagi, Danzo has more powerful hole cards. Mikato frowned. On the distant building, Medicine Master Pocket and Big Snake Pill were also excited. "I thought that Tuan Zhang could hold out for a long time, but I didn't expect to take out the whole card so soon, and I really looked up to him." The medicine man pushed his glasses. "In fact, you underestimated Shichi Xingchen." Orochimaru said, "Although several of Tenzo's ninjutsu have been easily cracked, it is not that he is too weak, but that Shichi Xingchen is too strong. No matter what, the next thing is the last move. Can Shichi Xingchen really crack it? Regardless of whether Shichi Xingchen can crack it or not, that move can only be used once in more than 10 years. I was thinking about taking my eyes from Tenzo, but it seems that the abacus has failed," Orochimaru said with a regretful look. "That's no way, Shichi Xingchen is too strong, and the hands of Lord Big Snake Pill are," the medicine master said, and suddenly paused. "Lord Big Snake Pill, didn't you say that there is a way to restore your hands?" "There is indeed a way, the key is within Uchiha's forbidden land." Orochimaru said, "Do you think that I assassinated Kazekage and controlled Shinobu to attack Konoha really just to help Sasuke kill Danzo? So it is, Uchiha Forbidden Land thinks that only people from the Uchiha family have a way to enter." The medicine master locked his gaze on Mikato. "Now there seems to be another choice besides Sasuke. She is Shichi Xingchen's person. When the battle is over, you might as well talk to Shichi Xingchen again." Inside the 6 Xiang array, the atmosphere was tense. Tuan Zhang knew that death was in front of him, and had to give it a go, unseal his right eye, and take out the last hole card. The stars did not stop Tuan Zhang, but jumped to try. "After waiting for you for so long, it's finally here. I hope you don't disappoint me." "It won't disappoint you, this move will sanction you." Tuan Zhang pulled down the bandage, his right eye suddenly opened, and his blood-red eyes released the most mysterious pupil power. In an instant, the world where the stars are located, the heavens and the earth are turned upside down, time and space are reversed, and everything is like a hazy illusion. A huge pupil appears in the sky, shining at any angle of this world, controlling the changes in time and space. Xingchen could clearly feel that a powerful thought invaded his mind from his pupils, controlling his thinking. "Surrender to me, Shichi Xingchen." In his ears, there was a sound like a magic spell, which eroded his spirit and controlled his thoughts. However, Xingchen opened his eyes and looked at the kaleidoscope without hesitation, allowing the curse-like intention to erode, still not changing his original intention, and his expression was cold. "The strongest illusion in the legend, I thought how great it was, it turned out to be just that." Naruto Class Lottery Chapter 113 MTL Books Logo MTL Books Report Settings Term Replacer Toggle Play / Pause TTS Add to Library Reading History Chapters Toggle Invert Mode Previous Next 113 Chapter 113 Danzo felt bad in his heart, is an egg a secret, he studied it for a long time to understand part of it. This technique, along with the chakra eye on his arm, is the biggest hole card he has no fear. But now, listening to Xingchen's tone, it seemed that he had long known that he was using his Zenagi, and he did not put it in his eyes. "I'm sorry to tell you that I know more about his Zenagi than you think." Xingchen said lightly, "After you destroyed Uchiha, you let the Great Snake Pill do a wooden experiment on you. Because the Sharingan consumes too much mental energy, it requires the powerful physical energy of the 1,000 hands to balance." Tuan Zhang's expression changed again and again. Such a confidential matter should only be known by him and the Big Snake Pill. Could it be that the Big Snake Pill and Shichi Xingchen were united? "Okay, I don't have time to make small talk with you." Xingchen seemed to lose patience and pointed to Danzo's right hand. "Although I have a way to invalidate his Zenagi, I think it is better to kill you a few more times than that." Tuan Zhang showed that he pretended not to care, but in fact, he must be very anxious. After all, his Zenagi can only be used 10 times, and using it once more is equivalent to him being one step closer to death. And what Xingchen wants is this effect, so that Tuan Zhang will go to death step by step and experience the torture of despair. How could it be so simple? Tuan Zhang was angry, and his hands were imprinted in the air, psychic art. Suddenly, a huge roar was heard, like a volcanic eruption, like a tsunami rushing, and the space trembled. "What's that?" Everyone was shocked. Kakashi stared at the huge giant beast that was channeled out, and muttered a little. "It is the legendary Dream Eater Dream Taper, whose ability is to devour, and it is the most powerful wind escape psychic beast." "Devour him, Dream Taper." Tuan Zhang beckoned and gave the killing order. The Dream Taper roared furiously, and then opened its blood basin and huge mouth. Roar! A huge wind cave condensed, producing an extremely powerful wind escape, sucking everything in the 6 red sun array over. Dream taper. The stars stood in the center of the wind cave, but they did not move, and they smiled awe-inspiringly. I saw his right hand spread, and a cyan lotus-like flame floated out. Qinglian Earth Heartfire. Go! With a flick of his finger, the Qinglian Earth Heartfire turned into a ray of spiritual light and shot towards the dream taper. Laugh at. The aura easily breaks through the skin of the dream taper and pierces it. Subsequently, the Qinglian Earth Heartfire ignited and expanded, and the flames burned completely on the dream taper. Roar! With a miserable howl, the huge body of the dream taper quickly withered and was burned by the Qinglian Earth Heartfire. The dream taper is a psychic beast, and under normal circumstances, it does not die when attacked, but returns to the time and space where it lives. But the Qinglian Earth Heartfire is not an ordinary flame, it is dead when touched, and the dream taper has been completely destroyed without even having time to react. How could it be? Tuan Zhang was completely panicked this time, and the dream taper was actually killed by a flame in a second, and there was not even slag left. Still have time to care about your psychic beast. Shout! Another ray of lightning came, piercing his chest in amazement. On Tuan Zhang's right hand, the 4th chakra eye is closed. Time and space reset again, the dead group disappears, and the intact group hides appear in another direction. No, maybe it can't be said intact, because compared to the previous times, Tuan Zhang was obviously panting, and his breathing was a little heavy. After using his Enega 4 times in a row, even if you have the cells of 1,000 hands, your physical strength will start to be unable to keep up. Xingqian stood calmly in place and sneered, "You are really inferior. Stop your taunting. Next, it's time to divide the winner and loser." Tenzo regained his composure, unbandaged his right eye, and seemed to be ready to fight. "Oh? It's rare that you still have confidence, then I'll wait and see." Xingqian was not alarmed, and even looked forward to it slightly. In addition to his Enega, Danzo has more powerful hole cards. Mikato frowned. On the distant building, Medicine Master Pocket and Big Snake Pill were also excited. I thought that Tuan Zhang could hold out for a long time, but I didn't expect to take out the whole card so soon, and I really looked up to him. The medicine man pushed his glasses. "In fact, you underestimated Shichi Xingqian." Orochimaru said, although several of Tenzo's ninjutsu have been easily cracked, it is not that he is too weak, but that Shichi Xingqian is too strong. No matter what, the next thing is the last move. Can Shichi Xingqian really crack it? Regardless of whether Shichi Xingqian can crack it or not, that move can only be used once in more than 10 years. I was thinking about taking my eyes from Tenzo, but it seems that the abacus has failed. Orochimaru said with a regretful look. "That's no way, Shichi Xingqian is too strong, and the hands of Lord Big Snake Pill are," the medicine master said, and suddenly paused. "Lord Big Snake Pill, didn't you say that there is a way to restore your hands?" "There is indeed a way, the key is within Uchiha's forbidden land." Orochimaru said, "Do you think that I assassinated Kaze Cage and controlled Shinobu to attack Konoha really just to help Sasuke kill Danzo?" "So it is, Uchiha Forbidden Land thinks that only people from the Uchiha family have a way to enter." The medicine master locked his gaze on Mikato. "Now there seems to be another choice besides Sasuke. She is Shichi Xingqian's person. When the battle is over, you might as well talk to Shichi Xingqian again." Inside the 6 Xiang array, the atmosphere was tense. Tuan Zhang knew that death was in front of him, and had to give it a go, unseal his right eye, and take out the last hole card. The stars did not stop Tuan Zhang, but jumped to try. "After waiting for you for so long, it's finally here. I hope you don't disappoint me." "It won't disappoint you, this move will sanction you." Tuan Zhang pulled down the bandage, his right eye suddenly opened, and his blood-red eyes released the most mysterious pupil power. In an instant, the world where the stars are located, the heavens and the earth are turned upside down, time and space are reversed, and everything is like a hazy illusion. A huge pupil appears in the sky, shining at any angle of this world, controlling the changes in time and space. Xingqian could clearly feel that a powerful thought invaded his mind from his pupils, controlling his thinking. "Surrender to me, Shichi Xingqian." In his ears, there was a sound like a magic spell, which eroded his spirit and controlled his thoughts. However, Xingqian opened his eyes and looked at the kaleidoscope without hesitation, allowing the curse-like intention to erode, still not changing his original intention, and his expression was cold. The strongest illusion in the legend, I thought how great it was, it turned out to be just that. In fact, from the beginning, Xingqian was waiting for this move of Tuan Zhang. The biggest hole card of Danzo is not his Enaga, but the eyes that stop the water instantly, and the strongest illusion is the god. Bitenjin is said to be able to unleash illusions without knowing it, causing the recruiter to unknowingly fall under the control of the caster. But Xingqian didn't think so. Because Tuan Zhang and him have a dimensional strength gap, even if he can manipulate the illusion of time and space at will, it is ineffective for him. Therefore, Xingqian did not dodge, and when Tuan Zhang cast other heavenly gods, he took the initiative to look directly at this kaleidoscope, and did not resist the idea of invasion. However, let time and space turn back, let Tuanzang's thoughts continue to invade, the stars are always insensitive, and their hearts are flawless. This is the so-called Bishan God illusion realm, it's too disappointing. Xingchen shook his head, and then his eyes turned, and an unparalleled coercion appeared in the world. Rumble! The huge kaleidoscopic pupil in the sky could not withstand this extremely strong coercion, and it exploded. As a result, the entire celestial God illusion realm was also shattered. Burst! Tuanzang suffered from the backlash of his mind, and his mind was not guarded, and a mouthful of suffocating blood spurted out and flew out horizontally. This can't be. A terrified despair appeared on Tuanzang's face, and Xingchen clearly looked directly at the kaleidoscope, but it seemed that with a stronger pupil power, he forcibly broke the other heavenly gods. But he didn't know that the stars were not using some pupil technique, but the strength reached a certain level, and raising their hands and feet would contain Dao rhyme, and they all had an extremely strong deterrent. Tuanzang, what little value you have left has also made me lose interest. There is no need to continue this battle, right? Xingchen said lightly, do you want to cut yourself, or let me give you a ride? Tuanzang already understood at this moment that he had lost, and the defeat was complete, without any suspense. Shiqi Xingchen could actually kill him in the first place, but he kept teasing him, watching him go to despair and watching him endure torture. Even if you die, it won't make you feel better. When he was sad and desperate, Tuanzang used his body as a medium and at the cost of his life to launch the final blow. 4 Elephant Seal. In an instant, the powerful sealing power spread out the 4 fields, absorbing everything within 100 meters of the surrounding area into the body. Just know that you will use this trick, and it can be regarded as leaving the last afterglow of your humble life, right? Unfortunately, this trick is still useless to me. The stars stood in place, bearing the pull and invasion of the power of the seal, indifferent. Tuanzang, do you know where you failed? Taking advantage of the last shred of will in Tuanzang's life, Xingchen said, your underlying strength cannot support your ambition. With a bang, the 4 elephant seals devoured the vitality of Tuanzang and burned out his last spark in this world. Is it over? I didn't expect the result to be like this. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. No matter what Danzo had done before, after all, he had been in power for so many years, and his death would also be a shock to Konoha. Tuanzang is dead. What should the village do now? Sunset Red, Mitarashi Red Bean and others all seemed to be masterless. Although now, they all saw that there was something wrong with Tuanzang, and what happened at the beginning may really be his conspiracy. But after all, there is no solid evidence. How to convince the rest of the people? Shiqi Xingchen, what a wonderful battle. At this moment, evil laughter sounded, and 2 figures landed. It was the big snake pill and the medicine master. Orochimaru. Everyone was like a big enemy, especially Matere Ajaki Beans reacted the strongest. Why are you here? Red Bean, I haven't seen it for a long time, so you still hate me so much, right? Orochimaru said. Humph, you traitor, and face back. You just throw yourself into the net. The big snake pill shook his head and said, I came to find Shiqi Xingchen to make a deal. Deal? Xingchen asked, what do you mean? Help me get my hands back, I can let you meet the 3rd and 4th generations. Reincarnation of dirt. Xingchen groaned slightly, then nodded, yes, now it is indeed necessary to meet the 3rd and 4th generations, and Orochimaru takes back his hands and does not pose any threat to himself. Since you came with a purpose, the Shinigami mask should have been obtained, right? Huh? Orochimaru was surprised. Did you know that you had to use the Shinigami mask? Do you know something that I think I won't know? Xingchen said lightly, your hands are sealed by the ghoul sealing technique of the Vortex clan, and if you want to take your hands back, you must start from the side of the god of death. In the same way, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th generations who were sealed are all like this. The big snake pill was stunned for a long time before he took a breath and said, I can't imagine that I have studied something for a long time, but you seem to know it well. So, it's the same thing. When your ability can't support your ambitions, it's best to settle down, otherwise you will be the next group. Xingchen said, looking at Mikato and said, Mikato, we are going to the forbidden place of the Uchiha family, and we need your help. Although Mikato is not cold to Orochimaru, she will not fail to listen to Xingchen's words. One more thing, in exchange for the soul of the ancestor Hokage in my hands, you still need sacrifices. Orochimaru said. Xingchen pointed to the group of masterless Tuanzang's subordinates next to him and said, please. The big snake pill pharmacist made a look, and the medicine master understood it and suddenly disappeared from the place. Bang bang. That group of Tuanzang's subordinates had long been frightened because of Tuanzang's death, and at this time, there was no resistance, and they were knocked unconscious by the medicine master 5 times. Let's go. Xingchen and Orochimaru's group walked towards the Uchiha Forbidden Land. The old site of Uchiha, which was prosperous in the past, has long been deserted, and the Forbidden Land has also become a ruin. Under Mikato's spell, the door of the Forbidden Land is opened. Immediately, in the Uchiha Forbidden Land, Orochimaru put on the mask of the Shinigami, sacrificed himself, and opened the belly of the Shinigami, freeing the souls of the 4 Hokage. Dirt Rebirth. Using the 4 Tuanzang subordinates as the medium, the 4 shadow souls possess the body, triggering the rebirth of the soil. And the big snake pill, relying on his undead regeneration power, entered the body of another Danzo's subordinate, and cheated to escape the sacrifice of the god of death. My hands have been restored, and I have fulfilled the promise I gave you. After the big snake pill finished speaking, the 4 shadows of the reincarnation of the dirt opened their eyes at the same time, as if they had returned from a dream, and they looked dazed. How did you come back to life again? Or is it reborn in the dirt? The first Hokage and the second Hokage frowned, and their gazes fell on the big snake pill. Young man, what do you want to do again? Obviously I have sealed the soul with a ghoul, but I didn't expect to be summoned. The 3 generations of Hokage were worried, afraid that Orochimaru would use them against the village. Big snake pill, I didn't expect you to be able to crack even the ghoul seal. Bo Feng Shuman was surprised. The big snake pill said lightly, Watergate, you underestimate me too much. I have long been studying the sealing technique of the Vortex clan. It is not difficult to crack the ghoul seal. Using the technique created by the old man has repeatedly caused calamity, it is simply abominable. The second Hokage was furious. Second generation, don't worry. Let you come out this time, just let you reminisce, but I am doing good. Orochimaru quickly explained. Flashback. The 4 shadows were stunned at the same time. Grandfather, Tsunade saw the original Hokage, and it would be false to say that he was not excited. Hey, it's Tsunade. The original Hokage stared at Tsunade seriously for a long time, seemingly unconvinced. It doesn't seem to be a war. The second generation Hokage's gaze swept over the people around him, and found that they were basically unfamiliar faces. Not an era, after all. Xing Chen, have you also been reborn in the soil? The 3 generations of Hokage were shocked when they discovered the stars. Xing Chen shook his head helplessly and said, I'm not a reincarnation of dirt, I'm still alive. Ah, Lord Xing Chen, it's great that you're still alive. The 4th generation of Hokage actually wants to call Master Xing Chen, but I don't know if I have the qualifications. Hoshi Chen teaches him ninjutsu and recommends him to become Hokage. If you want to say who he respects the most in his life, it is undoubtedly the stars. When he first heard the news of the fall of the stars, he was angrier and sadder than anyone else. Xing Chen, you're back. That village, the 3 generations of Hokage were very concerned about the situation in the village after his death. I just came back, and the situation in the village is not very clear, but Tenzo has already been killed by me. Xing Chen shrugged. Is Tuanzang dead? Alas, I didn't expect him to go down such a path. The 3rd generation of Hokage sighed, even though Danzo went into darkness, but after all, he was a brother who used to be like a brother, and he was also sentimental for a while. 3 generations of adults. Could it be said that the original incident was really planned by Tuanzang? Kakashi and the others were shocked. The 3rd generation of Hokage replied, when I fought with Orochimaru, I understood that the design of the stars, as well as the coup d'état of Uchiha, must have the shadow of Danzo. Bo Feng Shuman also nodded and said, Tuanzang's jealousy and desire for control are too strong, and Lord Xingchen's edge has led him to darkness. But fortunately, Lord Xingchen did not die, and finally sanctioned him. On the side of the 1st and 2nd generations, seeing everyone around the stars, they couldn't help but wonder, who is he? Tsunade said proudly, he is the patron saint of the village. Patronus. The 1st Hokage was curious, but the 2nd Hokage frowned, it's just a little furry child, with such a name, where do you put me and my eldest brother? 2nd generation, don't be convinced. Tsunade said, the ability of the stars is definitely above you, and it will not lose to grandfather. Kojun, according to the generation, you should call me uncle. The 2nd generation said this, and also knew Tsunade's personality, and did not think too much, and asked, judging by your attitude towards him, shouldn't it be your sweetheart? Hey, really, Tsunade is getting married. The original was pleasantly surprised. Tsunade slapped the 1st generation on the head and said angrily, don't think so jumpy. Bearing Tsunade's slap, the 1st generation laughed awkwardly and said, just ask, it's rare to have the opportunity to come out. It's not what you think, me and the stars, Tsunade wanted to explain, but after glancing at the stars, he didn't know what to say for a while. Tsunade, you still don't have to explain, the more you explain, the more like a cover-up. We are all dead people, what are we hiding in front of us? The 2nd Hokage said, but you are the princess of the Senju clan, and the man you choose can't be too bad, you must first let me test it. In an instant, the aurora flashed, the 2nd generation fire shadow disappeared from the place, and at the same time appeared behind the stars, and a slash struck. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. Bo Feng Shuman was surprised, and then thought that the Flying Thunder God was a technique created by the 2nd generation of Hokage, and it was clear. As for the 2nd generation Hokage that would hurt the stars, he was not worried at all. Except for the original Hokage, none of the people present who knew the strength of the stars were worried that the stars would be injured. And in fact, it is. The sudden attack of the 2nd generation, a slap in the hand, but did not want to fall directly short. When the splitter was about to touch the star disappeared out of thin air, and when the splitter passed through, the star appeared in place. Huh? The second generation's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the stars in amazement. Not only can you see through the flying thunder god, but you can also react and move like this. It's really not simple. Orochimaru said with a smile. Second generation, although the flying thunder god was created by you, but to say something disrespectful, your attainment in the flying thunder god is not as good as Watergate, let alone teach Watergate flying thunder god. Yes, it seems that I have been derailed from the real world for too long, and I don't want so many geniuses in the future life. Even though the second generation Hokage was arrogant, he couldn't help but let out a sigh at this time. Although Xingqian didn't make a move with him, just by the action just now, he could see that his strength was not under him. It's amazing, there is such a genius in the village. With such strength at a young age, I can also trust the village and Tsunade to you. Haha, the first Hokage laughed heartily, and the more he looked at the stars, the more pleasing his eyes became. There are still some minor hidden dangers in Konoha, and I will deal with them. As for Tsunade, I don't need you to say it, I will also protect it. Xingqian replied. Small hidden danger. The second Hokage asked, what do you mean? Could it be Uchiha? Bofang Shuman is amazing. The first and second generations changed color at the same time. Uchiha is still alive. When Uchiha cooped, I encountered a masked man who had powerful kaleidoscopic abilities and claimed to be Uchiha Madara. If it weren't for his help, the Uchiha coup would not have been so easy. Is Madara really alive? With his ability, no one can subdue him except his eldest brother. After the second generation Hokage groaned, he looked at Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru, you and Uchiha should not be the same people. Anyway, now that the filthy soil is out, it's better for me and my eldest brother to solve the hidden danger of spots. Well, Orochimaru hesitated slightly. Don't think that you can't help me without agreeing to me. Don't forget that soil rebirth is also a technique created by me, and with your strength, you may not be able to control me and my eldest brother. The second generation snorted coldly, and the huge chakra came out through the body, causing the big snake pill to immediately break out in a cold sweat. This cold sweat is not fear in the heart, but the oppression of the powerful aura of the second generation, and the body's unconscious reaction. Naidame, you misunderstood, I mean, that person may not be Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru explained. Oh, listen to your tone, as if you know something. Everyone's eyes were on the big snake pill. Yes, after I left Konoha, I once joined the Xiao organization, and that masked man is a member of the Xiao organization. Xiao. Tsunade seemed to have remembered something and said, half a year ago, I also wrote me a letter that mentioned Xiao. He said that the group was full of S-class wanted criminals, who often carried out sabotage operations, and that you had been in it for a while before defecting. I can't think that I also found out about the Xiao organization. He is really persistent. The big snake pill was inexplicably a little sad. Just so you know, even after all these years, he hasn't given up looking for your whereabouts. Okay, the private affairs of the sons and daughters of you, I'm not interested in listening to it now. Let's talk about the Xiao organization and that masked man. The second generation said impatiently. The big snake pill returned to the topic and said, the masked man is only a substitute member of the Xiao organization on the surface, but in fact he has an extraordinary status, and he has a close relationship with the boss of the Xiao organization, and it is even very likely that he is the behind-the-scenes operator of the Xiao organization. Being able to control a criminal group composed of S-class criminals is enough to see how can it not be simple. How can you determine that he is not Uchiha? His kaleidoscope ability can only be said to be special, and his hard power is not very strong, otherwise the Watergate is in his hands. I'm afraid it won't be able to pass a few moves, right? Orochimaru deduced so. Bofang Shuman also nodded and said, that's right, I heard him with the Flying Thunder God at that time. If the fourth generation has ever heard him, it should not be Madara. The second generation said, it's not that I look down on the fourth generation, it's just that Uchiha is far more powerful than you think. Madara must have died in the Battle of the Valley of the End, when I was sure of his fatal wounds. Hatsuyo frowned and said, but that masked man is indeed not Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara did not die in the Valley of the End. Xingqian, who had listened for a long time, finally spoke. Shichi Xingqian, what do you seem to know? Orochimaru questioned. Of course, Hoshi-chan said Uchiha changed the fate of death with his Inage, and received the power of Senju from the first generation. As for the masked man, it is a stand-in that Uchiha is looking for, acting in his name and carrying out his plan. The masked man has a special pupil power, coupled with the name Uchiha Spot, which is a deterrent to anyone. Even if Madara hadn't died then, he wouldn't have been alive until now, right? Hatsuyo asked. Well, Madara died when Xiao Yuan ran out, but it can also be said that he died with a plan. This plan is complicated to say. In short, Madara will be resurrected soon, not a rebirth of dirt, but a real resurrection. Xingqian's words are undoubtedly amazing. Uchiha is resurrected, and it will definitely be a catastrophe in the ninja world. It seems that we are still needed, but I don't know when Madara will be resurrected. The second generation has a deep jealousy and hatred for Uchiha. After the first generation pondered, he suddenly said, after all, we are dead people, and we are not suitable for staying in the real world for a long time. The matter of Madara's resurrection should be left to the young man to handle. Big brother, what kind of person is Madara with? You know better than me, are you really relieved? The second generation glanced at the stars in disbelief. Haven't you already tried his strength before? I'm very comfortable with him, but he's too young after all. Second generation Sama, you still don't know about the stars, with him in Konoha, even if Uchiha is a disaster, I don't worry. The three generations also agree with the words of the first generation. Leave it to Lord Xingqian, it must be no problem, for generations will not question it. The second generation was stunned inside. After all, it's not my time, boy, you have a good popularity. Xingqian smiled and said, they trust me so much, which means that I have something worthy of their trust. As I said before, there are still some small hidden dangers. The small hidden danger, including Uchiha's plan. Call Uchiha's ambition a small hidden danger, you really dare to say it. Different experiences, different situations, different attitudes to problems. Xingqian said very bluntly. Are you trying to say that you stand at a higher level than me, and you are really arrogant? The second generation didn't seem very angry, but you are very similar to my temperament, then I will wait and see. I hope you are not just bragging. It won't disappoint you. Xingqian smiled and said, it's not too early, as a Hokage Danzo is dead, Konoha needs to reorganize. I'm going to let Tsunade succeed Hokage, you guys don't have any opinions, right? Me? Tsunade was slightly startled, which was too surprising for her to catch off guard. In the village today, you are the most suitable candidate in terms of seniority and morality. Aren't you better suited than me? Tsunade had no idea about the position of Hokage. You and I don't have to separate each other, everyone should be the same. And I'm good at fighting, and I can't handle some trivial things well. You become the Hokage Lord inside, my Lord outside, just perfectly together. When Tsunade heard this, his expression turned unnaturally red. She was inside the Lord and outside the stars, and this distribution was so that she could not say a word of refusal. In the end, Tsunade became Hokage anyway. Although Danzo is a conspiratorial usurpation, after all, he has been a Hokage for so long, and he has already exerted a certain influence on Konoha. Now that Danzo has suddenly been killed and declared a traitor, many people still can't accept it even if Tsunade, Kakashi and other prestigious people come forward to explain the situation. In particular, the two advisors in Konoha, who have a good relationship with Danzo, think that Tsunade and Orochimaru have evil intentions. Although Tsunade is ranked among the three shinobi, after all, since the disappearance of Hoshichen and the coup d'état of Uchiha, he has rarely stayed in Konoha, and he has no power in his hands. Kakashi Yui and the others are only shinobi, not decision-makers, and they are in trouble for a while when they unite the forces of the Dark Department with the intention of expelling Tsunade and avenging Danzo. In the end, Xingqian still had to come forward and appear in front of everyone with a tough posture. Although his appearance has not changed for 20 years, he still looks like a teenager, but as long as people who can recognize him, they will not forget his original deeds. At that time, it belonged to him alone, and no one could take his edge, even the three shinobi, even the Hokage, under his brilliance, would be eclipsed. Is it really Lord Xingqian? He is still alive. One of the elders was crying with excitement. That man, Master Tenzo lost unjustly. Yuchuanzo's subordinate sighed, and the young man in front of him made him hate and awe. He survived the calamity of the year, and the failure of that Tuan Zhang's plan was inevitable. Ishizaki Xingqian, you are still alive, can you say? Tsunade's words are true, it was Danzo who framed you in the first place, and secretly united with Uchiha to launch a coup. What do you think? In the face of Koharu and Mito Minion's inquiry, Xingqian did not explain much. Today, there is no need for much explanation. He stands here as a deterrent, of faith. After a little silence, Koharu and Mizuto accepted the facts, or had to accept them. Even if they insist on avenging Tuanzang, they will simply hit stones with pebbles in the face of the stars. 20 years ago, Xingqian had the strength of the peak of the ninja world. Now, he alone can sweep any ninja village. In the end, Danzo still sat on the name of rebellion, and at the behest of the online stars, Tsunade also successfully became Hokage. What? Ishizaki Xingqian is not dead, and he killed Danzo. When Tsuchikage Oniki heard the news, he was immediately like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. What if Ishizaki Hoshichen is coming back for revenge? The only people who participated in dealing with Ishizaki Xingqian back then were him and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and now they can only ask him for help. Syllable. The fourth generation of Lei Ying, who also received the news, slapped the desk, startling the female secretary next to him, Ubi. Lord Lei Ying, why are you angry? Azabi was shocked, because he saw not only anger in the look of the Thunder Shadow, but even a trace of fear. Now in the ninja world, who can make Lord Lei Cage show such a look? Ishizaki Xingqian, he is actually not dead. He is alive again. Ishizaki Hashito. Azabu moaned slightly, and then his pupils shrank. How could he not have heard of Ishizaki Hoshichen? The 3 generations of Thunder Shadow died because of him, and he was the great enemy of Yunin village. She also knew everything about the fourth generation of Rei and Danzo who designed the Ishizaki stars. That man, he didn't even die? Humph, it's good that I'm not dead. Last time it was Oniki who made a move. I regret that I couldn't avenge my father with my own hands, and now I have the opportunity. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow said angrily. Lord Lei Ying, this Ishizaki star is not idle, and it should not be underestimated. Whether we take revenge or he comes to seek revenge, we must treat it carefully. Although the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is radical, he will not lose his mind, and even if his strength is growing rapidly now, he is not at all sure that he can win Ishizaki star. Azabi, what do you have in mind? It is very difficult to deal with Ishizaki Singchen with our strength, even if we can kill him by gathering the strength of the entire village. I am afraid that it will have to pay a small price. To minimize losses, we need foreign aid. You mean Tsuchikage? Tokage doesn't need us to woo him, he will naturally have a heart with us, but maybe it's still not enough. Azabi said, I mean Xiao. Xiao, Lei Ying frowned, you want to use the Xiao organization to deal with Ishizaki Singchen? Yes, the predecessor of the Xiao organization was originally a mercenary organization. As long as they paid money, they would do anything. But today's Xiao organization is extremely vicious, and it is full of S-class criminals, and the 5 major powers still intend for us to eradicate it. Isn't this just right? First use Xiao to deal with Ishizaki Singchen. If one of them loses, or both lose, we can sit and reap the benefits. When the fourth generation of Lei Ying heard this, he nodded in agreement. It is indeed a good method. Azabi, you will make an appointment for me to meet Tsuchikage right away. Okay. As for Kanaha's internal affairs, Hoshi-chen didn't want to care at all. After throwing the pockmarks to Tsunade, he took Mikato Shina and Shizuka Hata and played around. Singchen, there are still 4 generations of Thunder Shadows and 3 generations of Earth Shadows left among the original enemies. Are you thinking of revenge? Mikato looked at the stars, and Mikato's eyes had long lost her original shyness and youthfulness. At the beginning, she admired and longed for the stars as a little girl. And now, she is in love with the stars in her heart, and she finally plucked up the courage to face the stars as a woman. This is her man. Shizuka Hata also said at this time, although you usually look approachable, in my impression, you are still very calculating. Although it has been so long, you will definitely not let them go, right? Then of course, since they have returned, how can they live so freely? Hoshi-chen reached out and caressed Mikato and Shizuka's faces frivolously, smiling evilly, but I guess they're also figuring out how to deal with me now. What can the two of them do? Don't measure themselves. Shizuka Hata pouted and said disdainfully. It's just a stubborn resistance before death, and there are not many waves that can be turned over. But, before he finished speaking, a figure flashed down and said respectfully, Lord Singchen, Hokage let you go over. Tsunade is looking for me now. Is there something wrong? Singchen asked. It seems to be about Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya. Singchen nodded when he heard this. Okay, I'll go over right away. In Hokage's office, Tsunade was frowning and thinking about things, and on her desk, there was a small toad croaking. Tsunade. Singchen directly pushed open the door and walked in, glanced at the frog, and asked, what's going on? Since there is also news, he suspects that Ninja Village is the headquarters of the Xiao organization, so he wants to sneak in and investigate. What? Singchen was slightly startled. Isn't this the same as the original to send to death? Although I can trust Zi Lei's strength, but the Xiao organization is not an ordinary organization after all, I am still afraid that he will have an accident, and I came to you to ask your opinion. Do you want to let Zi Lei also come back? It's too late, and if Jiraiya has already sneaked into the Ninja Village and does not achieve his goal, I am afraid that he will not be willing to retreat. In the original work, although Zi Lei can't beat Pain 6 Deo, it's completely fine to use the Toad enchantment to retreat and protect himself. But he finally discovered the secret of the 6 paths and chose to verify it with his life. I'll go to Ninja Village. With my speed, I should be able to catch up, just as I want to meet them. Tsunade wondered. The boss of the Xiao organization, I met them when I was a child. Although it is a one-sided relationship, it is finally a little kind. Since it was taken over by Pain and Konan, Ninja Village has become a closed ninja village, with no contact with outsiders, and it is difficult for outsiders to enter the village, and even if they do, they will be subjected to strict surveillance. As for ninjas, as long as they appear within the limits of the Rain Ninja Village, they are equivalent to invading enemy troops and will be mercilessly killed. It was also invaded by using the Toad enchantment, which was not detected by ordinary guards. But the opponent was Pain, and the result was different. Shortly after he entered the village of Rain Shinobi, Pain spotted him. Jiraiya teacher, it's really a nostalgic face. On the high tower of Yunin village, a man in a black robe full of black rods and embroidered with red clouds whispered, and then a trace of ridicule and pride appeared in his expression. Do you want to kill him? Next to the man, there was a woman in the same attire. The woman's tone was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. She is tall, her face is beautiful, and her temperament is even more cold, like an angel on high, inviolable. Kill if you can, but I think with the abilities of the two of us, it is unlikely, and we need to awaken the rest of pain. The man said, jumping forward from the tower, the posture of God. I see. A pair of wings formed by pieces of paper appeared behind the woman, galloping towards the other side of the sky. On the surface of the sea outside Uninja village, the space suddenly fluctuated, and then formed a spiral nest. Immediately, a figure stepped out from the spatial vortex, like a god. Is this Uninja village? The stars stand above the sea, gazing at the village shrouded in rain in front of you. Although he can now travel freely through space, he does not know the specific coordinates of Uninja village, and he has tried several times to reach here. Hope it's not too late. Although Xingchen doesn't have much intersection with Zile, and he also hates the fact that Zile is also, but in general, he still recognizes Zile, so he doesn't want him to have an accident. Moreover, Xingchen didn't want Xionin and Nagato to make such a move. In the original book, although Nagato finally repented before he died and saved Konoha's people by reincarnation, it has become an indelible fact that he killed Jiraiya. Using the power of space again, the stars sneaked silently into the Uninja village. The strong defense of Uninja village was like a void to him. In the Uninja village, a peak battle is approaching. So that's it, you guys. Losing an arm, he was also covered in scars, panting and scanning the 6 pain in front of him. These 6 people are all ninjas he has encountered, and they are indeed dead. That is to say, the 6 people in front of him are not Pain's real body, but manipulated puppets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for 6 people to possess the reincarnation eyes of 6 immortals at the same time. Has the secret been seen through? It is worthy of being a teacher of Zile. Above the high ground, Heavenly Deo Pain looked indifferent, but it doesn't matter. The secrets you know with your life cannot be transmitted out, and your life will end here. When the words fell, the 6 Pain jumped high at the same time, each holding a black rod in his hand, and inserted it towards Zile. 6 ways to strike together, only 1 breath, 1 belief support, there is almost no possibility of dodging. Little Jiraiya. On the side, the Shinseku immortal exclaimed, but he was powerless to help, and the power of the 6 pains was too strong. Is this the end of it? In this moment of life and death, Jila's thoughts were fast, and he thought of many things and many pictures. He has the guidance of the great Toad Immortal to find the child of prophecy who can bring change to the ninja world, so he travels the world while writing a book. At first, he thought Nagato was the child of prophecy because he possessed the reincarnation eye of the 6 immortals. But now that Nagato has gone down the path of evil, it is no longer possible. Later, he set his sights on Watergate. But it wasn't until he came into contact with Naruto Uzumaki that he understood what a true child of prophecy was. The child of prophecy does not need a special life or great power, but only a firm heart and never say die. That child will become the real savior. Is it just too late to understand this? It's over. 6 Pain came in an instant, and the indestructible iron rod penetrated down, delivering a fatal blow to Zilla. However, at this moment, the space was distorted, and as soon as the figure came out, he raised his foot and swept away. Bang! The black rods in the hands of the 6 Pain were all kicked off by strong foot force in an instant. The 6 people were stunned, their figures retreated sharply, and they stared at the incoming person vigilantly. Kicking the black rod of the 6 of them is by no means idle. Who are you? It's not late. After Xingchen stood firm, he glanced at Ji Lei. Although the situation was very bad at this time, he did not die. With his current ability, as long as he has 1 breath left, he can be saved. But then again, Nagato, you don't know me. Xingchen turned his head and stared at the 6 Deo Pain in front of him lightly. Although these 6 Deo are puppets, you who are controlling behind the scenes should be able to see me, right? Huh? Heavenly Deo Pain stared at the stars and frowned. The appearance of the boy in front of him really gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere. Nagato, don't do it yet. At this moment, a figure flew in, and on his cold face, there was a trace of doubt, a trace of excitement, staring at the stars. Are you? Some people, even in a hurry, will be memorable. For Xiao Nan, the teenager in front of him is like this. I still remember that when she and Yahiko Nagato were still wandering in the village of Yoshinobi, devastated by the war and displaced, they encountered Konoha's ninjas. At the critical moment, the teenager in front of him appeared, not only saving the 3 of them, but also sending them enough food for several months. Perhaps without that food, the 3 would have starved to death. It was like that. A quick glance, Xiao Nan didn't even know his name, but in the countless years after that, his appearance and his warm smile would always appear in his mind. As the years passed, she changed from a naive little girl to a mature woman. I have fantasized about meeting the stars countless times, but I don't want it to be such a picture. Xionin, it seems that only you remember. Xingchen knew that under Xiao Nan's cold and proud exterior, there was a soft heart hidden. If it hadn't been for the great changes, she wouldn't have